You see your girlfriend walking out of the hotel with a rich second generation. Not only are you not angry, but you also applaud and cheer. You don't even fight back when beaten by the rich second generation. Instead, you turn and confront his fiancée. It's because you have been reborn. In your past life, you accidentally injured this rich second generation during a cheating incident. But due to this rich second generation's mother bribing your girlfriend to fabricate evidence, an accidental killing turned into a premeditated murder. Not only that, they even bribed inmates to constantly create trouble for you and provoke you. You spent all day in prison, fighting for your life against other inmates, ultimately serving 31 years, effectively spending your entire life in public service. Naturally, after your release, you found it impossible to reintegrate into society. Just when you planned to take them down with you, you encountered a necessary dump truck for time travel and were reborn on the day of the cheating incident. Moreover, you gained a system that allows you to grow stronger by absorbing the desires of others and even manipulate their emotions. Now that you have successfully familiarized yourself with the system, you quietly sit in the hotel lobby waiting. Before long, the two appear, intimately holding hands. Zhang Lei and Jia Tianmei look on in shock at the door that just opened. Although they weren't caught in bed, her face is flushed, and she's holding onto a man's arm. His embarrassment lasts only 2 seconds before he returns to normal. Zhang Lei, you saw it perfectly, but you can't give me the life I want, and I don't want to listen to you anymore, so let's break up. In your past life, you would have exploded upon hearing this, but now, the word breakup makes Jia Tianmei chuckle. Zhang Lei, you don't need to pretend to be calm. I know you will still beg me later. Let me tell you, it's impossible. I've had enough of this life. At that moment, Yu Xiangyang smiled at you. Zhang Lei, right? Let's go over there and talk. You let out a cold laugh, and the two of you head to a corner of the lobby. Brother, you don't need to break up with her. I'm just playing around. Someone like him isn't even worthy of being my girlfriend. In your past life, this statement infuriated you completely. And Jia Tianmei, of course, doesn't know this. Yu Xiangyang loves to flirt with married women. He would even deliberately let their boyfriends know, confronting them to provoke anger, ultimately leading to fights that land people in jail for a few days. Then he would kick the woman he flirted with aside. It's somewhat perverse. Calmly, you recite, you have a fiancé named Tan Xing'ai, right? Yu Xiangyang's expression suddenly changes as he grabs your collar. What the hell did you just say? Seeing this, you remain calm. I'm quite interested in your fiancé, and you begin to escalate his anger. F***CKU. Yu Xiangyang loses control and throws a punch at you. Naturally, you won't let him hit you. After all, you didn't serve 31 years in prison for nothing. Although the scene seems incredibly intense, not a single punch lands on you. It's mainly to make the surveillance footage more direct. As guests fight in the lobby, the hotel quickly sends people to separate them, and you immediately call the police. Before long, security personnel arrive, and you immediately start pretending to be dizzy. After quickly inquiring about the situation and reviewing the footage, they arrest you for flirting with someone else's girlfriend and hitting someone while being a bystander. You then go to the hospital, and after a series of examinations, since you insist you're dizzy, the injury report concludes that you suffered a concussion. You then arrive at the mediation room of the police station, where Yu Xiangyang's mother, Chao Xixin, and his lawyer, Chang Qian, have been waiting for a long time. You look at this familiar middle-aged woman, clenching your fist involuntarily. In your past life, she used money to manipulate and bribe Jia Tianmei to not produce false evidence. Chao Xixin now looks at you with a patronizing gaze, saying, "How much do you want for a letter of understanding?" In her view, your refusal to budge is merely a setup for a hefty demand. However, she doesn't expect that as soon as you sit down and hear this, you turn around and leave. Seeing this, Chao Xixin panics. "Stop. What exactly do you want?" You turn around calmly and say, "You donate all your assets, and I'll leave." A letter of understanding? Impossible. She feels tricked by you, and Chao Xixin's anger flares up. Great. This also saves me some desire points. You immediately increase her anger level, but your target is actually the lawyer beside her. Additionally, you also raise the anger level of the lawyer, Chang Qian, by several notches. After doing all this, you say with a chuckle, "Boring," and push the door open to leave. Inside, Chao Xixin is already livid, slapping Chang Qian across the face. "What a useless piece of trash. You're of no help at all." Chang Qian is taken aback. You jump in to speak, directly shutting him down. "Am I allowed to perform?" Somehow, he also loses control, raising his hand and slapping back. "You dare hit me?" Chao Xixin is going crazy. Her son is in jail, and she spent a lot of money hiring a lawyer who was useless, and now he dares to hit her. He screams and rushes up, grabbing Chang Qian by the face. Chang Qian doesn't hold back either and immediately starts to fight back, cursing at her. Naturally, many security personnel rush in and forcibly separate the two. What is this? Fighting in the police station? they're all getting locked up. Meanwhile, you walk out of the police station as if nothing happened. But just then, Jia Tenmei's commanding voice suddenly sounds from behind. Zhang Wei, write me a letter of understanding right now. You turn back and laugh. What are you? Are you ordering me around? Jia Tianmei shakes with anger. She's always been pampered by you and now doesn't know how to respond to your words. Seeing her like this, you chuckle. You should be grateful we're outside, otherwise, I'd paralyze you right here. And then you push the door open and leave. Behind you, Jia Tianmei keeps calling your name but doesn't chase after you, as your gaze earlier frightened her. It felt like she was looking at a corpse, not a person. Soon, you take a cab to Tan Xingai's law firm. You believe in following through, and tomorrow you'll report your results to Yu Shangyang. Actually, Tan Xingai isn't a good person either. In your past life, when Yu Shangyang died unexpectedly, she remarried a local official. A few years later, they both ended up in prison for selling state secrets. As soon as you walk in the door, the receptionist politely asks, "Sir, do you have an appointment?" You calmly shake your head. "No, I want to consult with lawyer Tan Xingai about a case. Please wait a moment, I'll contact her." Before long, she hangs up the phone and smiles. "This way, sir. Lawyer Han is waiting for you in his office. You can go this way, the fifth room has a nameplate on the door." Upon arriving at the office, Tan Xingai politely stood up. "I have to say she is very slim, and her figure is exceptionally good. It's clear she must have trained regularly. To be fair, I would give her an 85, but this woman has an insatiable desire for money." "Mr. Zhang, please take a seat. What kind of case do you need me to help you with?" She has no intention of shaking your hand. This woman exudes an air of pride. You naturally didn't care and sat down. "I actually lied to the beautiful receptionist. I'm not here to discuss a lawsuit with you." Upon hearing this, Tan Xingai's expression darkened instantly. "I don't have time to waste with you. Please leave immediately, or I will call security." You smiled and said, "If Miss Tan insists on saying that, then I might have to reveal the truth about Ling Yanyan being pushed down the stairs and killed." "Speak up." Wen Yan's face turned pale with fear. He was a bully in school, often picking on classmates, and Ling Yanyan was the one he pushed down the stairs to her death. However, he had a powerful father, a prominent lawyer, and an influential uncle Bai, who managed to label the incident as an unfortunate accident. Now he's young and has become a managing partner. It was only after being caught that he revealed all these details. At this moment, he maintained a stern expression and asked, "How much do you want?" I shook my head and said, "I don't want money, so what do you want?" Then I smiled and pointed at him. He immediately became agitated and shouted, "No way. Then there's nothing more to discuss." I stood up and said, "I remember there were witnesses, right? It was one of your lackeys, wasn't it?" But I actually didn't know who that lackey was. I just wanted to rattle him. Clearly, he was already panicking now. For a reincarnator, having foresight is already an unbeatable advantage. Of course, there are even better systems out there. Then he was completely dazed as you carried him to his exclusive lounge. 2 hours later, you walked out of the lounge, and at that moment, your desire points had reached 2,000. You tried to wipe something off the wall, and instantly 1,000 desire points were deducted. Then you felt a powerful force surging within you, a warm flow enveloping your bones, heart, and muscles. At this moment, Tan Xingai also tidied up and came out, her eyes filled with intense anger and resentment. "Why don't you turn yourself in? You forced me to have relations with you. Confessing could lead to a lighter sentence." Seeing this, you chuckled and said, "They say one night as husband and wife brings 100 days of affection. You were so comfortable just now. Have you forgotten me so quickly?" Upon hearing this, his charming face flickered with shame and anger, looking as if he wanted to tear you apart. He didn't realize why he had suddenly felt such intense desire. He even actively flirted with you, although he suspected you might have done something, but he had never heard of any method that could achieve such an effect. However, he couldn't care less about the details now. He only knew that you had played him, and he couldn't let this slide. He had to make sure you faced the consequences. At this moment, you smiled and said, "You wouldn't forget how you were the one being proactive just now, right? Luckily, I'm cautious and kept evidence." Saying this, you shook your phone and opened the playback. He was instantly shocked. You didn't pay him any mind, waved your hand, and left his office. You were hungry and decided to grab a bite to eat. You casually found a small diner, ordered 2 dishes and a soup, and began to devour your meal. Indeed, freedom is the greatest wealth, you thought as you ate. The small diner had a few scattered customers, each radiating different desires, which you continuously absorbed. But soon the desire points stopped increasing. It seemed that each person had a limited amount of desire they could generate in a short time. After finishing your meal, you returned to your rental. As soon as she heard the door open, Jia Tianmei stood up from the sofa and said, "Zhang Lei, I'm giving you one last chance, sign the reconciliation agreement immediately. You looked at the woman and couldn't help but sigh that society is truly a big melting pot. When Jia Tianmei graduated a year ago, she could still be considered innocent and kind. But after just 1 year in the glamorous world, she had become a true gold digger. In your previous life, you had practically spent a lifetime working for her, and looking back now, it was certainly not worth it. You ignored her and returned to your room to start packing. Seeing this, Jia Tianmei couldn't help but yell, "Zhang Lei, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf?" You finally glanced at her and said, "What do you think you are? I have no relationship with you anymore. I've already vacated this rental. You can stay for one more night at most. The landlord will come to collect the keys tomorrow. Be careful not to be mistaken for a thief." After saying that, you grabbed your bag and walked out. To deal with such a gold digger, you first needed to become a super rich person. First, let her regret her actions, and then let her experience what your previous life was like. Meanwhile, Jia Tianmei kept calling out for Zhang Lei, urging him to ensure he got your reconciliation agreement. Of course, he had to complete the task, otherwise, how could he gain the approval of his future mother-in-law? Seeing you ignoring him as you walked into the stairwell, he felt anxious. He gritted his teeth and hurriedly chased after you, but he completely forgot he was wearing high heels. As he walked quickly, he twisted his ankle and fell down the stairs. Though he wasn't seriously injured, the pain made him cry. By the time he regained his senses, there was no trace of you left. He immediately screamed, "Zhang Lei." With his hair disheveled, he looked like a madman. At this moment, you walked out of the community feeling light and happy. The various people on the road radiated different desires, which you could absorb. While one person's desire is limited, the total amount is still quite substantial. After walking for over an hour, with fewer pedestrians on the road, you finally found a hotel to check in. However, you only dropped off your luggage and then walked back out. You quickly found a crowded bar to sit down, and immediately a strong wave of desire points hit you. The women in the bar, dressed in red, blue, and green, released a lot of desire, but within half an hour, it was mostly harvested clean. Time to move to a new place. So you changed bars 7 times that night, and by the time nearly all the bars closed at dawn, you returned to the hotel to rest. The next afternoon, you woke up and saw your desire points had surged to 12,000, and you smiled. As you pressed the plus button, a warm flow surged through your body again. Maybe it was time to hit the gym and see what level you're at now. But when you took a quick glance, you were stunned. Your desire points had decreased by 2,000. Could it be that the value increases exponentially? To verify your hypothesis, you pressed the plus button again, and to your shock, 4,000 desire points were deducted this time. You were dumbfounded. It turned out to be exponential. Oh my goodness, if I added this 10 times, the desire points needed later would be astronomical. But then you thought, it's not too bad. After all, I gained 12,000 in just half a day yesterday. If I think of a way, it should still be manageable. Moreover, after reinforcing twice in a row, you felt as if your body might explode. It seems that after reinforcing, your body also needs time to adapt. You quickly took a shower and went out, taking the subway to visit Yu Xiangyang. As you turned to the police station, you couldn't help but notice how haggard he looked after just one night. When he saw you, his anger skyrocketed instantly. Damn it! Chao Cixin told him yesterday that you refused to provide a reconciliation agreement. You merely smiled faintly and said, "Apologize sincerely. I'm actually quite reasonable. If you're sincere enough, I should be able to forgive you." Wen Yen took several deep breaths to calm himself down. "Okay, I apologize to you." With such an attitude in your apology, you continued to cross your legs and look at him. Yu Xiangyang wanted to hit someone but suppressed his impulse. "I'm sorry, I was too impulsive yesterday. Please forgive me." He lowered his head, gripping his hands tightly, as if hiding all his anger inside. At this time, you smiled and said, "Let me show you something good," then took out your phone and placed it on the table. Yu Xiangyang instinctively leaned closer, then froze, trembling all over. He saw something, his fiancée, and she was in bed, her hair disheveled and her face flushed. He had seen many women like this. At this moment, you casually said, "Yu Xiangyang, I must thank you for leaving Tan Qingai's first time to me." As you spoke, you pointed to the screen, where a photo of a bedsheet with bright plum blossoms appeared. Puyuk Xiangyang directly spat out a mouthful of blood. "Zhang Lei, I want to kill you, he roared as he was about to overturn the table to choke your neck. However, the police outside the room would not give him this opportunity, immediately rushing in and pushing him back. "You bastard, I'm going to kill you." Yu Xiangyang was still struggling until he was struck on the waist with a stick, and only then did he slump down. At this moment, you spoke to Comrade in Yuan from the height, and this person even threatened to kill me, so it is absolutely impossible to write him a letter of understanding. The security guard was completely confused. He had just seen the two talking quite well, both admitting their mistakes. So why did you Xiang Yang suddenly go crazy? And you just smiled, walked out of the police station. Where did old Qian start his money from? In the cell, there is a little bandit brother who helped the security bureau catch a big corrupt official before being integrated in. The corrupt official used someone else's identity to fill a suite, and then hid part of the bribes inside, while the synth accidentally stumbled upon this door. But there was a bit too much money inside. I thought it was some big brother's vault. In the end, I only dared to take a little bit. It was not until later when Yi Chang was captured that this matter was revealed, and that corrupt official naturally fell into the net as well. After entering prison, Yi Chang has been boasting about this matter. Now there are 2 months left before Yi Chang visits that vault, so let me get a head start. Quickly arrived at Happiness Garden. This is an old community, found an agency, and soon rented an apartment, -3 floors, spent over 4,000. Then spent all the savings to buy a fifth-hand van. Then it was the same as yesterday, going to crowded places during the day and visiting one bar after another at night, until returning to the happy community at 3 a.m. The desire points have also reached a new high, reaching 18,000. As the points are added, a familiar warm current rushes through the body. Suddenly, there was a feeling that I could smash anything in front of me. I tried to punch and turned my head to the kitchen, and with one hand, I lifted up the refrigerator. Come back to the bedroom, try the bed with one hand, and it's very easy, can move now. Arriving at the bottom of hole 14, avoiding surveillance, I climbed up to the 3rd floor along the pipe, easily broke the window, and just crawled in. Upon entering the bedroom and seeing the situation in front of you, you can't help but exclaim, "What the hell?" There is no bed in the bedroom. Instead, there is a pile of cash stacked to a height of about 1 meter. Wai Ching doesn't expect to pack and take away. Taking off the snakeskin bag on his back, you begin to pack the cash. After filling it up, you went downstairs to put it in the van, then climbed over the wall and through the window to pack, and after going back and forth more than 20 times, you finally stopped. The things were moved out, and the van was also packed full. Of course, you are not in a hurry at all. Even if that corrupt official discovers tomorrow that the treasury has been stolen, would he dare to report it? So you return to the rented room and sleep soundly. The next morning, after having breakfast, we drove the van out of the community, of course not to deposit money. Over 100 million in cash. No need to explain the source. Given the nature of the bank, they would definitely call the police and arrest someone on the spot. You are now going to the elite pawn shop. In addition to the pawn business on the surface, what they are best at is money laundering. Of course, the handling fee is also quite scary, 20 points, but you don't care, since it's all free anyway. Quickly arrived at the pawn shop. It was very quiet. Surprisingly, there wasn't a single customer. A staff member came out to greet you. "May I ask if you are here to pawn something or redeem it?" And you, however, smiled slowly and said, "I have a sum of money that I need to deposit with you. 1 yen. But the clerk showed a smile. "You know the handling fee, right?" You nod to no, 20 lines. "Just know it, I'll find our manager to come over," and soon he brought a middle-aged man with him. "Sir, how much would you like to deposit?" You smiled a little, and with one more puff, the man just took a sip of tea and immediately spat it out. Then someone came over. "This person has such boldness to praise." Zhang said that this tree is enough to make anyone develop a murderous intent. Anyway, the money saved here is not clean. And when you see him frown and hesitate, it means to continue asking how. "Is Guekong unable to eat?" Wen Yen quickly replied that he could eat it. Of course he could eat it, very soon. The van arrived at the place specifically for counting money. The anti-theft gate was lowered, and even if the SWAT team broke in, it would take some time. Bags made of snakeskin were taken down from the car, and the middle-aged man and his 7 little brothers were all wide-eyed. And at this moment, you are somewhat impatient and start to listen. The middle-aged man hurriedly began to count with 7 younger brothers, and after more than 2 hours, they finally finished counting all the cash, a total of 12 million. Naturally, I won't lend 2 million as a loose change. Working in this line, even the loose change is a significant income. Very soon, a middle-aged man brought a contract and a framed calligraphy piece. "Mr. Zhang, this is the antique you sold to us, an authentic work by Su Dongpa, which we are acquiring for 77 million. And you are secretly laughing in your heart, thinking this is a true work of Su Dongpa. Ha, my writing is much better looking than this." Then I calmly watched him run away with the money. The manager deducted a 20% handling fee, so I should receive 88 million, right? Why is it 20 points? He said while showing a confused expression. "We usually charge a fee of 30 points. 1 yen, you actually laughed. It seems you see yourself as young and still single, so you decided to rebel temporarily and prepare for a black market deal. If Mr. Zhang has any opinions, he can take the calligraphy and paintings and leave." After saying this, he pointed to the piece of nonsense written by someone unknown. However, what he didn't expect was that you laughed out loud. Even without the system, you had been a royal horse for over 20 years in your previous life. You actually dared to pit me against, Suji's face suddenly darkened. You really are looking for death. Bang 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 bang. The sound of repeated impacts echoed against the anti-theft rolling shutter for nearly half an hour before it finally stopped. Zhang Yan yanked the bruised and battered Qian Yun up. Manager Qian, have you learned your lesson? He asked. I've learned. Qian Yun's face was filled with fear. He had indeed underestimated Zhang Yan's youth and thought he could take advantage of him by charging an extra 10% fee on a whim, even planning to pocket all that dirty money. After all, it was dirty money. Zhang Yan had suffered a huge loss and could only swallow it down. Revenge? He should know who the big boss behind their pawn shop is. But as soon as Zhang Yan made a move, he realized how wrong he was. No wonder the other party dared to come alone. It wasn't because they were foolish, but because they had absolute strength. Like a bear. It was terrifying. Qian Yun had no temper left, obedient like a Persian cat. Zhang Yan casually tossed him to the ground, stepping on Qian Yun's face with one foot. How do you plan to compensate me? Qian Yun gritted his teeth. I can reduce the fee by 5%. Zhang Yan laughed heartily. You wanted to charge me an extra 10%, and now you only want to compensate me with 5%? Qian Yun hesitated. 10% was over 10 million. They needed to do the accounting and pay taxes, which was a real expense. If they only charged 10%, this deal would basically be a loss. Zhang Yan showed a dangerous expression. Can't you make the decision? Fine, call your superior over. I can make the decision. There's no need. No need, Qian Yun hurriedly said. If he called his superior over because of this, he would definitely be severely punished. Sigh, who told him to be so greedy? Why not just do business properly and charge a 20% fee? Now, this deal was completely in vain. Then transfer the money. Zhang Yan provided an account number. Qian Yun quickly had the finance department transfer the money, and a few minutes later, Zhang Yan received a text notification. Amount credited, 99 million. TSK, I'm a billionaire now. Although he had over 100 million before, that money was not clean. Now, this nearly 100 million was completely legitimate income. He happily signed his name on the contract. Time to leave. Zhang Yan strode away, while Qian Yun sat down on the ground, drenched in cold sweat. Manager, are we? One of the lackeys said. Shut up, Qian Yun snapped. He would never hold a grudge against Zhang Yan. This young man was too terrifying. Not only was his combat power frightening, but his indifferent gaze towards life made him certain that if he didn't obediently comply, the other party would really kill him. Such a ruthless person. Would he want to offend him a second time? If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Remember, nothing happened today, he warned fiercely. Yes. The 7 lackeys nodded in agreement. What to do with the money? Of course, buy a house and a car. Zhang Yan went directly to Linglong Bay to look at properties with an agent. Buying secondhand, he could move in with just a suitcase. Moreover, the housing prices in Sioux City were expected to surge in the second half of the year. Currently, the average price in Linglong Bay was around 30,000, but it would soar by over 10,000 in the second half of the year, and in a few years, it could reach an average of around 80,000. With some units even hitting 120,000. Buying a house here, even if not for personal use, would be a lucrative investment. Of course, with the future information Zhang Yan had, using real estate to appreciate money would take too long, and the return rate was too low. Similarly, in a few years, wouldn't buying Bitcoin be more appealing? Zhang Yan hadn't thought that far yet. He still didn't have a place to live. He couldn't stay in a hotel every day, could he? On the way to view the properties, Zhang Yan received a call from the bank. Nearly 100 million suddenly appeared in his account, instantly making him a client of the bank, which assigned him a personal financial advisor. This is a woman named Li Meng, whose voice is very pleasant, but her looks are rather ordinary, so Zhang Yan naturally has no thoughts about her and casually chatted for a bit before hanging up the phone. There aren't many second-hand houses for sale now, so Zhang Yan chose one with the best location and the largest area. Of course, the price is also high, with a listing price of 11 million. Zhang Yan met with the landlord and expressed that he could pay in full, and that he could settle the payment today, which made the landlord very happy to drop the cents. 10 million, deal. Of course, the listing price was not his bottom line. He could at least knock off 500,000, and since Zhang Yan was willing to pay in full and do it on the same day, another 500,000 off was still within the landlord's expectations. Zhang Yan swiped his card and immediately got the keys. However, even for a second-hand house, things like bedding still needed to be prepared by himself, so Zhang Yan went shopping at the mall to buy what he needed. He wasn't just busy with this, being out and about naturally meant he was constantly absorbing desire points, which were always on the rise. After handling these trivial matters, it was already 3 in the afternoon. He was quite tired. Zhang Yan didn't go home to rest but continued to head to crowded places, trying to collect more desire points. When the sun set, he took out his phone and sent a message to someone. After a while, he received a reply. As expected, he was coldly rejected. Heh, women. Zhang Yan typed back, Tan Mei, you wouldn't want that video to appear online, would you? Bastard. Tan Xing cursed first before replying, location. Hotel, I'll send you the address after I book a room. Zhang Yan typed with a smile. Last night, he was too focused on making money, and his little brother immediately protested. Sigh, after all, he had been a monk for 31 years, how could it be resolved just like that? Zhang Yan went to the hotel, booked a room, and then sent the room number to Tan Xing, adding, bring black stockings. 2 hours later, only Zhang Yan remained in the room. He didn't check out. The room fee was already paid, why waste it? He lay on the bed, savoring the moment. Tan Cheng's taste was really nice, but he had no intention of keeping this woman. In this life, Yu Shanghui hadn't died. Would Tan Cheng marry someone else? Probably, because Zhang Yan was definitely going to send Yu Shanghui to prison, and would Tan Cheng marry a convict? Even if she agreed, her father probably wouldn't approve. Would she marry that person from her past life, selling state secrets, and both end up in prison? Who cares? It was just for fun. Zhang Yan didn't even have the interest to pull her in. The main thing was, Tan Cheng wasn't beautiful enough for him to want to possess her. After resting well, Zhang Yan decided to go to a bar to collect desire points. Zhang Yan rushed to the bar. He kept changing bars, and this one was particularly large, with a huge crowd, making Zhang Yan feel like a mouse in a grain warehouse, reaping a bountiful harvest. Before 11 o'clock, the desire points he collected had already surpassed the entire day of yesterday. He had enough points to strengthen himself. Add points. 5th enhancement. Zhang Yan felt the overwhelming power within him, so comfortable he almost wanted to moan, but as his strength increased, so did his interest. Although there were many beauties in the bar, most were heavily made up, and without makeup, they would surely be a sight to behold. Even with makeup, there were hardly any who scored above 75, and now he needed at least an 80 to catch his eye. Damn! Zhang Yan's eyes suddenly lit up because he saw a stunning beauty. This woman was wearing a black leather jacket and pants, tight-fitting, showcasing her perfect, fiery figure. She was about 172 centimeters tall, which is considered tall among women, and with a pair of high heels. Even Zhang Yan, who was 180 centimeters, might not be taller than her, making her long legs appear even more upright and slender. The key point was her ample bosom, and her looks were stunningly beautiful. Score? No, 92 points. Zhang Yan secretly evaluated. A score of 60 is the passing line for a beauty, 70 is the level of the campus flower, and 80? That's the school beauty level. A score of 90 is exceptional. The key point? She had only applied light makeup, with naturally fiery red lips that should have been alluring to the bone, yet there was an indescribable air of heroism about her, creating a completely opposite aura that no one found conflicting. Instead, it formed a strong temptation through contrast. If a light makeup earns a score of 92, then what would a proper dressing yield? Wouldn't it start at 95? Tan Cheng was already at the school beauty level, but compared to her, she fell far short. However, Zhang Yan's lips curled into a playful smile. Unlike the colorful crowd around, there was almost no desire visible on her. Any desire. Without desire, what was she doing in a bar? Interesting. Moreover, Zhang Yan had spent 31 years in prison. Which two types of people was he most sensitive to? The first, of course, were criminals, and the second were law enforcement officers. This woman gave him the impression of a law enforcement officer. A law enforcement officer, deliberately dressed so seductively. What was she doing in a bar at this late hour? One could guess with a bit of thought that she was on a mission. Before Zhang Yan could take any action, he saw a large group of people coming down from upstairs. Leading them, what the hell? Wasn't that Scarface Chang? Scarface Chang was, of course, a nickname. His real name was Cheng Liang, but because of his pockmarked face, he was called Cheng Matzi by people in the underworld. He was a regular at Sioux City Prison, having been in and out countless times, with sentences getting longer each time. The reason for his imprisonment was always the same: trafficking. However, he was not a major drug lord but a small-time boss dealing in loose goods, so each time he was sentenced to less than 10 years. Only the last time, as his status rose and the amount he trafficked increased, he was sentenced to life imprisonment. So, were these people engaged in a drug deal? Had the police received intelligence and come to make arrests? Well, it seemed he had stumbled into this lively scene. Boss, not good, there are cops. A young thug suddenly shouted. Instantly, Scarface Chang and the others pulled out knives and scattered in different directions. Don't move! Law enforcement! The exquisite beauty suddenly pulled out a gun from somewhere and shouted sternly. Not just her, many plainclothes officers followed suit, shouting loudly. Clearly, someone had already taken control. The deafening music that had just filled the air abruptly stopped. Those traffickers obviously wouldn't surrender easily. Instead of stopping, they ran even faster. They fled, and the law enforcement officers naturally pursued, causing chaos in the bar. But the police were clearly well prepared, and several traffickers were quickly apprehended. Zhang Yan was taken aback, as he suddenly absorbed a large amount of desire points. It was released by those apprehended traffickers. This was intense despair. But why was the amount so large? He had encountered all sorts of people before, and it wasn't like he hadn't seen similar situations, but never in such large quantities. Could it be that they knew once caught, they would have to serve several years in prison, or even face execution, which made their despair so intense? If that were the case, Zhang Yan felt he had a duty to help the police combat criminals. This one was worth 1,000. To be confirmed, but Zhang Yan was quite confident. From now on, call me the nemesis of criminals. Don't move, or I'll kill her. A young man who looked like a thug, in a desperate situation, took a woman hostage, pressing a spring knife against her neck. Looking like he was about to lose control, he hissed. He had already been surrounded by several law enforcement officers, but they were hesitant to act. At that moment, the exquisite beauty walked over. Click, click, click. The sound of her high heels echoed pleasingly. But what made Zhang Yan's heart race even more was the way this woman swayed her voluptuous hips. Truly a mesmerizing enchantress. Captain Gu. She stepped forward, and several law enforcement officers called out in unison. Captain Gu? Gu Yusin. Zhang Yan suddenly realized the identity of this exquisite beauty. Gu Yusin, a woman who made all criminals in Sioux City tremble in fear. At least 1,000 people had been sent to prison by her own hands. When Zhang Yan was released from prison in his last life, Gu Yusin was already the director of the Sioux City Public Security Bureau. However, she had suffered a great loss in her youth. Once during an operation, a criminal took hostages, and she volunteered to exchange herself for the hostage, successfully subduing the criminal. But, in the process, Gu Yusin was also slashed on the face by the criminal. Although her appearance was not completely ruined, it left her with a scar that would never fade. Zhang Yan smiled. Since Gu Yusin had caught his eye, he certainly wouldn't want his woman to be disfigured. This matter, he would take care of. Besides, he was now a good citizen. Wasn't it normal for the police and citizens to cooperate? Unsurprisingly, Gu Yusin immediately proposed to replace the woman being held hostage by the criminal. I am Gu Yusin, the captain of the criminal police team. I am more suitable as your hostage than she is, Gu Yusin said. The criminal thought for a moment. Indeed, the identity of the criminal police captain was much more valuable. Moreover, this woman was so beautiful, with such a hot figure, even if he touched her a little, it seemed worth the risk. All right, come over slowly, he said sternly. Gu Yusin raised her hands and turned around to show the criminal that she was not carrying any weapons. Then, she slowly walked towards the criminal. Let her go, she said as she reached the criminal. The criminal released the woman he was holding and reached out to grab Gu Yusin. At that moment, Gu Yusin struck. She was clearly skilled in combat. Her move was quick and fierce. The criminal was taken aback and swung his knife at Gu Yusin without hesitation. She should have been able to dodge this attack, but she clearly forgot she was wearing high heels. As the knife came down, she immediately crouched to evade, but the high heels made her lose her balance, causing her to twist. In that instant, the spring knife swiped across her delicate face. Not good. She could no longer dodge, and her colleagues were too far away to assist, afraid to provoke the criminal. Was she really going to die here today? This thought suddenly flashed through Gu Yusin's mind. She had no regrets, just a bit of regret that there were still so many criminals in the world. Whoosh! At that moment, a figure dashed in like lightning, and a large hand reached out, firmly grabbing the criminal's wrist. Incredible! Gu Yusin was shocked, her lips parted in surprise. Before she could call out, she felt her waist tighten as someone caught her, preventing her from falling. The nearby security personnel were stunned. Who was this, able to turn the tide at such a critical moment? Then they reacted, rushing forward to subdue the criminal while asking Gu Yusin, Captain Gu, are you alright? Gu Yusin had steadied herself. She glanced at Zhang Yan and said, thank you. Zhang Yan discreetly withdrew his hand. TSK. The elasticity of her waist was really impressive. You're welcome. This is what an ordinary citizen should do, he replied. An ordinary citizen? Gu Yusin looked at Zhang Yan curiously. Have you practiced? That move just now is not something everyone can do. How fast did he have to be to arrive just in time? Moreover, to grip the criminal's wrist so precisely, it would take years of professional training to achieve that. Zhang Yan smiled. I just figured it out on my own. I can't say I've practiced. He couldn't be too modest. After all, she wasn't a fool, and he had other plans, intending to help the police catch criminals. So, how could he explain his prowess without some good skills? Gu Yusin looked at him with a hint of meaning, but with a task at hand, she certainly couldn't chat with Zhang Yan. She nodded at him and went back to her work. After a while, all the criminals were loaded onto 3 buses and sent to the Public Security Bureau, while Zhang Yan gained a large amount of desire points. It should be solid evidence now. The despair generated by the bad guys could provide far more desire points than ordinary people. Zhang Yan originally thought Gu Yusin had left and was preparing to leave himself, but unexpectedly, this Gu team member walked over again. This time, she wasn't dressed in sexy leather clothes but was wearing a police uniform. She looked heroic and spirited. However, her peach blossom eyes were still incredibly charming. Just imagining her in this uniform. Heh, it's thrilling. I'll take you to the Public Security Bureau, Gu Yusin said. You're involved now and need to give a statement. Plus, if you help the police, you'll receive a certificate of appreciation later. A certificate of appreciation? Zhang Yan felt a bit dazed. In his past life, he had spent 31 years in prison, and now he could receive a certificate from the police. How could he not feel emotional about that? However, if he really became a nemesis to criminals in the future, he would inevitably have to interact with law enforcement frequently. Is that a bad thing? Of course not. He definitely needed to develop his career and maintain a good relationship with the police. That would be a significant advantage. Of course, one day when his strength surpassed the mundane, no law would be able to touch him, and he wouldn't need any assistance. But for now, he still needed it. Alright, Zhang Yan nodded. Gu Yusin took him to the criminal investigation team and personally recorded his statement. This was quick because Zhang Yan was just there to watch the show and then acted bravely. The only noteworthy thing was his skills. They were impressive. Yusin, I heard you almost got hurt by a criminal. You scared me. A male security officer approached, his face full of lingering fear. Gu Yusin frowned slightly. Captain Lu, please call me by my name or just Gu. The officer waved his hand. Alright, Gu, are you okay? Zhang Yan immediately made a judgment. This guy was pursuing Gu Yusin, but she wasn't interested in him. After seeing Gu Yusin, the security officer suddenly exuded a strong desire, and his lust had also swelled significantly. This was easy to understand. Who wouldn't be moved in front of such a stunning beauty like Gu Yusin? Those who weren't moved were either eunuchs or homosexuals. Trying to steal my woman? Be careful, or I'll permanently reduce your lust to 0. Gu Yusin ignored the security officer and sent Zhang Yan out. The statement was already recorded. Was she going to make Zhang Yan stay overnight? Besides, they had just caught dozens of traffickers, and they would definitely be swamped with work next. Zhang Yan wasn't in a hurry to get closer to Gu Yusin. He was about to call a car when he saw the security officer, who had just been coldly treated by Gu Yusin, running over. Buddy, thank you for saving my Yusin, the officer said. I'm Louis, captain of the 2nd team of the Criminal Investigation Unit. You can just call me Lu Gu from now on. Here's my business card. If you run into any trouble, you can find me. I'm busy right now. Let's have a meal another day. After saying that, he forcefully stuffed the business card into Zhang Yan's hand and turned to go back inside. Zhang Yan looked at the business card and couldn't help but smile. Interesting. From this perspective, Louis wasn't a bad person. It was just that he also had his eyes on Gu Yusin. That guy, I won't give way to you. He thought for a moment and decided to keep the business card. Back at the hotel, Zhang Yan intended to sleep until he naturally woke up but was awakened by the ringing of his phone. Who is it? He answered the call. Zhang Yan, what time is it now? Are you planning to go to work? A voice shouted. Work? Zhang Yan was taken aback for a moment, then recalled a distant memory. Oh right, he was still a worker. He worked at Yinchuan Technology as a struggling programmer, and just a couple of days ago was the weekend, so he hadn't thought about going to work today, which was Monday, and now it was 10:30. No wonder his boss called. Zhang Yan smiled and said, Team leader, I want to resign. What work was he going to do now? Zhang Yan, don't be impulsive. Jobs are hard to find now. Team leader Joy Yang actually started to advise him. It's fine, I won 5 million in the lottery and achieved financial freedom. Zhang Yan said with a smile. Joy Yang was left speechless. Winning the lottery isn't surprising, but hitting a 5 million jackpot is terrifying. Can an ordinary person win that? Zhang Yan hung up the phone. Now he had nearly 90 million, and with the starting capital secured, the next step was to figure out how to turn 90 million into 900 million, 9 billion, or even 90 billion. Well, 90 billion would be enough. After all, making money isn't the goal, spending it is. However, less than half an hour after hanging up, Zhuo Yang surprisingly called again. Zhang Yan, did you offend someone? As soon as the call connected, Zhuo Yang asked. Zhang Yan was slightly taken aback. Two guys who look like small-time thugs came to the company looking for you. Zhuo Yang continued. They didn't believe you had resigned and broke some things in the office. They only ran off after hearing we called the police. Oh, Zhang Yan thought for a moment, and a name suddenly popped into his head. Chao Cixin. No, it could also be Yu Honghai's doing. In the real estate business, who doesn't know a few big brothers from the underworld? Some even transform from being a big brother to becoming a real estate developer. What does the Yu family want with him? The same purpose, to make him issue a letter of understanding. If he doesn't issue the letter, Yu Shanghui is very likely to be detained at the Public Security Bureau for 10 days to half a month. Yu Hanghai and Chao Cixin are so fond of their son, of course, they wouldn't want that, which is why they sent thugs to find him and force him to comply. Just imagine, a few thugs come to the company looking for you, threatening that if you don't issue the letter, they'll come every day. You'd definitely worry about how your leaders and colleagues would view you, and you'd likely compromise. Hee. I haven't even come looking for you yet, and you come to bother me? Zhang Yan chuckled and pulled out Chao Cixin's number to call her. During their previous mediation, Chao Cixin had given him this number. A few seconds later, the call connected, but it was clearly not Chao Cixin who answered, but a man. I'm looking for Chao Cixin, Zhang Yan said. Who are you? The other party asked. Zhang Yan. Then there was silence on the line. After a few seconds, a woman's voice came through. Are you willing to talk now? This time it was Chao Cixin. Zhang Yan smiled. You book a room, and let me know where it is once it's done. After saying that, he hung up. On the other end, Chao Cixin frowned. Book a room? What do you want to do? She thought for a moment and called Zhang Yan back. Is the room booked? Zhang Yan asked. Why do you want me to book a room? Chao Cixin retorted. Bam! Zhang Yan hung up the phone. Chao Cixin was about to curse. Ever since the Yu family became prosperous, who dared to hang up on her? But thinking of her son, Chao Cixin had to swallow her anger, sent someone to book a room, and after it was done, she contacted Zhang Yan again, telling him the hotel and room number. See you in half an hour. Zhang Yan only said this before hanging up again. Bastard! Chao Cixin couldn't help but curse. She swore that once her son was released, she would knock all of Zhang Yan's teeth out and cut off his tongue. With 2 bodyguards, she immediately had the driver take her to the hotel. After a dozen minutes, she arrived at the hotel with her bodyguards, and after waiting another 10 minutes, the door finally knocked. Go open the door, she ordered. One of the bodyguards went to open the door, and then, as if escorting a prisoner, walked in with Zhang Yan. Write the letter of understanding for me immediately, Chao Cixin commanded. This wasn't the Public Security Bureau, she had no concerns at all. Today, if Zhang Yan didn't write the letter, he wouldn't be able to leave this door. Zhang Yan paid her no mind. Don't come to provoke me, you can't afford the consequences. Chao Cixin couldn't help but laugh, then abruptly stopped, her voice cold. You, a poor wretch without parents, still think you can threaten me? Of course, she had investigated Zhang Yan, otherwise, she wouldn't know where he worked. She also knew that Zhang Yan was an orphan, raised in an orphanage, and after graduating, he only worked at an ordinary company doing mundane tasks. So, what power could someone like him possibly have? How dare he threaten her? Teach him a lesson, she said coldly. The bodyguard behind Zhang Yan immediately sprang into action. Another bodyguard crossed his arms and watched the show. They were all professionals, each with combat skills far beyond ordinary people. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say one could take on 5 without any problem. Bang! However, the next second, both Chao Cixin and the other bodyguard were left dumbfounded. The bodyguard who had attacked was sent flying, crashing heavily against the wall, then bouncing back, his face covered in blood, a truly horrific sight. But what shocked Chao Cixin and the other bodyguard was how easily this bodyguard had been defeated. How could this be? The second bodyguard quickly stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Chao Cixin, his face filled with seriousness. The opponent was powerful beyond measure. Zhang Yan smiled faintly. His attack was not physical. If that bodyguard hadn't attacked him, he wouldn't have thrown him out like garbage. Chao Cixin couldn't help but tremble. She had brought 2 bodyguards, thinking it was foolproof, that nothing could go wrong. She should have brought bodyguards last time. This guy refused to sign the reconciliation letter, and she planned to beat him up until he agreed. But this scene showed just how wrong she was. Although one bodyguard hadn't acted yet, the first had been kicked away like trash. Could the second bodyguard be any different? Why, you better not do anything reckless, she stammered. It was clearly a warning, but it sounded fierce yet weak. Zhang Yan looked at her with disdain. Of course, I won't do anything reckless, just look at your age, still trying to take advantage of me. But at 30, you're like a wolf, at 40, like a tiger, and you're over 50 now. Ha, old you must be out there living it up, right? I'm just a kind-hearted person, I can't stand to see others suffer. Chao Cixin felt a chill run down her spine and quickly asked, what do you want to do? It's not about what I want to do, but what you all want to do. Zhang Yan pointed at Chao Cixin and the other bodyguard. Well, it was about time to start. Before entering, he had called Yu Hanghai to come catch them in the act. If Yu Hanghai believed him, he should be arriving soon. Desire control. He smiled as he stood up, and after stepping outside, he thoughtfully closed the door. The moment the door closed, one could vaguely see Chao Cixin and the other bodyguard entangled together. Yu Hanghai eventually arrived. After all, if his wife was cheating, whether true or not, he had to see it for himself. The result, he was completely blindsided. It was real. Damn. In that instant, Yu Hanghai's face turned green with anger, and he rushed forward. He had completely lost feelings for his wife, having no idea how many lovers he had outside. He hadn't divorced solely because of their son, as his wife couldn't control him anyway. But while he could have flings outside, Chao Cixin looking for a toy boy? That was unacceptable. Yu Hanghai wouldn't lose face. Dare to put a green hat on me? You're dead. Yu Hanghai's 4 bodyguards were stunned. The boss's wife was actually involved with her colleague. What a scoop! But how much had the boss's wife given? Otherwise, how could Wei be interested in a woman over 50? Just look at how saggy her butt and chest are. After his rage, Yu Hanghai calmed down. Something was off. No matter how desperate Chao Cixin was, she wouldn't be with a bodyguard, and why would someone inform him? How could this happen? Chao Cixin suddenly screamed, finally coming to her senses. The bodyguard named Wei was trembling, partly out of fear for daring to mess with the boss's woman, and partly out of disgust. No matter how well Chao Cixin maintained herself, she was still a woman in her 50s, while he was only in his 30s. What a loss. The bodyguard who had been kicked away by Zhang Yan and fainted was quite lucky, still in a state of unconsciousness, thus escaping a calamity. Bitch! Yu Hanghai raised his hand and slapped his wife. Regardless of whether he had fallen into someone else's trap, the fact that he had lost face was undeniable, and he had to vent his anger. Chao Cixin's jaw was loosened from the slap, but she was in the wrong first and naturally did not dare to retaliate, quickly saying, "Husband, let me explain." "Explain what?" Yu Hanghai said with a stern face. Chao Cixin then recounted the meeting with Zhang Yan. "Husband, I thought this kid was scared and wanted to negotiate with me, to write a letter of understanding. I didn't expect he would actually play dirty." "Humph, you seemed quite pleased just now," Yu Hanghai said coldly, but his expression grew serious. "You mean Zhang Yan kicked the knife right into the wall?" Chao Cixin nodded eagerly. "Yes, Wei and I saw it with our own eyes." The bodyguard named Wei quickly nodded in agreement. Yu Hanghai turned to his 4 bodyguards. "Can you guys do that?" All 4 shook their heads. One of them said, "We can handle ordinary people, but Wei's strength is about the same as ours, so it's absolutely impossible." Yu Hanghai's brows furrowed even tighter. After his son got into trouble, he had only made a few calls to smooth things over. Although he hadn't managed to get his son out, it was just a public security detention, so it wasn't a big deal. He hadn't played his strongest card, as that would be overkill, and he didn't know how much he would have to pay to use that card, which he was reluctant to part with. So, he let his wife handle the matter entirely. He had thought the other party was just an ordinary person and would be easy to deal with, but he never expected such a result. One kick had sent a professional bodyguard flying. What a ruthless person. He maintained a stern face and said to Chao Cixin, "Get back to where you came from." Chao Cixin, being in the wrong, naturally did not dare to argue with Yu Hanghai and quickly got dressed, leaving in a huff. Yu Hanghai then sat down and started smoking one cigarette after another, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. Wei definitely had to be dealt with. Even if he didn't care about that yellow-faced woman, he couldn't just pretend nothing had happened. However, that Zhang Yan kid was a bit sinister. Could he possibly know hypnosis? Otherwise, how could his wife end up with the bodyguard? Moreover, the person who had informed him must be Zhang Yan. He thought for a moment, took out his phone, and made a call. "Old he, let's get together?" "Sure, see you soon." He left the hotel and had the driver take him to a certain place, the clubhouse of He Yuan, the leader of the Black Tiger Gang. He and He Yuan had been old friends for many years. As someone in the construction business, he inevitably encountered some stubborn clients or difficult customers, and that was when he needed the Black Tiger Gang to step in. The 2 little thugs sent to Zhang Yan's company by Chao Cixin were arranged by He Yuan. 20 minutes later, he arrived at the Xinhai clubhouse. "Ha, old you, what brings you here today?" He Yuan welcomed him into a luxurious private room. "Heard there are some new goods, want to try them out?" Yu Hanghai's heart stirred for a moment, but he quickly suppressed it, saying, "Old he, I've run into a troublesome matter, I need your help to resolve it." "Oh, you still have things you can't handle?" He Yuan was a bit surprised. "Tell me about it." Yu Hanghai then recounted the situation with Zhang Yan but omitted the part about his wife and the bodyguard's affair. It was too embarrassing to mention. Very capable? He Yuan couldn't help but laugh. In this day and age, it's not just about fighting and killing, old you, we can outsmart them. Smart move? Yu Hanghai stared at him. He nodded. I can send some of my men to create trouble for that Zhang Yan. Make them clash. Yu Hanghai couldn't help but look puzzled. You call this a smart move? He Yu continued. During the conflict, I'll have one of my guys intentionally injure himself, and then everyone will point fingers at Zhang Yan. Heh, won't that kid end up in jail? Damn, that's quite a sinister tactic. Yu Hanghai thought to himself, but he showed a sinister smile. Then I'll leave it to you. He Yu nodded. But you definitely have to give my guy some compensation. I understand. Is 1 million enough? Yu Hanghai quickly replied. That's enough. He Yu smiled. Then hurry up and arrange it. All right. Yu Hanghai was eager and immediately took his leave so He Yu could get started. He Yu called a few of his men and explained the plan. Who wants to take this job? 200,000. I will. A shorter young man immediately stepped forward. Selling a kidney only gets you 200,000, and although he would be self-harming, it didn't necessarily mean he would lose a kidney. Alright, you guys hurry up and handle it. I've already sent you the information on that person. He Yu waved his hand. Just by flipping his hand, he made 800,000, and he was in a very good mood. Hubby, take me shopping. A sexy beauty swayed in, drawing all the little brothers' lustful gazes to her perky backside. But they only dared to look. This was the boss's woman. He Yu smiled. This was his newly married wife, Feng Qian, a recent university graduate and a true campus beauty. Unlike Yu Hanghai, he had long kicked his original wife to the curb. This was his fifth wife. They were legally married. Feng Qian was his favorite among his wives and the most beautiful. He was going to spoil her to the heavens. Hearing his wife's request, he immediately agreed. Okay, I'll take you shopping. He smiled, but inside he thought, with his wife's extravagant spending, the 800,000 he just earned might not be enough, and he might even have to chip in more. Zhang Yan still headed to crowded places. The desire points were slowly increasing. Ordinary people couldn't compare to those who were truly vicious. Just yesterday, that group of traffickers appeared, and even though it was less than half an hour, he gained a whopping 56,000 desire points. However, this many desire points was only enough for one enhancement. How many desire points would the next enhancement require? If he relied on ordinary people for desire points, it would probably take 5 to 6 days. But if he could devour the desires of the truly vicious, he could probably do it in just a few. For Zhang Yan, such people were extra income. Finding one would be a windfall. Making catching bad guys a side job? That could work. First, I can gain extra desire points. Second, I can build a good relationship with the police, specifically with the beautiful officer Gu Yusen. Thinking of Gu Yusen's impressive figure, Zhang Yan couldn't help but swallow. Compared to Gu Yusen, even Tan Chang would be instantly overshadowed. Where to find the truly vicious? Too easy. After spending 31 years in prison, everyone he encountered was vicious, including quite a few serial killers. Think about it. What major evils are there in Sioux City right now? Zhang Yan racked his brain and then smiled. The rainy night butcher. This criminal always committed his crimes during heavy rain, not because he had a special preference for such weather, but because the rain could wash away a lot of evidence. Thus, this person had been committing crimes in Sioux City for nearly a year before being personally captured by Gu Yusen. This person was named Xiao Kuan, and his targets were all single young women. He would rape and then kill them, even disfiguring the victims to further complicate the police's investigation. He was caught because Gu Yusen personally acted as bait to lure him in. Of course, the police had no idea where he would appear, so they could only cast a wide net on that rainy night. Thus, the bait plan had actually been implemented long ago, but it wasn't until 6 months later that they finally succeeded in capturing him. As for now, well, Gu Yusen should have already put the bait plan into action, but it would still take another 4 months to catch the person. Xiao Kuan's true identity was the owner of a noodle shop, and the reason he embarked on this path of crime was that he discovered his wife was cheating on him, and in a fit of rage, he accidentally killed her. He hid his wife's body and lied, claiming she had gone on a trip out of town. It was this act of murder that awakened the demon within Xiao Kuan, leading him down an irreversible path. After Xiao Kuan was captured, the police found his wife's body in his noodle shop. He had stored her body in a freezer to prevent it from decomposing. I just need to find a reason to discover the body in the freezer, and I can send him in without a hitch. Well, first, I'll go find him. If I confirm that this murderer can provide more desire points, I'll get him locked up. If not, I won't waste my time on this. I'll just focus on making money. After all, I can earn desire points every day, just a matter of how many. However, Zhang Yan didn't know the exact location at Xiao Kuan's noodle shop, and Sioux City was so large that searching one by one would take quite a bit of time. I'll buy a new car and slowly look at the map, I'll definitely find it. Plus, I can absorb desire while I walk. Zhang Yan decided to buy a car. Now that he had money, he naturally wanted to buy a good one. After spending 31 years in prison, Zhang Yan was quite interested in enjoying material life. What car should he buy? Although he had over 80 million, that was just his starting capital, so he couldn't spend too much. Let's set a budget of 5 million. A regular sports car? Then let's go for a Ferrari. After studying for a while, Zhang Yan decided not to waste too much time on this. After all, he would definitely have endless money in the future, and the car he bought now was just a temporary measure. Just as he was about to set off, he saw a group of people approaching, each exuding a rough demeanor, swinging steel pipes in their hands, and clearly heading straight for him. As these people drew closer, Zhang Yan felt a surge of joy instead of fear. The desire points they offered were clearly going to be more. This further confirmed his suspicion that bad people indeed provided more desire points than good or ordinary people. So, is it that the desires of bad people are stronger? Zhang Yan murmured. There were a total of 13 thugs, and they had already closed in on Zhang Yan. One thug with dyed golden hair sized Zhang Yan up and said, "Hey, buddy, I'm short on cash lately. Can you lend me some?" As Zhang Yan opened his phone to record, he smiled and said, "Are you planning to rob me?" Having suffered greatly in his past life, he was always cautious now. Mainly, he was afraid of accidentally injuring these people. This recording could prove he was acting in self-defense. The golden-haired thug scoffed and threw his cigarette butt at Zhang Yan. "Just give the money, no need for so much talk." Zhang Yan slightly stepped aside, letting the cigarette pass by him, and immediately lunged forward, throwing a punch at the golden-haired thug. Bang! The thug was sent flying. What the hell? The other thugs were both shocked and furious. This kid really had guts, daring to strike first against more than 10 of them. Beat him up. Instantly, they all charged at Zhang Yan. However, they had come with a mission, so the one who had taken 200,000 quickly chose a position and lunged toward a steel rebar sticking out of the ground. "Ah!" he screamed. The rebar was very sharp, and with his deliberate lunge, the immense force drove it straight through his abdomen, blood gushing out. Damn, he killed someone. Quick, call the police. Just now, 7 thugs surrounded Zhang Yan, while the 5 behind did not move forward because there was no space left. This was naturally part of their plan, and they quickly took out their phones to call the police. But just as they dialed, they were astonished to find that the 7 companions surrounding Zhang Yan were all lying on the ground. Damn, that was 7 people. "Hello, hello." A voice came from the other end of the line. The 5 thugs immediately started speaking all at once. "Someone's been killed. Hurry up. Shintang Street, in an alley, and we need an ambulance." Zhang Yan watched their performance, his gaze sweeping over the thug lying on the ground, and he immediately understood. They were digging their own grave. Who was behind this? The Golden Eagle pawnshop, or Yu Hanghai? Forget it, let these people explain themselves. Zhang Yan smiled slightly at them. The 5 thugs felt a jolt in their hearts. How could he still be smiling? Zhang Yan locked onto one person, raising his fear level to the maximum, and the object of that fear was himself. Slap! That person knelt down, trembling. "Who sent you here?" Zhang Yan asked. We were sent by our boss." The man stammered. "Are you stupid? Who is your boss?" Zhang Yan asked again. The man seemed to wake from a dream and said, "Our boss is He Yuan, the leader of the Black Tiger Gang." He Yuan? Zhang Yan raised an eyebrow. He knew this person because He Yuan would later become a member of Sioux City Prison, but he did not ally with Zhang Yan, instead following another prison bully. He Yuan loved to boast about marrying a campus beauty, not only beautiful but also with a great figure. However, in less than 6 months, his campus beauty wife ran off with the rest of his belongings and another man. Zhang Yan revealed a chilling smile. He had no grievances with He Yuan now, and they were even strangers, so why did He Yuan send someone to mess with him? It didn't matter, he would just ask He Yuan about it. However, in his past life, you allied with another prison bully against me, and now you've picked the wrong side? Ha! I can't let you off easily. Didn't you brag about how beautiful and well-shaped your wife is? Let's see for yourself. After receiving the report, the security personnel and ambulance quickly arrived. But Zhang Yan had already raised the fear levels of these thugs to the breaking point, and upon seeing the security personnel, they confessed everything about framing Zhang Yan. This left the security personnel speechless. You stabbed your own people, and now you're confessing? What a bunch of useless fools. They were all taken back to the police station. Although it was self-harm, it was still one-sided, and an investigation had to be conducted. Zhang Yan cooperated fully and even presented the video he had recorded earlier. Upon seeing it, the facts were crystal clear. Zhang Yan was absolutely innocent. He signed a report and left the security bureau. Once he was gone, when the fear levels of those thugs returned to normal, they would definitely recant their statements. Although they could no longer implicate him, they certainly wouldn't dare drag He Yuan down with them. Just right, he hadn't planned to let the security personnel intervene anyway. He would put off buying a car for now and go find He Yuan. Zhang Yan didn't need anyone to guide him. He hailed a cab and went to the Xinhai Club. In his past life, He Yuan, in prison, besides boasting about his little wife, was also involved with the Xinhai Club, a place that could fulfill all a man's fantasies. Zhang Yan was quite interested. The club's setup was very conventional. Upon entering, you changed your shoes and took a bath. If you didn't want to continue, you just put on your clothes, settled the bill, and left. But who would come here just for a bath? So, the next step was to go upstairs. The second floor was the lounge area, with a large lobby and private rooms. After Zhang Yan arrived, a young man quickly approached him, asking if he wanted a massage. After receiving a positive response, he led Zhang Yan to a private room on the third floor. A moment later, he brought in 7 women dressed provocatively into the room. The Xinhai Club is a famous den of iniquity in Sioux City. Although the club's model is not much different from ordinary ones, first, the decor here is extremely luxurious, and second, the quality of the women is quite high. Each of these women scores above 70. Zhang Yan is not here to spend money, so he waved his hand. Change. The little brother complied and quickly called in a new batch of women, still all above 70, and one had particularly large breasts, making Zhang Yan's heart flutter. However, change. The third and fourth batches came in, and by the fourth batch, there was even an 80-point beauty, long legs, slim waist, but her breasts were a bit unnaturally large, likely due to technology and hard work. Change. This time, the little brother couldn't hold back, coldly saying, "How many batches have you changed? I think you're just here to cause trouble." Zhang Yan smiled broadly, just now realizing it. Damn! The little brother cursed and was about to step forward, but Zhang Yan pushed him, causing him to crash into the box door, feeling as if all his bones were about to fall apart. Once he regained his senses, he hurried to call for help. When he appeared again, there were more people, but the leader was no longer him. It was a fierce-looking middle-aged man with a scar on his face, dark red flesh showing, looking very menacing. Oh, a scar! Zhang Yan recognized this man. He was the top general under He Yuan, whose real name he didn't know, nicknamed Scar, and the gang called him Brother Scar. As a general under He Yuan, he had also ended up in prison, but despite his fierce appearance, he was actually very cowardly, crying like a woman on his first day in jail. "You come here to cause trouble and dare to hit my people," Scar said coldly. "Kneel down and apologize, and pay me 100,000 yuan, and I'll let you go this time." Zhang Yan just smiled. "Damn, if you won't listen to reason, then I'll have to beat you into submission." Scar waved his hand, and a group of little brothers immediately rushed forward. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of beating were incessant. After accompanying his little wife for half a day, He Yuan returned to the club, dragging his exhausted body. His home was certainly not here, but he loved the atmosphere of the club, and on a whim, he could call a woman up to have fun. He embraced his little wife and returned to his exclusive suite, but when he pushed open the door wrapped in genuine leather, he saw a young man sitting in his office chair. Very familiar. He clearly didn't know this person, so why did he feel a sense of familiarity? Then, he suddenly realized. It was Zhang Yan. How did he end up here? Shouldn't he have been caught already? Where were his subordinates? What were they doing, allowing a stranger into his room? "Big brother, have some tea." At that moment, his top general entered with a cup of tea, looking extremely obsequious. Wait, what was going on? He Yuan looked at Scar in surprise, but Scar seemed not to see him, only smiling at Zhang Yan like a lapdog. "Sit." Zhang Yan took the lead, addressing He Yuan. He Yuan felt a wave of panic, but his little wife, either clueless or spoiled, immediately snorted, "Who do you think you are, daring to give orders here?" "Scar, is this person your relative?" "Honey, you need to manage this subordinate well. Even if you trust him, you can't let him bring relatives here, right?" Zhang Yan couldn't help but glance at the woman. Is this the intelligence of a college student? No wonder He Yuan had been bragging in prison. This woman was indeed very beautiful, though not reaching the 90-point top-tier standard. She was definitely above 80. Absolutely a campus beauty. The key was her large breasts. Just now, in anger, she stomped her foot, and her ample bosom under the sweater shook heavily, showing both a substantial size and proving their authenticity. "Shut up," He Yuan snapped at his little wife. After all, he was a person of stature, sitting down with a thud, maintaining his composure. I underestimated Boss Zhang. I admit defeat. Whatever Zhang wants, just say it. I won't say a word. As he spoke, the cold sweat on his forehead continued to pour down. His little wife, however, was quite indignant. When had He Yuan ever scolded her? In an instant, she felt so wronged that tears welled up in her eyes. Zhang Yan turned to He Yuan and asked, "Who made you do this?" He Yuan wanted to argue a bit, but the scarred man slapped him hard. "Damn it, My boss is asking you a question, and you still dare to hesitate? The slap left He Yuan completely dazed. The scarred man had completely betrayed him. How dare he? What methods had Zhang Yan used to make the scarred man so obedient? He Yuan certainly refused to give in. At that moment, he thought of the security officer. Call the police and have the security officer drive Zhang Yan and the scarred man away. It would be laughable to say that a black boss needed the security officer to save him, but he was truly terrified. But before he could take out his phone, a strong wave of fear surged within him. In his eyes, Zhang Yan transformed into a hellish demon. He felt that if he dared to upset the other party, he would immediately be left without a burial place. This was more effective than any threat. He Yuan instantly slid off his chair, drenched in sweat, trembling all over, with not a trace of the black boss's dominance left. Zhang Yan smiled faintly, and extracting He Yuan's fear cost him over 500 desire points. Adding in the scarred man and others, this expense exceeded 5,000 points, but the gains were substantial. The men and women in the club all had strong desires. Lust and greed for money. He actually didn't lose much. Speak, he said in a deep voice, full of authority. He Yuan involuntarily shivered and quickly began to confess honestly. It turned out to be Yu Hanghai. Zhang Yan sneered twice. This was not surprising, just a bit too quick. You're not busy fighting with your wife, and you find someone to deal with me so soon? Fine, this time I'll be serious and make sure you're completely finished. What is your relationship with Yu Hanghai? He asked. He Yuan was already terrified of Zhang Yan to the bone and naturally dared not hide anything, confessing everything. Yu Hanghai and He Yuan were both subordinates of a certain big shot. One helped him make money, while the other handled dirty work for him. This big shot was the district chief of a certain area. When Yu Hanghai got involved with this person, he was still a director in the construction bureau. It was this person who sent a large amount of business to Yu Hanghai, leading to the rise of the Yu family, which now possessed a fortune of 10 billion. And with Yu Hanghai's benefit delivery, that person's power grew larger and larger, and he had just become the district chief. He Yuan was also able to repeatedly evade police crackdowns under the influence of that district chief. One was extracting financial benefits for that district chief, while the other was smoothing over troubles that the district chief could not handle himself. The three of them, one official, one businessman, and one rogue, complemented each other well. But what was clever? This district chief was actually the one whose small treasury Zhang Yan had emptied. So, in the last life, it was because the district chief's small treasury was exposed that He Yuan was implicated and ended up in prison together? But why didn't Yu Hanghai end up in jail? No! Zhang Yan immediately thought of something. At first, the Yu family frequently bribed prisoners to deal with him, but later the frequency decreased and eventually stopped. He had thought it was because his status in prison was rising, and no prisoners dared to take on jobs anymore. But now, thinking back, could it be that the Yu family was implicated by the downfall of that district chief, and their assets were confiscated, leaving them unable to afford to hire prisoners in jail? Very likely. It was just that Yu Hanghai's situation might not be too serious, serving a short sentence, or perhaps he was not in Sioux City prison, just like that district chief, so Zhang Yan did not know what happened to the Yu family later. This might be the truth of the last life. He couldn't go back to the last life to trace this matter. It didn't matter. Anyway, in this life, he would send the entire Yu family to prison. No crimes? I'll create them for you. Call District Chief Zhao and Yu Hanghai, and ask them to come over tonight for a gathering. As for the reason, you can think of one yourself, Zhang Yan said. Yes. He Yuan obediently acted like a grandson. He immediately went to make arrangements. The reason was easy to find. A few top-notch beauties had just arrived at the club, and naturally, they had to let their own people have a taste first. If it were someone else inviting them, District Chief Zhao and Yu Hanghai would definitely refuse, as it could be a setup or a recording of them seeking pleasure, which could be used as leverage against them. But did they need to be cautious of He Yuan? They were all in the same boat, each holding too much dirt on the other. Did they really need such recordings? Young Master Zhang, should I call a few beauties to keep you company? He Yuan flattered. Zhang Yan smiled and looked at his little wife. No need to trouble yourself, just let her come. He Yuan was certainly unwilling, but his fear of Zhang Yan had already penetrated to the bone. He didn't dare to utter a word of protest and instead said to the little wife, Young Master Zhang wants you to accompany him. What are you still hesitating for? The little wife could hardly believe her ears. What did you say? I am your wife, and you actually want me to accompany another man? She was about to refuse, but the fierce glare from He Yuan made her heart sink. She suddenly remembered, was He Yuan some kind-hearted man? No, he was involved in the underworld, with countless subordinates and a long list of misdeeds. Although he usually obeyed her every whim, once he got angry, she could only nod in resignation and slowly walked towards Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan admired the little wife's beautiful figure. Although her intelligence wasn't very high, her young body radiated youthful vitality, beautiful and sexy. He waved his hand at He Yuan. Wait outside. Yes. He Yuan dared not disobey and obediently walked out. The scar-faced man also retreated, leaving only Zhang Yan and the little wife in the large suite. Zhang Yan could see clearly that the little wife had initially appeared reluctant, but once the door closed, she actually sighed in relief and relaxed completely. Interesting. What's wrong? Not afraid of me anymore? He asked. The little wife surprisingly gave him a flirtatious glance. You're so handsome. Why should I be afraid? Well then. Zhang Yan chuckled. He was indeed handsome, otherwise, how could his orphan status have attracted the then flower of the courtyard, Jia Lily? However, this little wife clearly wasn't the type to guard her virtue, otherwise, how could she suddenly become so flirtatious? She had just acted so distressed, but it was all for He Yuan's benefit. This woman's intelligence might not be high, but her acting skills were definitely top-notch. Although He Yuan was only in his early 40s, considered in his prime, his looks were no match for Zhang Yan. Moreover, Zhang Yan had a tall figure. Whether he was lean or muscular, he was certainly much better than the pot-bellied He Yuan. What's your name? Zhang Yan asked, gently pulling her, causing the little wife to fall into his arms. My name is Feng Qian. Zhao Guanhua and Yu Haihang happily accepted the invitation. For Zhao Guanhua, after working so hard during the day, isn't it reasonable to relax a little while serving the people? As for Yu Haihang, he had been troubled by issues with his son and wife these past few days and indeed needed to unwind. Previously, when He Yuan mentioned that new goods had arrived at the club, he had felt a stir of excitement, but at that time, his mind was filled with dealing with Zhang Yan, so he had no interest. Now that He Yuan said everything was arranged and action would be taken tomorrow, he temporarily set aside his worries and planned to enjoy himself thoroughly. The two arrived at their private booth, and He Yuan quickly appeared, clapping his hands as a line of scantily clad beauties immediately filed in. However, what Zhao Guanhua and Yu Haihang didn't notice was that the door was still open, and someone was watching from outside. Zhang Yan looked at Yu Haihang, his enemy from a past life, and coldly sneered, continuously raising his anger levels. Target, Zhao Guanhua. Yu Haihang felt that something was off. He was filled with intense anger. If it were directed at Zhang Yan, that would be normal and reasonable, but now this anger was aimed at Zhao Guanhua, which made him feel fear amidst his rage. Don't act impulsively, don't do anything stupid. However, his anger was too strong to suppress. Furious, infinitely furious. He wanted to kill. Yu Haihang could no longer contain this nameless fury and swung his fist at Zhao Guanhua. Zhao Guanhua never expected Yu Haihang would actually hit him. Just a dog, how dare it bite back at its master? Ouch! He cried out, covering his face. That hit really hurt. But Yu Haihang's anger did not subside. He continued to throw punches at Zhao Guanhua. Zhao Guanhua dodged while seeking help. What are you all standing there for? Come help! However, He Yuan snapped his fingers and waved his hand, and immediately, the girls all left the room, while He Yuan instructed his men to close the door. Zhao Guanhua was stunned. What was happening in this world? Yu Haihang and He Yuan were both nurtured by him. One was his white glove, the other handled his dirty work, and also satisfied his lust, like today's gathering. But why had both betrayed him? The key was, it was too inexplicable. Yu Haihang, you're crazy. How dare you hit me? Ouch! Help! Help me! Zhang Yan had He Yuan call the police. It was a joke. Someone was fighting in the club. Wasn't it normal to call the police? In fact, after receiving the call, the local security office hesitated. The new C Club had been looked after by the higher-ups. They absolutely could not inspect it. But now the club owner had actually reported a fight. What if they went and saw something they shouldn't? That would be a big deal. Of course, they had to respond to the call. So several police cars arrived, and nearly 10 security personnel rushed into the club. He Yuan personally went to greet them, filled with fear towards Zhang Yan, with only one thought in mind: he must obey Zhang Yan's orders. He led the security personnel to the door of the private room and pointed, "It's right here." The leading security officer's face darkened. "Such an incident happened in your establishment. Why didn't you stop it?" "I didn't dare," He Yuan replied deliberately. "Why?" The security personnel were puzzled. He Yuan just pointed at the door. "You can see for yourselves." The 10 security personnel exchanged glances and then pushed open the leather door. Indeed, there were people fighting, but the key was, one of them was terrifying. It was Zhao Guanhua. "Quick, stop the assailant," the leading security officer shouted, and everyone rushed over to forcibly separate the two. In his jurisdiction, allowing Zhao Guanhua to be beaten was too severe an incident. Zhang Yan also appeared at the door and lightly gestured with his finger at the still struggling Yu Haihang. In fact, the desire to control others was just a thought away for him, but Zhang Yan still felt that using a finger gesture added a sense of ritual. Yu Haihang's anger immediately dissipated. At that moment, reason regained control of his mind. Yu Haihang was instantly terrified and hurriedly knelt before Zhao Guanhua. "Director Zhao, you can't blame me. I was drugged. No, I was possessed. You have to believe me. You must believe me." "Believe you?" Zhao Guanhua was in pain all over, feeling like several bones were broken, his face bruised and swollen. Could he still go to work tomorrow? How humiliating! His eyes blazed with fury as he roared, "Arrest him." He wished he could kill Yu Haihang. The security personnel nodded, like wolves and tigers, as they escorted Yu Haihang out of the club and shoved him into a police car, wailing as they took him to the security office. Fighting could lead to detention for half a month, but Yu Haihang had assaulted a district director. He would definitely be dealt with severely. Zhao Guanhua gradually calmed down. There were too many oddities about today's events. Whether it was Yu Haihang or He Yuan, their actions were incredibly strange. Could it be that He Yuan betrayed him and drugged Yu Haihang, making him turn against Zhao? But the three of them were like grasshoppers tied to the same rope, the kind that would die together. He just couldn't understand what reason He Yuan had to harm both himself and Yu Haihang. Once he calmed down, he realized he couldn't lock Yu Haihang up. What if this guy let slip about the large sums of money he had taken and the three mistresses he was keeping? Damn it! What kind of situation was this? He got beaten up by Yu Haihang, yet he still had to expend effort to bail him out. Hell! He cursed inwardly, but there was nothing he could do. After all, they both knew too much about each other's dark sides. With a sigh, he had no choice but to gather his emotions and go to the police station to bail him out. But Yu Haihang had really beaten him up, and he didn't know who had posted the video online. Although it was quickly taken down, it still spread within a small circle. Could Zhao Guanhua still bail Yu Haihang out? At that moment, Zhao Guanhua's only hope was that Yu Haihang would keep his mouth shut and only talk about what happened tonight, and not say anything else. Zhang Yan smiled faintly. Of course, he was the one who posted the video online, and the purpose was simple, to make it impossible for Zhao Guanhua to bail him out. However, Zhang Yan's trump card was He Yuan, who knew too many of Zhao Guanhua's dirty secrets. As long as he spoke out, Zhao Guanhua would definitely go down, and if Zhao Guanhua went down, how could Yu Haihang, who was acting as his white glove, escape? "You're all finished." He looked at Feng Qian, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Call up a few more beauties to play do di zhu together." Zhang Yan finally felt truly exhilarated. Beating 10 is completely no problem. Next time, I want to beat 20. He looked at himself in the mirror, and instead of showing signs of excessive indulgence, he appeared spirited and lively. However, while he felt good, he didn't go to the bar that night, missing out on a lot of desire points. Sigh, this wouldn't do. I'm not invincible. How can I become so infatuated with women so early? Just to casually indulge a bit. After having breakfast, Zhang Yan went to see He Yuan. Last night, Zhang Yan had him prepare the materials for his confession. In extreme fear, He Yuan didn't dare to hide anything. He not only wrote down all the shady dealings he had been involved in over the years but also revealed the people who had been covering for him. TSK, this Zhao Guanhua was truly a beast. This guy was not only greedy but also lecherous. Besides frequenting prostitutes, he was particularly interested in good families, especially those still in school. But how could he get his hands on them? That was where He Yuan came in. Either he would directly bribe them with money, or he would attract those weak-willed women into high-interest debt, threatening them with nude photos to force them to sleep with Zhao Guanhua. "Alright, go confess now," Zhang Yan said to He Yuan. Why yes. He Yuan didn't dare to resist at all. His fear of Zhang Yan had reached its peak. He Yuan drove, while Zhang Yan sat in the back seat, acting like a big boss, urging He Yuan to turn himself in at the criminal police team, mainly because if he wasn't there to maintain He Yuan's fear, that fear would gradually return to normal. So, it was very likely that as soon as He Yuan arrived at the police station, with one foot barely in the door, he would immediately return to normal and turn around to leave. That wouldn't do. Therefore, Zhang Yan had to accompany him. Moreover, once He Yuan was detained and realized he was finished, how intense would his feelings of despair be? Zhang Yan was just waiting for this huge income. Additionally, Zhang Yan wanted to meet Gu Yusen. If he couldn't even see her, how could he win over this exceptional girl? Before long, the car drove into the criminal police team. Upon learning that He Yuan was turning himself in, the guard couldn't help but look strange. It's rare to see someone come forward like this. He Yuan directly named names, and would only confess his crimes to Gu Yusen. So, it wasn't long before this strikingly attractive captain of the criminal police team came downstairs. Wow! Even in her police uniform, she couldn't hide her impressive figure. The buttons on her chest looked like they were about to pop off, making one gasp in surprise. The key point was that with such a remarkable upper body, her waist was astonishingly slim, perfectly illustrating the concept of slenderness bearing fruit. Gu Yusin's gaze fixed on Zhang Yan, her brows furrowing involuntarily. What crime have you committed? Just the day before, Zhang Yan had saved her, which naturally made her have a good impression of him. She couldn't bear to think that such a righteous young man had gone astray. Zhang Yan smiled and waved his hand. The one who wants to confess is him. I'm just accompanying him. Ha! Gu Yusin was taken aback. You're just accompanying someone to confess? What is your relationship with him? Zhang Yan chuckled. We just met by chance and chatted a bit. He was moved by my sense of justice and decided to confess his crimes. You must be kidding. Gu Yusin certainly didn't believe him, but since someone wanted to confess, she had to follow the procedure. So, she looked at He Yuan and asked, what crime do you want to confess? There's a lot, I can't explain it all in one sentence, He Yuan said, opening his briefcase to take out the prepared confession materials. Gu Yusin took them and flipped through just 2 pages before her pretty face changed color. If this wasn't fabricated, then the man in front of her was simply a beast, and he was even involved with a district chief. She decisively said, Shaolin, go call the comrades from the Discipline Inspection Commission. Yes. A criminal police officer immediately went to make the call. Zhang Yan then timely restored He Yuan's fear level. It was time for a harvest. Sure enough, once He Yuan's fear level returned to normal, his expression changed. He showed a fierce look and suddenly lunged at Gu Yusin. What was he doing? Of course, he wasn't foolish enough to attack a captain of the criminal police. He was trying to snatch back the confession materials to destroy them. Otherwise, he would definitely be finished. Gu Yusin could never have imagined that someone coming to confess would suddenly turn aggressive. Although she made a defensive move, she was still a beat slow. At that moment, she felt a weight at her waist, and before she knew it, she was embraced. Bang! Then she saw He Yuan flying out. Looking at Zhang Yan, who was still in a kicking stance, she realized she had been saved again. Gu Yusin felt a bit flushed, not because she was being held by Zhang Yan, but because she was the captain of the criminal police. Back in school, her fighting skills had always ranked first, yet she had been saved by Zhang Yan twice in 3 days. In comparison, she felt like one of those helpless little girls on the street. She quickly composed herself, took out handcuffs to cuff He Yuan, and escorted him to the interrogation room. If confessing could lead to a lenient sentence from the judge, then the recent attack on a law enforcement officer would completely negate the confession. No! He Yuan looked utterly lost. Once this material was submitted, he would definitely rot in prison. Even if he could be released, he would probably be an old man in his 60s. It was over, all over. In that moment, he was overwhelmed by despair. Awesome! Zhang Yan's eyes lit up. In that instant, his desire points surged by over 10,000. That was equivalent to what he had earned in a whole day just a few days ago. Even those petty criminals didn't have that much. Yes, those were all small-time vendors, each with very limited goods, serving sentences of less than 10 years. Although these guys were desperate, their level of despair couldn't compare to He Yuan's. Zhang Yan's eyes sparkled. He was definitely going to be the nemesis of this criminal. If He Yuan hadn't attacked Gu Yusin, she would have personally presided over the interrogation. After all, he had come to confess to her. But now that He Yuan had openly assaulted a police officer, could it still be considered a confession? Gu Yusin arranged for a few subordinates to first interrogate and review the confession materials, while she called Zhang Yan into her office. You honestly tell me, what is your relationship with He Yuan? The captain of the criminal police team looked at Zhang Yan with a serious expression. His aura was strong. However, his phoenix eyes curved slightly, revealing an indescribable charm. Gu Yusin asked this out of curiosity, but also out of concern. After saving her twice, even an Iron Man would soften, right? Zhang Yan smiled and briefly mentioned how the Yu family had sent the Black Tiger gang to harm him, but he managed to defuse the situation and ended up being approached instead. Of course, he would never reveal his secret of being able to manipulate emotions. He simply stated that he used his powerful strength to make He Yuan obedient. Gu Yusin was well aware of Zhang Yan's skills and had no doubts about it. After all, He Yuan wasn't missing any limbs. As long as there were no obvious external injuries, Zhang Yan couldn't be considered coercive. Besides, she wasn't a rigid person. Using unconventional methods to deal with villains was fine, right? She was a law enforcement officer and couldn't break the law, but Zhang Yan was not bound by that. No need to delve deeper. She couldn't help but click her tongue. She didn't expect that Zhang Yan's feud with the Yu family would drag down a gang leader and a district chief. Those people who offended you are really unlucky, she exclaimed. Zhang Yan smiled. You go ahead, I'm leaving. How about treating me to a meal another day? Sure. Gu Yusin readily agreed. Zhang Yan had saved her twice, so it was only reasonable for her to treat him to a meal. In his previous life, who could make Gu Yusin treat him to a meal? After eating, they could go watch a movie. In the dark, who knows what might happen? Zhang Yan left the criminal police team in a good mood. He was surprised that He Yuan had provided him with over 10,000 desire points, far exceeding his expectations, so capturing the Rainy Night Butcher had to be prioritized. Previously, he had to search for it himself, but now? The Black Tiger Gang had a bunch of little brothers, so let them find it. Zhang Yan called Scar and instructed him to take his little brothers to search for someone named Xiao Kuan in the noodle shops around the city, and they had to be careful not to alert the enemy. If they let the person escape, he would never let it go. With He Yuan's surrender, the Xinhai Club would definitely be sealed off, and Scar would also be arrested. This was his last bit of residual heat. Zhang Yan did not join the search but turned to the detention center. Of course, he was going to visit Yu Xianghui. "What are you doing here again?" Yu Xianghui said coldly. Zhang Yan smiled broadly. "I brought you some news. Your dad beat up Zhao Guanhua yesterday and, like you, ended up in the detention center. However, He Yuan has already confessed to the dealings your family had with Zhao Guanhua, so your dad will be in for at least a few years." Yu Xianghui was stunned and immediately jumped up. "Impossible! Impossible! You're lying to me! You must be lying to me!" He screamed hysterically, because he knew very well that Zhao Guanhua was the backbone of his family, and once Zhao Guanhua fell, his family would definitely be doomed too. He could no longer live as a pampered young master. If your mom comes to see you, just ask her and you'll know," Zhang Yan said. He certainly wouldn't provide any evidence, he was just here to inform him. Watching the disheveled Yu Xianghui, a sense of revenge rose in Zhang Yan's heart. Killing was too simple, it wouldn't vent his anger. "Yu Xianghui, you will be locked up for at most half a month, but once you get out, you will also taste the bitterness of being poor. After a while, I will send you to prison so you can reunite with your father. Jia Lily will be the same. Each of you will serve 31 years in prison." Zhang Yan laughed heartily and left. Behind him, Yu Xianghui suddenly burst into tears. He had collapsed. Keep making money. In his previous life, Zhang Yan had spent 31 years in prison, but he found it too boring, and new inmates came in from time to time. He didn't lack understanding of the outside world, he just knew it. However, when he finally stepped out of the prison after 31 years and truly entered that glamorous world, it still gave him a tremendous shock. There are many opportunities for sudden wealth in a year. For example, the bull market in the first half of the year. In this super bull market, even if you buy randomly with your eyes closed, you can still make money, just a matter of more or less. It's that exaggerated. Of course, if you don't pull out quickly, after June, you'll become a bag holder, losing money like crazy. Naturally, the stock that surged the most was Storm Technology. Zhang Yan vaguely remembers that this stock multiplied nearly 50 times. Today is March 15th. And Storm Technology should be listed around the 20th. There's still time. Even if he didn't get in on the new stock, even if he didn't buy in at the lowest point, making 50 times or 40 times, or 30 times is still possible. In short, it's a big profit. Zhang Yan went directly to the securities company to open an account and transferred 80 million in one go. This made him a major client of the securities company, and immediately a beautiful woman claiming to be a client manager approached him, saying she could provide professional consultation. Zhang Yan certainly needed it, because he wanted to leverage. Even if he bought all of Storm Technology at the first moment, even if it multiplied 50 times, that would only be 4 billion. What if he leveraged 10 times? Wouldn't that make it 40 billion? Of course, the total market value of Storm Technology is only a little over 40 billion, so it's impossible to make 40 billion from just this stock, but the bull market has already started, and it's about to enter the final crazy phase, so buying anything now is profit. Therefore, he certainly wanted to make good use of the 10 times leverage and seize the opportunity to make a big profit. He planned to cash out before early June and invest in the real estate market in the second half of the year, potentially doubling his money in about 6 months. With this operation, making tens of billions shouldn't be difficult. Next, he would buy Bitcoin. Just investing 1 billion could turn into 150 billion in a few years. Then, casually investing in Douyin or Pinduoduo, becoming the world's richest person wouldn't be impossible. With a large amount of capital, getting shares in new stocks would be easier. Zhang Yan naturally used all his funds to invest in the new stock of Storm Technology, the top stock of 2015, but unfortunately, he only got a small amount, currently valued at about 10 million. In about 3 months, it would turn into over 400 million. For an ordinary person, this is certainly a huge sum, but Zhang Yan wouldn't be satisfied. Once this stock is listed, he would definitely buy more. As long as he bought before early June, it would all be profit. He also bought many other stocks. He had to act quickly. There were only a little over 2 months left for the bull stocks, and if he didn't act now, he would be the one getting cut down. At the securities company, he kept signing documents, being informed of the risks, and after finally completing all the procedures, Zhang Yan ignored the flirtatious glances from the client manager and left directly. It wasn't that he suddenly lost interest in women, but this client manager had just barely reached the passing mark for beauty and was already in her 30s, so Zhang Yan naturally looked down on her. Aren't young girls more appealing? Just as he walked out of the securities company, Feng Xin called, saying the club had been shut down by the Public Security Bureau, and all the girls inside had been taken away. Zhang Yan was not surprised. Zhao Guanhua must have fallen, and without his protection and prior notice, the new C-Club naturally couldn't escape. It's a bit of a pity, many girls hadn't been played with yet. Zhang Yan just sighed. After all, these girls were all about the thrill. Playing a little was harmless, and not playing didn't incur any loss. He decided to buy a car. In fact, he should have bought a car yesterday, but who knew He Yuan would suddenly send someone to trouble him, causing him to miss the opportunity? He hailed a car, but just as he got in, Scarface called, "Boss, we found Xiao Cohen." Oh, they found him so quickly? Truly, many hands make light work. Zhang Yan thought for a moment, and decided to put the car purchase on hold for now and deal with the rainy night butcher first. What was most important now? To strengthen his body with desire. Zhang Yan was very much looking forward to it. If he kept strengthening like this, could he become a Superman? As of now, although he couldn't dodge the bullets being fired at him, there was a process to the bullet's launch. He could completely reposition himself the moment the trigger was pulled, achieving the feat of evading bullets. What if he strengthened this further? Facing bullets head-on? Even rocket launchers? Or nuclear bombs? No more thinking about it, lest he drool. "Address," he said. To avoid any prolonged delays, he decided to take down the rainy night butcher immediately. Scarface provided an address, and Zhang Yan instructed the driver to head to the new destination. "You need to change the destination on the platform, otherwise, I can't take you. What if you don't pay up later and complain about me? I'd be at a huge loss." The driver was unwilling to go. Zhang Yan chuckled. He naturally wouldn't make things difficult for the driver. He modified the destination on his phone, and only then did the driver set off. "Hey, you ran all this way just to eat noodles?" The talkative driver immediately said, "I recommend a noodle shop. Not only is the taste superb, but the boss's wife is also incredibly beautiful." He rambled on, making Zhang Yan seriously suspect that he was the owner of that noodle shop, trying to drum up business for himself. After about 10 minutes, the driver brought him to the destination. Zhang Yan got out and leisurely walked into the noodle shop. It was only 11 o'clock, but there were already people having lunch. A few scattered customers were sitting inside, some waiting, some already eating. The shop had only the owner, who was responsible for taking orders, handling payments, and cooking noodles, all while being extremely busy. Zhang Yan glanced around and indeed found the rainy night butcher, Xiao Kuan. He was a man in his 40s, looking honest and unassuming. Who would have thought he was a serial killer? Why not hire someone to help? Of course, it was to avoid anyone discovering the bodies hidden in the freezer. "Boss, 1 bowl of beef noodles," Zhang Yan said, scanning the code to pay. Then, he sat down. Despite Xiao Kuan being alone, he was quick on his feet. In about 10 minutes, he served the noodles to Zhang Yan's table. However, after just 1 bite, Zhang Yan spat the noodles out. "Boss, this beef is spoiled," he said, feigning anger. "I want to see the kitchen to find out what kind of meat you're really selling." With that, he strode toward the kitchen. Xiao Kuan panicked and quickly came around to stop him. "You can't go in, how about this? I'll refund your money." Seeing the boss so aggrieved, several customers in the shop spoke up for him. "This guy looks like he's just trying to scam money." "Yeah, don't indulge him. It's people like him that ruin society. We'll testify for you." Zhang Yan ignored them and continued walking inside. Xiao Kuan tried his best to block him, but how could he stop him? Their strengths were not even on the same level. Entering the kitchen, the first thing Zhang Yan saw was a massive freezer. He walked straight over. Suddenly, Xiao Kuan's eyes turned fierce. He grabbed a kitchen knife and swung it viciously at Zhang Yan's neck. If Zhang Yan opened the freezer, the truth about his wife's murder would be exposed, not to mention his crimes of raping and killing other women. Just this one charge would be enough to get him the death penalty. Then they would die together. Bang! Just as his knife came down, it was caught by a large hand, rendering him unable to move an inch. "What's the matter? Is there something unspeakable in the freezer?" Zhang Yan laughed, kicking him away. Bang! Xiao Kuan crashed heavily against the wall and bounced back, lying on the ground in a starfish position, motionless. Zhang Yan opened the freezer, but instead of finding a body, he saw chunks of meat. Zhang Yan certainly wouldn't rush. Who would hide a body so obviously? He removed the top layer of meat, and suddenly, a head popped out. To be honest, even though Zhang Yan was mentally prepared, seeing this scene still made him grimace. At that moment, the other customers in the shop rushed in, and upon seeing the boss knocked to the ground, they were all furious. with some already taking out their phones to call the police. However, when Zhang Yan pointed to the corpse in the freezer, screams erupted immediately. After about 10 minutes, the security personnel arrived. "Oh, it's you again?" Gu Yusin was somewhat shocked. Zhang Yan looked innocent. "I was here eating noodles, but the meat I had seemed to be spoiled. I suspected the boss used expired meat, so I ran into the kitchen to check, and then I found a corpse." Of course, Gu Yusin wouldn't think the corpse in the freezer was related to Zhang Yan. She could only wonder if this person had some kind of aura. Why did trouble seem to follow him wherever he went? At that moment, Xiao Koan had just woken up and saw security personnel all around him. He felt dizzy and nearly fainted again. "It's over." Zhang Yan closed his eyes, and in that instant, he absorbed a massive amount of desire points. No wonder he was a serial killer. He could be sentenced to death several times over. Xiao Koan actually provided over 30,000 desire points. Current desire points, 72,530. He could strengthen again. Zhang Yan wasn't in a hurry to strengthen. After all, no one could take his desire points away. "You should come back to the criminal police team with me," Gu Yusin said, somewhat speechless. Although Zhang Yan was definitely not related to the murder, as the person who discovered the body, he still needed to give a statement. Zhang Yan readily agreed. Gu Yusin was both amused and annoyed. "You seem quite happy about this?" "Of course, this way I can spend more time with team leader Gu," Zhang Yan said with a smile. If it were Zhuai Yang saying this, Gu Yusin would have definitely scolded him with a stern face, but now she just blushed and said, "Don't talk nonsense." Zhang Yan chuckled to himself. He was actually just trying to enhance Gu Yusin's affection for him a little, mainly to build a good rapport for easier access. It should be that his two heroic rescues had melted some of her icy demeanor, right? Moreover, Gu Yusin was entirely focused on sending criminals to prison, and Zhang Yan had inadvertently exposed a bunch of bad guys, which suited her taste perfectly. Wasn't this a meeting of like minds? Zhang Yan still took Gu Yusin's car, but the driver was someone else. Unfortunately, Gu Yusin was in the passenger seat and didn't sit in the back with him. Arriving at the criminal police team he had just left a few hours ago, Zhang Yan smiled and cooperatively gave his statement. He didn't hide anything, as his actions were completely logical. After recording the statement, Gu Yusin came over and asked, "You haven't eaten yet, have you?" "No," Zhang Yan shook his head. Indeed, he had only taken a bite of noodles for lunch and had even thrown it up. "I'll treat you," Gu Yusin said, turning to leave. Her curvy figure swayed, too tempting. "Can I eat you?" Zhang Yan thought to himself as he followed her. "I've saved you twice and helped you solve several major cases, and you're just going to dismiss me with a lunch?" Gu Yusin turned around, her beautiful eyes fixed on Zhang Yan, and with a hint of meaning said, "What do you want then?" Zhang Yan smiled, "At least 2 meals." Gu Yusin laughed, her demeanor lively. "Zhang Yan, you must be hiding many secrets, right?" she said. No wonder she was the captain of the criminal police. Her intuition was spot on, but having such suspicions was normal. Why did he Yuan turn himself in like a madman? After confessing, he regretted it deeply and retracted his statement, but his confession had already been submitted, and based on that, a large amount of incriminating evidence was found in the safe at the Xinhai Club, firmly linking him to Zhao Guanjuan. However, this was too unreasonable. What was he Yuan's original intention for confessing? His crimes were so severe that even with a confession, he would likely face life imprisonment, so why would he do this? Yet, Zhang Yan's shadow loomed over this situation. And what about Xiao Koan? He was also discovered by Zhang Yan. She still didn't know that Xiao Koan was the butcher of the rainy night, otherwise, she would surely be even more surprised, but it wouldn't be hidden for long. Zhang Yan laughed heartily and leaned in a bit. "Want to know?" Gu Yusin showed no signs of backing down. "She is the captain of the criminal police, never one to back down. Are you willing to talk?" she retorted. The distance between them was too close. As Gu Yusin spoke, her breath brushed against Zhang Yan's face. It was fragrant, with an indescribable sweetness, like an aphrodisiac, igniting Zhang Yan's desire in an instant. "Hee, my secret can only be told to my woman," Zhang Yan countered. "Captain Gu, do you want to be my woman?" Before Gu Yusin could respond, a loud shout interrupted. "What are you two doing?" Zhuai Yang rushed over, scanning the two of them. Gu Yusin ignored him and said to Zhang Yan, "Let's go eat." Upon hearing the word eat, Zhuai Yang immediately put on a smile and shamelessly followed, "Perfect, I haven't eaten either. I'll treat you." No matter how coldly Gu Yusin rejected him, Zhuai Yang clung on like a stubborn adhesive, and so their meal turned into a gathering of 3, with Zhuai Yang picking up the tab. After eating, Zhang Yan declined Zhuai Yang's offer to drive him home and finally went to buy a car. For him, buying a luxury car was as simple as buying groceries. With a budget of 5 million, he chose accordingly and quickly made his selection, paying in full. However, he couldn't drive it away today. It had to be transferred from Jiling, which would take about a week. This was already very, very fast. If there were no stock in the country and it had to be imported, waiting 3 to 4 months or even over half a year was quite normal. A week later, he would pick up the car. Zhang Yan ignored the flirtations of the beautiful saleswoman and took a taxi away, leaving the staff stunned. Someone who could afford a 5 million sports car actually took a taxi? The thoughts of the wealthy were indeed different from ordinary people. Back at the newly purchased flat, he had already hired a cleaning service to tidy up a couple of days ago, so now, stepping inside, it felt bright and clean, completely different from the first time he visited. He took a few photos and posted them on social media, setting it to be visible to only one person, of course, that was Jia Lily. He wanted to make this woman regret it deeply before sending her to prison. However, shortly after, the phone rang, but caller ID showed it was Jia Lily. Zhang Yan answered. Zhang Yan, how did you get the money to buy a house? Jia Lily immediately asked. Zhang Yan replied nonchalantly, what does it matter to you whether I have money to buy a house? You, Zhang Yan, pretended to be poor when we were together. I gave you my best years, and you made me live a miserable life. Now that we've broken up, you're living in a big house. Jia Lily gritted her teeth, filled with hatred. How could you be so cruel? A liar. You owe me for my youth, give me 1 million, no, 2 million. Zhang Yan chuckled. Who gave her the courage? Idiot, he cursed before hanging up. Just a few seconds later, the phone rang again. Of course, it was Jia Lily calling. Zhang Yan hung up, and she called again, persistent as ever. He had no choice but to block her number. Not just the phone, but all means of contact. Once he got the car, he would unblacklist Jia Lily, letting her feel another wave of envy and hatred. In short, he wanted Jia Lily to regret it deeply. Strengthen. Zhang Yan reinforced himself for the 7th time. His desire points, which had just been over 70,000, instantly turned into over 8,000, but a terrifying power surged within him. He took a kitchen knife and made a small cut on his arm, leaving only a faint white mark. Impressive. He began to apply more force, and finally, his skin broke, blood seeping out immediately. However, when Zhang Yan put the knife away, he saw the wound scabbing over at a visible speed. In just half an hour, it looked like it had healed from 3 or 4 days ago, and after an hour, he could peel off the scab. He was healed. This terrifying recovery ability. That night, Zhang Yan stepped out, ready to go have dinner. Now that he needed to collect desire points, he certainly wouldn't order takeout. What a waste! When he opened the door and stepped out, at that moment, the door next door also opened, and a woman walked out. A stunning beauty. Zhang Yan's eyes lit up. Although this woman's looks didn't reach the level of perfection, she definitely scored above 85 points, even surpassing Tan Cheng. Moreover, she was a young married woman, full and graceful, with a mature charm that Tan Cheng couldn't compare to. Although it was only March and the weather was still quite cold, this beautiful young woman was dressed in home clothes, with just a down jacket over it, so her figure was still visible, full and impressive. She held a garbage bag in her hand, apparently heading downstairs to throw out the trash. When she saw Zhang Yan, the beautiful young woman was momentarily taken aback, then greeted him warmly. Hello, I'm Lin Shangwan. You're the owner who just bought this apartment, right? Zhang Yan, he replied with a smile. I indeed just bought this apartment. Lin Shangwan couldn't help but be curious. How much did you spend? 10 million, Zhang Yan answered. So expensive? Lin Shangwan looked shocked. We bought early. The average price was only 6,000 back then, and now it's risen to over 30,000. Then you made a fortune, Zhang Yan said. Their building was the best in the area, with all units being 300 square meters. In just a few years, the average price could exceed 100,000, and buying in at 6,000 could yield nearly a 20-fold increase, truly a windfall. Lin Shangwan covered her mouth and smiled. That was thanks to my in-laws' good judgment. They took out a loan to buy this apartment as soon as it was launched, otherwise we couldn't afford it now. Mr. Zhang is impressive, making 10 million at such a young age. After holding the garbage bag for a while, she finally felt its weight and said, I need to throw out the trash. Are you going down too, Mr. Zhang? Yes, for a meal, Zhang Yan nodded. He walked to the elevator, pressed the down button. This building had 2 units per floor, with a total of 24 floors. Fortunately, there weren't many people using the elevator at the moment. With a ding, the elevator quickly arrived, and they stepped inside. Zhang Yan pressed the button for the first floor first, prompting Lin Shangwan to thank him again. The elevator doors closed and descended rapidly. They stood side by side, but every wall in the elevator was as smooth as a mirror, reflecting Lin Shangwan's figure from various angles, allowing Zhang Yan to appreciate the details of this woman fully. Unfortunately, he couldn't see her figure. Suddenly, the elevator shook violently, and Lin Shangwan lost her balance, falling toward Zhang Yan. He reached out and caught her, bending his legs slightly. If the elevator were to fall, he would definitely break through the ceiling and escape, with his current physical condition, he could easily cling to the elevator shaft wall and climb out at the nearest exit. However, doing so might attract the attention of the authorities. Fortunately, although the lights in the elevator flickered rapidly, the elevator just stopped and didn't fall. Zhang Yan chose to wait. In Zhang Yan's arms, Lin Xiangwan trembled, her face turning pale from fear. Luckily, it was only half a minute before the elevator resumed operation, descending smoothly rather than plummeting, and the lights inside returned to normal. It seemed to be just a minor malfunction. Zhang Yan inwardly lamented the missed opportunity, loosening his grip to instead support Lin Xiangwan's slender waist. Absolutely. Thank you so much, really, thank you. Lin Xiangwan repeatedly expressed her gratitude. Her pretty face flushed red. She had been too nervous earlier to notice which part of her Zhang Yan had initially held. Zhang Yan had no intention of letting go, smiling, "You're welcome. You can let go of me now," Lin Xiangwan said. Zhang Yan's desire to take advantage of her didn't surprise her. She knew how attractive she was, and since Zhang Yan had helped her earlier, she decided not to mind his embrace. However, the elevator had clearly resumed operation, and him still holding onto her was a bit excessive. Zhang Yan laughed heartily, finally letting go of his hand, his face not even flushing. Lin Xiangwan thought to herself that this guy could casually spend millions to buy a house, definitely a wealthy man, and most wealthy men are quite flirtatious. No, except for her husband, she added in her mind. Shameless, thinking that just because he looks handsome, I would fall for him? I'm not that kind of fickle woman. She retreated to the corner of the elevator, keeping the farthest distance from Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan didn't care at all. If he wanted, he could easily use the system to manipulate Lin Xiangwan's desires, making her instantly burn with passion and seek him out. But actually, that wouldn't mean much. Only with enemies like Tan Qing's fiancé would he go all out just for revenge. Women, if they all pounce like lustful beasts, what would be the fun in that? Some women need to bloom shyly to be interesting. And others? A little push and pull adds flavor. As for someone like Gu Yusin, who wasn't even thinking about marriage or dating, he would need to use some tactics, but that was just to speed things up, not to control her with desire for a one-night stand. If it were purely for release, there are plenty of places outside, and many beauties, it's too easy. Ding, the elevator reached the first floor, and Lin Xiangwan fled out. Zhang Yan slowly walked out of the elevator, watching Lin Xiangwan's swaying figure, sexy and charming, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. They lived next door, and he had plenty of opportunities to dig a corner. Tan Chang was annoyed. She had been caught by Zhang Yan and had to obey his orders, and she was such a proud woman. How could she endure such humiliation? After all, she was a lawyer, well-versed in the law. How could she be threatened? If Zhang Yan dared to blackmail her, couldn't she just send him to jail? The problem was, the video Zhang Yan took wasn't her being forced, but her actively seducing him. How could she send him to jail for that? Oh, for distributing obscene materials? The problem was, he hadn't distributed anything. On the contrary, if she made a big deal out of it, it would be truly embarrassing. It wouldn't work to use blackmail either. Who could she trust to retrieve the video? It concerned her privacy, and she couldn't be at ease. What if the person she sent out got the video and then came back to threaten her? So this person had to be absolutely reliable. After thinking for a long time, she finally made a decision. She would go find Uncle Bai. Uncle Bai, named Bai Wenha, was an old client of her father's and also his biggest financial backer. Bai Wenha appeared to be the president of the Qingcheng Chamber of Commerce, but secretly he was the president of the Flying Fish Society. What does the Flying Fish Society do? It involves some illegal activities, so they often needed her father, the great lawyer of Sioux City, to handle some legal matters for them. She had grown up under Bai Wenha's care, and he truly doted on her, often joking that he wanted her to be his daughter-in-law, so if she asked Bai Wenha for help, he would definitely agree. Moreover, who would dare to watch the video secretly or even keep a copy if Bai Wenha was the one handling it? Yes, she would go find Uncle Bai. Tan Chang tidied herself up and, not waiting for the end of work, swayed her hips out of the law firm, her hot and charming figure making several young intern lawyers stare, swallowing hard. She went to the garage, got into her Lamborghini supercar, and slowly drove out. Damn you Shanghai! The current traffic was heavy, and the supercar couldn't reach its full speed. She was stuck in traffic, feeling frustrated, and couldn't help but bang on the steering wheel and curse. All of this was that stupid man's fault. She had already investigated. It was because Yu Shanghui slept with Zhang Yan's girlfriend that so much trouble had arisen. The key was that the Yu family had recently fallen on hard times. Yu Shanghui being detained for public security was a small matter, at most 15 days, but Yu Hanghai's problem was much bigger, entangled in Zhao Guanhua's corruption case, and he would at least be sentenced to 10 years and fined to the point of bankruptcy. Father has already said that the engagement with the Yu family is null and void. They absolutely cannot fall into the quagmire of the Yu family. After all, it's just an engagement, and they haven't registered it, so it's very easy to cut ties, just ignore the Yu family. However, Yu Hanghai's wife came to find father first, then came to me, crying and making a scene at the law firm, asking me to persuade my father to intervene. This foolish woman thinks that father, being the top lawyer in Sioux City, can just swoop in and save Yu Hanghai? How naive and stupid. How could I have been blind enough to get engaged to Yu Shanghui in the first place? Bang! Tan Chang was so annoyed by her thoughts that she accidentally rear-ended the car in front of her. She decided to leave a phone number for the driver, abandoning her car and heading straight for the subway. After more than half an hour, she finally arrived at Bai Wenha's residence. It was a very elegant villa, located in the bustling city of Sioux City, next to a garden-style hotel, with lush green trees, a small river in front, and a row of commercial buildings. Yet, just a little separation made this place incredibly quiet, completely isolating it from the various noises outside. Tan Chang knocked on the door, and immediately a maid came to open it. Upon seeing her, the maid smiled and said, "Miss Tan, you haven't visited the master for several days." "Yes, is Uncle Bai upstairs?" Tan Chang replied with a smile. "He is," the maid nodded. Tan Chang was a frequent visitor. Bai Wenha had said that she could come directly to see him without needing to announce her arrival. She went up to the tea room on the second floor and saw Bai Wenha brewing tea. "Xiao Cheng is here," Bai Wenha said without looking up. "Uncle Bai, how do you always guess it right?" Tan Cheng asked curiously. Bai Wenha just smiled and didn't answer. In his 50s, he wore a gray robe, dressed very retro, and had a string of prayer beads on his left wrist, looking like a believer. But anyone who knew him understood how ruthless he could be. Bai Wenha poured a cup of tea and said with a smile, "Sit down and try this. It's my new batch of Wui Mountain de Hongpao." Tan Cheng obediently sat down, took a sip, and smiled. "It's delicious." Bai Wenha laughed heartily. "How many young people actually like tea? You're not being honest." Tan Cheng laughed too. "I do prefer coffee. You young people, tea is the real thing. Cultured people don't drink the dregs of coffee," Bai Wenha criticized, then smiled. "Now, tell me, what do you need my help with?" Tan Cheng immediately acted coy. "Can't I come to see you if I have nothing to do?" Of course. Bai Wenha laughed happily, his gaze towards Tan Cheng filled with kindness. Tan Cheng changed the subject. "But I do have something I need Uncle Bai's help with." Bai Wenha just smiled, showing no sign of reproach. "What trouble have you encountered?" Tan Cheng bit her lip and said, "There's a man who has a video that is very detrimental to me." Bai Wenha pondered for a moment, then his eyes suddenly flashed with fierce light, saying coldly, "Xiao Chang, has he?" Tan Cheng's body stiffened, she bit her lip and remained silent, but couldn't hold back any longer and burst into tears. "Good girl, don't cry, don't cry." This man, whom many in Sioux City feared, had a tender expression. "Tell Uncle, what's that man's name? Don't worry, I'll handle this matter. From now on, he will never be able to threaten you again." Tan Chang nodded and revealed Zhang Yan's identity. She could tell that Bai Wenha was genuinely angry. He wouldn't just retrieve the video but would make sure Zhang Yan disappeared along with it. But she had no intention of dissuading him. The first time, she didn't know how it happened. It was she who had actively seduced Zhang Yan. But what about later? This man actually used the video to threaten her. "Die. Go die. Thank you, Uncle Bai." She wiped her tears and said with red eyes. Bai Wen nodded with a gloomy expression, but after glancing at Tan Cheng, a smile immediately appeared on his face, filled with murderous intent. "Stay for dinner." Tan Cheng obediently nodded. After dinner, Zhang Yan moved on to various bars. In the absence of truly vicious people, bars were the best places for him to earn points of desire. However, the chives were too easy to cut. They were gone in no time, forcing him to change locations to continue. Fortunately, what are chives? They grow back after being cut. By 3 in the morning, almost all the bars had closed, and Zhang Yan finally ended his day's work, going home to sleep. Still, Zhang Yan couldn't help but recall the enchanting and voluptuous figure of Lin Shangwan from earlier that day, as well as the touch he felt in the elevator, stirring something within him. Forget it. It's already past 3. If he went to find Tan Chang or Feng Qin to mess around, the whole night would be gone. He wasn't Superman. He couldn't go several nights without sleep. He couldn't exhaust his resources. His good days had just begun. Zhang Yan prepared to head home to sleep. At this hour, it was hard to get a cab, and even ride-hailing services were unavailable. He waited for 10 minutes, but no driver accepted the order. Fine, he could just walk back. With his physical fitness, it was a trivial matter. He slowly made his way home. He walked onto a street where the streetlights were out, but not long after, he saw a shadowy figure ahead, with a dozen people approaching him. Thanks to his remarkable eyesight, he could see them clearly in the dim moonlight. These people were all holding steel pipes. Steel pipes were indeed effective weapons for fighting, they were easy to obtain and had strong lethality. One hit could break bones. Coming at me? Zhang Yan saw clearly that these people were filled with murderous intent, and they were targeting him. Moreover, he stopped and looked back. He didn't know when, but a group of people had followed him from behind. Each of them was also holding a steel pipe. So, a pincer attack? Zhang Yan smiled. If he were still the person he was in his past life, even though he later became a prison bully, facing 4 or 50 people alone would only end with him being taken down. He just didn't know how many he could take down before falling. But now, Zhang Yan clenched his fist. He had to be a bit careful not to kill anyone. Even in self-defense, he had no power now, and it would be easy for someone to twist the narrative and throw him in jail. Even if it was just a few days in detention, the loss would be significant, because he still needed to trade stocks. This was a time for huge profits. If he didn't seize the opportunity to make billions, he would miss out on the wealth that would come with the skyrocketing housing prices in the second half of the year. The more money he had in hand, the more wealth he could accumulate. But who sent these people? From their appearance, they were clearly thugs. So, it was the Black Tiger Gang? No, He Yuan was already in, and the Black Tiger Gang's top enforcer, Scar, had become his subordinate. If Scar dared to send someone to kill him, Zhang Yan really couldn't believe it. So who was it? Forget it, no need to think too much, just take them all down and ask later. Seeing Zhang Yan stop, the two groups of people quickened their pace, completing the encirclement. Don't kill him, the boss said he wants him alive, one thug said. Immediately, these people swung their steel pipes and charged at him. Bang, 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 and figures flew like celestial maidens scattering flowers. Due to the limited space, at most 5 or 6 people could attack Zhang Yan at the same time, so the ones behind saw their rushing companions fly into the air as they swung at Zhang Yan. What the hell? Before they could process what was happening, they were hit by their flying companions. Bang, bang, bang. Originally only 6 people flew, but with their impact, about 10 more ended up on the ground. Great, this wave took down nearly 20 people, groaning in pain. The more than 20 people behind were terrified. Is this a movie? Are you Master Huan or Master Yi? This is too exaggerated. Damn, get him. Clearly the leader of the thugs barely calmed down and shouted, and the remaining thugs jumped over their fallen companions, launching another attack on Zhang Yan. Bang bang bang, shadows flew everywhere. Zhang Yan's combat power was now beyond human. With a single punch, he sent one person flying, the impact so great that anyone he touched would inevitably fall to the ground. Moreover, Zhang Yan's punching speed was incredibly fast. 1, 2, 3. In just a few minutes, all the thugs were lying on the ground. Zhang Yan waved his arm. Was that it? He hadn't even warmed up. Take me to see your boss. He lifted the thug leader as if he were an eagle grabbing a chick. The thug had some backbone, glaring at Zhang Yan and saying, I won't betray the boss. Oh really? Zhang Yan instantly shattered this man's fear threshold. Slap. As he released his grip, the man knelt on the ground. Big brother, I was wrong. I was blind to even lay a hand on you. The man was crying and looked regretful. Less nonsense. Who is your boss? Take me to see him quickly, Zhang Yan said in a deep voice. Yes, yes. The man nodded repeatedly. The good news was that these people had driven over, so Zhang Yan didn't have to walk anymore. He had the thug leader drive him there. On the way, he learned the identity of the person who had attacked him. Bai Wenhe, the chairman of the Qingcheng Chamber of Commerce, a well-known entrepreneur in Sioux City, worth nearly 10 billion, and his secret identity was the president of the Flying Fish Society. The Flying Fish Society was not some fishing association, it was like the Black Tiger Gang, involved in the underworld. However, Bai Wenhe had transitioned long ago to legitimate business, but the Flying Fish Society had not disbanded. On the contrary, it had grown significantly because Bai Wenhe had many matters that could not be resolved through legitimate means, which required the involvement of the Flying Fish Society. Like this time, this thug leader didn't know why Bai Wenhe wanted to deal with Zhang Yan. He only knew that the boss ordered him to bring Zhang Yan back alive. Zhang Yan didn't bother to guess, he would know once he met Bai Wenhe. When the car arrived at Bai Wenhe's villa, a servant was already standing outside. Upon seeing the thug leader and Zhang Yan, he immediately approached and asked Zhang Yan, Are you Mr. Zhang? Zhang Yan was not surprised. He had the thug leader drive him over and hadn't taken any other thug's phone, so someone must have informed Bai Wenhe. But Bai Wenhe didn't seem to be putting on airs. Instead, he had a servant waiting for him. Heh, so confident? Zhang Yan nodded. I am Zhang Yan. Mr. Zhang, please, the master is waiting for you in the tea room. The servant turned and led Zhang Yan into the villa. Interesting. Zhang Yan smiled and followed inside. Upon reaching the entrance, the servant took out a pair of slippers for Zhang Yan. However, Zhang Yan ignored them and walked straight in. You send someone to capture me and expect me to follow your rules? Who the hell are you? Zhang Yan went straight up to the second floor. The servant didn't dare to say anything and went to the kitchen instead. Mr. Zhang, please. At the top of the stairs stood a man in a black suit, crew cut, wearing an earpiece, looking very much like a security personnel from a movie. Zhang Yan appeared indifferent, but his attention was taut. He was now entering the tiger's den. Could he afford to be careless? His physical condition far exceeded that of ordinary people, but he was still far from invulnerable. While a knife might be hard to penetrate, a gun would definitely be fatal. Bai Wenhao was from the underworld, and he must have people who could kill. How could Zhang Yan gamble that he wouldn't dare to act? Under the guidance of the suited man, Zhang Yan entered the tea room. Inside, a man was brewing tea, in his 50s, of medium build, looking unremarkable, except for a scar near his left eyebrow that gave him a fierce aura. In addition, there was a very thin middle-aged man standing on the side, fidgeting and scratching his ears, resembling a monkey. Zhang Yan paused for a few seconds on this middle-aged man. His intuition told him that this man posed a certain threat to him. "I underestimated you," was Bai Wenha's first sentence. He poured himself a cup of tea and took a small sip. "I didn't expect you to be a martial artist." "What?" Zhang Yan was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. Bai Wenha thought he was a martial artist? Indeed, his combat power was terrifying, easily leading people to think of martial arts, but he had never practiced martial arts at all. It was entirely a result of system enhancement. But did that need explaining? Moreover, letting people misunderstand was fine. "I am a natural martial arts genius, having become a master at a young age, which is more reasonable than saying I have system enhancements, right? However, there are mountains beyond mountains, and there are people beyond people. Young man, you are too arrogant," Bai Wen has said coldly. "Xia Hao, take care of him." This was directed at the middle-aged man. "No problem." The middle-aged man cracked his knuckles, making a popping sound, while twisting his neck, which also made cracking noises. "Kid, who did you learn martial arts from?" Zhang Yan pondered for a moment. "Shaolin Temple?" Xia Hao obviously paused, showing a look of caution, but the next moment he became furious. "Nonsense, Shaolin disciples are all monks." Zhang Yan chuckled. "Can't I be a lay disciple?" Lay disciples learn ordinary skills, which are no different from those in external martial arts schools. Xia Hao looked as if he had been deceived. "You actually dared to play me? Fine, let you see the power of my 36 styles of monkey fist." As he spoke, his hands transformed into claw shapes, mimicking the great sage, scratching his head and grabbing his waist. "Are you here to be funny?" But in the next moment, Xia Hao lunged forward. "So fast." Zhang Yan nodded secretly. This speed was comparable to his own after 3 enhancements. But the problem was, he had now enhanced himself a full 7 times. When his focus was incredibly sharp, Xia Hao appeared to him in slow motion. Sigh. Zhang Yan actually felt an urge to not wait any longer and couldn't help but throw a punch. Ugh! Xia Hao covered his face and stepped back, one hand pressed against his nose, but blood flowed between his fingers. He was hit so hard that blood gushed from his nose. What? Now Bai Wenha could no longer remain calm. His face changed color, and he suddenly stood up. Xia Hao was his top general, and he was definitely not an ordinary fighter. He had reached an astonishing level. He had once let dozens of subordinates attack Xia Hao together, but in just 10 minutes, they were all taken down by Xia Hao, who was almost unscathed. But now, Xia Hao was actually bleeding from his nose after a single punch from Zhang Yan. He truly couldn't believe it. Xia Hao retreated a few steps, creating distance from Zhang Yan, forcing himself to calm down, and said, "Which sect are you from?" "The leader of the Ming sect." Zhang Yan replied with a smile. "Ming sect? My foot." Xia Hao knew Zhang Yan was playing him. He no longer asked questions but began to circle around Zhang Yan like a nimble monkey. The monkey fist he learned not only included boxing techniques but also footwork, making it agile and cunning, dazzling to behold. How exaggerated was it? Let's put it this way, even if an ordinary person had a gun, they wouldn't be able to aim at him. After circling Zhang Yan a few times, Xia Hao felt it was about time and suddenly dashed towards Zhang Yan, throwing a punch at the back of his head. Then, he saw Zhang Yan leisurely turn around to face him. You should know that this punch was thrown with incredible speed, so how could Zhang Yan turn around so leisurely and still be in time? A loud alarm rang in Xia Hao's heart. Not good, not good, not good. This seemed calm, but in reality, it was extremely fast, far beyond him. This was the realm of his master, who made heavy tasks seem light and slow actions appear fast. Then, he saw Zhang Yan extend his hand, and he felt as if he had offered himself up willingly. With a snap, Zhang Yan's grip tightened around his neck. "Do you want to die?" Zhang Yan said, his fingers tightening slightly. Xia Hao immediately began to struggle violently, forcing out a few words from his throat. "I don't want to." His face was filled with horror. Despite Zhang Yan's youth, his strength had undoubtedly reached the level of his master. "Don't move!" Bai Wenha reached into the drawer and pulled out a handgun, standing up and aiming it at Zhang Yan. Damn, there's actually a gun. Zhang Yan certainly wouldn't gamble on whether Bai Wenha would dare to pull the trigger. His life was at stake. The fear level skyrocketed. Bang! The gun in Bai Wenha's hand immediately fell onto the table, and he sat back down in his chair, curling up and trembling. In his eyes, Zhang Yan was the embodiment of all his fears. He couldn't even dare to threaten Zhang Yan any further, let alone look at him again. Zhang Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He walked over, reached for the gun, but after a moment's thought, he pulled the tablecloth down and wrapped the handgun in it before picking it up. He was afraid of leaving fingerprints. Being cautious was never a bad thing. Why did you want to capture me? Zhang Yan asked with a smile. He held Xia Hao, who was like a monkey, while looking down at Bai Wenha from above. Just from this scene, he looked like a real bully. Bai Wenha didn't dare to hide anything. You bullied my daughter, and I want to avenge her. When did I bully your daughter? I don't even know any woman with the surname Bai. Who is your daughter? Zhang Yan asked again. Tan Qing, Bai Wenha replied. Wait, that's not right. Zhang Yan was taken aback. Wasn't Tan Qing's father a big lawyer? How did she become Bai Wenha's daughter? Elaborate. He suddenly became curious. Bai Wenha dared not conceal anything and recounted everything. It turned out that Tan Chang was merely the legitimate daughter of Tan Xinghuai. Over 20 years ago, Bai Wenha was already quite powerful and was seeking a transformation, so he collaborated with Tan Xinghuai, letting the latter provide strategies. During this process, he became infatuated with Tan Xinghuai's wife and, taking advantage of a drunken night, forced himself on her. Later, when Tan Xinghuai's wife became pregnant and gave birth to a daughter, he even sent a large red envelope. But one day, Tan Xinghuai's wife told him that Tan Chang was actually his child. At first, he didn't believe it, but after a paternity test, it turned out to be true. He only had one son, and now he was delighted to have a daughter, so he doted on Tan Chang immensely. The claim that he wanted Tan Chang to be his daughter-in-law was entirely to placate Tan Xinghuai. Otherwise, if old Tan found out that his daughter was actually his child, he would probably go mad and expose all the evil deeds Bai Wenha had done, which would land him in prison for life. Zhang Yan looked at Bai Wenha with great interest. Just when I was worried about lacking a point of desire, you came knocking at my door. Well, you should go turn yourself in. Zhang Yan wasn't afraid of Bai Wenha spilling the beans on him. What had he done? Had a relationship with Tan Chang? Both were unmarried. Couldn't they have a friendly match? So what's the problem? Would Tan Chang accuse him of coercion? Tan Chang knew he had a video, which could only prove that she was the one actively seducing him. So where did the coercion come from? No, Tan Chang would completely deny having had a relationship with him. First, she looked down on Zhang Yan, and second, she was more afraid of the video leaking. How could she live with that? So Zhang Yan was completely unafraid. Although it was a bit late now, did turning himself in have to be timed? Go ahead. However, to ensure Bai Wenha wouldn't change his mind halfway, Zhang Yan had to accompany him to the Public Security Bureau. This time, there was no need to specify Gu Yusin. After all, it was the middle of the night, and Zhang Yan didn't want to wake her up. Lack of sleep would make her skin worse and affect her looks. Zhang Yan didn't want Gu Yusin's beauty to drop from 92 points to 91 points, or even fall out of the top tier. However, before turning himself in, Zhang Yan still had Bai Wenha write a confession letter, detailing all the bad things he had done in the past. Because once Bai Wenha was more than 20 meters away from Zhang Yan, his fear would gradually fade, and if he regretted it, he could simply walk away. Wouldn't that mean Zhang Yan had worked hard for nothing? The truth was, Bai Wenha had done so many bad things that he spent 2 hours writing and still hadn't finished. Zhang Yan had to ask him to focus on the key points, the kind that would warrant the death penalty. In any case, once these crimes were confirmed, Bai Wenha would have no hope of survival and would naturally confess to other crimes as well. By this time, dawn was breaking. Another sleepless night. Zhang Yan was quite unhappy. Since you wouldn't let me sleep, wouldn't it be reasonable for me to send you to the execution ground to face a firing squad? He had Bai Wenha drive, as there were hardly any cars on the road at this hour, so they arrived at the nearest Public Security Bureau in just a few minutes. Do you have business here? A security officer immediately approached them. Zhang Yan smiled and said, "Oh, he wants to turn himself in, and I came with him." The officer then looked at Bai Wenha, who took out the materials for his confession and handed them over. It felt strange. The officer flipped through the materials, and his expression changed instantly. Murder! Huge bribery! What the hell? He quickly called his superior. This was definitely a major case. Zhang Yan then let Bai Wenha regain his composure. Me? What? Bai Wenha immediately broke out in a cold sweat. How could he have listened to Zhang Yan and written down all the bad things he had done, even personally delivering them to the Public Security Bureau? Was he tired of living? But the materials had already been submitted, Could he still take them back? He couldn't help but look at Zhang Yan, a deep sense of despair rising within him. Who exactly are you? He asked unwillingly. Zhang Yan's desire points began to soar. A person who had committed such heinous acts would basically start with a life sentence, and Bai Wenhe was definitely facing execution, so the despair he felt was incredibly intense. The butcher from the rainy night had only provided over 30,000 desire points, but Bai Wenhe? He actually broke 50,000. Unfortunately, this only brought Zhang Yan's desire points to 59,000, while the next enhancement required over 120,000, leaving him with more than half a gap. I am a good person, Zhang Yan said solemnly. A good person? If you are a good person, then who played with my daughter? Since he was doomed, he had to drag Zhang Yan down with him. Otherwise, he couldn't swallow this anger, and he was also afraid that Tan Chang would continue to be extorted by Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan was just accompanying Bai Wenhe to turn himself in. Since he had done that, he naturally wanted to go home. Anyway, the Public Security Bureau had left his contact information, and they would call him if needed. Zhang Yan returned home, lay down on the bed, and soon fell into a deep sleep. He didn't know how long he had slept when he was awakened by the sound of his phone ringing. To his surprise, it was Gu Yusen. He answered the call. Zhang Yan, why are you everywhere? Gu, the team leader, immediately said, yesterday, He Yuan came to turn himself in, and today it's Bai Wenhe. But you were with them both. Are you trying to take the job of a security officer? Zhang Yan laughed. Gu, just tell me, are these two not heinous criminals? Am I not ridding society of evil? Gu Yusen paused for a moment and said, you certainly did a good deed, but why do I feel it's very strange? It was indeed strange. Two bad people, each with their own business, especially Bai Wenhe, who had assets worth billions. Moreover, the bad deeds he had committed in the past had long been erased. Why did he suddenly lose his mind and come to turn himself in? Tired of living, wanting to face a firing squad? How could that be? As a security officer, she was certainly happy to bring these scum to justice, but the actions of He Yuan and Bai Wenhe were too unreasonable. Besides, Zhang Yan had no ties to them. Why would he accompany them to turn themselves in? Zhang Yan leisurely replied, Gu, the process doesn't matter. What matters is that the result is good, right? Gu Yusen fell silent for a moment and said, Zhang Yan, I hope you are a good person. Ha, of course I'm a good person, Zhang Yan replied with a laugh. Who would dare say he wasn't a good person? He sent criminals to prison. What else could he be if not a good person? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him a savior of countless families. Of course, he could also gain enormous benefits from it. Who would do something without any gain, right? After ending the call, Zhang Yan decided not to sleep. He couldn't sleep anyway. Fortunately, he was full of energy, showing no signs of sleep deprivation. Time to work. Zhang Yan's current task was, of course, buying stocks. With a tenfold leverage, he had nearly 900 million in disposable funds. He had bought some shares of Storm Technology yesterday, using only a mere 10 million, which was far from enough. He needed to quickly convert all his money into stocks to earn more, otherwise, that 800 million would accrue interest. He tried to recall what other hot stocks there were besides Storm Technology. However, for him, that was already 31 years ago. If it weren't for the particularly crazy bull market in 2015, and Storm Technology multiplying nearly 50 times, it would have been almost impossible for him to remember. Forget it, if he couldn't think of any, it didn't matter. After all, anything he bought now would be profitable. Stocks like Storm Technology, which had a market value of only 800 or 900 million at the time of listing, couldn't even absorb his current funds. But stocks like ICBC and Mutai had astonishing market values. Even pouring 900 million into them wouldn't make much of a splash. Zhang Yan tried to spread his investments as much as possible. After all, with tenfold leverage, any drop over 10% would trigger a forced liquidation. Of course, given the current market conditions, most stocks were rising, making it quite difficult to find one that had dropped over 10%. Busy until just before 3 in the afternoon, he finally converted all his money into stocks. When Storm Technology went public, he would sell the stocks he held and switch to this hot stock. Phew, so tired. Zhang Yan felt a bit speechless. Spending money was exhausting. His eyes were even starting to blur. If spending money was tiring, shouldn't he relax a bit? Definitely. Moreover, someone was being quite disobedient. Zhang Yan chuckled and headed to Tan Cheng's office. At this hour, she was clearly still at the law firm. Upon arriving at the law firm, Zhang Yan didn't have the front desk notify Tan Cheng. Instead, knowing she was alone, he walked straight over. Why didn't the front desk stop him? A slight increase in the other party's fear level would leave them frozen in place. Besides, it wasn't his first time here. He twisted the doorknob to Tan Cheng's office and walked in, only to find no one inside. The front desk had tricked him. Tan Cheng had actually gone out? There was also a break room. Zhang Yan walked to the break room door and opened it. It wasn't locked. At the law firm, Tan Qing clearly felt at ease, thinking that anyone who came in would have to knock first and get her permission to enter. But unfortunately, she was now facing someone unreasonable. The sound of soothing music filled the air, and he saw Tan Qing lying on a yoga mat, exercising to the music. She had taken off her uniform and changed into yoga pants, the tight clothing accentuating her beautiful and proud figure. No wonder her backside was so round and perky. It turned out she had been practicing while at work. However, Tan Qing immediately got scared and scrambled to her feet. Of course, she had heard the noise. When she saw Zhang Yan, her mouth fell open in shock, looking as if she couldn't believe her eyes. Wasn't Uncle Bai already taking action? How could Zhang Yan still appear here? The break room wasn't large, it had a bed, and the remaining space was extremely limited. Moreover, Tan Qing still needed to practice yoga, so there wasn't even room for a sofa. Zhang Yan simply sat on the bed and said, "Kneel." Tan Qing naturally refused. "I'm not your slave." One must drink the punishment drink if they refuse the toast. Zhang Yan only slightly increased her fear, and Tan Qing shivered in fright, obediently kneeling down. "You've got quite a lot of courage, even bringing someone to deal with me," Zhang Yan said with a smile, though there was no humor in it, only a chilling severity. Tan Qing felt a deep sense of shame about her own reaction. She should have hated Zhang Yan to the core, so why was she afraid of him, even to the point of kneeling down at his words? But she couldn't control herself. Her last shred of pride made her grit her teeth tightly, stubbornly refusing to answer. Zhang Yan smiled slightly. "You were surprised to see me, weren't you? Isn't it strange that you clearly hired someone to deal with me, yet I'm still fine?" Tan Qing's pupils tightened involuntarily, for Zhang Yan had hit the nail on the head. Zhang Yan continued leisurely, Bai Wenha has already turned himself in to the Public Security Bureau, confessing to all the bad things he did in the past few years. Your father helped him cover it up, so he shouldn't escape either. Although he isn't the main culprit, knowing the law and breaking it, a few years in prison should be no problem, right? You're a lawyer, you should understand better than I do. Tan Qing's delicate body swayed slightly, and her pretty face turned pale. How could this be? Uncle Bai would never turn himself in, she exclaimed. Bai Wenha would have to be crazy to do that. Although she wasn't clear on the specifics, she believed that once Bai Wenha went in, he would never come out again, and there was even a chance he could be shot. Zhang Yan shrugged. Maybe he had a change of heart. Go to hell with your change of heart. Tan Qing cursed directly, unable to accept the news. Then she suddenly reacted. Are you lying to me? Why don't you call and ask? Zhang Yan smiled. Tan Qing thought for a moment and decided to make the call, after which she became disoriented. Bai Wenha really did turn himself in. Now, the security personnel were sealing off the Bai family, and Bai Wenha's wife and son were temporarily detained, as they were likely involved in the case. Their bank accounts were frozen, and they couldn't transfer a single cent. Zhang Yan said, I have two pieces of news, one good and one bad. Which one do you want to hear first? Tan Qing ignored him. Zhang Yan, of course, wouldn't stop there and continued, the good news is that Tan Qinghua is actually not your biological father, so even if he gets implicated and goes to prison, it has nothing to do with you. What? Tan Chang was once again shocked, her eyes wide. My dad isn't my dad? What nonsense are you talking about? The bad news is that Bai Wenha is your biological father, but he's going in even before Tan Qinghua, and most likely he'll get the death penalty. Let me say my condolences in advance, Zhang Yan said. Tan Cheng immediately sat down on the ground, muttering repeatedly, You're lying to me. You're lying. Zhang Yan continued to rub salt in the wound. Back when Bai Wenha and Tan Qinghua were collaborating, he took a liking to your mother and, taking advantage of her drunkenness, forced himself on her. Coincidentally, that's how you came to be. If you don't believe me, you can ask your mom. Tan Chang trembled again, but she believed it 9 out of 10. She had always found it strange why Bai Wenha treated her so well. At first, she thought he had ulterior motives, but later it proved otherwise. It was just the meticulous care of an elder for a younger one. Now she finally understood. She sat there dazed, lost, as if her soul had been pulled away. This woman, who originally had only a strong desire for money, was now emotionally out of control, radiating a kaleidoscope of desires. There was anger, sadness, despair. It was hard to imagine how one person could experience so many emotions at the same time. Zhang Yan showed no sympathy. Bai Wenha had once been in a position to take his life, and did Tan Qing really think she was unaware? You wished for my death. If I still felt sorry for you, wouldn't that make me a fool? Tan Qing, because of you, both your fathers are going in. Zhang Yan laughed. It would have been great to have two fathers who cared for you, but now, by the way, if Tan Qinghua goes in, can you still stay here at the law firm? Upon hearing this, Tan Cheng's face turned even paler. She did have some skills, but she was far from being able to become a partner at this age. It was entirely due to Tan Qinghua's influence. If Tan Qinghua went in, Could she still enjoy such a large office all to herself? There's even a break room like this. All the luxurious life now will be lost. At this moment, she truly felt both fear and regret. What was her greatest desire? Money. Therefore, her biggest fear was becoming poor. No, she couldn't even accept being an ordinary person. Why provoke Xiang Yan? Wasn't it just that little thing? Anyway, she had enjoyed herself, and at worst, she would have to do some humiliating actions. Couldn't she just endure it and move on? But to become poor, she absolutely, completely could not accept it. Zhang Yan revealed a devilish smile. From now on, obediently be my plaything, and I will help you keep this job. Of course, you can refuse, and then I naturally won't help you. Quite reasonable, right? Plaything? Tan Qing finally broke down and cried out loud. Zhang Yan certainly wouldn't let it go like that. He still had to enjoy himself. His own pleasure was the most important. As for Tan Qing's feelings, who cared? This woman's desire for money was too great. In her past life, she even dared to sell state secrets. Just for that, she deserved to die. Therefore, Zhang Yan would only treat Tan Cheng as a toy. To take her in as his woman and support her? She wasn't worthy. Unfortunately, Tan Cheng wasn't yet a great villain, so no matter what, she had to be desperate, and the points of desire she could provide to Zhang Yan were very limited. What a waste! However, it seemed that Tan Cheng was also worried about the future, obediently complying this time. It must be said that this woman was quite smart. If Tan Qinghui really went in, then Zhang Yan should be her only lifeline. Just the fact that Bai Wen and Si had no way to deal with him, and instead were forced by Zhang Yan to turn themselves in, showed how terrifying Zhang Yan's power was. This woman's looks are indeed good, with a big chest and a nice butt. She's fun to play with. How long she can be played with depends on her luck. If Tan Cheng were a bit more honest and well-behaved, Zhang Yan wouldn't mind playing with her occasionally, but if this woman's appetite grew, he would ruthlessly send Tan Cheng in. When Zhang Yan got home, it was already past 8 in the evening. Should he go to the bar for another round? Forget it, let's just rest well today. He turned on the TV, planning to watch the news, hoping to trigger some ancient memories, to recall some major events or ways to make money, but after a while, he suddenly heard intense arguing coming from next door. Bang, 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 and the sound of things being smashed. Oh, the couple next door is fighting? Zhang Yan was quite looking forward to Lin Shangwan getting so angry that she would come here to vent her frustration on her husband, giving him a green hat. This young woman was really quite interesting. But he was disappointed. The arguing next door quickly quieted down, and then there was no more sound. Even now, Zhang Yan had astonishing hearing. He didn't take it to heart. After all, he had just enjoyed a seafood feast, and there was no immediate need. At that moment, his phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was a call from Zhong Ming. What now? Has Jia Lily been caught with someone in a hotel again? Speaking of which, these past few days, Jia Lily must have felt like an ant on a hot pan, right? Thinking she had found a golden son-in-law. But before she could reap any benefits, her father-in-law was already in trouble, with billions in assets being seized, and in the end, it would definitely be confiscated. Hello? He answered the call. Zhang Yan, it's been almost a year since we graduated. Just right, Ma Fei, Luo Feng, and the others are coming back. Let's gather a few of us from Sioux City. Are you free on Sunday? A class reunion? Zhang Yan immediately understood. Zhong Ming was planning to humiliate him. He knew Jia Lily had cheated, so saying it in front of a bunch of classmates would be a heavy slap in Zhang Yan's face, right? Why was Zhong Ming targeting him? Simple, as a rich second generation, Zhong Ming had always been overshadowed by Zhang Yan during their school days. His grades weren't as good as Zhang Yan's, he wasn't as handsome, and the girl he liked was chasing after Zhang Yan. Everything made him hate Zhang Yan. So, taking the opportunity to humiliate Zhang Yan thoroughly at the class reunion was undoubtedly the best chance to vent his frustrations. If he could also hook up with Jia Lily, he would not only fulfill a long-held wish but also strike a blow against Zhang Yan, which would be even more satisfying. A smirk of mockery appeared at the corner of Zhang Yan's mouth. Fine, let him bring this humiliation upon himself. I have time, he replied tersely. Then Sunday night at 7, Banlan. If you don't know where Banlan is, just look it up online and use the navigation to get there. After saying that, Zhong Ming hung up the phone. Zhang Yan chuckled, set his phone aside, and resumed watching the news. After a while, he felt his eyelids growing heavy, so he went to bed to sleep. At the same time, in a desolate area, March was still quite cold, especially at night, with temperatures around 0 degrees, but Qian Yun was left in nothing but his underwear, his hands bound behind his back, kneeling on the ground, shivering, unsure if it was from fear or cold, or perhaps both. Yesterday, someone from above suddenly came to audit the accounts, and it turned out he had received 100 million but had given away 99 million, leaving the company with not a single cent of profit. You dare to betray the company's interests? A traitor! Thus, Qian Yun was brought here. Manager Chien, is that Zhang Yan your illegitimate son? How could you trust him with so much money? A middle-aged man asked calmly, wearing leather gloves and holding a syringe filled with half a vial of liquid. Upon seeing this, Chen Yun's face turned pale with fear. The company was making a fortune. Every deal was worth tens of millions or even billions, which led to the emergence of unscrupulous individuals. The company had always dealt harshly with such people, often eliminating them to set an example. But he truly hadn't embezzled any company funds. Accountant Su, I am wronged. That Zhang Yan is too formidable. None of my subordinates could compete with him, and I had no choice but to accept his 10% commission, he hurriedly explained. If you don't believe me, you can ask the pawnshop people. The middle-aged man merely smiled coldly. I don't care about that. All I know is that the company lost over 10 million because of you. Manager Chien, over 10 million. You can leave first. I will send someone to retrieve this money and then reunite you two underground. With that, he plunged the syringe into Chen Yun's neck and injected the entire contents. No, no, no. Chen Yun tried to run, but two burly men held him down tightly. He struggled violently, but soon something felt off. Blood began to flow from his 7 orifices, and then his chest and abdomen started to cave in. He was actually melting. First his torso, then his limbs and head. In just a short while, Shen Yun had turned into a puddle of blood. Someone had already dug a pit, and all that was needed was to shovel the blood into it and cover it with dirt. Even if this pit were discovered, no useful clues would be found within. In fact, the information would be destroyed, making it impossible to confirm any identity. No, this didn't even count as a body, did it? The middle-aged man removed his gloves, opened his phone, and on the screen was Zhang Yan's personal information. Photo, name, blood type, even home address were all clearly displayed, showcasing the terrifying intelligence capabilities of this organization. Daring to take our money, you really are asking for death, he said coldly, sending Zhang Yan's information via email. The recipient was the organization's external affairs department, while he handled internal matters, with clear divisions of labor. After sending the email, he left with his men, getting into an utterly ordinary-looking car and driving away, kicking up dust. The waning moon hung like a hook, casting its light on the mound where Chen Yun was buried. Zhang Yan finally had a good sleep. Waking up naturally felt wonderful. He had initially thought about ordering takeout, but eating at home would mean missing out on many desire points, right? Even if he could only earn 1,000 desire points by going out for a bit, it was still better than nothing, right? Besides, little by little could add up to a lot. He put on his coat and opened the door to go out. Coincidentally, the door next door opened almost at the same time, and Lin Shangwan, a charming young woman, stepped out. She turned back to close the door, revealing her beautiful figure, her round and plump backside truly enticing. This time, she wasn't carrying a trash bag. It was unclear whether she was going grocery shopping or doing something else. Once the door was shut, she noticed that Zhang Yan had also come out, and her face involuntarily flushed. She hurriedly opened the door again, almost as if escaping, and with a bang, she closed it behind her, leaning against the door to catch her breath. The last time she had shared an elevator with Zhang Yan, it had left her with psychological trauma, fearing he might make a move on her again. Was she some kind of monster? Zhang Yan couldn't help but touch his nose. He had looks and a good figure. Even without wealth, women flocked to him at the bar. So why was Lin Shangwan afraid of him? Woman, are you blind? Hey, if you're so scared of me, I just have to tease you a bit. Zhang Yan walked to the door next door and pressed the doorbell. Lin Shangwan, leaning against the door, suddenly heard the doorbell and nearly jumped. Who was ringing the bell? In just a few seconds, it couldn't possibly be anyone else. It had to be Zhang Yan. She dared not open the door. That guy had already taken advantage of her in the elevator, and now if she opened the door, would he force his way in? Her husband wasn't home. Who is it? She asked, her voice trembling. Zhang Yan, what do you want? Want to do you? Zhang Yan chuckled, I forgot to buy a broom. Can I borrow one? Lin Shangwan didn't mind lending a broom, but borrowing it meant she had to open the door, and she didn't trust Zhang Yan, thinking this was just an excuse to get her to open up. Sorry, I don't have a broom at home, Lin Shangwan lied. Unfortunately, the system didn't have a wall-piercing function. Without seeing the target with his own eyes, Zhang Yan couldn't access the other person's emotional panel. Otherwise, he would definitely punish this lying child. He chuckled. It was just a matter of holding her a bit longer. Did she really have to be this scared of him? Zhang Yan didn't press further. Otherwise, this woman might be scared enough to call the police. No worries, there was plenty of time. Alright then, I'll go buy a broom, Miss Lin. If you want to borrow a broom, just knock on the door, he said deliberately. Lin Shangwan could only awkwardly agree. How amusing. Zhang Yan took the elevator down and found a noodle shop near the community. which reminded him of the butcher from the rainy night. Think quickly, which repeat offenders are still in Sioux City? Desire points. He hadn't strengthened himself in a long time. After breakfast, he didn't rush back home but wandered around outside, going wherever there were people to gather some desire points, but there really weren't many. It could only accumulate little by little. Slow and steady was the way to go, unlike the ruthless criminals who could only make one big score and then end up in prison with no follow-up. Manhwa had threatened to drag him down, but Zhang Yan hadn't received any calls from the security bureau asking him to assist in any investigations. It was simple. Manhwa must have spilled the beans about Zhang Yan, but the security personnel couldn't just take his word for it. They would definitely need to confirm with Tan Qing, and would she admit it? First, Zhang Yan had video evidence proving she had initiated it. Second, both of her fathers were going to prison, and the only one she could rely on was Zhang Yan, so would she dare to betray him? If the parties involved denied it, would the police continue to investigate? He spent the whole day outside, returning home only at midnight, but unfortunately, he had only gathered over 9,000 desire points, far from enough to support his next enhancement. He washed up and went to bed. In the middle of the night, he suddenly woke up. Someone had entered the room. His sleep was very light, a habit developed from being in prison, because if you sleep too deeply, there's a high chance of being killed or maimed by other inmates in your dreams. Moreover, his hearing had become extremely sharp. Even the faintest sound of a door opening was enough for him to notice. A thief? Zhang Yan quickly got up and stood guard behind the door. After a while, he heard the sound of a hand turning the doorknob, very faintly, and then the door slowly opened. As it was half open, he saw a man as tall and robust as a bear walk in. Strike first. Zhang Yan decisively threw a punch at the man. Even caught off guard, the bear-like man managed to defend himself, and with a thud, Zhang Yan's fist hit the man's crossed arms in front of his face, the immense force causing him to slide back. Only then did Zhang Yan turn on the light. In the living room stood the bear-like man, who was estimated to be nearly 2 meters tall, incredibly sturdy, at least twice as broad as Zhang Yan, dressed in a black leather jacket. Wait! Zhang Yan's gaze dropped slightly, and he noticed that behind the bear-like man were actually 2 legs. They were 2 people. It was just that this bear was so tall that he almost completely blocked the person behind him. Iron Tower, you actually got pushed back? A voice came from behind the bear-like man, and then a thin man stepped out. He was of average height, but with the bear-like man beside him, he appeared petite and delicate. The bear-like man frowned. This guy is very strong, and I was unprepared, which is why I was pushed back. However, this person should not be underestimated. Are you saying you can still handle him? The thin man asked. Of course. The bear-like man looked very confident. Zhang Yan smiled and interjected, "Can I ask what you two are here for?" "Sure," the thin man replied with a smile, "but you'll have to wait until we tie you up first." Zhang Yan shook his head. "I can't agree to that." "Ha, whether you agree or not, you have to," the thin man laughed. The bear-like man grew impatient. "How long are you going to keep talking to him?" The thin man still wore a smile. "You're just too anxious." "Don't worry, this house has excellent soundproofing, and it's the middle of the night. People are sleeping very soundly. Even if he screams at the top of his lungs, it would be hard for anyone to hear." Zhang Yan interjected again. "I have an idea. Why don't I tie you two up instead?" "Ha ha." The thin man shook his head. "That's not funny at all. Forget it, Iron Tower. You control him. I can't wait to test my new drug." "You should have said that earlier." The bear-like man walked towards Zhang Yan. "Kid, I was unprepared just now. Why don't you try again?" "Sure." Zhang Yan tightened his fists and threw another punch at the bear-like man. The bear-like man, of course, showed no fear and threw a punch back. Bang! The 2 fists collided, and in that enclosed space, a gust of wind seemed to swirl, followed by the sound of bones cracking. The next second, Zhang Yan saw the bear-like man's thick arms suddenly go limp, as if it had turned to noodles, drooping down. "What the hell?" The thin man couldn't help but open his mouth wide, cold sweat pouring down him. However, the thin man's reaction was quick. After his shock, he immediately patted himself down and surprisingly pulled out a handgun. But just as he drew the gun, he felt a pain in his hand, and the gun was snatched away. It was Zhang Yan who took it. But what terrified him was that Zhang Yan also had a towel in his hand wrapped around the gun, so no fingerprints would be left. "Just as I pulled out the gun, not only did you snatch it away, but you even had time to grab a towel? Is this something a person can do?" Zhang Yan smiled at the bear-like man. "Just now, you were unprepared, and I only used 10% of my strength. Afraid of killing someone." However, the defensive power of this barbarian bear was the strongest among the people he had encountered, so on the second strike, he used 20% of his strength, and as a result, the bones in the opponent's entire arm were shattered. Still not enough. The barbarian bear was sweating profusely from the pain, while the thin man was drenched in cold sweat from fear. Can you answer my earlier question now? Zhang Yan looked at the thin man, casually playing with his handgun, of course, through a towel. The thin man swallowed hard and said with difficulty, "We were ordered to make you return a sum of money." Ha! Zhang Yan was surprised. When did I owe anyone money? How much? He asked. 99 million, the thin man replied honestly. Disarming someone with bare hands and breaking the arm bone of an iron tower with a punch, no, it was shattered, terrifying beyond description. He was afraid Zhang Yan would punch him too. Wow! Zhang Yan raised an eyebrow. The appearance of this number could only be related to one place, the Golden Eagle pawnshop. Did Xian Yun not learn his lesson? He actually dared to provoke me? Previously, Xian Yun wanted to charge an extra 10% in fees, but he ended up being the one who got fleeced for 10%, so this time, if you want me to pay 100 million, how can I not hit you for 200 million? Zhang Yan smiled, feeling quite pleased. If someone were to give you 200 million, you would be very happy too, right? Who is your boss, and how do I contact him? Zhang Yan asked. Sweat poured down the thin man's forehead like a waterfall, his face pale with tension. Big brother, I don't even know who my boss is. We all received the task through email, including your personal information and the account number for the transfer. But I really don't know who issued the task. Really? Zhang Yan heightened his fear level, but this person was already scared to death, and now he had wet his pants. Damn! Zhang Yan frowned, almost kicking the person out. He suppressed that impulse and said, "Give me the bank card number you need to transfer to." The thin man recited a string of numbers, and the recipient of the transfer was not the Golden Eagle pawnshop, but a person named Li Shidi. Zhang Yan glanced at him. Your memory is quite good. The thin man awkwardly smiled, looking worse than crying. In our line of work, you have to have a good memory. Zhang Yan continued to ask, if I don't transfer the money, you will torture me, but if I do transfer it, how will you handle me? Actually, it didn't matter whether the thin man answered or not. When the two of them came in earlier, their murderous intent was incredibly strong, clearly aimed at taking his life. The thin man dared not answer. Speak! Zhang Yan's voice turned sharp. The thin man was terrified beyond words, trembling as he said, "Make it look like a suicide." After saying that, the last bit of spirit was drained from him. It's over. Zhang Yan was not surprised. These two clearly were not doing this for the first time and were quite skilled at it. Given the large sum of money involved, it was only reasonable that they would want to silence him in the end. Since these two were professionals, the fabricated suicide scene should be hard to detect. Don't be afraid, I'm not some kind of monster, Zhang Yan comforted him. You may kill, but I'm a good citizen and won't do such things. Hearing this, both the barbarian bear and the thin man breathed a slight sigh of relief. Did you drive here? Zhang Yan asked. Yes, the thin man nodded quickly. Alright, you can go. I'll give you a ride, Zhang Yan said with a smile. A ride? That sounds terrifying. No, there's no need to trouble you. The thin man shook his head repeatedly, and the barbarian bear also shook his head beside him. Zhang Yan's expression darkened. I want to give you a ride. Do you have any objections? No. The thin man and the barbarian bear replied in unison. Then let's go. Zhang Yan led the way. The two thin men had no choice but to follow. The three of them left the community, and after walking for a few minutes, they finally saw an inconspicuous van parked by the roadside. They got into the car. The bear man, with his broken arm, obviously couldn't drive, so the thin guy took the driver's seat and asked Zhang Yan, "Bro, where are we going?" "To the criminal police team," Zhang Yan replied. "The criminal police team? Are we being sent in?" "Great." The thin guy surprisingly felt happy instead of scared. Being in jail is much safer than being around Zhang Yan. Before long, they arrived at the criminal police team. A kilometer away, Zhang Yan put on a thick hat that covered most of his face, and he also wore a mask, completely obscuring his features. "Take the gun and rush into the armed police team," Zhang Yan said, tossing the handgun to the thin guy. He had already removed all the bullets. Fear level maxed out. The thin guy and the bear man didn't dare disobey Zhang Yan's orders. They took the gun and opened the car door to get out. The two walked ahead while Zhang Yan followed behind, maintaining a distance of 20 meters, ensuring that their fear of him remained intact. After about 10 minutes, the criminal police team was in sight. "Go," Zhang Yan said, stopping in his tracks. To the thin guy and the bear man, even charging into the criminal police team with a gun was less frightening than staying next to Zhang Yan. Without hesitation, they rushed out, the thin guy still holding the handgun. They ran over, and the bear man's impressive physique immediately caught the attention of the guards. The two guards took a closer look, their expressions changing instantly, and they raised their guns. "Stop! Put down the gun!" But how could the thin guy and the bear man possibly listen? They continued their charge. The key was, they had guns. The guards opened fire without hesitation. Bang! 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 After a few gunshots, the thin guy and the bear man fell into a pool of blood. Are they dead? They should be dead. For their own safety, the two guards must have aimed for vital spots. Zhang Yan's expression was cold. Although the thin guy and the bear man came on orders, it couldn't change the fact that they were there to kill him. If others wanted to kill him, should he still show mercy? He didn't leave but continued to observe. After the shots were fired, the entire criminal police team was alerted, and a large number of security personnel rushed out, all armed, some even carrying riot shields, slowly approaching the thin guy and the bear man. Then, Zhang Yan saw them all put their guns away and lower their riot shields. Clearly, the two were dead, which made the security personnel relax. Zhang Yan smiled and turned to leave. The people the security personnel killed had nothing to do with him. Zhang Yan, he was a man of his word. Zhang Yan returned home, went to bed, and slept soundly until he woke up naturally. He thought about it. He definitely had to pay a visit to the Golden Eagle pawnshop. You send people to rob my money and threaten my life, and I can just act like nothing happened? I'm not made of stone. After breakfast, Zhang Yan took a cab to the pawnshop. It was still quiet, but surprisingly there was a customer, a man around 30 years old, holding a property deed. Coming to the pawnshop to mortgage a house? Zhang Yan found it hard to believe. Pawnshops should only accept antiques and luxury goods, right? You give me your stuff, I give you money and a receipt, and when the time comes, if you can't pay back, the mortgaged items are mine. But what good is mortgaging a property deed? If you can't pay back, they can come after you with the deed, and you could argue that it was stolen. Moreover, even if you wouldn't do that, is this kind of mortgage relationship protected by law? Banks can do mortgage loans, but can pawnshops? Zhang Yan really didn't know, but guessed it probably wasn't allowed. Seeing the man frowning while sitting there made it clear that his mortgage journey was obviously not going well. Of course, it could also be that he thought the offer was too low. Other pawnshops might not deal in property mortgages, but this was the Golden Eagle pawnshop, which even dared to launder money. Maybe they would make an exception? These thoughts just flashed through Zhang Yan's mind as he found a staff member and asked to see Qian Yun. To Zhang Yan's surprise, all the staff in the store had changed today. Not a single one was someone he had seen during his last visit. Even if there was a shift change, it shouldn't be so complete, right? But the staff said that Qian Yun had taken a long vacation and was currently abroad on holiday, and wouldn't be back for a short time, at least 2 months. This was strange. Just yesterday, someone had come looking for him, wanting to take away the nearly 100 million he had obtained from the pawnshop, even trying to kill him and make it look like a suicide. Zhang Yan suspected it was Qian Yun's doing, yet now Qian Yun was off on vacation. Did he know his people had failed and hurriedly run away to avoid retaliation from Zhang Yan? Zhang Yan asked when Qian Yun had left, but the staff didn't know and even questioned him about his relationship with Qian Yun, looking quite wary. Zhang Yan thought for a moment and left the pawnshop. He had many speculations. The first was the thought that had just crossed his mind. Qian Yun had discovered his subordinates had failed and quickly fled abroad to avoid the heat. The second was that Qian Yun knew they had failed but hadn't gone abroad. Instead, he was still in Sioux City, just having the staff lie about going abroad. The third, Qian Yun had been liquidated. Why would Qian Yun be liquidated? Because he had caused the pawnshop to lose money. Originally, they were supposed to collect 22 million. But it had turned into 11 million. To an ordinary person, it might seem like just a little less profit, but to the owner of the Golden Eagle pawnshop, it was clearly a loss of 11 million. So who had caused him to lose so much money? Two people. One was Qian Yun, and the other was Zhang Yan. Therefore, Qian Yun, and even all the staff that day, had faced punishment, disappearing from the world, and then the pawnshop's owner sent someone to kill Zhang Yan, of course, also wanting to retrieve the money. This was very much in line with the ruthless style of the Golden Eagle pawnshop. By the way, what is the background of this Golden Eagle pawnshop? Zhang Yan pondered, desperately trying to recall. During his previous life in prison, many of his cellmates were clients of the Golden Eagle pawnshop. This pawnshop was quite formidable, daring to take in any goods and launder any money. The key was that it still existed when Zhang Yan was released from prison. Thinking back, wasn't that quite terrifying? But what if it's terrifying? If they want to rob my money and kill me, this grudge is set. Either you die, or I perish. Zhang Yan didn't cause a scene in the pawnshop because they were quietly sending people to deal with him. If he made a fuss here, the staff could just call the police, and he would not only have to compensate for all the losses but also be locked up for a few days. The key was that the power behind this pawnshop was extremely vast, possibly reaching a terrifying level. It wouldn't be so easy to take down. This discovery didn't frighten Zhang Yan, on the contrary, it excited him. If they could casually send out 2 killers, how many heinous crimes had this power committed? If he could dismantle this power, how many desire points could he gain? But I can't be careless. If they can send out 2 people with guns, Then next, if they bring out rocket launchers and armed helicopters, I shouldn't be surprised. I have to admit, they are indeed powerful. In the country with the strictest gun control in the world, even so, they can still get guns. TSK, this power really has its hands everywhere. As Zhang Yan walked, he absorbed the desires of various people. To go to war with such a terrifying power, he had to grow stronger faster. At the very least, I need to be truly fearless of bullets. Right now, he was alone. Before, he had people like Scar to rely on, but now Scar was also locked up. Whether it was the Black Tiger Gang or the Flying Fish Society, he couldn't use anyone from either side. So, he couldn't investigate the power behind the Golden Eagle pawnshop. Wasn't that like looking for a needle in a haystack? But there are still clues. Zhang Yan thought of the bank account he had obtained from the Thin Man. Find someone to check this account. This definitely requires a computer expert, and coincidentally, Zhang Yan met such an expert during his last life in prison, and he was even his little brother. This person is named Lu Zhenghao, a super skilled hacker who, when bored, would hack into other people's computers to check private photos and videos. However, often walking by the river, one cannot avoid getting their shoes wet. In the end, he actually hacked into the bank system to make money, which led him to Sioux City Prison. What combat power could a programmer have? Within a few days of entering prison, he was bullied quite badly, and it was Zhang Yan who saved his life. Thus, Lu Zhenghao pledged allegiance to him and became his little brother. This person is quite talkative, sharing a lot of gossip news. For example, a certain celebrity has an illegitimate child, is secretly married, or a bank executive is keeping a mistress or two, or even a whole group, conveniently arranged in one building for easier management and movement. There's also a certain CEO who supports a dance troupe that often has wild parties, and so on, which opened Zhang Yan's eyes while he criticized it. I remember, he works at Sichuan Network. Zhang Yan didn't rush to find Lu Zhenghao but wandered around until after 5 in the afternoon when he finally arrived at Sichuan Network Company. Although it was called a company, it was merely a rented space of about 100 square meters in a tech park, with only 9 people in total. They usually just did website maintenance for clients and had little business, and were about to go bankrupt. If it weren't for this, Lu Zhenghao wouldn't have had the evil thought of robbing the bank due to lack of money, which led to his imprisonment. Working overtime should be the norm for programmers, but perhaps because Sichuan was on the verge of closing down and had little work, Zhang Yan soon saw a tall, thin young man walking out of the building. Lu Zhenghao. Zhang Yan smiled and waved. The young man was clearly taken aback but still walked towards Zhang Yan. Do you know me? Of course, Zhang Yan replied with a smile. But I have no impression of you at all? Lu Zhenghao was still quite cautious, pulling out his phone and saying, quickly tell me who you are, or I'll call the police. Zhang Yan chuckled, if you call the police, aren't you afraid that you're hacking into other people's computers and stealing their privacy will be exposed? Lu Zhenghao's expression changed. Although he was a top-notch hacker, he was a novice at hiding emotions and couldn't keep his composure. Zhang Yan waved his hand. Don't worry, I'm not here to cause you trouble, but I plan to ask you for a favor to check an account for me. Even if you don't find any useful information, I'll give you 10,000 yuan as a reward, and the more information you find, the higher the reward, of course. Lu Zhenghao immediately showed interest. With the company's business getting worse, last month's salary had already been delayed for several days, and he indeed needed money. But having someone suddenly approach him like this made him a bit scared. Zhang Yan smiled, if you're not at ease, you can give me your bank account number, and I'll transfer 10,000 to you first. Lu Zhenghao couldn't help but agree. Alright. He was a top hacker and wasn't afraid of Zhang Yan taking his account number and transferring away the money. First, he had enough security measures, and second, he was currently broke, with no money in his account. He provided the account number, and Zhang Yan immediately transferred 10,000 over. The two added each other on WeChat, and Zhang Yan sent over Li Shidi's account number, saying, contact me anytime if you find anything. By the way, if you think I'm a fool, Zhang Yan lifted Lu Zhenghao off the ground, holding him high above his head. You can try it. Wow, your strength is terrifying. Lu Zhenghao hurriedly nodded. I will definitely check thoroughly. Then I'll wait for your good news. Zhang Yan smiled, gently putting Lu Zhenghao down and patting his shoulder, which startled Lu Zhenghao. Once Zhang Yan walked away, Lu Zhenghao finally let out a long sigh of relief. The pressure Zhang Yan put on him was too strong. But looking at the money that had come out of the card, he smiled again. It was just checking a bank card number. How hard could it be? He often hacked into bank systems. After all, as long as he didn't touch the data, there wouldn't be any trouble. He started checking as soon as he got home. He still wanted to make some more money from Zhang Yan. Of course, Zhang Yan wouldn't go home but instead went to find Feng Qian. Her husband was in jail, and almost all their possessions had been seized. These past few days, Feng Qian had been both angry and terrified. What had she married He Yuan to for? Of course, it was for the money. But now, all her bank cards were frozen, leaving her with a daily spending limit of 200 yuan, just enough to keep her from starving. But she had grown accustomed to a luxurious lifestyle. 200 yuan wasn't even enough for a haircut. She was almost at her wit's end. When she saw Zhang Yan coming, she hurriedly approached him with flattery. Anyone who could make He Yuan to obediently send his beautiful wife as company must have incredible power. Now that He Yuan had fallen, she certainly had to find a way out for her future. Zhang Yan offered her a condition, 50,000 a month. Feng Qian was naturally unwilling. That was too cheap. But she was too poor now, and the thought of having to become a prostitute was disgusting. And Zhang Yan was at least a handsome guy, his body more like a strong bull. So, even without that 50,000, she would actually be willing to sleep with Zhang Yan. It was just that Zhang Yan's attitude towards her annoyed her a bit. But a penny can stump a hero. For a woman, isn't it the same? Now asking her to go to work, what could she do? She would only be subjected to constant unspoken rules. So, she reluctantly agreed. Go get some black stockings. Zhang Yan didn't spend the night at Feng Qian's place but returned to his own home. Would the forces behind the Golden Eagle pawnshop send someone over tonight? Zhang Yan thought they probably wouldn't. No matter how strong they were, it shouldn't come to that. They weren't a state machine, just pests hiding in the dark. Moreover, if someone did come over, Zhang Yan would actually be happy. One down, another to go. It would provide him with a point of desire. A moment later, Lu Zhenghao sent a message first. Boss, I found some information, take a look. Then, a pile of data followed. This Li Shidi was actually a genuine farmer, as innocent as could be, but his bank account often received large sums of money, which were then immediately transferred out to several foreign banks. Because these were foreign banks, Lu Zhenghao couldn't hack in yet to trace the flow of funds. Zhang Yan knew that this lead was likely dead. Li Shidi probably had no idea that someone had opened a bank account in his name, and such accounts were likely controlled by that force, with many more like it. If one had a problem, they would just switch to another. After these funds were dispersed into other foreign accounts, they would probably be shuffled through a dozen or even dozens of accounts before finally entering that force's legitimate account. By then, the money would surely be washed clean. Bang! Suddenly, there was a sound of something being smashed next door. But before Zhang Yan could go knock on the door, they fell silent again. What were they doing all day? A night without a word. Today, Zhang Yan got up particularly early. He hadn't gone to the bar last night, so he had to rise early this morning. After washing up, he opened the door and stepped out. Coincidentally, someone next door also opened the door and walked out. Unfortunately, it wasn't Lin Shangwan, the charming young woman, but a man around 30 years old. Oh, he recognized this person. Wasn't he the guy from yesterday at the Golden Eagle pawnshop holding the property deed? This world was too small. He was actually Lin Shangwan's husband? He looked quite good, rather handsome, with an air of scholarly demeanor, but still, like yesterday, his brows were tightly furrowed, as if burdened by unsolvable worries. Short on money, that was obvious. Taking the property deed to the pawnshop, wasn't that a sign of extreme financial distress? And this man clearly saw Zhang Yan, revealing a look of surprise. He certainly knew that the house next door had been bought, but he never expected the buyer to be so young. So young, and yet he has so much money? It must be thanks to his family, he thought to himself. Zhang Yan walked over to press the elevator button, and the man followed him, standing side by side, creating a somewhat awkward atmosphere. Zhang Yan extended his hand for an introduction. He certainly didn't look down on the man, but who could blame him for having a charming and alluring wife? Zhang Yan wouldn't deceive women like Yu Shanghui, he was straightforward. The man paused for a moment and also extended his hand. Ding Hongxian. Seeing that the elevator was still on the floor, Ding Hongxian started chatting with Zhang Yan. Mr. Zhang must be quite wealthy, right? This apartment is worth around 10 million now. It's 10 million now, but by the second half of the year, it would be at least 13 million, even 16 million. If Ding Hongxian really mortgaged the house and couldn't pay back the money, leading to the house being auctioned off, they would suffer a huge loss. Zhang Yan thought to himself, but of course, he wouldn't advise against it. Why would he? If Ding Hongxian didn't lack money, how could he have a chance? Zhang Yan smiled. I'm an orphan. Where would the money come from? It's all from doing a little business and getting lucky. Did Mr. Zhang buy this apartment with a loan? Ding Hongxian asked again. Zhang Yan shook his head. Paid in full. The loan interest is too high. Listen to that, is that even human talk? It's blatant bragging. Ding Hongxian felt an overwhelming jealousy. How old is Zhang Yan? 25? At that age, he couldn't possibly be a master's student, and he wasn't even an undergraduate, because if he were an undergraduate, he would have graduated at most 2 or 3 years ago. How could he have earned 10 million? With such an education, and being just an orphan, he could run a business and make so much money, while he, a proper master's student with parental financial support, faced opposition from his wife regarding starting a business? A guaranteed profitable venture with high returns. The stock market is indeed profitable now, but can it really yield tenfold returns? Long hair, short sight. He had been troubled by financial issues these past few days, even considering mortgaging the house to raise funds, because they said the investment opportunity would end by the end of this month, with a threshold of 5 million. He could scrape together about 3 million, but there was still a significant gap, yet his wife refused to agree to mortgage the house, constantly arguing with him. What to do? Should he think of a way from Zhang Yan? With that thought, he suddenly felt as if he had opened up a pathway, and ideas began to flow. Ding! At that moment, the elevator arrived. The two stepped inside together, and Ding Hongxian smiled. Mr. Zhang, I recently have a great investment project, but I don't have enough money on hand. I wonder if you could lend me some. Before Zhang Yan could respond, he quickly added, don't worry, my house is worth 10 million. I would never let you lose your investment. Zhang Yan instantly understood. No wonder the couple had been arguing every night. It turned out Ding Hongxian wanted to mortgage the property. If Lin Shangwan didn't agree, then his joint marital property, Ding Hongxian could only secure half of the normal mortgage amount. Clearly, he felt that wasn't enough. Moreover, Ding Hongxuan's investment direction was not the stock market, but the stock market was already so hot that even elderly women were lining up to open accounts at securities firms. He must have been aware of that. So why not invest in the stock market? It must be for higher returns. The question is, are there any? There are, in the mouths of con artists, not to mention doubling returns, even tenfold or hundredfold returns can be promised, as long as you are willing to believe. This Ding fellow didn't seem like a fool. How could he fall for it? It can only be said that reading a lot doesn't necessarily mean high intelligence. Zhang Yan already had a clear investment route and certainly wouldn't change it midway, especially not to give money to a con artist. But who could blame Ding Hongxian for being Lin Shangwan's husband? As a law-abiding good citizen, I certainly wouldn't do anything to bully the weak, but what if Ding Hongxian voluntarily offered up his wife? That would be a different story. Moreover, if he could conveniently send the scammer to jail, wouldn't he also make a fortune in desire points? Zhang Yan chuckled. Oh, do you have any good investment opportunities? Just right, I have some spare cash. Upon hearing this, Ding Hongxian naturally became even more jealous. I work my ass off to make money, and you still have spare cash lying in your account. Mr. Zhang, how much spare cash do you have? Ding Hongxian quickly asked. About 3 million, Zhang Yan casually replied. He had a total of 99 million, with 80 million in the stock market, 10 million in real estate, and the remaining 9 million, of which 5 million was spent on a car, and he had spent some more, so he indeed only had a little over 3 million in spare cash left. 3 million? It's infuriating how some people have it so easy. Ding Hongxuan's face turned green with jealousy. He couldn't even take out 1 million in cash. But could he snatch Zhang Yan's money? He quickly said, Mr. Zhang, this investment project of mine is incredible. Although it's in distant Africa, I made a couple of small investments before, and to be honest, I've already made 20,000. And guess how much I invested? 10,000. The key is, this was just a month ago. Ding Hongxian looked extremely excited. Just think, if you invest 10 million and leave it for a year? At least 100 million. Previously, he had been taken along by an investor who invested 10 million and allocated 10,000 of the profits to him, but that person couldn't keep playing with him forever, so he had to gather money himself to meet the investment threshold. Zhang Yan looked at him with a gaze of disbelief. Who would believe such nonsense if they had even a little common sense? But Ding Hongxian was fervent, clearly convinced. Brainwashed by the scammer, coupled with the fact that he had turned 10,000 into 20,000, seeing is believing, and greed made him actively persuade himself to believe. Greed is the original sin. In fact, as long as you are not greedy, you can avoid most scams. Ding Hongxian said all this not to introduce a get-rich scheme to Zhang Yan, but simply to make Zhang Yan believe that if he lent him money, it would definitely not be lost. Ding! The elevator arrived. However, Ding Hongxian did not step inside but said, Mr. Zhang, why don't we go to my house? I can give you a proper introduction? Is this inviting a thief in? Zhang Yan smiled, sure. Ding Hongxian was extremely enthusiastic. He led Zhang Yan back to his home and unlocked the door with his fingerprint. Hearing the door open, Lin Shangwan thought he had forgotten something and hurriedly ran out, only to see not only her husband but also someone she feared. Zhang Yan, how could he come? If he mentioned that he had once flirted with her in the elevator, her husband, who was always jealous, would definitely cause a scene. Honey, why are you back? She feigned calmness. Ding Hongxian smiled. I have something to discuss with Mr. Zhang. You hurry and make some tea, go change your clothes first. He said this with displeasure. Lin Xiangwan was in a nightgown, with 2 buttons at the collar undone, revealing a large expanse of white skin. He was 100% uneasy about his beautiful and alluring wife, always feeling that someone was trying to steal her away, wishing he could lock her up at home. But she was a living person, how could that be possible? So, he could only try to keep his wife from going out as much as possible and absolutely not participate in any gatherings with colleagues. But he couldn't even feel at ease at home. How could you dress so revealingly? What, trying to seduce someone? Lin Xiangwan hadn't thought that much. Usually, no one came over, and she heard the sound of the door opening, not knocking, so she naturally knew it could only be her husband, which is why she came out so unguarded. Once reminded by Ding Hongxian, she gasped and quickly covered her chest with one hand, retreating back to the bedroom to change clothes. With that, she lost the heart to ask why Zhang Yan had come. While changing her clothes, she felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. If Zhang Yan really spoke about what happened in the elevator that day. Fortunately, when she finished changing and came out, she saw her husband and Zhang Yan sitting on the sofa, chatting and laughing happily, showing no signs of anger. Zhang Yan probably hadn't said anything. Well, there was no reason for him to bring it up. Go boil some water and make tea. Ding Hongxian shot her a glare. How could this woman be so oblivious? A guest has arrived, and instead of rushing to make tea, what is she thinking? Lin Xiangwan responded and turned to head to the kitchen. With that turn, her waist moved like a snake, her hips curving alluringly, exuding a myriad of charms. Zhang Yan was somewhat surprised. How could this woman make a simple turn so sexy and enticing? Earlier, Ding Hongxian mentioned that Lin Xiangwan had practiced dance since childhood and was now a teacher at a dance school. TSK, could this alluring charm be a result of long-term dance practice? So, even if a certain CEO owed the bank billions, he still had to support a dance troupe? Mr. Zhang, could you lend me 3 million? Ding Hongxian began to persuade again. This African construction project has only a 2-month initial capital gathering period. After that, it won't reopen until 6 months later, and it will turn into a second financing round, with much lower returns. It's just like financing for a startup. The earlier you invest, the higher the returns. You only need to lend me 3 million, and I'll give you 10% interest per month. How about that? If all goes well, I can return part of the investment by the 3rd month, enough to pay it back. The deadline is the end of this month. Zhang Yan was somewhat shocked. How did this scammer manage to brainwash him into believing so deeply, even to the point of being fervent enough to brainwash others? It was a pity he wasn't doing pyramid schemes. Zhang Yan didn't mind lending money to Ding Hongxian. After all, there was an IOU, and Ding Hongxian had this apartment. Worst case, he could sell the apartment to repay it. I have a few conditions, he said thoughtfully. Go ahead, Ding Hongxian quickly replied. First, you need to write me an IOU. Of course. Second, Zhang Yan glanced at Lin Xiangwan, who had just walked out of the kitchen, and said, You just mentioned your wife as a dance teacher? Yes. Ding Hongxian nodded. Zhang Yan leisurely said, Have your wife dance for me. Was that the final request? Too simple. Ding Hongxian was about to agree when he heard Zhang Yan add, Not just any dance, but she has to wear a bikini. He knew that if he asked Lin Xiangwan to dance naked, Ding Hongxian would absolutely refuse. But just wearing a bikini? Even if Ding Hongxian didn't want to agree, he would at least consider it. But even just considering it would create a rift between him and Lin Xiangwan. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Ding Hongxian hesitated. His possessiveness was particularly strong. He would even prohibit his wife from attending company gatherings, which were perfectly normal social events. Now he was being asked to let his wife wear a bikini to dance for Zhang Yan? So Ding Hongxian's first reaction was to refuse. However, he immediately thought of the 3 million. Without Zhang Yan's 3 million, and with his wife refusing to use the house as collateral, where would he find the money? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Lin Xiangwan. Lin Xiangwan had originally been looking at Zhang Yan with anger, but after a long time without seeing her husband slam the table, she turned to look at Ding Hongxian. When she saw the expression on his face, her heart tightened. Such an unreasonable, even humiliating request, and he was actually considering it? All along, although she resented Ding Hongxian's control over her, it was at least because her husband loved her too much and didn't want her to interact with other men. His possessiveness was indeed too strong, making it hard for her to breathe, but she could still understand and even accept it. However, now Ding Hongxian is actually considering having her dance in a bikini in front of other men for 3 million. This made her vision go dark, nearly causing her to faint. Zhang Yan chuckled inwardly. This was exactly the effect he wanted. He had appropriately raised Lin Xiangwan's anger level, of course, aimed at Ding Hongxian. Fine, I agree. Lin Xiangwan didn't even know why she was agreeing, only feeling that Ding Hongxuan's hesitation was the greatest humiliation and betrayal to her. I love you so much that I don't even speak to any male colleagues for you, yet you are actually considering having me dance provocatively? After so many years of studying dance, was it for such a vulgar performance? You always said you cared too much about me, that's why you interfered with my social life. But what is this? Caring too much? What a lie! At this moment, Lin Shangwan just wanted to infuriate Ding Hongxian, completely disregarding everything else. What disappointed her even more was, Ding Hongxian actually didn't oppose it. On the contrary, he lowered his head. This was tacit approval. Lin Shangwan was furious, storming into the bedroom and pulling out a swimsuit she had only worn at home. A bikini. Once a crack appears, even if it is patched up, it is only superficial. Inside, it remains riddled with holes and may even continue to expand. Who said that? Zhang Yan thought it was unimportant. What mattered was that he had created a rift between this couple. They had been arguing every night for the past few days, even to the point of breaking things, and now this. TSK. He looked expectantly at the bedroom door, imagining what a wonderful scene he would see next. Then, the door opened, revealing a snow-white figure. Zhang Yan's eyes lit up, his fingers itching. Lin Shangwan really came out wearing only a bikini. The black swimsuit contrasted sharply with her snow-white skin, creating a tremendous visual impact. Her hair was as dark as ink, her skin as white as snow. She always gave off a delicate charm, but in a bikini, that charm transformed into a direct sensual impact. Ding Hongxian was momentarily stunned. Lin Shangwan was actually quite a traditional woman. Even though they were married, she still insisted on turning off the lights during intimate moments and could not accept bathing together. So, he knew his wife had a great figure, but he had only caught a fleeting glimpse. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say this was the first time he appreciated his wife in a bikini, or even in swimwear. Such a beautiful and charming wife, would he really let her go to the pool or the beach for other men to admire? After a few seconds of being dazed, he suddenly stood up, blocking his wife's body with his own, angrily saying, "Who told you to change clothes? Go back." He was the king of jealousy, with an incredibly strong possessiveness. Before seeing his wife dressed like this, he thought he could endure it with a bit of grit, but after witnessing it with his own eyes, he absolutely could not get past this hurdle. Unfortunately, if Zhang Yan had just made this request and he had firmly refused, Lin Shangwan would definitely have felt touched. Her husband, though a bit overbearing, truly loved her wholeheartedly. But now, Ding Hongxuan's hesitation had already hurt her. So, Lin Shangwan stubbornly stared at Ding Hongxian, refusing to back down at all. Zhang Yan smiled inwardly. Hey, it was time for him to step in as the good guy. I was just joking. Why take it so seriously? Zhang Yan laughed. Having sister-in-law wear a bikini to dance, what does that even mean? Quickly go change your clothes, I'm discussing business with Lauding. Ding Hongxian only stood up to have his wife change out of the swimsuit out of his usual possessiveness, but upon hearing Zhang Yan speak, he realized he would lose Zhang Yan's investment. He hadn't expected Zhang Yan was just joking, which instantly relieved him. This was clearly a prank, but with his mind filled with dreams of making money, he wouldn't bother to care about such trivial matters. Seeing her husband being tossed around by Zhang Yan, Lin Shangwan felt both angry and shy. She didn't even know what was happening to her, but in a fit of anger, she actually changed into her swimsuit. But Zhang Yan actually said it was a joke? Can't I see the aggression in your eyes? If my husband weren't here, would you have already pounced on me? She had no doubt about that. As her anger gradually subsided, she realized how bold her actions were and quickly ran back to the bedroom, her face flushed. However, the way her voluptuous and charming backside swayed was something Ding Hongxian couldn't help but notice. Ding Hongxian had already turned around, so he didn't see this incredibly tempting side of his wife. Otherwise, his face might have turned green. The frenzy of making money made him overlook Zhang Yan's rudeness. Instead, he forced a smile. Mr. Zhang, should I write you an IOU right now? Wait a minute, Zhang Yan stopped him. Who introduced you to this investment? I want to meet them. Ding Hongxian refused to agree. He was afraid that Zhang Yan wouldn't lend him money but would bypass him and invest directly. Then he wouldn't make a dime. Sure enough, even gods can't save someone who wants to die. Zhang Yan chuckled. He hadn't been brainwashed, so how could he give money to a scammer? But Ding Hongxian clearly wouldn't agree. Fine, Zhang Yan said. Alright, I'll lend you the money first, and then you can introduce me. That works, right? Ding Hongxuan's face lit up with joy. No problem. No problem. As long as he could invest and make money, that was all that mattered. So, Ding Hongxian wrote the IOU and pressed his seal, while Zhang Yan asked for his card number and transferred 3 million over. Seeing the bank's text notification that the 3 million had arrived, Ding Hongxian let out a long sigh of relief. The dream of getting rich had come true. He was immensely grateful to Zhang Yan and quickly said, Mr. Zhang, I'll help you contact them right now. Actually, if you mortgage the house and gather some more money, once you reach the 5 million investment threshold, you can still get rich. He spoke these words with genuine feeling. After all, even if Zhang Yan invested, it wouldn't affect his own wealth, would it? Zhang Yan smiled. Let's meet the person first. Ding Hongxian had been brainwashed to the point of foolishness. In the end, even if he said he could only invest 100,000, the scammer would definitely find a reason to say it was possible, and would never turn away money that was offered. Otherwise, wouldn't all the effort over the past few months be wasted? At this moment, Lin Xiangwan had already dressed and walked out of the bedroom, her pretty face still flushed, unable to hide her shyness. She frowned tightly, anxiously watching her husband and Zhang Yan. Instinctively, she felt that investing over 5 million in Africa was too risky. Wasn't investing in the stock market better? These days, she had been hearing her colleague talk about making 1 or 2 points just in a single day. So, wasn't investing in the stock market better? With risks, she could withdraw at any time, and at most, she would lose 10. But Zhang Yan was right there, so she didn't want to say much, planning to persuade her husband to abandon this idea after Zhang Yan left. Ding Hongxian, in front of Zhang Yan, called the investor, saying he could gather the money soon, and he also wanted to introduce a big boss over. The investor hesitated for a moment before reluctantly agreeing. Ding Hongxian was quite pleased and told Zhang Yan, Mr. Guo said the funding gap is almost gone, and many people are rushing to invest. If it weren't for our good relationship, there wouldn't be any extra shares for you. He. Zhang Yan just smiled and left with Ding Hongxian. Ding Hongxian drove a Volkswagen, which looked quite old and poorly maintained. When it started, the noise was particularly loud, and the stability of the car was very poor, making it uncomfortable for the passengers. Zhang Yan guessed that Ding Hongxian's parents must have a bit of money, otherwise, even with low housing prices a few years ago, it wouldn't have been possible to buy property in Linglong Bay, especially since the housing prices in the nearby Gusa district were only 4,000 to 5,000 at that time. At that time, the park area was a wasteland. How many would buy houses here, especially with such high prices per square meter? Therefore, the houses and cars were all bought by Ding's parents, which is why they were all aged. But Ding Hongxian was someone with high aspirations but low abilities, fixated on making a fortune yet always failing, never reflecting on his own capabilities, instead blaming this and that. Now, he had only invested 10,000, but a month later it had turned into 20,000, making him feel that after years of being talented but unappreciated, he could finally take off. With such a mindset, he brainwashed himself, firmly believing in the so-called wealth-making scheme. Zhang Yan sent a message to Lu Zhanghao. Keep an eye on this account. He sent over Ding Hongxian's bank account number. More than an hour later, Zhang Yan met the mysterious investor at Starbucks. Zhang Xingsheng? I'm Guo Guangji. Nice to meet you. This person spoke with a strong accent, his Mandarin far from standard. Ding Hongxian quickly interjected, Gui Guangji, Mr. Gui is from Hong Kong. No problem. Guo Guangji waved with a smile. Zhang Yan chuckled and casually chatted with Gui Guangji. He expressed his aspirations for wealth but was also very cautious. Gui Guangji said, Relax, would I deceive you? If you don't believe me, you can ask Xiao Ding. He just invested 10,000, and look how much it turned into in a month. He vigorously promoted how safe and sought after his investment was. When Zhang Yan still seemed hesitant, he even got angry and was about to leave, but Ding Hongxian persuaded him to sit back down. He and Ding Hongxian seemed like a pair of good cop bad cop, coaxing Zhang Yan to invest. However, Gui Guangji was truly deceiving, while Ding Hongxian was brainwashed and unaware, feeling that he was speaking the truth. After being persuaded for 2 hours by Gui Guangji, Zhang Yan finally expressed interest, preparing to raise funds, and even asked Gui Guangji for a contact number, saying he would find him once he got the money. Gui Guangji readily agreed, giving Zhang Yan a phone number and even a bank account, saying that once Zhang Yan got the money, he could transfer it any time before the end of the month. It was essential to transfer the money first. The investment contract could be signed later because the sooner the money was invested, the sooner one could make a profit. Now, all three were very satisfied, and as it was noon, they decided to go out for lunch together. Ding Hongxian, the big spender, offered to treat, while Gui Guangji, despite appearing wealthy, showed no eagerness to pay. After all, as a scammer, he had already invested in the early stages, so of course, he wanted to cut costs now. However, Gui Guangji was still very proactive with Zhang Yan, constantly hinting that he should hurry, as the end of the month was the latest deadline for investment. Once this opportunity was gone, it would be gone for good, clearly intending to instill a sense of urgency in Zhang Yan. When people are anxious, they tend not to think rationally. Zhang Yan secretly took a few photos of Gui Guangji and sent them to Lu Zhanghao, asking him to dig up information on Gui Guangji. This name must be fake. What scammer would use their real name to commit fraud? After eating, Gui Guangji wanted to go to a club for some fun, but Ding Hongxian firmly refused, insisting he couldn't do anything to betray his wife, so Gui Guangji had to leave in disappointment. Not getting anything for free left him feeling unsatisfied. Zhang Yan smiled faintly. This scammer was likely not acting alone. There was definitely a gang behind him, and he intended to use Gui Guangji to catch this gang all at once. The more people, the better. He could gain enough points of desire. After leaving, Zhang Yan wandered around aimlessly. All the money had turned into stocks, and since Storm technology had not yet gone public, he didn't need to operate, so he truly had nothing to do. Zhang Yan went to a dance hall. There were very few women here, most were men, and dancing was quite interesting, with lights on for one song and off for the next. Men could pay women to dance, some for 10 yuan a song, others for 20, depending on the quality of the girls. Dancing when the lights are on is proper, but when the lights go out, men can do as they please with women. Zhang Yan saw very clearly that every man exuded a strong desire, with ages varying widely. There were young men in their 20s, but also older gentlemen in their 60s and even 70s, proving that age does not diminish vigor. He sat to the side, silently absorbing the desires around him. Although a few women had approached him during the lighted moments, he had rejected them all. It was a joke, not to mention the futility of hugging and touching. Even after dressing up, these women barely scored above 60. Who could bring themselves to engage with them? After about half an hour, Zhang Yan decided to leave, having absorbed all the desire he could. It seemed that the men, having lost their desires to him, had entered a state of saintliness. Boring. He left. The once crowded dance hall suddenly became sparse, mostly filled with women. They stared in disbelief, feeling utterly perplexed. Why did these men leave? This shouldn't be happening. Zhang Yan chuckled, surprised that he could actually lead people towards goodness. Once outside the dance hall, he received a phone call. His sports car had arrived. Wasn't it supposed to take about a week? Well, it could be a bit more or less than a week. Today marked the 5th day since he bought the car, so the speed was quite impressive. After all, it was a ready stock vehicle, and Jinling was only about 200 kilometers from Sioux City. If he drove the sports car directly onto the highway, he could probably get there in 2 to 3 hours. Looking at it this way, taking over 4 days to deliver the car seemed a bit slow. With the car arriving, Zhang Yan naturally went to pick it up, and he wouldn't need to take a taxi anymore. He drove back to his community but quickly regretted it. The road was too congested. The sports car couldn't even pick up speed, stopping and going, which was particularly uncomfortable. If he had known, he should have bought a sedan and hired a driver. No matter how heavy the traffic, he could just sleep in the car. However, he didn't have any spare cash now. Fine, he would just have to endure it for now and wait until the money from the stock market came through before buying a new car. On the way, a call came in. Zhang Yan happily answered. Captain Gu, what's up? Gu Yusin paused. Captain? What did that mean? Normally, after a call connects, there would be a greeting. She would say her name, and Zhang Yan would call her Captain Gu. But what did Captain imply? Master? Captain of the team? After pondering for a moment, she said, the person you caught, Xiao Koan, is quite something. Who? Zhang Yan pretended to be clueless. Gu Yusin didn't catch on and continued to explain. He's the noodle shop owner who hid his wife's body in a freezer. Oh, it's him. Zhang Yan nodded. What's wrong with him? He turns out to be the rainy night butcher. Gu Yusin sounded very excited. We've been trying to catch him for months, but we never succeeded. Who would have thought he would be caught because of the corpse hiding case? Rainy night butcher? Zhang Yan feigned ignorance again. Gu Yusin had to explain further. Since the perpetrator was already caught, there was no need for secrecy. In any case, you've made a great contribution. Zhang Yan, have you considered joining our criminal police team? If you were officially part of it, just catching the rainy night butcher would be enough for a second-class merit. Me, a person who spent 31 years in prison in a past life, and you want me to be a law enforcement officer? Zhang Yan smiled, a mix of self-mockery and sentimentality. Does this count as me doing you a big favor? He avoided the topic. Gu Yusin nodded vigorously, but unfortunately, Zhang Yan couldn't see it. This action sent another wave of emotions through her chest. Of course. Then can Captain Gu help me with a favor? Zhang Yan asked. As long as it's not illegal, anything is fine, Gu Yusin replied generously. Zhang Yan smiled. Then could you pretend to be my girlfriend for a day? Ha! Gu Yusin was taken aback. Why was Zhong Ming organizing this class reunion? Wasn't it just to humiliate him for knowing that Jiao Lily had cheated? Although Zhang Yan no longer cared about Jiao Lily, the fact remained that they had broken up, and Zhong Ming could indeed use this to attack him. But why should he endure such humiliation? Therefore, he decided to invite Gu Yusin over. He could have asked Tan Xing, whose looks were certainly above Jiao Lily's, and who was always available and easy to play with. However, this was a great opportunity to get close to a police flower. How could he let it slip away? A class reunion was just a chance for the boys to show off who was doing better and for the girls to compare who had married better or whose boyfriend was more outstanding. How much classmate friendship was left? Once you step into society, who would still be naive? How do you measure who is doing well? By houses, cars, and girlfriends. Should he even bring the property deed? With Zhang Yan's current strength, he would only grow stronger in the future, and there was really no need to show off in front of Zhong Ming. But who made him so petty? You want to humiliate me? Ha! Then be prepared to have your face swollen. Zhang Yan briefly mentioned their classmates' relationships and revealed Jia Lily's infidelity, making Gu Yusin feel sorry for him for 3 seconds. Now, Gu Yusin completely understood. No wonder He Yuan turned himself in. Because He Yuan implicated Zhao Guanhua, who in turn brought out Yu Hanghai. Yu Hanghai was Yu Xianghui's father. How did you suddenly get nearly 100 million? Gu Yusin didn't answer directly but asked in a low voice. Oh, I found a genuine work by a famous calligrapher from the Tang dynasty at a street stall and sold it for 99 million. Zhang Yan replied. The transaction record was clear. Then, he deliberately said, Captain Gu, are you investigating me? Of course, she had to investigate. Gu Yusin thought to herself, because He Yuan and Bai Wenhai had both turned themselves in while accompanied by Zhang Yan, was that normal? Wasn't it strange? So, she definitely needed to check on Zhang Yan, especially his financial situation. She nodded. As long as there's no problem, I've agreed to the class reunion the day after tomorrow. Agreed to what? Zhang Yan asked. To pretend to be your girlfriend. Gu Yusin didn't mind him taking a verbal advantage. Hey, sooner or later, the word pretend would be dropped. Zhang Yan was certainly determined to win over this voluptuous police flower, and as for how to make Gu Yusin accept his flirtatious nature, he would first get her in hand, then think about the rest. Otherwise, why bother considering this and that? It was like an ordinary person worrying about how to spend 10 billion. Wasn't that just unnecessary worry? After hanging up the phone, Zhang Yan smiled slightly. Zhong Ming, are you ready to accept my all-around slap in the face? And Jia Lily, of course, this was just a side note. For a gold-digging woman like her, Zhang Yan only needed to display his wealth one by one, and she would regret it. He was quite looking forward to it. That night, there was another loud argument next door. Ding Hongxian had the 3 million borrowed from Zhang Yan, and with another 2 million mortgaged on the house, he could reach the minimum investment threshold, but Lin Xiangwan would definitely disagree, so their loud quarrel was naturally understandable. Argue, make it even more intense, otherwise, how could I possibly dig at the corner? Just as he was about to sleep, Lu Zhenghao sent him a message. He had not yet found out who the actual controller behind the Golden Eagle pawnshop was. According to him, the relationships were incredibly complex, deeply hidden, and not something that could be uncovered in a few days. It also involved foreign bank accounts and equity structures, making it very difficult to investigate. However, the bank account provided by Gui Guangji had yielded some clues. This account had received money before, but it was immediately transferred into dozens of accounts, and then the money in those accounts was all withdrawn within minutes. Zhang Yan suddenly realized that these were scammers from northern Myanmar. The telecom fraud from old Myanmar had probably peaked around 2020 and was incredibly arrogant, even daring to target our security personnel, which led to Longa taking action, and with just a few moves, he made old Myanmar hand over all the heads of the 4 major families involved in telecom fraud. It has only been 15 years, and the electric fraud in old Myanmar is not yet famous nationwide. There are even offline personnel who dare to come out in person to scam money. Should I go to old Myanmar to reap a wave? There, warlords are in control, and there are too many different kinds of people. It should be possible to gather a lot of desire points there. However, it is also precisely because it is so unsafe that one might step out the door and have a gun pointed at their waist demanding money. Zhang Yan decided to wait until he strengthens a few more times before going. At least he should reach a point where he is not afraid of handguns. Life is his own, and Zhang Yan cannot gamble on whether the system will give him another chance at rebirth. A night passed without a word. Zhang Yan felt a bit disappointed. Why had the forces behind the Golden Eagle pawnshop suddenly quieted down? They hadn't sent anyone over for 2 consecutive days. He had overestimated them. However, it was better for them to come a little later, allowing him to strengthen a few more times. When the time comes, he would pull them all out and throw them into the Pacific to feed the sharks. It was another sunny morning, but even though spring had already arrived, the March sun still seemed weak and powerless. This day was uneventful. It was Lu Zhenghao who brought him some news. Ding Hongshuan's account had suddenly increased by more than 3 million. It seemed he had mortgaged his property. So fast. He must have found a way long ago, but since the house was a joint property of the couple, he couldn't get the necessary amount alone. which is why he went to the pawn shop. Now, with Zhang Yan's injection of 3 million, this guy naturally had to hurry to mortgage the house. The earlier he invested, the sooner he would gain returns. By the afternoon, the more than 6 million in Ding Hongshuan's account had all been transferred out. It went into the bank card provided by Gui Guangji, and then it was quickly transferred to dozens of other cards. In just half an hour, all the money on those cards was withdrawn. I wonder when Ding Hongxian will realize he has been scammed. Zhang Yan didn't care. After all, he held the IOU, and when the time came, he would let Ding Hongxian sell the house to pay it back. What he was looking forward to now was tomorrow's class reunion. Zhong Ming, are you ready to be slapped in the face by me? Without the despairing emotions provided by great evildoers, Zhang Yan's gains were quite stable, averaging about 12,000 desire points each day. He checked in the morning and found he had only 92,733 desire points. However, strengthening required 128,000 desire points, and without any extra gains, it would take him another 3 days to accumulate enough points for strengthening. I wonder how many desire points Zhongming would generate after being slapped in the face by him. It shouldn't be too many. After all, he was just an ordinary person. Zhang Yan's mind wandered, feeling that time was passing particularly slowly. What to do then? He simply went to Feng Qian's place and didn't leave until after 5 in the afternoon. Zhang Yan drove his sports car, navigating towards Banlan. On the way, he called Gu Yusen to confirm. I have a case, I'll be a bit late, Gu Yusen said. No problem, as long as you can make it, Zhang Yan replied with a smile. After hanging up, he focused on driving. No phone calls while driving, and no driving while on the phone. Traffic safety is the most important. It was rush hour, and the traffic was heavy. The elevated roads were jammed. Fortunately, he was driving a sports car, and others probably feared their insurance wouldn't cover it, so not a single car cut into his lane. After crawling along for nearly an hour, Zhang Yan's patience was wearing thin, but he finally arrived at his destination. Banlan was large, with its own parking lot. It wasn't just a place to eat, there were also other services, though Zhang Yan didn't know if there were any illicit ones, having never been there before. He first inquired about which private room they were dining in today, then handed the security guard 500 yuan, asking him to notify him when he received the message to come to the private room. The security guard pocketed the money and patted his chest, saying, "Don't worry, bro." Zhang Yan nodded and entered Banlan with a black plastic bag. What was in the bag? The property deed and the car purchase contract. There will definitely be doubts about whether the house and car are rented, like from Jia Lily, who would never believe he has money and naturally suspects these are all rented just to serve as a facade. Hey, how could I let you all feel at ease? Of course, I have to slap your faces thoroughly. Zhang Yan arrived at the private room, but it was still early, and only one person was there. Zhang Ming. Zhang Yan, you're here, Zhong Ming said to Zhang Yan with a forced smile, his face full of mockery. He had been suppressed by Zhang Yan for 4 years in school, but after entering society, Zhang Yan couldn't even compare to him. He was a standard rich second generation, although his family didn't have a mine. Tens of millions in assets allowed him to live quite comfortably. He might not change girlfriends every day or every month, but changing them every 6 months was definitely no problem, and they were all fair-skinned, beautiful, and long-legged. In comparison, Jia Lily was actually quite unremarkable. However, what one cannot have is what one longs for, and he was simply unconvinced. Why should it be like this? Knowing that Jia Lily went to a hotel with someone, he was of course overjoyed. This was a great opportunity to strike at Zhang Yan. Otherwise, why would he have facilitated this class reunion? So today, he was determined to humiliate Zhang Yan thoroughly, to wash away the shame of 4 years of university. You're here, Zhang Yan nodded and sat down. He couldn't be bothered to chat. Zhong Ming saw that Zhang Yan was holding a plastic bag that looked just like a garbage bag, and he felt even more disdainful. The blow from his girlfriend's infidelity was so great that this guy wouldn't have fallen to picking up garbage, would he? That would be even better. After humiliating Zhang Yan today, he would release the pent-up frustration of several years, and from then on, even if Zhang Yan presented his face for him to slap, he wouldn't bother. Not worthy. He didn't intend to talk to Zhang Yan, so the two sat quietly, thankfully having their phones to scroll through, passing the time. Otherwise, it would have been really awkward. Before long, another person arrived. Meng Yang. Zhong Ming greeted. Brother Zhong, long time no see. The newcomer was a man, who immediately greeted Zhong Ming, clearly trying to curry favor. When they were in the ivory tower, most people were still naive, but once they entered society, it was different. They quickly understood who needed to be approached, who needed to be flattered, and who needed to be kept at a distance. The two immediately chatted and laughed, while Zhang Yan was ignored. After a while, the fourth person arrived. Still a man. Ma Fei. Zhong Ming warmly welcomed him, his face full of smiles, completely different from his arrogant attitude towards Meng Yang. Ma Fei smiled modestly. Zhong Ming, however, didn't mind at all because Ma Fei not only became a civil servant but was also dating the daughter of a leader, and they might get married this year. Although Zhong Ming had seen this leader's daughter, who was over 150 centimeters tall but weighed over 150 kilograms, if his father asked him to drive this meat tank, he would rather sever ties with his family. But Ma Fei could handle it, which made him admire him while also needing to curry favor. After all, this leader was quite powerful in the municipal committee. The Zhong family was in business, so they naturally needed connections in official circles, which is why Zhong Ming had to flatter this rural classmate he had always looked down upon in college. Ma Fei clearly knew that his current status was the most noble, putting on airs, but this was only directed at Zhang Yan and Luo Yang. He was much friendlier towards Zhong Ming. After all, his family was wealthy. In this day and age, power and money were certainly a standard match. This led to a lively conversation between Ma Fei and Zhong Ming, while Meng Yang stood by like a waiter, constantly refilling their cups. Zhang Yan watched all of this and suddenly felt like laughing. There were only 8 people at today's class reunion, exactly 4 men and 4 women, and the scheduled time was 7 o'clock, but it wasn't until 7:30 that the 4 women finally arrived together, fashionably late. "Why are you so late?" Zhong Ming couldn't help but complain. Even his girlfriend could only wait for him. There was no reason for him to wait for her, so Zhang Dasha was very dissatisfied. A girl said, "We 4 haven't seen each other for a long time, so we made plans to go shopping, and by the way, we also found out that a certain scumbag is treating our Lily badly." Her name was Zhang Shulei, and the other 3 girls were Jia Lily, Hua Yalan, and Mi Ruoxue. Although she referred to a certain scumbag, Zhang Shulei's gaze was directed at Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan couldn't help but smile. Clearly, Jia Lily had taken the initiative and told Zhang Shulei and the other too many bad things about him, not knowing how she had packaged her own infidelity. No wonder these 4 women came together. It must have been Jia Lily who invited them, using shopping as an excuse to be the first to complain. He wanted to see just how shameless Jia Lily could be. The key was, the more dirt she threw at Zhang Yan, the more regret and madness she would feel when he presented the property deed, the car purchase contract, and even the current stock value on his phone. This was too amusing. 3 women performing a play, let alone 4. Luo Fang and the other 3 looked at Zhang Yan with disdain, while Jia Lily crossed her arms, looking quite pleased with herself. Taking the initiative naturally allowed her to twist the truth. The key was, Zhang Yan had grievances he couldn't voice. "You say I cheated. Do you have evidence?" Zhang Yan remained very calm. "First, Jia Lily and I have already broken up. Second, how did I become a scumbag?" "Broken up?" Ma Fei and Meng Yang showed shocked expressions, unable to believe it. During school, Zhang Yan and Jia Lily were recognized as a perfect couple. How could they have broken up in less than a year after graduation? Zhong Ming was not surprised at all. He had known the reason long ago. This was also the main reason he organized today's gathering. He was looking forward to the face slapping to begin. Luo Fang scoffed. "Lily just went to a hotel for a meal with a client. That's normal socializing. You actually say Lily cheated and insist on breaking up with her. Zhang Yan, besides being good looking, what else do you have? Back then, Lily risked everything to be with you. How much courage did that take? And you turned out to be so petty. Really pathetic." Hua Yalan and Mi Ruoxue nodded in agreement, openly showing their contempt. Zhang Yan was indeed the school heartthrob. Even girls from other departments wrote him love letters. Luo Fang and the others were no exception. But Zhang Yan quickly got together with Jia Lily, rejecting their confessions. Could they not hate him? So, after hearing Jia Lily accuse Zhang Yan, their first reaction was actually relief. Look, thank goodness I didn't end up with him." Zhang Yan let out an "oh," the corners of his mouth curling into a mocking smile. So that's what Jia Lily said. When a person becomes despicable, they become invincible. He had no intention of defending himself. Proving one's innocence is the most foolish act. He had already fallen into the pit. In fact, as long as you have strong power, there will naturally be people to speak for you. This is what is meant by having great scholars argue on your behalf. He sipped his drink, smiling without speaking. This reaction caught everyone off guard, leaving the women feeling as if they had thrown a punch that hit only air, not only failing to hurt the enemy but also feeling a bit uncomfortable themselves. Jia Lily hadn't expected Zhang Yan to react this way, because those who wrong you know better than you that you are wronged, so when his girlfriend cheated, he was instead seen as a petty and heartless man, yet Zhang Yan showed no reaction and swallowed his anger? It was hard to understand. Could it be that this guy still wanted to reconcile with her, hence suffering for himself? Very possible, but she would never agree to it. Although she already knew about the Yu family's situation, even if Yu Shanghui came out, it was impossible for her to be with him. She could only consider it as being used. However, her horizons had already broadened, so how could she continue to live a hard life with Zhang Yan? The photos of the big house that Zhang Yan had sent before? Fake. Yes, it must be that this guy rented it with his remaining savings, and of course, his intention was to win her back. Bah, he even pretended to be mysterious by blocking her. Aren't you just afraid of being exposed? Jia Lily felt she had figured everything out and increasingly found Zhang Yan detestable. She had actually wasted several years of her youth for this man. To think, if she were still a student, it would be much easier to hook up with rich people. Many wealthy individuals like the identity of a student. Today, she had to make Zhang Yan completely give up and cut off all contact with him. Jia Lily leaned closer to Luo Fang and the others, whispering, "Let me tell you, that guy Zhang Yan is full of lies, renting a big house and claiming he bought it, acting all smug in front of me. What? Is there really such a man? How despicable." Oh, the three girls, including Luo Fang, were all disdainful, while Hua Yalan, who was a bit more mischievous, smiled at Zhang Yan and said, "Zhang Yan, Lily said you bought a big house. When are you going to take us to see it?" Zhang Yan merely glanced at her indifferently. "I did buy a house, but there's no need for a visit." He had an air of aloofness. But Jia Lily and the others thought Zhang Yan was deliberately putting on an act. It was obvious he didn't want them to see the house because if they did, wouldn't it expose him? Hee, that house isn't rented, is it? Hua Yalan continued. Zhong Ming's eyes lit up. Zhang Yan hadn't refuted earlier, and of course, he couldn't jump in to prove that Jia Lily had indeed cheated, as that would only make her resent him. How could he still hope to sleep with this woman and fulfill his long-held desire? There was no choice but to miss this opportunity to strike at Zhang Yan. Unexpectedly, there was still the matter of the house? He certainly couldn't let Zhang Yan get away with it. Oh, Zhang Yan bought a house? He laughed, impressive, less than a year after graduation and you have money to buy a house. Ma Fei also chimed in, the housing prices are getting higher and higher, even if you can get a loan. It's really impressive to come up with a down payment in less than a year. Zhang Yan finally spoke, smiling, not a loan, I bought it outright. For a moment, all seven fell silent. Wow, you really know how to brag. Zhong Ming didn't expect Zhang Yan to be so thick-skinned. Getting a loan to buy a house was already impressive, and you actually paid in full? You must have bought a grave plot. He feigned curiosity and asked, where did you buy it? How many square meters? Just waiting for you to ask. Linglong Bay, the property certificate says 300 square meters, Zhang Yan said casually. Another silence fell. Hiss, you really dare to boast. Zhong Ming laughed, saying, the houses in Linglong Bay aren't cheap, they must be over 30,000 per square meter now. And a 300 square meter large unit, Zhang Yan, you must have struck it rich, able to pull out over 10 million all at once. Put. Jia Lily and the others burst out laughing. Zhong Ming's words seemed like praise but were actually mocking. Everyone wasn't stupid, having graduated for less than a year, how could you possibly earn 10 million? This boast was truly outrageous. Zhang Yan continued to play the part, smiling, yeah, just 10 million, no need for a loan. Holy crap! The seven rolled their eyes and then burst into laughter. Zhang Yan, I didn't expect you to be such a joker. Meng Yang patted Zhang Yan on the shoulder, laughing so hard he could barely breathe. He caught Zhong Ming's eye and, pretending to be casual, as if just noticing the plastic bag at Zhang Yan's feet, said, you're so rich now, why are you still carrying a plastic bag? What's inside? Don't tell me it's just some trash you picked up? Zhang Yan casually replied, just got the property deed. Everyone knows you're bragging, and you still want to keep playing the fool? Let's take a look. Meng Yang knew that Zhong Ming intended to embarrass Zhang Yan, and in order to flatter Zhong Ming, he naturally had to take the lead. Without waiting for Zhang Yan to agree, he quickly picked up the plastic bag and was about to open it. Would Zhang Yan stop him? He had specifically brought the property deed and car purchase contract over. Wasn't it just to show off and slap faces? No, this was still something they had done themselves. Meng Yang's hands were quick, and he had already torn open the plastic bag. Inside were the property deed and car purchase contract, very light, and as Meng Yang reached in, he naturally first touched the property deed. It was large and hard, too easy to bump into. Meng Yang paused involuntarily. Could it really be the property deed? This touch felt very much like a document. Meng Yang, don't just stand there, hurry up and take out the property deed to have a look, Zhong Ming urged from the side. He was eager to see Zhang Yan's face turn red with embarrassment. The others felt the same. They were too eager to see Zhang Yan's extremely awkward expression once the truth was revealed. Meng Yang steeled his heart. Perhaps Zhang Yan had intentionally led him to think this way, and it was actually just something similar to the material of a document? He pulled his hand out. It was bright red. Damn, it really was the property deed. Suddenly, the private room fell silent. How could this be? Zhong Ming still held a glimmer of hope and forced a smile, saying, open it and take a look. Perhaps it wasn't really Linglong Bay, but some corner property? In that case, Zhang Yan could easily make a down payment and slowly pay off the loan. Yes, yes, yes. Open it and take a look, the others echoed. So, Meng Yang opened the property deed. Everyone leaned in closer. Hiss. Address, Linglong Bay area, 300 square meters. Property owner, Zhang Yan. Damn. How could this be? According to Zhong Ming, the current price per square meter in Linglong Bay was over 30,000. Wouldn't a 300 square meter house cost at least 9 million? Even if Zhang Yan was bragging and had taken out a loan, the down payment would still be around 3 million. 3 million? Earning 3 million in less than a year after graduation, did he strike gold? In that moment, the eyes of the three women, Hua Yalan, lit up simultaneously, while Jia Lily looked completely bewildered, unable to comprehend. How could this be? Zhang Yan really bought a house? And it was a 300 square meter luxury apartment worth around 10 million? What had she done to miss out on such a wealthy man? No, there must be some misunderstanding. Wow, Zhang Yan, you're amazing, you really bought a house. Mi Ruoshua looked at Zhang Yan with admiration, her eyes sparkling as if she hadn't just been among the other three women who had looked down on him. You're really impressive. Hua Yalan instantly turned into a little fangirl, looking at Zhang Yan with the same adoring expression. Luo Fang tried to be a bit reserved, but her gaze towards Zhang Yan no longer held any disdain. Zhang Yan couldn't help but feel that being rich was really great. Look, he didn't even need to explain anything, and people's hearts were already leaning towards him. Previously, if he had said Jia Lily was cheating, those women would have probably wanted to tear him apart. But what if he said it now? Would they collectively attack Jia Lily? People in society are just that realistic. The most uncomfortable, besides Jia Lily, was Zhong Ming. I spent money to treat you, yet I ended up helping you show off? What a damn joke. Just then, there was a knock at the door, and a security guard walked in, asking, "Excuse me, whose car is the license plate, Sue?" "Mine," Zhang Yan said, as he had just sent a message to the security guard. The security guard replied, "Sir, your parked car is taking up 2 spaces, and we are currently short on parking spots, so please move your car and park it properly." Zhang Yan took out the car keys and tossed them over, saying, "Please park it for me." "Okay," the security guard replied, taking the keys. Everyone's gaze naturally fell on the car keys. Some people were clueless, but others recognized their value, like Zhong Ming, who couldn't help but gasp but remained silent. He didn't want to be struck down by Zhang Yan again. After a while, the security guard returned with the car keys, respectfully handing them back to Zhang Yan. "Sir, your keys, please take care of them." Zhang Yan took the keys and handed over a 100 yuan bill. "For your trouble." Thank you, sir, the security guard hurriedly replied. Hua Yalan couldn't help but lean in and ask, "You bought a car? What brand?" Finally, someone asked. Zhang Yan took out the purchase contract from a plastic bag and handed it to Hua Yalan. "Ferrari, just picked it up today." "Wow, a Ferrari." Hua Yalan took the purchase contract, and Luo Fang and Mi Ruoshue immediately crowded around to look. Even Ma Fei and Meng Yang couldn't resist checking it out. Sure enough, a Ferrari, a full 5 million. Oh my! Jia Lily stole a glance and nearly fainted when she saw the purchase price. In fact, when Zhang Yan bought a motorhome worth 10 million, she was shocked but still within the realm of acceptance. After all, a house is a stable or even appreciating asset, and it wouldn't matter even if she invested all her savings. This meant that Zhang Yan had purchased a property worth 10 million, possibly making his net worth 10 million. But a car was different, especially a luxury car. To afford a 5 million luxury car, one would need a net worth of at least 50 million. Zhang Yan has 50 million. At that moment, Jia Lily felt an overwhelming sense of regret, almost going crazy. The wealthy man and golden son-in-law she had been searching for was actually right beside her, and she had already had him. But what had she done? She had an affair, let Zhang Yan catch her in the act, and even took the initiative to break up. How stupid! How could I be so foolish? Zhang Yan, how could you have so much money? Hua Yalan looked at Zhang Yan, her gaze completely transformed. At that moment, even if Zhang Yan suggested they go to bed together, she would definitely not refuse but would gladly agree. Zhang Yan smiled, "I invest in stocks." Saying this, he took out his phone, opened the stock app, and showed off his assets. Everyone couldn't help but crowd around to look. Over 10 million? Pfft, can you count? That's over 100 million. Then take another look. How many digits is it? 1, 2, 3, 10 digits. Zhong Ming and the others were stunned. It wasn't 10 million or 100 million, but over 1 billion. Zhang Yan was slightly surprised. In just a few days, his wealth had risen from under 900 million to just over 1 billion. But thinking about it, it made sense. It was a bull market, and hitting a few 4s and 5s in gains, a 10% profit was quite normal. Zhang Yan put away his phone, not letting them see that he actually had 800 million in debt. However, even if they saw it, a net worth of 200 million would still be enough to shock them. Zhong Ming's family had worked hard for over 20 years and had only earned a few tens of millions. Zhang Yan, do you need a girlfriend? Hua Yalan suddenly said, her eyes sparkling. Zhang Yan, consider me, Ni Ruoshua quickly added. Hua Yalan had jumped in first, but she couldn't let her steal the spotlight. So what if she had mocked Zhang Yan earlier? For 1 billion, she could even sever ties with her family. Zhang Yan-gij, actually, I've liked you for a long time, Luo Fong said, blushing. The wind had changed, TSK. Meng Yang and Ma Fei showed no disdain. On the contrary, they thought Hua Yalan and the others' actions were reasonable. Unfortunately, they weren't women and couldn't get close. But even if they couldn't be Zhang Yan's women, they could still be good buddies with him. Ma Fei didn't put on airs as a potential son-in-law, smiling warmly at Zhang Yan, even showing a hint of flattery. After all, power and money have always complemented each other. Small power matches small money, big power matches big money. For example, if you are a businessman investing in a place, if you only invest 1 million, you might be received by a minor official, but if you invest 10 million, it would be a department head. And what about 100 million? Perhaps it would be a county or district head. 100 million? That would probably attract the mayor's attention. With Zhang Yan's current wealth, let alone him, even his future father-in-law wouldn't qualify to receive Zhang Yan. After all, his father-in-law only works in the municipal committee, not as a departmental-level official. Seeing Zhang Yan being treated like a star surrounded by the moon naturally made the two of them feel extremely uncomfortable. Zhao Lili and Zhong Ming. Zhong Ming was jealous. This was clearly something he had orchestrated to slap Zhang Yan in the face, yet it turned into a grand show-off event for Zhang Yan instead. Amidst his jealousy, he also felt immense regret. Why did he even bother with this? But thinking of Zhang Yan's terrifying wealth, his jealousy vanished completely, and he no longer had any thoughts of competing with Zhang Yan. It was like no one would envy a wealthy tycoon because their wealth was beyond imagination, they could only admire. Zhao Lily's thoughts were much more complicated. Regret, anger, fear. Finally, she screamed at Hua Yalan and the other two, you shameless bitches, get away. Zhang Yan is my boyfriend, how dare you flirt with him in front of me? To this, Hua Yalan and the others scoffed. When they were shopping earlier, she didn't hesitate to describe Zhang Yan in the most unflattering terms. And now she claimed he was her boyfriend and wanted to assert her claim? Ridiculous. Moreover, Zhang Yan was clearly a hidden wealthy second generation, with a family fortune likely in the hundreds of millions or even billions. Otherwise, how could he afford to give himself 1 billion in pocket money? You missed your chance, who can you blame? The three women were all shining with ambition, determined to fight for the title of a wealthy wife. Zhao Lili, you said you broke up with Zhang Yan. Yeah, spilled water can't be retrieved, even a good horse doesn't turn back. Oh, Sister Lily is fierce, unlike me, who can only feel sorry for my brother. Zhao Lili was so angry that smoke seemed to rise from her 7 orifices. How did she not see that these three women were so vain? Zhang Yan only had 1 billion in assets, yet how did they all turn into sycophants? I said it before, Zhang Yan is my boyfriend, you all shouldn't be so shameless, she shouted, her face contorted in anger, looking somewhat frightening. Zhang Yan pressed his hand down, you can eat medicine recklessly, but you can't talk nonsense. We broke up a long time ago, and I already have a new girlfriend. If you make my girlfriend misunderstand, I will sue you for defamation. What? He has a girlfriend now? The four women were stunned simultaneously. Zhang Yan had just broken up with Zhao Lili a few days ago, and now he had a new girlfriend? He really was a scumbag. But even though they thought this, none of them dared to say it out loud. Is it called being a scumbag when a rich person has seamless transitions? Of course not, that's called being excellent, and there are always girls flocking to him. Just then, Zhang Yan's phone rang. He answered it. Oh, you're here, come to Kaiyuno. 3. After hanging up, he said to everyone, my girlfriend is here. A class reunion, and he brought his girlfriend along? But Zhang Yan had already made them look up to him with his 1 billion. No one questioned this. Ha, rich people can do anything right. A moment later, the private room door opened, and a tall, incredibly hot beauty walked in. The key was that she was wearing a police uniform, which added a touch of heroism to her. But was that police uniform a size too small? The buttons on her chest looked like they were about to pop off. Let me introduce everyone. Zhang Yan walked over and stood side by side with Gu Yusen, my girlfriend, Gu Yusen, the captain of the municipal criminal police team. Everyone was still in awe. Such an incredibly beautiful and alluring woman was actually a law enforcement officer. They hadn't even digested that shock, and now she was the captain of the criminal police team? She was truly a combination of beauty and intelligence, definitely not just a pretty face. My girlfriend is here to pick me up, old classmates. let's get together next time. Zhang Yan smiled, took Gu Yusin's hand, and walked away. Gu Yusin's delicate body stiffened for a moment, and Zhang Yan felt that she was about to throw a punch. This was a police officer's instinctive reaction. However, Gu Yusin remembered her current identity and cooperatively held Zhang Yan's hand, nodding to everyone before leaving with him. Jia Lily watched as the two of them left, thinking of Gu Yusin's nearly flawless pretty face and her perfect figure, and couldn't help but fall into despair. Would Zhang Yan return to her side? How could that be possible? What could she compare to Gu Yusin? Woo-woo, she began to cry loudly, like a madwoman. Zhong Ming had originally wanted to sleep with this woman to fulfill his long-held desire, but seeing Jia Lily's disheveled appearance, his lust immediately faded. He really couldn't muster any interest. For someone like her, 1,500 yuan would be the most she could hope for. Forget it, even though she had already broken up with Zhang Yan, it was better not to get involved. What if Zhang Yan was petty and sought revenge on her? Not to mention, all he had to do was ask that police captain's girlfriend for help and have her come to check the fire safety of his company from time to time, which could greatly affect their business, ultimately leading to its closure. In a couple of days, he would bring a gift to visit Zhang Yan and sincerely apologize. For someone of a higher status than herself, she had no other option but to honestly apologize and admit her mistakes. As they walked out of the restaurant, Zhang Yan felt refreshed. The feeling of showing off was really nice. He could do it more often in the future. Can I let go now? Gu Yusin asked with a half smile. Zhang Yan replied with a grin, I got this by my own ability, why should I let go? This police captain was simply unyielding. Trying to win her over through effort was impossible, he had to take an unconventional approach. Gu Yusin was shocked. Was his skin too thick? She suddenly exerted force, intending to twist Zhang Yan's hand behind his back. As the top fighter in her police academy, she was confident in her skills. The main thing was that Zhang Yan was completely unprepared, making it a perfect opportunity for a sneak attack. However, even though she unleashed all her strength, Zhang Yan's hand didn't budge an inch. Ha! Zhang Yan smiled, looking at the beautiful woman. Gu Yusin was not convinced. I am the police captain. Can't I subdue you? So, she used both her hands and feet, planning to execute a chokehold. But she ended up hanging on Zhang Yan, who stood like an immovable pillar, not swaying even a bit. You like me so much that you can't help but want to throw yourself at me? Zhang Yan joked. Gu Yusin was still unconvinced and continued to exert force, yet still couldn't budge Zhang Yan at all. Is your body made of iron? She said incredulously. Because she was not convinced, she secretly used a few powerful striking techniques, but her punches and elbows hitting Zhang Yan only caused her to wince in pain. Be my girlfriend. Zhang Yan looked at her with burning eyes. The police captain, who would bravely face any vicious criminal, even death, was actually intimidated and dared not meet Zhang Yan's gaze, instead diverting the topic. I still can't understand why He Yuan and Bai Wenha would turn themselves in. Why would criminals confess? To reduce their sentences. But these two were guilty of heinous crimes. One would serve a life sentence, and the other would definitely face the death penalty. Therefore, their confession became incomprehensible. Zhang Yan continued to hold Gu Yusin's hand, smiling, if you become my girlfriend, I'll tell you. Of course, even if Gu Yusin really agreed, Zhang Yan would never reveal the secret of the system. That secret would go to the grave with him. Gu Yusin clearly wanted to know, but the price was too high. Most importantly, she didn't want to be bound by marriage or even love, affecting her career. Of course, it wasn't to climb up the social ladder, but to punish criminals. To be honest, I won't get married. She decided to share some thoughts with Zhang Yan, so as not to waste his time. Indeed, she hadn't married in her past life either. Zhang Yan nodded secretly. It really wasn't because of her looks, but because she didn't want to get married. It's fine, I can be your underground lover for life, he said as if sacrificing himself for a noble cause. That sounds good. He had no intention of marrying anyone, even if she were a top-notch girl, they would all just be his girlfriends, keeping things fair. Gu Yusin frowned. Why bother? She thought Zhang Yan was genuinely infatuated. If she knew his true thoughts, she might have thrown a punch. But a punch wouldn't hurt this guy, she'd have to pull a gun instead. Zhang Yan wore a deeply affectionate expression. I'm willing. Gu Yusin felt a bit moved. After all, knowing there was no outcome, he was still willing to dive in headfirst. Even a stone would be touched by that. You sigh, forget it. She didn't know how to advise him, so she just let it be. She believed that Zhang Yan would turn back after hitting a few walls. Zhang Yan pulled her to the sports car and shoved her into the passenger seat. Don't forget, you're my girlfriend today, he said with a smile, preventing her from getting out. Gu Yusin was someone who valued promises, and indeed, hearing this made her sit down at ease. Where to? To eat? Zhang Yan replied. I was so busy showing off earlier that I barely had a bite. I'm starving. Gu Yusin couldn't help but laugh. Her heart was in turmoil. Zhang Yan couldn't help but stare. Gu Yusin noticed and quickly covered her chest with her hand. Is it polite to look at me like that? Zhang Yan shrugged. I may not be a good person, but I'm definitely honest and true to my feelings. If I like you, I'll pursue you. If I want to look, I'll look openly. Gu Yusin was speechless. To say such lewd things so confidently, this guy really had thick skin. She didn't have a bad impression of Zhang Yan. On the contrary, he had suffered from his girlfriend's infidelity, which made her feel sympathy for him. Moreover, sending He Yuan and Bai Wenhan to prison made her feel a sense of camaraderie, and he had easily subdued the butcher in the rain, showcasing his formidable strength. So, Gu Yusin really couldn't bring herself to dislike him. In fact, a thought crossed her mind. Even if they didn't get married, couldn't they enjoy the taste of love? After all, if Zhang Yan found someone he liked, she could completely let go. Wouldn't that be perfect? After this thought crossed her mind, she quickly scolded herself for being ridiculous, to even have such an absurd idea. Unfortunately, Zhang Yan didn't know, otherwise, he would definitely be overjoyed and seize the moment. Zhang Yan drove to a bustling area, parked the car, and found a roadside stall to eat with Gu Yusin. To be honest, Gu Yusin really showed no signs of being spoiled. She enjoyed the street food immensely. She was beautiful and had a hot figure, which should have attracted a lot of attention, but with her police uniform, not a single person came over to flirt. Zhang Yan guessed she was doing it on purpose to avoid trouble. The two chatted and laughed while eating. Suddenly, a roaring sound came, causing everyone to turn their heads, and they were all startled. A red sports car was speeding towards them at an astonishing rate, showing no signs of slowing down. This frightened everyone into a cold sweat. Not good. But before anyone could react, the sports car had already mounted the curb, heading straight for the crowd. Instantly, people scattered in all directions. But how could a person's speed compare to that of a sports car? Bang, bang, bang. Several people were immediately knocked away, and the driver seemed oblivious, showing no intention of hitting the brakes, continuing to crash forward. Zhang Yan's pupils constricted sharply because the car was about to hit him and Gu Yusin. Since they discovered that the sports car was about to crash into them, less than a second had actually passed. Although Gu Yusin was the captain of the criminal police, her reaction was still not quick enough to make a move to dodge. Could it be she was actually going to die here? Zhang Yan didn't have time to think about whether this was a murder targeting him or Gu Yusin, or just an accident. He suddenly lunged towards Gu Yusin. The speed he burst forth with in that moment was even faster than the sports car, and before Gu Yusin could react at all, he had her in his arms and they both flew sideways. They narrowly brushed past the sports car. Zhang Yan crashed to the ground with Gu Yusin, rolling several times to dissipate the impact before finally standing up with her in his arms, taking a defensive stance. If this was a murder plot against him, there would definitely be follow-up actions. However, it was more likely that the driver was drunk or reckless. Bang! The sports car crashed into the wall and finally came to a stop, the hood severely deformed, white smoke billowing out. At this moment, everyone finally calmed down a bit. Looking around, the scene was chaotic, with at least 7 people injured in the accident, some possibly dead, lying motionless on the ground, blood everywhere. The car door opened, and a blond man stumbled out. Although his clothes and hair were a mess from the deployed airbags, it was still clear he was dressed in designer brands. Despite just experiencing a serious traffic accident, there was no sign of tension or fear on his face. Instead, he had an inexplicable excitement, likely high on drugs. At that moment, the passenger door also opened, and a young, pretty woman stepped out, heavily made up. Everyone was furious at the sight. The scene was in an uproar. Some had already called the police and an ambulance, while others were tending to their injured relatives or friends, and some who had nearly been hit were so angry they couldn't describe it, immediately surrounding the sports car. How could you drive like that? You killed someone, do you know that? Many shouted in unison. Unexpectedly, surrounded by so many people, the driver showed no fear at all. Instead, he glared at the crowd and started cursing. So what if I killed someone? I have plenty of money, I can just pay for it. Hearing this, everyone wanted to beat this bastard to death. Luckily, they hadn't been hit, otherwise, they would have jumped up to beat this jerk even if it meant dying. Is this even human talk? Get the hell out of the way, I need to go to the hospital. The driver shouted. If I miss treatment, can you dogs afford to pay for it? What injuries did he have? Not even a scratch. Seeing him about to escape, the crowd wouldn't allow it, blocking his way. Unexpectedly, this blonde guy was incredibly arrogant, directly raising his fist and acting like he had gone mad. Gu Yusin immediately strode over, her face like ice. Zhang Yan followed, a faint smile on his lips. No matter how powerful this guy's background was, he was definitely finished. Even if this person had connections to high-ranking officials to stop Gu Yusin from arresting him, Zhang Yan didn't have to listen to anyone's orders. He would drag this bastard away in the dark and send him to Myanmar for a reckoning. Killing him outright? That would be too merciful. Get down, hands on your head, Gu Yusin said in a deep voice. The blonde glanced at her, his eyes lighting up. What a beautiful girl. Damn, such big breasts. You're actually a security officer? Hey, quit your job. I'll support you, 100,000 a month. Way more promising than being a security officer. He was so bold, reaching out to grab Gu Yusin's chest. Let me touch it, so big, it can't be fake, right? Gu Yusin sidestepped, coldly saying, this is your first warning. Get down, hands on your head. Hee, trying to play hard to get with me? The yellow-haired guy was still arrogant. After a failed grab, he leered and lunged at Gu Yusin. This time, Gu Yusin couldn't hold back, but before she could make a move, a foot kicked out, striking the yellow-haired guy in the abdomen. Wow! Now the yellow-haired guy was in trouble, immediately vomiting, feeling as if his insides were being crushed and wanting to come out with the vomit. Zhang Yan retracted his foot and smiled at Gu Yusin, saying, you're a security officer, and this guy looks like he has quite the background. If you take action, it might have consequences. Besides, you're my girlfriend now. If someone tries to harass my girlfriend, it's only reasonable for me, as her boyfriend, to step in, right? Gu Yusin glanced at him and slowly nodded. And Zhang Yan pointed at the sports car. That guy is on drugs. He wore a look of disgust. Just a moment ago, he had glanced at the driver's seat and saw a bag of white powder. It was safe to assume that both of them were on drugs, which explained their hyperactive state and the indecent acts that led to the car losing control, causing such massive casualties. But in his past life, it seemed no one went to jail for major traffic accidents. So, this yellow-haired guy probably had a significant background, managing to turn a serious incident into a mere traffic accident. Zhang Yan despised and loathed drug dealers and users the most. His underlings were involved in all sorts of shady businesses, but he had never tolerated drug dealers or addicts. Especially drug dealers, he would beat one up whenever he saw one. It was the same in his past life as it was in this one. Hearing Zhang Yan's words, Gu Yusin's expression changed slightly. She rushed to the sports car, and sure enough, she found a bag of white powder. She immediately took out her phone to take pictures, securing evidence. What if this yellow-haired guy really had a powerful background that could influence the security officers, allowing some troublemaker to steal this bag amidst the chaos? The implications for sentencing would be too significant. You dare to hit me? The yellow-haired guy finally recovered, one hand clutching his stomach and the other pointing at Zhang Yan, his face twisted with rage. If I don't kill you, my last name isn't Zhao. Zhang Yan ignored him. Damn addict. Why didn't he just overdose and spare others the trouble? The heavily made-up woman also came to her senses from the car crashes days and hurried to support the yellow-haired guy, nervously asking, honey, are you okay? Okay? I can barely stand, and you're asking if I'm okay? The yellow-haired guy shouted angrily. He leaned on the woman to stand up, still pointing at Zhang Yan. Did you hear that? I will definitely kill you. Kill you. Zhang Yan turned to Gu Yusin and smiled. Someone is threatening to kill me. Can I apply for 24-hour police protection? But it can only be you. Gu Yusin rolled her eyes at him. Even at this moment, he still wanted to take advantage of her. Seeing that Zhang Yan was not afraid at all and was even flirting with the beautiful security officer, the yellow-haired guy's face darkened, and many malicious thoughts flashed through his mind. For instance, to toy with Gu Yusin in front of Zhang Yan, or to find someone to violate his mother. You may be happy now, but I've already made a call. Once my connections kick in, you will only be able to cry and beg on your knees. About 10 minutes later, the ambulance and police cars finally arrived. Regardless of the injured or the deceased, they were immediately sent to the hospital. However, the arriving traffic police not only did not control the yellow-haired guy, on the contrary, the leading officer was warmly inquiring about him, his face full of flattery, practically wearing the words bootlicker on his face. Moreover, a small thug brazenly walked over to the sports car and took away the bag of white powder. Now, Gu Yusin couldn't sit still. She was a criminal police officer and shouldn't have intervened in this traffic accident, but the arriving traffic police were clearly biased, even allowing someone to take away evidence from the yellow-haired guy. I am Gu Yusin from the city's criminal police team. She revealed her identity first. Which precinct are you from? Hearing this, the leading traffic police officer's expression changed noticeably. He had thought Gu Yusin was just a young security officer. After all, she was quite young, but the mention of the city criminal police team and Gu Yusin's name sent shockwaves through him. It was actually this woman. He quickly said, I am Dongyid from the Wuzhonghua Xiang Sub-Bureau. Team leader Gu, what are you doing here? I am the party involved. This car almost hit me, Gu Yusin said in a deep voice. Dongyid couldn't help but feel a jolt in his heart. This was a bit troublesome. Dongyid forced a smile and said, so, team leader Gu is also the party involved. This is Zhao Banian, the son of Zhao Shangyun, the chairman of Dayan Group. Dayan Group. This was a major taxpayer in Sioux City, having soared to success in the 90s by seizing the opportunity of state-owned enterprise privatization, now a giant worth billions. Zhao Shangyun had been recognized as an outstanding entrepreneur in Sioux City for many years and knew many high-ranking officials, even being a guest of honor. No wonder Dong Yud was so eager to please. However, Gu Yusin's expression remained dark. So, having money means you can step outside the law? Dong Yud couldn't help but wipe his sweat. Team leader Gu, that's an exaggeration. This is just a simple traffic accident, and besides, Zhao Banian was indeed injured and needs to go to the hospital for treatment. That seems reasonable, right? However, Zhao Banian, perhaps used to being arrogant or a bit foolish, swaggered over and said to Gu Yusin, "Oh, I didn't expect you to be a criminal police officer, and even a team leader, and you're still pretending in front of me? You wouldn't be able to become a criminal police team leader at such a young age if you weren't sleeping with someone. Name your price. I'm so poor I only have money left." With a flash, Zhao Banian was kicked away. Dong Yud was shocked and looked at Zhang Yan in horror. "You actually dared to commit violence in front of the traffic police? The traffic police are also police. Arrest him," he said with a dark face. He was present, yet Zhao Banian was still injured. He would definitely be criticized by his superiors when he returned. Why arrest him? Gu Yusin reached out to stop him. "Dong Yud, you don't arrest those who break the law, but you randomly arrest those who don't. I see you don't want to wear that uniform anymore." Dong Yud merely sneered twice. Not to mention that he and Gu Yusin had no subordinate relationship, just Zhao Banian's identity alone meant that as long as Zhao Shangyun made a phone call, countless leaders would plead for him. How could a mere criminal police team leader influence the course of events? In this line of work, it's not about how capable you are, but whether you can understand and implement the will of your superiors well. However, you are so beautiful, with such a big chest, even if you can't be a criminal police officer, you could still be someone's mistress. If Gu Yusin worked at a club, he would definitely go take care of the business. It was quite possible. Because she had offended the Zhao family, with their immense power, it wouldn't be difficult for them to make Gu Yusin lose her job. And if they ruined this woman, Gu Yusin might just give up and end up working as a woman of the night. He fantasized about having this criminal police team leader beneath him, unable to contain the heat in his heart. Alright, make a scene, the bigger the better. However, he had to clean up Zhao Banian's mess first, turning it into Zhang Yan intentionally harming him, while Gu Yusin would be covering for the criminal, directly turning black into white and white into black. Damn! Zhao Banian felt a salty taste in his mouth, spat out, and found there was actually blood. Throughout his life, he had never been hit, let alone scolded. Now he was actually kicked to the point of bleeding? He wished he could tear Zhang Yan apart. "Dong Yud, someone attacked me right in front of you. What the hell are you doing? Why haven't you taken him down?" Dong Yud was at a loss for words. He was a traffic police officer, not a security officer. Where would he get a gun? Moreover, even criminal police only carried guns during major operations. But reasoning with Zhao Banian? Wasn't that just asking for trouble? He quickly made a phone call. Gu Yusin intervened, not allowing him to proceed further. How could that be acceptable? Therefore, he had to make a call for reinforcements, asking Gu Yusin's superior to pressure her, to have her reassigned first, so he could calmly arrange the scene. After making the call, he waited with a smile. Next, he waited for Gu Yusin to answer the phone, and then leave in disgrace. Sure enough, no more than 5 minutes later, Gu Yusin's phone rang. "Hello, this is Gu Yusin," she answered. As she listened, her expression darkened. Although the call did not come from her direct superior, it was from a leader in charge of public security, who sternly reprimanded her for a criminal police officer getting involved in a traffic accident. "Withdraw immediately." How could Gu Yusin comply? She retorted, "Traffic accidents are indeed not under my jurisdiction, but the suspect is suspected of drug use and trafficking. I must investigate thoroughly." This left the leader speechless. Traffic accidents were indeed not the responsibility of the criminal police, but when it involved such matters, even enthusiastic citizens had the right to intervene. The leader hung up the phone and called Dong Yud instead. Dong Yud nodded repeatedly, and after a while, he hung up and said to Gu Yusin, "Captain Gu, you say Zhao Xiao is hiding something in the car? That's a very serious accusation. You need to be responsible for what you say." Gu Yusin's gaze fixed on a small thug who had just approached the sports car and taken a bag of suspicious items from inside. "You, stop," she shouted as she saw him trying to slip away. The thug heard her, but not only did he not stop, he ran even faster. Gu Yusin wanted to chase him but was intentionally or unintentionally blocked by Dong Yud. "Captain Gu, if you insist on intervening, let's discuss how to divide the work." With that obstruction, Gu Yusin found it difficult to pursue. Dong Yud wore a smug expression. However, he overlooked one person. The thug did disappear into the crowd, but in the blink of an eye, he reappeared, and beside him was the man who had kicked Zhao Banian. Damn, how could it be you again? Dong Yud cursed inwardly, startled. If that item couldn't be disposed of, it would be a huge problem. Driving under the influence could lead to the death penalty. The key was that this accident had clearly involved 3 or 4 people, with 2 particularly badly injured, likely having died before reaching the hospital. If Zhao Banian was confirmed to be driving, he would definitely be finished. The only option left was to argue that the items found on him were not taken from the sports car. Yes, that was the plan. Gu Yusin was not idle either. She made a call to summon the criminal police team. How could she trust Dong Yud and his people now? Before long, the criminal police team arrived, including members from her third team, and Louis also brought his second team for support. Gu Yusin briefly explained the situation, and upon learning that she and Zhang Yan had nearly been killed, Louis jumped up, saying that if he had been armed, he might have shot Zhao Banian on the spot. Zhang Yan patted the thug on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Hand over the items." The thug wanted to deny it, but an indescribable fear surged within him, and he obediently took out the bag. Gu Yusin instructed her subordinate to take the items, and upon opening and smelling them, the subordinate said, "It's drugs." Now, Zhao Banian had no way to escape guilt. Dong Yud kept signaling to Zhao Banian. Zhao Banian, clearly arrogant but not truly foolish, immediately said, "What nonsense? What drugs could possibly be in my car? I ask you, where did this stuff come from?" He stared fiercely at the thug. The thug replied, It was taken from your car." He was certainly afraid of the Zhao family's power, but right now, he was most afraid of Zhang Yan and dared not lie. Zhao Banian was furious and quickly said, "He is framing me. This stuff was with him. How can you prove it was taken from my car?" Zhang Yan laughed and handed his phone to Gu Yusin. "Captain Gu, I just happened to record the whole process. This should count as evidence, right?" "Of course it can," Gu Yusin replied, taking the phone and looking coldly at Zhao Banian. "And as long as we do a blood test, we'll know if you've been using drugs. Take him away." She waved her hand. 2 criminal police officers stepped forward and dragged Zhao Banian away. Damn, 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 Zhao Banian cursed. "You dare to arrest me? Fine, fine. I will definitely peel your skin off and make you my dogs." Seeing him still so arrogant, the 2 officers were naturally displeased and deliberately kicked him a couple of times as they pushed him into the car, causing Zhao Banian to grunt in pain. "Go check on the hospital. How are the injured doing?" Gu Yusin ordered again. Yes, so 2 more officers went to the hospital. Dong Yud was sweating profusely, with the police involved in evidence hidden by Zhao Banian. As Gu Yusin said, as long as they test the blood, they would know if Zhao Banian had been on drugs. If a few more people died in the hospital, Zhao Banian would probably face at least 20 years. What to do? The injured must survive. Even if they died, they had to say they were alive. That way, they could get a lighter sentence. Then the Zhao family could work their magic to reduce Zhao Banian's sentence continuously, and maybe in a year or 2, he could be out. Thinking of this, he hurriedly made another call. Get the hospital to prove that the injured sent there are all alive. How could he have such power? He had done all he could, and only then did Gu Yusin relax a bit, though her expression remained grim. People like the butcher of the rainy night were just street rats, daring to commit crimes in the dark, but people like Zhao Banian had powerful backing. They committed wrongdoings without fear, knowing there were forces behind them to clean up their mess. If it weren't for her and Zhang Yan today, would this drug-induced traffic accident have turned into an ordinary traffic incident? Then Zhao Banian would only need to pay a little money and could continue using drugs and killing people. After all, the Zhao family was wealthy. Paying a few million each time was nothing. But to eliminate the damage caused by people like Zhao Banian, they first had to dismantle their protection. Was that something easily achievable? Even someone as resilient as her felt a sense of confusion. Could she really arrest all criminals and send them to prison? But in an instant, her gaze became resolute again. If even she gave up, this world would truly be left with darkness and no light. Someone always had to bear the burden and burn themselves to shine, illuminating this world. She exhaled deeply, her conviction strengthened. Strange, why are you 2 eating street food here? Louis came back to his senses, his suspicious gaze shifting back and forth between Zhang Yan and Gu Yusin. Zhang Yan laughed heartily and said, "Captain Gu is pretending to be my girlfriend today to repay my favor and came with me to the class reunion, but we didn't eat enough, so we came here to fill our stomachs." Louis then understood and, with a sheepish grin, said to Gu Yusin, "Captain Gu, my family is pushing me to get married. Can you help me out and pretend to be my girlfriend to fool my family? Your scheming is loud enough to be heard 2 miles away." Gu Yusin shot him an annoyed glare. "If there's nothing else, go keep an eye on the injured at the hospital and Zhao Banian. The Zhao family's influence is significant, and I think they might bribe the hospital staff to give false reports." "Yes, understood." Louis saluted Gu Yusin, looking like a subordinate to a superior. TSK, this guy really has thick skin. What a pity, in the last life, you didn't get the beauty, and in this life, since I'm involved, you have even less chance. Zhang Yan smiled. He didn't have a bad impression of Louis, but since they had become rivals, he certainly wouldn't back down. Gu Yusin returned to the criminal police team with her colleagues, while Zhang Yan drove home. Tonight, it's quite quiet next door. It seems that Ding Hongxian has already mortgaged the house, invested the money, and no matter how much Lin Shangwan makes a fuss, it will be of no use, so why bother making noise? However, this is naturally the calm before the storm. When Ding Hongxian discovers he has been deceived, there will surely be a fierce conflict next door. Sigh, everything has to wait. The stock market has to wait, the Jining pawnshop has to wait, and strengthening the body also has to wait. Suddenly, the phone rang. Zhang Yan glanced at it. The caller ID showed an unknown number. After a moment's thought, he answered the call. Is this Mr. Zhang Yan? A man's voice came through. This is Zhang Yan, he replied. And you are, oh, my name is Gu Tao, a lawyer, to be precise, the lawyer hired by Mr. Zhao Shangyun. The other party said, so, Mr. Zhang should have a rough idea of the purpose of my call, right? Zhang Yan replied, oh, I really don't know. Gu Tao didn't get angry. If a lawyer couldn't even control himself to this extent, he might as well change careers. I would like to meet with Mr. Zhang to have a chat, he said with a smile. Ha, a meeting? It's nothing more than bribery or threats. And there's one more thing, making him disappear from this world. The Zhao family's vast influence has already begun to operate. Zhang Yan felt no fear. Bai Wenha also controlled a business worth billions, but he simply manipulated his emotions with the system, making him obediently turn himself in to the Public Security Bureau, likely ending up with the fate of eating peanuts. The Zhao family indeed needs to be stronger, but how much of a difference can it make? Moreover, he didn't believe Zhao Shangyun's rise to power was clean. Just let Zhao Shangyun turn himself in and watch the Daiyun group crumble from the top. What would Zhao Banian amount to then? Just an ordinary person who smokes. Alright, the address, Zhang Yan said. He wasn't interested in what conditions the Zhao family might offer. He wanted to collect some desire points. The desire points provided by villains are obviously much more. Jin Dian Entertainment Club, Gu Tao said, I'll contact you when you arrive. Zhang Yan hung up the phone and stood up. He had originally planned to go out for a while tonight to collect some desire points, and now with Gu Tao's invitation, it was just right. As his enemies increased, his thirst for power grew stronger. If he could be fearless of firearms now, who would dare to say anything if he had thrown Zhao Banian into Taihu before? Half an hour later, Zhang Yan arrived at the entrance of Jin Dian Entertainment Club. He parked the car, and just as he got out, a little brother ran over, warmly welcoming him into the club. Coming in a sports car, how could his spending power be poor? He must be a big client. I'm looking for someone, Gu Tao, Zhang Yan said. So you're Mr. Gu's friend. The little brother stood at attention. I'll take you there. He led Zhang Yan to the third floor and then knocked on the door of a private room. Come in. A voice came from inside. The little brother then pushed the door open, respectfully inviting Zhang Yan in, and closed the door behind him. Good evening, Mr. Zhan. Instantly, 8 attractive women in the room bowed and greeted Zhang Yan. Sitting on the sofa was a middle-aged man who, upon seeing Zhang Yan enter, did not stand up but instead spoke in a condescending tone. You must be Zhang Yan? Sit. In a commanding manner. Zhang Yan naturally wouldn't indulge him. He kicked the sofa, and with tremendous force, the sofa slid out with Gu Tao, crashing against the wall and bouncing back, causing Gu Tao to hit his head against the armrest of the sofa and then bounce onto the cushions. Fortunately, the cushions were soft, otherwise, he might have been knocked out. This caused all 8 women to gasp and scream, while Gu Tao remained relatively calm, managing to stand up and signaling the women to calm down with a wave of his hand. Mr. Zhang really has quite the temper. Gu Tao laughed, though his voice clearly trembled despite the smile. He probably had never encountered someone like Zhang Yan, who would flip the table right from the start. What a reckless person. As a lawyer, the worst thing is to meet someone like this. It's like a scholar meeting a soldier. No matter how reasonable you are, you can't make yourself clear. Zhang Yan sat down first, then pressed down on Gu Tao's hand and said, sit down. Gu Tao felt extremely awkward. Just a moment ago, he had been sitting without even lifting his butt to let Zhang Yan take a seat, and now Zhang Yan had immediately returned the favor. But could Gu Tao dare to turn against him? First, Zhang Yan had already given him a show of strength, and second, he had invited Zhang Yan over himself. Now, before they had even discussed anything, would he just end the meeting? That would mean he took the money without doing the work, and he would definitely be scolded to death by Zhao Shangyun when he returned. So, he had no choice but to sit down, biting the bullet. What do you want from me? Zhang Yan placed his feet on the coffee table, looking nonchalant. Gu Tao cursed in his heart, calling him a rogue and a little thug, but he didn't dare show it on his face. If he had known, he should have brought a few people with him. He steadied himself and said, "The second young master almost bumped into Mr. Zhang, and President Zhao feels very sorry, so he asked me to specially invite Mr. Zhang over to discuss the compensation." "Oh, how do you plan to compensate?" Zhang Yan asked. Gu Tao smiled, finally entering his area of expertise. "The compensation will be within 5 million, and Mr. Zhang can name his price." He waved his hand, and 8 girls immediately ran to Zhang Yan's side. "I'm going to the restroom, it might take a while." "Mr. Zhang, enjoy yourself, and when you're done, we can continue discussing the compensation," Gu Tao said as he walked out of the private room. He sneered inwardly. "The more you enjoy now, the worse it will be later." After closing the door and hearing the girls' giggles inside, his sneer grew even wider. They took the bait so quickly, he didn't even need to guide or persuade them. "You lecher, you can't blame anyone for your downfall." Before long, Gu Tao made a phone call, and within 5 minutes, a team of security personnel appeared in front of him. Gu Tao nodded at the leading security officer, who smiled and gestured to his subordinates to rush into the private room. Bang! The door to the private room was kicked open, and 4 security personnel rushed in, one of them even holding a camera. "Don't move!" Then, everyone was dumbfounded. Where was the promised group activity? 8 women, although dressed provocatively, were all neatly attired, with nothing exposed that shouldn't be, and the only man was sitting on the sofa, enjoying the fruits handed to him by the girls. "What are you doing?" Zhang Yan asked deliberately in a puzzled tone. "What are we doing? Catching a client. But what if there are no clients?" The 4 security personnel exchanged awkward glances. It was the leading officer who stepped in to smooth things over, saying, "Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. We received a report from the public saying that illegal activities were taking place here, so we came over, but we didn't expect it to be just some nonsense." Zhang Yan smiled. "Is the informant named Gu Tao?" The leading officer's expression darkened. "We cannot disclose the personal information of the informant. Otherwise, if the informant faces retaliation, who would dare to provide us with leads in the future? All right, since there are no illegal activities here, we will withdraw." Zhang Yan chuckled, waving his hand. Wait, Gu Tao had set him up. This was an attempt to catch him as a client, and once he was taken to the detention center, with Zhao's family's immense power, it would be easy for a group of inmates to beat him into serious injury. But, this time, you picked the wrong person. The leading officer looked at Zhang Yan with displeasure and said, "Comrade, we have indeed caused you some trouble, but please understand and cooperate with us, and don't make things worse." He began to put a label on Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan ignored him and called out towards the door, "Gu Tao, how much longer are you going to stay outside?" Only then did Gu Tao walk in, smiling. "Mr. Chang, I just heard the commotion. What's going on? He, playing dumb?" Zhang Yan walked over and, with a series of slaps, struck Gu Tao left and right. The 5 security guards were dumbfounded. How bold could he be to dare hit someone right in front of them? "Stop!" the 5 shouted in unison. Zhang Yan paid them no mind. After finishing with Gu Tao, he turned to the 5 and slapped them as well. In the face of his extraordinary strength, these men had no ability to resist, only to obediently endure the slaps. But inside, they were filled with resentment. Fine, you're showing off now, but soon enough, you'll find yourself behind bars." After Zhang Yan had his fill of slapping, he finally sat down on the sofa, took out his phone, and opened the recording function, saying, "Who sent you here? Each of you, confess." Of course, Gu Tao and the others would not comply. It was a joke. If this scheme to frame him was confirmed, they would all lose their jobs, and some might even face criminal charges. But could they refuse? Zhang Yan directly shattered their fear, and in an instant, they knelt on the ground, confessing everything. To Zhang Yan's slight surprise, Gu Tao was not sent by Zhao Shangyun, but was acting on the orders of Zhao Tsongnan, the elder brother of Zhao Baiyan, intending to send Zhang Yan to a detention center where the inmates would deal with him and leave him crippled. Quite ruthless. As for the 5 security guards, they were called over by Gu Tao through his connections, naturally with some benefits involved, and the other connection was from the Zhao family, especially the leading security guard, who had done many favors for the Zhao family. Zhao Tsongnan? Zhang Yan sneered twice, while the forces behind the Golden Eagle pawnshop were hidden deep enough that he couldn't deal with them for now. Knowing that a specific person was opposing him meant he wouldn't just sit back. "Take me to see Zhao Tsongnan," Zhang Yan said to Gu Tao. Gu Tao had no choice but to comply. Yes. The 2 left the club, and after a moment's thought, Zhang Yan had Gu Tao drive him there. Before long, they arrived in front of a mansion. It was a standalone villa, 3 stories high, with a large garden. From the outside, one couldn't see the interior decoration, but judging by the exterior materials and columns, it was undoubtedly worth a fortune. It was normal. The Zhao family possessed assets worth billions, so it was no surprise that Zhao Tsongnan would buy such a luxurious home. At this point, Gu Tao had regained his composure but was trembling. How could he betray Zhao Tsongnan? The Zhao family had terrifying power. How could he dare? Moreover, he had brought Zhang Yin here. Oh my god, he was doomed. Zhang Yin looked at him with a smile and said, "Now you have only one path. To follow me, I'll give you 3 minutes to decide. If you choose to follow me, go knock on the door." He was just saying it casually. Want to send me to jail? You might as well go in yourself. Gu Tao fell silent, but his eyes were darting around, clearly engaged in a fierce internal struggle. Rationality told him that Zhang Yan could never compete with a behemoth worth billions. But Zhang Yan had previously displayed astonishing abilities, making him lose control and confess all the dirty deeds he had done. He didn't know why, but a voice inside him told him that Zhang Yan was no ordinary person. So, what if Zhang Yan could win? Besides, he had been grasped by Zhang Yan's hold and had effectively betrayed Zhao Tsongnan. Was there any way back for him? But what if Zhang Yan couldn't defeat the Zhao family? He could only imagine how tragic his end would be. As he thought about it, cold sweat poured down his forehead, and his body trembled uncontrollably. 2 minutes later, he finally made up his mind. "Zhang Xiao, from now on, I am your man." Zhang Yan merely smiled faintly. It's easy to paint a tiger's skin but hard to paint its bones. Knowing a person's face is different from knowing their heart. Gu Tao seemed to present a firm front, thinking he could win Zhang Yan's trust, but little did he know that Zhang Yan could see through everyone's desires and emotions. Isn't human thought composed of these emotions? That Gu Tao is really not honest. No matter, he's just saying that on purpose. Gu Tao got out of the car and rang the doorbell. After a while, a servant came over, exchanged a few words with Gu Tao, and then Gu Tao walked back, saying, "Young Master Zhang, Zhao Tsongnan happens to be home." Zhang Yan then got out of the car and walked into the mansion with Gu Tao. There were surveillance cameras everywhere. The two arrived in the living room, and Gu Tao invited Zhang Yan to sit down, then said, "Young Master Zhang, I'll go call Zhao Tsongnan down." All right. Gu Tao went upstairs, and it was at least 10 minutes before he came down with a man around 30 years old. Is this Zhao Tsongnan? Unlike Zhao Banian, he was not at all non-mainstream. He hadn't dyed his hair, had it neatly combed, and wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, but with Zhang Yan's keen eyesight, he could clearly see that the glasses had no prescription. Not nearsighted, yet wearing glasses. Is he pretending to be refined? "Zhang Yan, you really have guts, daring to come here," Zhao Tsongnan said with a stern face. Zhang Yan chuckled. Is this a den of tigers and dragons? Of course not. Zhao Tsongnan shook his head, then coldly said, "It's even scarier than a den of tigers and dragons." Zhang Yan pressed his hand down. "Say what you want. Didn't you send a lawyer to discuss compensation with me? I think it's too troublesome to talk to a lawyer. He still has to consult you, so let's talk directly." Zhao Tsongnan stared at Zhang Yan as he sat down on the sofa. "Oh, you're not satisfied with the conditions Gu Tao offered before? Originally, 5 million was just passable." Zhang Yan smiled, "But you had to pull some tricks and play a scam on me, so that's 2 accounts. Zhao Tsongnan paused. "How much do you want? Let's multiply it by 10. Zhang Yan smiled. 50 million, not too much, right? Not too much, my ass. With that amount, how many lives could I buy? I could take your life for just 1 million. Why would I give you 50 million? In fact, he hadn't intended to give Zhang Yan 5 million. It was just to lure Zhang Yan to the club, then have the security sweep for prostitution and send him to detention. Because Gu Yusin was keeping a close watch, Zhao Bainian's charges should be impossible to shake off, and even if the Zhao family found someone to operate, he would at least be sentenced to 20 years in the first trial, and even with continuous reductions, he might still serve around 5 years. This naturally drove Zhao Tsongnan mad, not because of the deep brotherly bond with Zhao Bainian, but because someone dared to bully the Zhao family. A lesson must be made. So, he wanted to send Zhang Yan in, first to cripple him, then let his brother continue to bully him in prison, to pass the tedious time. Unexpectedly, such a simple matter could go wrong. Now Zhang Yan actually came knocking. If I don't kill him, I'll take his surname. However, the company's security team was still on the way, so for now, let this guy enjoy himself for a while. Mr. Zhang, you're fine now. Don't you think 50 million is too much? Zhao Tsongnan frowned. He clearly didn't want to give money. Why say that? Isn't there surveillance recording this? He wanted to solidify Zhang Yan's charge of extortion. It was still Gu Tao who taught him this. I have to say, being a lawyer really means having a lot of bad intentions. Zhang Yan shook his head. I'm so precious, 50 million is naturally not expensive at all. Zhao Tsongnan pretended to be troubled again. Mr. Zhang, this is extortion. Quick, take that and self-incriminate. Zhang Yan laughed heartily. Extortion? You? He looked as if he had heard the biggest joke. Zhao Tsongnan was so enraged by his laughter that he couldn't help but shout, "What's so funny?" "Because you're not worthy." Zhang Yin shook his head. "If I really wanted to extort, I'd have to start at 1 billion, right? To get me to lower myself for 50 million? Zhao Tsongnan, you really think too highly of yourself. You bastard." Zhao Tsongnan almost couldn't hold back from lunging at Zhang Yin, but fortunately, he noticed Gu Tao constantly signaling him with his eyes. This meant that, based on what Zhang Yin had just said, they could already pin down his extortion. Good. Very good. He took a long breath and finally regained his composure. "Zhang Yin, oh Zhang Yin, when the security team arrives, I'll make sure to beat you to a pulp. Who told you to come here to extort me? This is self-defense. As for excessive defense, what kind of power does the Zhao family have? Can't even handle this little bit? If it weren't for you and Gu Yusen, would Zhao Baishan end up in prison? You and Gu Yusen both deserve punishment." However, he had seen Gu Yusen's photo and knew that this female security officer was exceptionally beautiful, with a figure that was off the charts. Sending her to prison would be such a waste. She could be his plaything. Of course, she couldn't stay in the country, otherwise, if someone found out, he would probably lose his head. He would send her abroad. Just right, he had some connections in old Myanmar, so he could place Gu Yusen there, visit her when he felt like it, and when he got bored, give her to the local warlords. A woman in the hands of those warlords would truly be in a situation where she couldn't live or die, a fate too terrible to describe. Brother, you should be very satisfied with how your older brother is avenging you. Alright, I'll give you 50 million. Zhao Tsongnan nodded, feigning a reluctant expression. Zhang Yan urged, then hurry up and transfer it. I'm not interested in wasting time with you. Could Zhao Tsongnan transfer money? He pretended to agree just to solidify Zhang Yan's extortion. Now that his goal was achieved, he just had to wait for the security team to come and take him away. Good, the surveillance footage is enough up to this point. Cut out everything else and hand it over to the security officer. Zhang Yan, you really are arrogant. Zhao Tsongnan changed from his earlier helplessness to a fierce expression. You've caused my brother to potentially serve at least 20 years in prison, and I'm supposed to be an idiot and pay you? Zhang Yan chuckled. Your brother going to prison is one thing, but your Zhao family compensating me is another. Don't confuse the two. Daydreaming, Zhao Tsongnan sneered, and at that moment, his phone rang. He immediately answered. Young master, I've brought people over. Come in right now. Zhao Tsongnan tossed the phone aside and then said to Zhang Yan, kneel down. As if to emphasize his command, bang, the door burst open, and a dozen uniformed men armed with riot batons rushed in. They were all from the Dayun Group's security team. Once they entered, they all bowed to Zhao Tsongnan and shouted, "We greet the young master." It was quite awkward. However, Zhao Tsongnan felt no such discomfort. He nodded in satisfaction and pointed at Zhang Yan. Kneel. Do I need to say it a third time? The young master told you to kneel. Don't you have ears? The head of security shouted as well, trying to flatter Zhao Tsongnan. Zhang Yan smiled and suddenly moved. Bang bang bang, instantly, figures flew like flowers scattered by a celestial maiden. With Zhang Yan's terrifying combat power, could a dozen people pose a threat to him? Even multiplied by 10, they would still be swept away. Zhao Tsongnan and Gu Tao were both dumbfounded. Gu Tao had indeed seen Zhang Yan's combat power before, which was why he had specifically asked Zhao Tsongnan to call over more people. But the result, even a dozen people were completely no match for Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan sat back down, smiling at Zhao Tsongnan. What were you saying just now? Nothing. Zhao Tsongnan shook his head vigorously. Big brother, I'll transfer the money right now. He was panicking inside. Zhang Yan's combat power reminded him of his father's bodyguard, Cheng Qing. This person possessed unbelievable combat strength. Even the entire security team together was no match for him. However, Cheng Qing only agreed to protect his father and never accepted any other tasks. Because Cheng Qing was not hired by the Zhao family, but rather, he had been seriously injured and saved by Zhao Xianyun. To repay Zhao Xianyun, Cheng Qing agreed to be his bodyguard for 10 years, and this year marked the 8th year. Additionally, Cheng Qing had helped train the security team. Although he didn't teach them any terrifying martial arts, the overall strength of the security team had significantly improved. Even so, a dozen well-trained security guards were still instantaneously killed by Zhang Yan. This person was likely a true martial artist, just like Cheng Qing. They could never confront him head-on. Otherwise, such a master could quietly come at night and take your life as if it were a game, leaving no trace even for the police to investigate. He didn't want to die so inexplicably. Mr. Zhang, could you please provide your account number? He said, appearing humble. This time, he was genuinely afraid, his legs trembling. Zhang Yan generously provided his account number, as this was the Zhao family's compensation for his mental distress. What was there to hide? As for why the amount was so large, because he was worth it. Just like if a wealthy man were to hit him, wouldn't he have to pay until bankrupt? This was a civil dispute. Both parties could agree on it, right? Zhang Yan did not leave at that point but turned to Gu Tao and said, "Draft an agreement. If I leave with 50 million, wouldn't that be extortion?" Gu Tao had already been sweating profusely and nearly had a heart attack upon hearing this. Yes, I'll write it up immediately. He drafted an agreement stating that the Zhao family would pay Zhang Yan 50 million as compensation for his mental distress, and from then on, this matter would be settled, with neither party able to pursue it further. 3 copies were made, one for Zhang Yan, one for Zhao Tsongnan, and one for the lawyer. Zhang Yan also had Zhao Tsongnan pull up the surveillance footage, delete it in front of him, and burn the hard drive. Well, that was foolproof. Zhang Yan cheerfully patted Gu Tao on the back but said nothing, leaving with a flourish. Gu Tao then sat down on the ground, filled with despair. It was over. Zhao Tsongnan would definitely not let him off the hook. As Zhang Yan walked away, he absorbed Gu Tao's fear. Clearly, Gu Tao knew the Zhao family's methods, so this fear was incredibly intense. What do people fear the most? Of course, death. Zhang Yan immediately absorbed over 500 points of desire. Unfortunately, that was it. Gu Tao was left bewildered. He should have been terrified, but why did he suddenly feel numb? Wasn't it just death? What was the big deal? At that moment, he felt as if he had entered a sage-like state after a shot, only that while others were indifferent to beauty, he had become indifferent to life and death. If he didn't accept it, then what? Zhang Yan appropriately raised Gu Tao's anger level, making him furious enough to want to kill. He walked out the door. At that moment, Zhao Tsongnan's pent-up emotions also erupted. Shame and embarrassment turned into anger, and the target of his outburst was, of course, Gu Tao. Who brought the person here? If not you, then who? Put. However, before Zhao Tsongnan could speak, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. He looked down and saw a fruit knife stabbed into his chest. Oh my god! He panicked and fainted immediately. What the hell? The security guards, seeing this, scrambled to get up from the ground and rushed towards Gu Tao. Some tried to control the situation, some attempted to stop the bleeding, and others called for help, creating chaos. At that moment, Gu Tao's courage and anger vanished completely with the stab. He stared blankly at Zhao Tsongnan, who had the fruit knife still stuck in his chest, and his vision went dark as he fainted as well. What had gone wrong in his mind that he would actually stab Zhao Tsongnan? With such a major incident occurring, Zhao Shangyun was certainly alerted, and security personnel and ambulances all rushed over. Gu Tao had intentionally harmed someone, and the evidence was irrefutable. Zhao Shangyun, having just come from who knows which mistress, rushed directly to the hospital, where Zhao Tsongnan was already undergoing surgery. Mr. Zhao, fortunately, although the knife pierced his chest, it was blocked by the ribs and did not injure the heart. After a period of rest, he will be fine, the lead surgeon said to Zhao Shangyun. Zhao Shangyun breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, doctor. The surgeon nodded and turned to leave. After escorting Zhao Tsongnan into the hospital room, Zhao Shangyun dismissed his subordinates. In the room, apart from the temporarily unconscious Zhao Tsongnan, there were only him and a bodyguard, Cheng Qing. This matter is too strange, Zhao Shangyun frowned. He had already learned the entire sequence of events from the security guard. Theoretically, Gu Tao knew he would be dealt with by the Zhao family, and it wasn't unreasonable for a cornered dog to bite back and stab Zhao Tsongnan, but based on his understanding of Gu Tao, this person shouldn't be capable of such cruelty. Qing, do you think this is related to that Zhang Yan? He suddenly asked Cheng Qing. Cheng Qing, around 30 years old, did not look strong at all, but Zhao Shangyun knew clearly that this man seemed to have a fierce tiger within him, with strength beyond imagination. Possibly, Cheng Qing nodded. If Zhang Yan is skilled in hypnosis, he could indeed influence or even control Gu Tao's will, making him commit acts of violence. Zhao Shangyun couldn't help but feel a chill. Is there really such a person? Then can't he control the whole world? Cheng Qing smiled slightly. To successfully hypnotize someone, many conditions are required, and only those with weak wills can be hypnotized. Someone like you, Mr. Zhao, has been in a high position for a long time and has developed strong confidence. It would be nearly impossible to hypnotize you, unless you were controlled through drugs or other means. But with me around, no one can do that. He said the last sentence with immense confidence. Zhao Shangyun believed him completely. Suddenly, he asked, if Zhang Yan really can hypnotize, would you be hypnotized if you faced him? If Cheng Qing himself were hypnotized, how could he protect him? Cheng Qing showed a hint of disdain, as if he found Zhao Shangyun's question somewhat insulting, but still replied, those of us who truly practice martial arts have a will much stronger than ordinary people. Not to mention I could deal with Zhang Yan in one encounter, even if I were controlled and drugged. he would never be able to hypnotize me. How did he practice martial arts? By punching sand mixed with iron nails, with iron weights strapped to his legs. The daily training was enough to drive one to the brink. So, those who could endure it, who among them did not have an iron will? Could such a person be hypnotized? Zhao Shangyun nodded. Now I can rest assured. Now, his eldest son was in the hospital, and his second son had been arrested, facing a life in prison, which made Zhao Shangyun extremely angry. Moreover, it was too coincidental. Why did both sons have incidents at the same time? Was someone targeting him? And who was involved in both matters? Zhang Yan. What role was this person playing? He walked out of the hospital room, and his secretary immediately approached. This secretary was not a mere ornament, but rather a man in his 30s, Zhao Shangyun's most trusted and capable aide, full of cunning. Investigate that Zhang Yan, he said. Yes, the secretary adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting a cold light. Zhang Yan was in a very good mood. He had made 50 million, and Gu Tao would definitely be dealt with by the Zhao family. The instigator, Zhao Tsongnan, had also been stabbed, enough for him to celebrate. However, one should pursue the retreating enemy and not seek fame like a tyrant. Since the Zhao family had positioned themselves against him, then sorry, you must be uprooted. Zhang Yan actually didn't take the Zhao family seriously. The only thing that made him cautious was the power behind the Golden Eagle pawnshop, mysterious and powerful. The main issue was the mystery. Once they stood in the sunlight, there would be no threat. Sleep. He lay down in bed, but his sleep was very light, waking at the slightest noise. A night passed without incident. He slept until he naturally woke up, glanced at the time, and was surprised to find it was already past 10. Alright, let's just go have lunch. After Zhang Yan finished washing up, he opened the door and stepped out, ready to eat. Coincidentally, the neighbor also opened their door. Was it Lin Xiangwan, that charming young woman? Zhang Yan turned his head to look and was taken aback. It was indeed a woman, but she looked a few years younger than Lin Xiangwan, probably just in her early 20s. Was this the takeout Ding Hongxian ordered? That couldn't be right. Even if he felt like he had struck it rich, would he dare to openly call a girl over to his home? Moreover, this girl didn't seem to have any signs of being in the trade. You must be Zhang Yan? Unexpectedly, the girl walked over, extended her hand, and said, Hello, I'm Peng Wenjun, Ding Hongxian is my cousin. Oh, so it really wasn't takeout. Zhang Yan sized up the girl. He could only say she was quite good-looking. Her looks were above 70 points, at least she was at the level of a campus beauty, tall with long legs. Despite the lingering chill of early spring, she was wearing a short skirt that revealed her slender, long legs. Of course, she was wearing warm tights, but the shape of her legs was evident at a glance, belonging to the legs for days type. The downside? Her chest was a bit small. Perhaps that was the case, at most. Unlike her sister-in-law, a formidable woman, who could fill out a sweater in a way that was undeniably ample and mature, something Peng Wenjun could never compare to. Zhang Yan also reached out to shake her hand. I'm Zhang Yan. To his surprise, Peng Wenjun gently traced his palm with her finger. How bold! Peng Wenjun immediately withdrew her hand, as if the one who had just made a move wasn't her. She smiled and said, I'm in my 3rd year of college in the neighboring city, but the school has already asked us to find internship placements, so I had to come over to find my brother and see if he could introduce me to something, and maybe crash at their place. Zhang Yan pressed the elevator button and asked, Aren't you here with your boyfriend? Given the way this girl flirted with him, Zhang Yan was 99% sure she had been waiting in her room for him to come out, and only opened her door when she saw him, creating a chance encounter. Why? Ding Hongxian must have told her that he borrowed 3 million from him and bought this 10 million house outright. Wouldn't any gold digger be tempted upon hearing that? How old was Zhang Yan? 25? So young. My boyfriend, don't even get me started, he just makes me angry. Peng Wenjun looked quite frustrated, then casually linked her arm with Zhang Yan's. Zhang Ge, do you know any bosses who could introduce me to an internship? There were indeed some, but you might end up sold off to old Myanmar. Zhang Yan didn't pull his arm away. Instead, he slightly exerted force, pushing Peng Wenjun against the wall. Peng Wenjun felt his strength and couldn't help but turn pale. Her breathing quickened, and her gaze became hazy. Zhang Ge, what are you doing? Oh, what do you think? Zhang Yan laughed. Peng Wenjun was momentarily stunned, then she realized, shooting Zhang Yan a glare before grabbing his already misbehaving hand. Don't be so hasty, I'm willing to sleep with you, but you have to support me. Zhang Yan was somewhat surprised. You don't want to move up? Would you agree? Peng Wenjun gave him a flirtatious glance, quite enticing. I may like money, but I'm not stupid. Unless you're like my sister-in-law, it might be possible to charm me, right? You really know people well. However, even if Lin Xiangwan came to seduce him, he would only take her as a mistress, never considering marriage. How would you know if you don't try? Zhang Yan said. I don't have that much time. Peng Wenjun finally spoke the truth, and I really love my boyfriend. I'm not planning to break up with him, but rather to get married. Zhang Yan felt his worldview shatter a bit. Although he had seen many criminals in his past life, murderers, money launderers, and all sorts of oddities, this was the first time he encountered someone like Pang Wenjun, who had such a skewed worldview. So, are you still trying to seduce me? Zhang Yan laughed. Strangely enough, knowing that Pang Wenjun was someone else's girlfriend, and even a future wife, only made him more excited. Huh? What's the difference between me and Yu Shanghui? No, there's a big difference. Yu Shanghui deceives those women, flirting under the guise of romance, and then deliberately exposes it, causing couples or families to break apart. He wouldn't deceive anyone, he was used to throwing money around, which made things easier and less troublesome. So, at most, he had a bit of a rogue's charm. Pang Wenjun glanced at Ding Hongxuan's house and said, "Let's talk at your place." She was afraid her cousin or cousin-in-law might suddenly come out, which would be awkward. "Are you here for an internship or?" Zhang Yan replied, "I haven't had breakfast yet. Let's eat and chat on the way." Although the young man was hungry, with an empty stomach, he had to satisfy it first. Pang Wenjun had no choice but to agree. Fortunately, Zhang Yan withdrew his hand, and they looked quite normal together. The elevator was empty, and Pang Wenjun linked her arm with Zhang Yan's, saying openly, "Because I need money." "It's not because your dad or mom needs surgery, is it?" Zhang Yan teased. Pang Wenjun chuckled a few times before hitting Zhang Yan lightly, saying, No, I just like luxury goods, but my family's financial situation is average. My boyfriend's family is somewhat well off, but it's still his parents' money. I have to go through several hands to get it, which is troublesome and limited. So, I want to find a rich man to rent myself out. You have money and you're good-looking. Being your lover wouldn't be a loss for me, she said as if it were the most ordinary thing in the world. Zhang Yan couldn't help but sigh. Money really is a bastard. Although Pang Wenjun was also a gold digger, she was clearly different from Jia Lily. "How much are you planning to sell yourself for?" Zhang Yan asked. Pang Wenjun thought for a moment. 1 million a year, how about that? "No problem." Zhang Yan agreed immediately, "But you have to help me with something." "What?" Pang Wenjun asked. Zhang Yan smiled and said, "Say good things about me in front of your sister-in-law." Pang Wenjun was taken aback for a moment, then realized, gasping in shock as she looked at Zhang Yan, "You really are eyeing the pot while eating from the bowl." She couldn't help but say, did Zhang Yan really need Pang Wenjun's help? Of course not. He had a system to control his desires, so why did he say that? It was naturally part of his plan. Zhang Yan smiled slyly. "Deal?" "Deal," Pang Wenjun said immediately, without a hint of hesitation. Zhang Yan couldn't help but ask, "Doesn't your conscience hurt? You're so generous. If you really get my sister-in-law, you definitely won't treat her poorly," Pang Wenjun said with a righteous tone. "Besides, my brother is someone who has high aspirations but low abilities. Instead of working hard, he always thinks about getting rich quick. This time, he actually invested over 6 million in some African project. I guess he was mostly scammed. If that really happens, at least my sister-in-law will have a decent life with you. Otherwise, their house will be auctioned off, and they'll either have to rent or squeeze in with their aunt." Sigh, Ding Hongxuan's IQ is even lower than that of a college student. Zhang Yan laughed heartily, and after asking Pang Wenjun for her bank account number, he directly transferred 1 million over. Luckily, he made 50 million yesterday, otherwise, he really wouldn't have had the money to pay. "Zhanggu, aren't you afraid I'll take the money and not do the things you want?" Pang Wenjun confirmed the money had arrived and said with a flirtatious glance. Zhang Yan pinched her chin, "You can try." When he said this, his gaze was sharp and dangerous. Pang Wenjun couldn't help but feel a tightness in her heart and quickly said, "I was just joking with you, Zhanggu, you have such a big appetite. Do you want me to introduce you to the sisters in the dorm? If you can handle them all, you could even stay in the dorm at night and snuggle up with whoever you want." TSK sounds so decadent and exciting. Zhang Yan found a noodle shop, ordered a bowl of spicy noodles, and extravagantly added a large pork chop before starting to eat. Pang Wenjun was shocked. "You're so rich, yet you eat so casually?" "Casually?" Zhang Yan retorted. "If you had been in prison for 31 years, anything would taste good." How long has it been since Zhang Yan was reborn? Counting today, it's only the 11th day. Naturally, he hasn't adapted yet, and many aspects still reflect his prison state. For example, his vigilance while sleeping. In prison, if you dared to sleep deeply, you might not even know if you were killed. For Zhang Yan, this bowl of noodles was certainly delicious. Although he had money, he didn't plan to eat delicacies every day. After half a year or a year, it would get boring. What then? He had heard of some people born with a silver spoon who, before reaching middle age, recklessly engaged in various high-risk sports, not because they were tired of living, but because they had enjoyed everything they could and needed stronger novelty and excitement. Actually, those who engage in extreme sports are still okay, What's scary is when some people develop into perverts, like certain islands or certain boastful old men's collective parties. At least extreme sports only risk their own lives and won't harm others. Zhang Yan didn't want to become a pervert. Good things should be enjoyed slowly. Pang Wenjun watched Zhang Yan eat, resting her chin on her hands, completely focused, resembling a girlfriend watching her boyfriend. Zhang Yan smiled at her and said, "You're free now. Go buy some medicine at the pharmacy." "Ha?" Pang Wenjun showed a shocked expression. "No way, you're so young and still need to rely on medicine." Zhang Yan was taken aback for a moment, then realized and glared at her. "It's not for me, it's for you." Pang Wenjun was even more shocked. "Is there a women's version? What are you thinking?" "It's emergency contraception." Zhang Yan said irritably, "I don't like being constrained. So you want me to take medicine? Dog man." Pang Wenjun complained in her heart, but who made him the wealthy benefactor? Although she hoped Zhang Yan would take protective measures, since he said he didn't want to be constrained, what could she do? She had to go buy the medicine. In the country, pharmacies are probably as common as convenience stores. Anyway, there was one nearby, and before long, she returned with a plastic bag containing a small bottle. Zhang Yan had finished eating and stood up, wrapping his arm around her waist as they walked out. "Huh? Aren't we going back?" Pang Wenjun asked curiously when she saw they weren't heading towards the community. "Going to a hotel," Zhang Yan said. "Carrying an ID is a good habit." Before long, they entered a hotel room, and Zhang Yan gave Pang Wenjun a light slap on the butt. "Go take a shower first." Pang Wenjun was completely exhausted, lying on the bed, her consciousness a bit hazy. All she wanted was to sleep deeply. Zhang Yan, however, was far from satisfied. Should he call Tan Cheng over for a second round? After thinking it over, he decided against it. Today was Monday, the stock market had opened, and he had just made 50 million. He couldn't just let it sit in the account earning interest. The bull market was ongoing, and not investing in the stock market with leverage was simply an unforgivable sin. He gave Pang Wenjun 1 million, leaving him with 49 million, but Zhang Yan didn't transfer all the money to his stock account. He transferred 40 million, keeping 9 million as a reserve. After all, money can always be earned, and what should be enjoyed must be enjoyed in a timely manner. With 10 times leverage, he began to buy. After more than 2 hours, he finally turned all his money into stocks. Phew, so tired. At this moment, Pang Wenjun also regained her spirit. Although she still seemed a bit lazy, her cheeks were flushed, and her eyes were watery, full of charm. She was certainly feeling pampered. "Good brother, can you help me find an internship?" she said sweetly, leaning against Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan chuckled. "You're already a rich woman earning $1 million a year. Are you still afraid of not finding a job after graduation? Without an internship, how can I stay in Sioux City?" Pang Wenjun shot him a glance. "Aren't you supposed to speak well of me in front of your sister-in-law?" Zhang Yan thought for a moment. Did he have any connections to arrange a job for Pang Wenjun? It seemed. Not really. Oh. Suddenly, Zhang Yan had a thought and remembered an incident from the past. Pang Wenjun was from a university in the neighboring city, and just in the past few days, a major case had occurred there. The richest man in Jiangnan, the famous entrepreneur Qi Liming, was kidnapped by a group of ruthless bandits. However, this group of bandits underestimated Qi Liming's security and failed to capture him immediately, dragging it out until the security personnel arrived. The bandit leader killed Qi Liming in a fit of rage and escaped with his men. This group of bandits was almost entirely wiped out, but the bandit leader managed to escape. Such a heinous case naturally enraged the authorities, who launched an unprecedented nationwide manhunt for the bandit leader, but he was never found. Later, it was discovered that the bandit leader had changed his appearance and was living under another identity from the very beginning. It wasn't until 7 years later, when the bandit leader was imprisoned for a brawl, that he revealed his true identity and was brought back for retrial, leading to a swift trial and execution 3 months later. This bandit leader was named Ma Silly. Zhang Yan recalled carefully, and after a few minutes, he finally confirmed that this heinous incident would occur tomorrow. To be precise, it would happen around 11:30 a.m. tomorrow. TSK, if he could take down this group of bandits, how many desire points could he earn? Moreover, the favor of the richest man in Jiangnan would be very useful. Although Zhang Yan was also about to become very wealthy, first, that was in the future, and second, having money was one thing, but building a network of connections was not something that could be achieved overnight. If he became good friends with Qi Liming, wouldn't it be easy to arrange an internship for Pang Wenjun? No, that would be like using a cannon to shoot a mosquito. The favor from Qi Liming would have much greater uses. Zhang Yan smiled. The favor from the richest man was a small matter. The key was the desire points. "I'll go with you to Sioux City for some fun," Zhang Yan said to Pang Wenjun. "Ha!" Pang Wenjun was momentarily taken aback. In Sioux City, she was completely unafraid of being close to Zhang Yan. Who would see them? But in She City, that was a bit dangerous. After all, a thief would definitely feel guilty. Didn't you say you would introduce the girls in the dorm to me? Zhang Yan laughed. He certainly wouldn't say he was going to catch a group of bandits tomorrow. When the wealthy benefactor spoke, could she refuse? Moreover, she suddenly had a brilliant idea. If she turned her roommate into Zhang Yan's lover, then she could tell her boyfriend that Zhang Yan was her roommate's boyfriend. Even if someone caught her with Zhang Yan, she could easily say they were there to see her roommate. What a good idea. What a perfect cover. Sure, Peng Wenjun replied with a smile, then pretended to be jealous. Good brother, you just played with someone and are already eyeing her roommate. Aren't you afraid she'll get jealous? Zhang Yan knew she was just saying that on purpose, so he just laughed and said nothing. The two returned to the community, and Zhang Yan directly took out the sports car. They didn't go back upstairs and set off for She City. Su City was too close to She City. Once they got on the highway, it felt like they hadn't driven long before they were already in the city center of She City. Zhang Yan found a hotel near Peng Wenjun University, and then Peng Wenjun made a phone call to contact a few girls from her dormitory, inviting them to dinner together. There were 4 girls in their dormitory, and 3 of them readily agreed to go out for dinner that evening. After finishing the call, Peng Wenjun turned to Zhang Yan and said, "No wonder you booked the presidential suite directly. It turns out you were prepared all along. Could a regular room fit 5 people? It would definitely be cramped." Zhang Yan just smiled. He hadn't thought that much about it. He just felt that staying in a more expensive room was comfortable. With a few hours left until dinner, Zhang Yan took Peng Wenjun out shopping, buying her many luxury items, at least a dozen bags, but Zhang Yan refused the store's offer to have the items delivered to the hotel, because this was meant to show off. It was almost dinner time, so Zhang Yan chose an extremely expensive seafood buffet, costing 4,500 per person, and asked Peng Wenjun to message her 3 roommates to come over. Half an hour later, Peng Wenjun's 3 roommates arrived by taxi outside the restaurant. Zhang Yan asked Peng Wenjun to go out to greet them, as he had already paid. A few minutes later, Peng Wenjun came in with 3 uniquely charming girls. Indeed, she hadn't lied, all 3 roommates were above average in looks. The 3 girls were Shi Mengmeng, Xiaoyu, and Wei Huilan. Shi Mengmeng was exceptionally tall, standing at 175 centimeters, and even in high heels, she was slightly taller than Zhang Yan. With a curvy figure reminiscent of Western women, she indeed had European ancestry. Her grandmother was from Northern Europe, and one could only wonder how her grandfather managed that. Although her lineage had been diluted, her eyes still had a slight blue tint, and her hair was a shade of brown. Xiaoyu, on the other hand, was the exact opposite. She was under 160 centimeters tall and had a doll-like face, yet she surprisingly possessed a bust that rivaled Shi Mengmeng's, which was quite astonishing. The contrast was huge. Lastly, Wei Huilan appeared rather unremarkable, standing at 165 centimeters, with an average bust and no extraordinary legs, her face around a score of 70, just an ordinary pretty girl. At least, that was Zhang Yan's impression. As soon as they entered the private room, the 3 girls were a bit shy, but after Peng Wenjun lightened the mood, they gradually relaxed. When they saw the luxury items Peng Wenjun had just bought, they all exclaimed in envy. When Zhang Yan took out 3 sets of high-end skincare products to give to them, Shi Mengmeng and the others were naturally taken aback, their gazes on Zhang Yan filled with admiration. Handsome, wealthy, and generous. Wow. This was a buffet restaurant, but there was no need to get the food themselves. They could simply order on their phones, and the waitstaff would bring the ingredients over. Not to mention Shi Mengmeng and the others, even Peng Wenjun, who had just latched onto Zhang Yan's leg, had never been to such a high-end restaurant, and they were all unsure of what to order. Zhang Yan smiled and said, "Don't worry, it's a buffet. Truth be told, this is my first time eating at such a high-end place too." The 4 girls laughed together. Who are you kidding? If Zhang Yan were a broke guy, saying such things would only make them laugh at him, but when it came from a wealthy person, they found him amusing. Moreover, Zhang Yan was handsome, which made them feel even more relaxed. It was quite warm in the restaurant, so they all took off their jackets, revealing fitted sweaters that accentuated their curves. After a while, expensive seafood began to arrive at their table. At a seafood buffet, of course, they were there to eat seafood. All 4 girls praised the food, and Zhang Yan felt the same. Being rich is wonderful. He couldn't help but marvel. Some of the seafood was even airlifted from abroad, priced so high that ordinary people could only look but not taste, while the wealthy could indulge freely. He paused slightly, feeling a foot brushing against him under the table. Wow, how bold. Zhang Yan's expression turned strange, and he even bared his teeth a bit. "Zhang, what's wrong with you?" Peng Wenjun couldn't help but ask, "Are you feeling unwell? Is it not you?" Zhang Yan initially thought it was Peng Wenjun, but then realized it couldn't be, because she was sitting next to him, and the angle was wrong. If she used her foot, at most she could only nudge him, but it couldn't directly attack the center. It must be one of the three sitting opposite. How bold! It's only the first meeting, and they dare to play like this? Zhang Yan first smiled at Peng Wenjun. It's nothing. Then, he glanced at the three girls, trying to read their expressions for clues. However, all three looked perfectly normal. Quite good at pretending. Zhang Yan smiled again, and his left hand quietly reached under the table. That mischievous little foot didn't have time to retract and was caught by Zhang Yan. He looked again at the three girls opposite, but each one had a normal expression, as if that foot didn't belong to any of them. He. Zhang Yan began to tickle the sole of that little foot with his fingers. Suddenly, pfft, one girl burst out laughing, almost collapsing onto the table. Zhang Yan was somewhat incredulous. He guessed that this bold girl might be the half-horse Shimon or the youthful giant Xiaoyu, but he never expected that the one who suddenly lost her composure and laughed was the serious Wei Huilan. This was truly a case of being seriously unserious, shy and reserved. What's wrong? The three girls quickly asked. Wei Huilan's pretty face was flushed, and it was unclear whether it was from drinking a bit or something else. She explained, I suddenly remembered something funny. Peng Wenjun laughed and said, come on, share it so we can all laugh. Wei Huilan shook her head. It has to be told in our hometown dialect to be funny, but you wouldn't understand. Since she said that, Peng Wenjun had to give up. Zhang Yan also withdrew his hand, but that little foot was still being mischievous. Suddenly, Zhang Yan noticed another little foot creeping over, but it shouldn't be Wei Huilan's other foot. The technique, oh no, the foot technique was completely different. So, was it Shimon or Xiaoyu? The problem was, this foot kept moving up, naturally bumping into the other foot. For a moment, both Wei Huilan and Shimon froze in expression. After about 2 hours, the meal finally ended, but for some reason, everyone was sweating. Of course, it wouldn't end there, they were moving on. The five of them ordered a luxurious big package, and one by one, the four girls took turns singing, accompanied by spicy dance moves. Zhang Yan was quite surprised because the four girls were quite good at both singing and dancing. Are college students' talents this impressive now? He exclaimed. Shimon chuckled. Bro, didn't you know we're all from the art academy? So they were art students. It was all his fault for not asking clearly. Zhang Yan suddenly understood. No wonder there were so many beauties in one dormitory, and each could sing and dance, and the key was that they were so bold, daring to tease a man they just met on the first day. Art students, well-traveled and knowledgeable, are more mature than their peers. Zhang Yan originally didn't want to sing, but the four girls insisted he do so, and he had no choice but to take the microphone and start belting out a song. As he sang, the four girls had strange expressions. He had seen tone-deaf singers, but it was the first time encountering someone like Zhang Yan, whose every word was off-key. It was simply a noise bombardment. Seeing that Zhang Yan was getting into it and wanted to sing another song after finishing one, the four girls quickly stopped him together. Bro, you might as well not sing anymore. A gentleman uses his hands, not his mouth, Peng Wenjun joked. Zhang Yan gladly accepted. You see, it was you who made me take action. In the morning, Zhang Yan sat in a coffee shop, facing the entrance of a high-end community. Around 11 a.m. Today, Qi Liming would come to this community to see one of his lovers, and whether it was his illegitimate son or daughter was unclear. Meanwhile, Ma Sili and other thugs would burst out at the entrance, leading to a fierce battle. He certainly had to arrive early. After sitting for more than an hour, Zhang Yan had absorbed the last required desire points. Over 128,000. Strengthened, refreshing, comfortable. A crackling sound echoed within Zhang Yan's body, as if every bone had been reborn and was undergoing reconstruction. If Zhang Yan could look inward, he would discover that his bones had actually gained a hint of silver. The sound was loud, drawing the attention of many people in the store, filled with astonishment. How could such a sound come from a person? Zhang Yan hadn't expected the commotion from this strengthening to be so great, but he had no time to leave. Fortunately, he quickly thought of a way to minimize the curiosity of these people. Instantly, they all turned their gazes away and went about their own business. It was just a popping sound coming from his body. What was so strange about that? Zhang Yan sensed quietly. This time, the strengthening was quite loud, and the enhancement seemed significant. Although he hadn't tried it yet, he could feel it. Perhaps now he could really try to dodge bullets. That would be right. If every strengthening had the same effect but required double the desire points, that would be absurd. After all, the ultimate goal of the system was to make him a desire demon. A demon that stood alongside gods, and surely, a demon was filled with destructiveness, likely even stronger than a god. Fortunately, this strengthening came fiercely but ended quickly. In just a minute, Zhang Yan's body returned to its original state, but only he knew how terrifying his strength was now. He couldn't wait to try it out. Finally, the time reached 11:30, but the anticipated kidnapping did not occur. did I remember the date wrong? Or, did my rebirth trigger some butterfly effect, causing some change? No. Zhang Yan suddenly looked ahead and saw a stretched limousine suddenly appear, followed by 3 black cars. This formation, it should be the wealthy Qi arriving. Sure enough, when the stretched limousine reached the entrance of the community, it naturally slowed down, and at that moment, a 3-wheeled electric vehicle happened to cut in front of the limousine, effectively blocking it. Since the 3-wheeled vehicle was not from the community, the barrier would not lift, and the security guard walked over to register the owner of the 3-wheeled vehicle. This was a normal procedure, but for some reason, it took a long time to complete the registration, and the people in the stretched limousine seemed to be growing impatient. The driver got out of the car and asked, "What's going on? Why are we still blocked here?" Just then, several people loitering around suddenly pulled their hats down, instantly covering their faces, leaving only their eyes and mouths visible. Then, they pulled out weapons like watermelon knives from their clothes and charged towards the stretched limousine. The driver's reaction was quick. He immediately retreated, trying to lock the car door. The car was bulletproof. If it could withstand bullets, then it was a delusion to think those few watermelon knives could break the glass. Hiding inside the car, the thugs would naturally be dealt with by the bodyguards in the back. At that moment, however, one person rushed over quickly, bang, crashing heavily against the car door, instantly trapping the driver. The driver groaned in pain, but he was stuck tight by the car door, unable to move forward or backward, let alone close the door. Bang! The person who crashed into the door was incredibly fierce, pulling out a long watermelon knife and swinging it at the driver's head. Pfft! Blood splattered. The driver fell directly to the ground, not knowing if he had been killed or knocked unconscious by the heavy blow. However, the bodyguards from the 3 cars reacted, jumping out with riot batons in hand, charging towards the front of the limousine. A fierce struggle and fight broke out around the limousine, one side trying to open the back door, while the other desperately tried to stop them. As long as the boss stayed in the car, he would be safe. Otherwise, once the boss is taken down, they would be left helpless, merely watching as others take the boss away. They earn high salaries, yet cannot protect the boss. How can they continue to survive in this circle? With such a belief, these bodyguards are fearless and incredibly fierce. Bang! 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 The 2 sides are fighting fiercely, with members from both sides falling to the ground. This situation is, of course, advantageous for Qi-Liming's side. As long as they can hold on until the security personnel arrive, the boss will be safe, and these criminals will be caught in one fell swoop. Clearly, the criminals are aware of this as well. They begin to panic, their attacks becoming more frenzied and vicious. Suddenly, the criminal who had previously slammed into the car door pulled out a gun. A gun? In an instant, everyone was taken aback. The control of firearms in the country is the strictest in the world, so how could this criminal possibly have a gun? Is it a model? This was the first reaction of many. Yet, even with such speculation, the morale of Qi-Liming's side plummeted. "Get the hell out here!" The armed criminal shouted at the car. This person must be Ma Silu, Zhang Yan guessed, because in the previous life, the outcome was that Qi-Liming was killed, and only Ma Silu managed to escape. From the way this guy slammed into the car door and immediately pulled out a gun when the situation looked bad, it indicated his ruthlessness. There was a 99% chance he was the bandit leader, Ma Silu. Now that a gun has appeared, it seems it's my turn to step in. Zhang Yan did not want Qi-Liming to be killed. After all, he is the richest man in Jiangnan and could save him a lot of trouble. Whoosh! Zhang Yan dashed out. At that moment, he pushed his speed to the limit, only to quickly realize he was encountering tremendous resistance. Hiss! The air was incredibly thin. Under normal running conditions, it was impossible to feel resistance. But Zhang Yan not only felt it, but the resistance was also substantial. What does this indicate? His speed had reached an astonishing level. Kilometers, even 300 kilometers per hour? Zhang Yan didn't know, but it was definitely far from the speed of sound, because when his speed reached such heights, his body was compressing the air, even forming a visible sonic boom cloud. Even so, he approached Ma Silu at an incredible speed. It wasn't until he covered half the distance that Ma Silu reacted, hurriedly aiming the gun at Zhang Yan. But to Zhang Yan, Ma Silu had completely turned into slow motion, slowly turning around, slowly raising the gun, slowly pulling the trigger. This was enough time for him to make several evasive moves. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out, and Ma Silu was shocked to find that the figure running towards him had not stopped. On the contrary, he was already in front of him. Too fast. Are you even human? Bang! In the next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, and his whole body flew up. Then, he crashed heavily to the ground, feeling as if his insides were churning. Not only could he not get up, but he was also dry heaving, wishing he could vomit out his bile. Zhang Yan did not stop but continued to strike. Bang! 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 With each punch and kick, a criminal fell to the ground, and just a few seconds later, all the criminals were lying on the ground, groaning, with not a single one able to stand up. Woola woola. At this moment, a large number of police cars also arrived. Some bodyguards controlled the criminals on the ground, while others rushed to the side of the stretched limousine. Although Zhang Yan had helped them take down all the criminals, this guy's combat power was too terrifying. What if he turned against his own boss? However, the door of the limousine opened, and a middle-aged man dressed in casual clothes stepped out. Just over 40, he was very handsome, giving off a very pleasant vibe. Shi Liming. It is said that in his youth, he captivated the daughter of a high-ranking official with his handsome looks, and after they married, Shi Liming used his father-in-law's connections to do business. He truly was a business genius, thriving in eventually becoming the richest man in Jiangnan, ranking among the top 20 in the country. Of course, later on, his business success far surpassed his father-in-law's position in the officialdom, so his wife naturally couldn't control him. Even if he had colorful flags flying outside, the red flag at home remained unyielding. It could also be that old Chi had remarkable skills, managing to coax his wife into submission, allowing him to fool around outside, who knows? And it didn't really matter. Boss. The group of bodyguards was terrified. How did the boss get out of the bulletproof car? Shi Liming, however, waved his hand and smiled. If this young brother wants to take action against me, which one of you can stop him? On the contrary, with this young brother by my side, who can harm me? This statement left the bodyguards feeling quite awkward. They were all well-trained professionals, yet they were only a match for a group of thugs. But Zhang Yan? One punch, one kick, showcasing terrifying strength. If Zhang Yan were to be recruited by the boss, they would all have to serve this young man. Shi Liming smiled and looked at Zhang Yan, extending his hand. I am Shi Liming. How should I address this young brother? Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan also reached out his hand and shook hands with Shi Liming. At that moment, a large number of security personnel rushed over, but Shi Liming didn't even glance at them. He just smiled at Zhang Yan. Brother Zhang, thank you for saving me. I, Shi Liming, don't like to say pretty words, so if you want anything, just speak up. If I can do it, I will definitely not say no. After such a big incident, the security personnel naturally had to come over to inquire about the situation, but Shi Liming completely ignored them, instead sending a bodyguard to explain the circumstances while he warmly led Zhang Yan into the community. This was certainly against the rules, but who could argue with Qi, the richest man? With a single phone call, even the governor of Jiangnan province would be alarmed. How could little Kalami dare to offend him? Zhang Yan couldn't help but sigh. Once wealth reaches a certain level, it transforms into power. Of course, no matter how immense the wealth, it is no match for absolute power. But evidently, Shi Liming's wealth had already allowed him to look down on most of the power. He absorbed the immense despair and resentment from Ma Silu and others. Of course, they hated him. If it weren't for his appearance, perhaps they could have succeeded? The desire surged higher and higher. Keep hating, Zhang Yan anticipated in his heart. Unfortunately, human desire is limited in a short time, and soon Zhang Yan could no longer absorb even a trace. A total of 46,000. Indeed, one cannot become rich without unexpected windfalls. As they walked, Shi Liming held Zhang Yan's hand, as if they were old friends who hadn't seen each other in years. They arrived at a standalone villa in the community, and a beautiful woman in her 40s came out to greet them, her gaze solely on Shi Liming, filled with tenderness. Shi Liming smiled and said, "This is my mistress, Zhu Yulan." TSK, introducing his lover so openly? Zhang Yan nodded at the beautiful woman. Hello, sister-in-law. As they walked, Shi Liming insisted that Zhang Yan call him brother, so if he called Zhu Yulan aunt, wouldn't that be a mess? Zhu Yulan turned to Zhang Yan and smiled. Hello. She seemed completely unfazed by Zhang Yan calling her sister-in-law. Let's talk inside, Shi Liming said, pulling Zhang Yan's hand as they entered. Inside the villa, Shi Liming invited Zhang Yan to sit down and asked Zhu Yulan to brew tea, then warmly chatted with Zhang Yan. This left Zhang Yan quite amazed. Living in such a large villa, and with Zhu Yulan being Shi Liming's mistress, there were surprisingly no hired servants. Zhu Yulan was also over 40, could she compete with girls around 20? So, why did Shi Liming come over so frequently? Perhaps it was because of her gentle and virtuous nature. After Zhu Yulan brought the tea, she continued to busy herself in the kitchen. With not much time left until noon, after chatting for a while, Zhu Yulan invited them to the dining room for a meal. Shi Liming then asked, why hasn't Xiao Wei come back yet? Zhu Yulan replied, I let her take a leave, but after all, she's in her senior year of high school, and her studies are quite heavy actually. I was just saying, it's only my 43rd birthday, not my 50th, so there's no need for the child to take leave. That won't do, it's your birthday, we father and daughter must celebrate with you, it has to be a proper occasion, Shi Liming said with a smile, taking out his phone. I'll give her a nudge. He dialed a number, and as soon as it connected, he heard the voice on the other end say, "Dad, I'm already on my way. You guys eat first. I'll be there in about 10 minutes. The once imposing Chi Liming immediately transformed into a doting father, his demeanor full of affection. "Xiaowei, tell the driver to go slow, no need to rush, safety is the most important." Okay, I know, she replied before hanging up. TSK, there probably aren't many people in the world who would dare to hang up on Chi Liming, the richest man. However, Chi Liming's face was all smiles, clearly doting on this little darling. Zhang Yan smiled apologetically. "Sister-in-law, I didn't know it was your birthday today, so I can only say happy birthday." It's fine, Zhu Yulan said gently with a smile. "Come, try your sister-in-law's cooking." Chi Liming pulled Zhang Yan to sit down in the dining room, and they began to eat. "Come, let me toast you. If it weren't for you today, I might have lost my life," Chi Liming said, raising his glass. "What?" Zhu Yulan, who had been drinking soup, was so startled that her spoon fell into the bowl, her pretty face turning pale as she hurriedly asked, "Liming, did you get hurt anywhere?" No, I'm fine." Chi Liming held her hand, softly comforting her. "It was indeed very dangerous at that time, but Brother Zhang acted heroically and saved me." Zhu Yulan stood up and deeply bowed to Zhang Yan. "Thank you so much." TSK, no wonder this woman could win Chi Liming's favoritism. Who wouldn't be moved by such a man? "Brother Zhang, if you have any requests, just say it. As long as I can do it, I won't say no," Chi Liming said again. Before Zhang Yan could respond, he was interrupted by a large number of security personnel rushing over. He smiled and said, "Actually, I do have a small favor to ask of Brother Chi." "Oh, go ahead," Chi Liming said. Zhang Yan then asked, "Does Brother Chi have any businesses in Sioux City?" Chi Liming thought for a moment and replied, "Yes, Hungming Group, if Brother Zhang wants it, I'll give it to you, it's only worth a few billion." Hearing this, the bodyguards standing nearby were all taken aback. A few billion just like that? Indeed, Zhang Yan saved your life. But does he need to receive such an expensive gift? Zhang Yan waved his hand with a smile. "No, I have a few friends who are still in their junior year, and they need to find a place for an internship. I just wanted to ask if Brother Chi has any businesses in Sioux City that could take them in." Ha ha. Chi Liming couldn't help but laugh. "That's really a small matter. What majors are your friends in?" "They're from the Art Academy." "I don't have any related businesses, but that's fine. I'll call the art troupe over in Sioux City and have them take them in," Chi Liming proposed. "Alright, then thank you, Brother Chi," Zhang Yan nodded. "For such a small matter, you still thank me," Chi Liming laughed, but felt a bit regretful inside. If only Zhang Yan had agreed to take over Hongming Group. Although it was worth a few billion, he had assets worth several hundred billion, so a few billion really didn't matter to him. The main point was what? Zhang Yan's skills, so astonishing and terrifying. Have you ever seen someone who could dodge bullets? He said he was giving away a group, but in fact, he was using this as a bargaining chip to win over Zhang Yan. "If you accept it, then you will be mine from now on." He was a businessman, and of course, he only considered the gains and losses in his dealings, and he believed that using a few billion to recruit Zhang Yan as a subordinate was a profitable deal. But Zhang Yan did not agree. He couldn't help but look at Zhang Yan with new eyes, clearly aware that this gift is worth over $1 billion, yet without hesitation, he refused it. How many people could do that? This is a hidden dragon. How could a hidden dragon be bought to serve under someone? It is destined to soar in the sky. Thinking of this, Chi Liming not only felt no anger, on the contrary, he became even friendlier towards Zhang Yan. Right now, Zhang Yan had not yet soared across the seas. As long as he was sincere, he could befriend Zhang Yan. But when Zhang Yan becomes famous all over the world, there would be no chance to befriend him then. One was deliberately trying to befriend, while the other made no effort to push away. The atmosphere was naturally harmonious. After about 10 minutes, footsteps were heard, and then a lively, radiant girl appeared in the restaurant. "Mom, happy birthday." The girl sweetly greeted Zhu Yulan, giving her a kiss on the cheek. Just as she was about to greet Chi Liming, her gaze fell on Zhang Yan, and her beautiful eyes lit up. She exclaimed, Mom, who is this handsome guy?" "Ahem." Chi Liming coughed lightly. Dad, are you sick?" The girl finally bestowed a glance at Chi Liming, which made the wealthy Chi feel quite hurt. "You only just noticed me?" Zhu Yulan said, "This is Zhang Yan, who just saved your dad. You should thank him." The girl exaggeratedly gasped, showing no intention of comforting Chi Liming, and instead ran over to Zhang Yan, staring at him with her sparkling big eyes, sweetly saying, "Brother Zhang, thank you for saving my dad." Chi Liming gritted his teeth. "Daughter, shouldn't you check on your father's condition first? We haven't even gone to the hospital. We're just having dinner at home. What could be wrong?" The girl completely ignored her father's pouting, sitting next to Zhang Yan, resting her chin on her hands. "Brother Zhang, how old are you this year?" Do you have a girlfriend? In her eyes, these questions seemed to be the most important. Lining had just wanted to build a good relationship with Zhang Yan, to establish a deep friendship before the hidden dragon took flight, but at this moment, he felt an impulse to drive Zhang Yan away. This was his little cotton-padded jacket that he had raised for 18 years. How could she suddenly be so open? Zhang Yan merely glanced at the girl, who looked about 18, still in her school uniform, with a ponytail, her beautiful face full of youthful vigor, exuding energy, standing about 170 centimeters tall, which was tall among girls. Her looks were also very high, definitely scoring 90 points. After all, her father was a handsome man, and her mother was a beauty. It was no surprise she inherited all the good traits, possessing a stunning appearance. Just a bit young, not in terms of her chest, but in terms of her age. He couldn't bring himself to act. He smiled and said, "I'm 24, of course I have a girlfriend." Upon hearing that Zhang Yan had a girlfriend, the girl's face immediately fell. Looking as if she were about to cry, she sniffled, "Brother Zhang, can you break up with her?" Her big, watery eyes were filled with pity and pleading, making it hard to refuse any of her requests. Goodness! Zhang Yan couldn't help but exclaim, "This is a little green tea." He didn't engage with that topic but smiled at Lining. "Brother Qi, come on, let's toast." This was intentionally said for the girl to hear. "I'm on friendly terms with your dad, you should call me uncle." Lining finally laughed again, saying, "I forgot to introduce you, this is my daughter, Zhu Wei." "Oh, she takes her mother's surname?" Zhang Yan was slightly surprised. With Lining's domineering personality, how could he allow his daughter not to take his surname? It could only be said that Zhu Yulan was not as virtuous as she appeared, but rather a high-level palace schemer. Could Lining have only this one illegitimate daughter? Surely not. If there were only one mistress, how could it be considered a colorful flag fluttering? But Zhang Yan believed that the only ones treated this way by Lining should be Zhu Yulan and Zhu Wei. Other women would love to name their sons and daughters Chi to remind Shofu that this is your child. So don't forget to share a bit more of the family fortune. But Zhu Yulan took the opposite approach. Among a bunch of children, only Zhu Wei was an exception, not taking his surname. Would Lining actually care more because of that? The facts proved yes. The daughter, at such a young age, was already skilled in tea arts. And what about the mother? She must be a master among masters. One cannot judge a person by their appearance. Zhang Yan felt he almost misjudged. Zhu Yulan was not the virtuous and gentle woman he thought, but rather a powerful figure who had reached a level of simplicity and authenticity. Zhu Wei clearly wasn't at that level yet. Being struck down by Zhang Yan twice greatly affected her mood, and she pouted, looking unhappy. Seeing this, Zhu Yulan stood up and said, "Xiao Wei, come with me to the kitchen to prepare the cake." "Oh." Zhu Wei stood up listlessly. The two went to the kitchen, and after a long while, they pushed out a dining cart with a cake that was at least 6 layers high. Originally, it was supposed to be a celebration for just the three of them, yet they prepared such a large cake? Zhang Yan could only say that rich people really don't take money seriously. To his slight surprise, Zhu Wei actually returned to normal. She had entered looking dispirited, but now she was all smiles, full of youthful innocence and liveliness. What did Zhu Yulan say to her? "Wow, the big green tea truly is terrifying." Cutting the cake, sharing the cake, eating the cake, and after finishing, Zhang Yan stood up to take his leave. Lining wanted to see him off, but Zhu Wei pressed him back. "Dad, it's Mom's birthday today, you should spend time with her. I'll see off Uncle Zhang." She deliberately emphasized the words Uncle Zhang. Lining thought for a moment and agreed. Just seeing him off, could he really send his daughter away? In fact, he secretly hoped his daughter could pair up with Zhang Yan. After all, the strength Zhang Yan displayed was incredibly formidable, and during dinner, he had suddenly learned that Zhang Yan had considerable wealth. Although it couldn't compare to his own, how old was Zhang Yan? What he didn't know was that Zhang Yan only needed to navigate the stock market in the first half of the year and the real estate market in the second half to earn hundreds of billions, and after buying Bitcoin next year, his wealth would be beyond even this Jiangnan tycoon's reach. Of course, he also guessed that Zhang Yan's few friends were actually lovers, but the big boss didn't say anything, and he himself had countless lovers. Isn't it normal for rich people to have a few lovers? One of the ways to showcase male strength is to spread one's genes as much as possible. He didn't care how many lovers Zhang Yan had, as long as the legitimate one was his daughter. Mainly, he was reluctant, after raising so many cotton jackets, to have them taken away by another man was painful for a father. Speaking of which, Zhang Yan and Zhu Wei walked side by side out of the villa, and Zhu Wei took out her phone. "Uncle Zhang, let's add each other on WeChat." But Zhang Yan said, "Just note down my phone number." Damn it! Zhu Wei instantly lost her composure, stamping her foot in frustration, but she remembered her mother's teachings and thought of her father's gentle and considerate demeanor in front of her mother, which was completely different from his domineering attitude at work. She calmed down. "Listen to Mom. "So, Uncle Zhang, where do you live?" She quickly caught up with Zhang Yan. "In Sioux City," Zhang Yan replied with a smile. "You're in Shi City for high school, while I'm in Sioux City. You won't have the chance to bother me later." To him, Zhu Wei was indeed a beauty, but first, she was too young, and second, she was Qi Liming's daughter. Getting involved with her would bring too much trouble. Qi Liming had countless lovers, but could he allow his daughter to be one? Although Zhang Yan wasn't afraid of Qi Liming, why invite trouble? Relatively speaking, he preferred to attract some gold diggers, where he could just throw money at them. So simple, so hassle-free. Zhu Wei bounced along, looking innocent, but Zhang Yan dared not underestimate her. A little green tea born from a big green tea could not be taken lightly. After leaving the community, Zhang Yan took a taxi and left, while Zhu Wei watched the car disappear around the corner, then huffed, "I finally found someone I like. How can I let you get away?" Zhang Yan wandered around Xiqing for a day. In the evening, after asking Peng Wenjun and the other 3 girls what they wanted to eat, he brought the packed food to their dormitory. Although staying in a presidential suite was more comfortable, the temptation of spending the night in a girl's dormitory was clearly greater. With sweet talk, he deceived the dormitory supervisor, using the usual excuse of fixing a computer. After giving her a pack of cigarettes, the supervisor let him skip the registration, and he entered the dormitory building filled with beautiful girls. Arriving at Peng Wenjun's room, Zhang Yan opened the packed food box, and the aroma immediately wafted out. The 4 girls cheered and quickly pushed 2 tables together, arranging the dishes and starting to eat together. While eating, Zhang Yan said to Peng Wenjun, "I found you an internship at the Sioux City art troupe, is that okay?" "That's great," Peng Wenjun exclaimed, nearly jumping up with excitement. "This is a formal position, you can't even buy your way in." The other 3 girls looked at Peng Wenjun enviously, knowing the value of the Sioux City art troupe, but unfortunately, Zhang Yan smiled at them. "I managed to get 4 spots in total." As soon as he finished speaking, the dormitory was filled with excited screams. A few hours later, the 5 of them started eating again, but the food had all gone cold. No matter, the 4 girls were still excited. Being able to intern at the Sioux City art troupe meant a great chance of staying on, and they would be part of the country in the future. As long as they didn't mess up, they wouldn't have to worry about their future lives and would have a decent social status. Of course, they couldn't expect to become stars. They were self-aware and not exactly stunning beauties. If they really entered the entertainment industry, they would either be stuck in minor roles forever or face endless exploitation. Why bother? They all had boyfriends, and at most, they were a bit materialistic and gold-digging. If they were to be Zhang Yan's lovers, at least he was a handsome guy, rich and good-looking, but to be with some bald, greasy man old enough to be their father or even grandfather, they absolutely couldn't accept that. So, the opportunity to intern at the Sioux City art troupe was what made them so excited. The next day, Zhang Yan returned to Sioux City. Accompanying him was Peng Wenjun, while the other 3 girls would wait for the notification from the Sioux City art troupe before heading over. The 4 girls had already discussed renting an apartment in Sioux City, which would be comfortable and convenient for someone. Back at her home, Peng Wenjun naturally moved back into Ding Hongxuan's house, and as for how to explain her whereabouts over the past 2 days, Zhang Yan didn't need to worry about that. It was easy to explain. She was just looking for an internship. Qi Liming was very efficient. By noon, he called Zhang Yan, saying he had already contacted the Sioux City art troupe and gave Zhang Yan a phone number to reach out himself, just needing to provide the names. Zhang Yan called the number, and the voice on the other end was a man, sounding somewhat older. The man was very polite, asking Zhang Yan to provide the names and contact numbers of the 4 girls, stating he would reach out to them, and they could report to the Sioux City art troupe tomorrow. That was fast. Zhang Yan provided the contact information for the 4 girls, and after a bit of casual conversation, they hung up. 10 minutes later, the 4 girls called him one after another to share the good news. Peng Wenjun was already in Sioux City, but the other 3 girls were still in Xiqing. If only they had known, they could have brought them along today, though it wouldn't have worked. The car could only fit 2 people. No matter, Xiqing was so close. Unable to resist, Peng Wenjun secretly contacted Zhang Yan, and the 2 went to look for a rental together. Zhang Yan thought it was unnecessary to complicate things. Why not just rent an apartment in this community? He would cover the cost. Peng Wenjun was certainly satisfied. Linglong Bay consisted of large apartments, and the decoration was very luxurious, no less than a hotel. After renting the apartment, Peng Wenjun sent the address to the 3 girls, Meng Meng, so they could simply take a taxi over. Why save money? Boss Zhang covered everything. Thus, before dinner time, the 3 girls appeared in front of Zhang Yan again. Since her classmates had arrived, Peng Wenjun naturally had a good excuse not to have dinner with Ding Hongxian and his wife, but instead to play the host and entertain her classmates. Ding Hongxian and his wife were completely oblivious. Zhang Yan accompanied the 4 girls for dinner, and then they went to the rented apartment, where the bed, mattress, and quilt had all been purchased. They really just needed to move in with their bags. In the morning, Zhang Yan returned to his own home. A golden house and a silver house are not as good as one's own doghouse. Zhang Yan lay sprawled on the bed, calculating the time, when he suddenly sat up straight. He almost forgot a big event. Today, Yu Xianghui was to be released. How could he not go to welcome him? It shouldn't be too late now. Fortunately, he had already had breakfast, so he drove his sports car to the detention center where Yu Xianghui was held. He had previously inquired with the security personnel and learned that Yu Xianghui would be released around noon today. Sure enough, after waiting outside the detention center for a while, he saw Chao Xixin getting out of a taxi, waiting at the entrance. In just a few days, Chao Xixin looked at least 10 years older. With her husband in prison and their assets seized, how could she not be anxious, turning gray overnight? Look, she could only take a taxi now. Thankfully, her son was being released today, so she still wore a smile. However, that smile wouldn't last long. About half an hour later, Yu Xianghui walked out of the detention center, looking dejected, like a defeated dog. When mother and son met, they immediately embraced and cried. Zhang Yan pressed the gas pedal and slowly drove over. Squeak! The car stopped, and both Yu Xianghui and Chao Xixin looked over. When the window rolled down and they saw Zhang Yan in the driver's seat, they were first taken aback, then their expressions turned murderous. This poor guy Zhang Yan could actually drive a sports car? Where did he get the money? And this enemy was living a good life, while their home was raided, and Yu Hanghai was in prison. It was simply a case of family destruction. The hatred in their eyes was almost palpable. Zhang Yan parked the car and got out. Zhang Yan, how dare you show up in front of me? Yu Xianghui said through gritted teeth. He truly wished he could eat Zhang Yan alive. His fiancée had been toyed with by Zhang Yan, and even had a child taken away, while his mother, under Zhang Yan's design, had an affair with a bodyguard and was caught in the act by his father. Even his father's imprisonment was intricately related to Zhang Yan. What Yu Xianghui couldn't accept the most was that the family's money was gone. He was not yet 30. What would he do for the rest of his life? If he could take on Zhang Yan, he would truly want to fight him to the death. Zhang Yan smiled. He had no interest in wasting words with Yu Xianghui, only wanting him to go back to prison. Did he think life in the detention center was hell? Wrong. Only after truly going to prison would he realize how far it was from hell. Zhang Yan directly provoked Yu Xianghui's anger. Now, Yu Xianghui, who had only been wary of Zhang Yan's strength and dared not act, immediately went wild, raising his fist to strike Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan naturally wouldn't let him hit, although he could kick Yu Xianghui into pieces with one blow. He pretended to panic and ran toward the detention center. Comrade, someone wants to kill me, Zhang Yan shouted as he ran. The security personnel at the detention center rushed out upon seeing this. But Yu Xianghui was now blinded by rage, only thinking about killing Zhang Yan, and anyone who got in his way was his enemy. When several security personnel tried to stop him, he actually tried to grab a gun. Trying to grab a gun right in front of the security personnel? Wasn't that asking for death? Yu Xianghui was immediately subdued, but he remained defiant, cursing Zhang Yan incessantly. So arrogant! A few security officers punched and kicked Yu Xianghui, locking him up again. This time, it wouldn't just be a matter of a few days. Openly committing violence and even attempting to seize a gun, he would definitely be sentenced for several years. Involving a gun, how could it be a trivial matter? Although the attempted gun theft was unsuccessful, he wouldn't be locked up for too long, but once he was inside, Zhang Yan would find a way to keep increasing his sentence. Whatever the Yu family did to him in his past life, he would return in kind. Moreover, a family should be together. Yu Hanghai was already inside, so of course, this son had to go in and keep him company. And then there was Chao Xixin. Zhang Yan was no longer patient enough to play along. It was better for her to go to prison and let the inmates deal with her, torment her. He also pushed Chao Xixin's anger to the limit. Chao Xixin was already furious about her son being arrested, and now with her anger maxed out, she couldn't hold back any longer and jumped up to scratch the face of the security officer. Scratching the face was minor. She followed in her son's footsteps and even tried to seize a gun. Great, she was also hit in the stomach with a baton, nearly vomiting her stomach acid. Before she could react, she was taken down. The nature of this was severe. The mother and son actually both wanted to seize a gun. Do you have antisocial personality disorder? She would definitely be locked up for a few years too. If the Yu family were still the same as before, hiring the best lawyer and smoothing out some connections could possibly suppress the situation as much as possible, and even bringing out Zhao Guanhua could turn a major issue into a minor one, or even nothing at all. After all, these two weren't hardened criminals, and it was just a moment of excitement that led to such irrational behavior, and they hadn't succeeded, nor caused any harm. But now they had become broke. Today's actions were enough to land them in prison for a few years. Congratulations, the family could finally reunite. Unfortunately, men and women in different prisons. This was the only thing Zhang Yan felt regretful about. Well, then he would visit them more often in prison and tell them that the reason so many inmates were causing them trouble, constantly instigating fights and increasing their sentences, was all his doing. How could he not say it? In his past life, Chao Cixin and her husband had said these things right in front of him, relishing in his pain and madness for amusement. Zhang Yan was very petty, so he had to return the favor. Now there was only one person left, Jia Lily. In her past life, she had forged documents, causing herself to serve a much longer sentence. Did she think she could stay out of it? How could that be possible? Let her do the same, attack the security officers, and attempt to seize a gun? Too uncreative. Let's come up with another plan. However, if he used this tactic, it would take some time before Jia Lily was sent in. That was fine, let her watch from the outside as he thrived, accumulating wealth at an astonishing rate, probably more painful than killing her. Because in Jia Lily's eyes, all of this should belong to her. The better Zhang Yan did, the more uncomfortable she would feel. This woman's weakness was her greed for money. So, let's exploit that. Zhang Yan planned to find someone to trick Jia Lily, making her lose both money and love, even getting into high-interest debt, and finally targeting the company's account, secretly transferring money to pay off the loan. This way, a few years in prison would be the least of it. Once in prison, it would be easier. To reduce her sentence, she would need to make contributions, and increasing her sentence wouldn't be difficult at all. Now that Zhang Yan wasn't in prison, he certainly had the patience to play slowly. He cooperated with the investigation, simply recorded a statement, and then left the detention center. Once Yu Shanghui and his son were both in prison, he would visit some big brothers inside, asking them to deal with Yu Shanghui and his son, using the dirt he had on those big brothers. Was this small request really too much to satisfy? Dayun Group. In the president's office, Zhao Shangyun was reading the investigation report on Zhang Yan. It was very simple. This person is an orphan who grew up in an orphanage. Although he attended university, he ended up with a very ordinary job, which he just resigned from a few days ago. According to his colleagues, Zhang Yan is quite an average person. The turning point came a few days ago during a catch in the act. He sent Yu Shanghui in, although he only spent about 10 days in detention. Zhao Shangyun also obtained information about Yu Shanghui. Compared to Zhang Yan, he is definitely super wealthy, and the Yu family has connections with a district chief. Logically, Yu Shanghui should have had Zhang Yan under his thumb. But quite the opposite happened. Not only did Yu Shanghui go in, but his father and even that district chief also ended up inside. This is very bizarre. Watching the process of Yu Hanghai, Zhao Guanhua, and He Yuan going in, Zhao Shangyun's only thought was absurdity. Ridiculous, it's absurd to the core. He Yuan went to confess, dragging Zhao Guanhua and Yu Hanghai into it. He Yuan must be out of his mind. What benefit does he gain from this? None at all. On the contrary, he's looking at least 20 years in prison. And then, Bai Wenha also went to confess under Zhang Yan's accompaniment. In fact, Yu Hanghai wasn't even qualified for him to know, but Bai Wenha was. After all, he is a big shot with assets worth billions. Although he is still not on the same level, his influence is already enormous, making him a top figure in Sioux City. Yet, this big shot inexplicably decided to confess. A sudden pang of conscience? Why did he only discover it after meeting Zhang Yan? Moreover, he even had people go to the detention center to contact He Yuan, Bai Wenha, and others, all of whom claimed they seemed to have suddenly been possessed, momentarily bewitched into confessing. Aching, do you still think this person's hypnosis can affect me? Zhao Shangyun turned to Cheng Cheng. This time, Cheng Cheng fell silent. Previously, he was extremely confident that hypnosis existed in this world but only worked on those with weak willpower. Not to mention someone like him, a martial artist with a will of steel, even an ordinary person like Zhao Shangyun, who has long held a high position and is immensely confident, would be impossible to hypnotize. Yu Hanghai, a small businessman, and He Yuan, a small gang leader, could be dismissed, but what about Bai Wenha? He is definitely a significant figure. He has money and power. Although it's just a guess, it's likely that Bai Wenha's confession was due to Zhang Yan's hypnosis. Aching, I have never asked you for anything, but this time, I really need to ask you. Zhao Shangyun said to Cheng Cheng, the boss has been harmed and is in the hospital, the second is going to prison, and next, that kid might also pose a threat to me. Can you help me deal with him? Faced with Zhao Shangyun's pleading gaze, Cheng Cheng finally nodded. I will help you deal with this person, and then we will be even. These past 2 days, Zhang Yan has been a bit lost in pleasure. It can't go on like this. Zhang Yan isn't afraid that his body can't handle it. Rather, being obsessed with women will naturally affect his ability to gain desire points, which is what he values most. Money and women can be set aside compared to strengthening oneself. Strength is the root and guarantee of everything. If Zhang Yan had the power to destroy the world right now, he could have as much money and as many women as he wanted. Who would dare oppose him? On the contrary, if he only possesses endless wealth without corresponding strength, it would be like the weakened Qing dynasty, where any powerful nation could come and take a bite. The order of things cannot be reversed. So, after indulging for 2 days, Zhang Yan made a firm decision he should visit Peng Wenjun and the others less often. Today is another weekend, the stock market is closed, and there's not much to do. Should he arrange to meet Gu Yusen? After all, he said he wanted to pursue her, but it's been 5 days without contacting her, which is too neglectful. Thinking it over, this workaholic probably doesn't have any days off during the week, so she likely doesn't have time for a date either. Forget it. Zhang Yan doesn't truly love her, he's just coveting her looks and greedy for her figure, wanting to possess her. Why would he have the patience to pamper her? He's been reborn and still acts like a sycophant? Now he's used to being treated like a lord, with the girls treating him like an emperor. Asking him to pursue a woman, it's like if our mom created the world's first and second 6th generation fighter jets. His back is too stiff to bend. He'll just leave Gu Yusen hanging for a few more days. There's a saying that absence makes the heart grow fonder. Although he and Gu Yusen aren't in a relationship yet, there's definitely some ambiguity there, so teasing her a bit wouldn't hurt. What about talking to Tan Qing or Feng Qian? Wait, didn't I say not to indulge in women? Why am I still thinking about them? Time to get serious. Zhang Yan went to a crowded place, absorbing the desires of these people. However, the desire points provided by ordinary people are really limited, unlike those thugs who can easily offer thousands or tens of thousands. The public security in his area is just too good. Although there are still some audacious criminals, their numbers are really too few. How many can he encounter in a year? No choice, even a mosquito's leg is still meat. At least it's a stable source of desire points. After wandering around outside, Zhang Yan returned home after dinner. He absolutely wouldn't go looking for Peng Wenjun tonight. I swear, if I don't keep my word, I'm a dog. Not long after, Peng Wenjun called. Zhang Gu, come over to play, she said, laughing as she spoke. Her laughter was quite flirtatious. I have something to do, not going. Zhang Yan declined. He was about to head to the night scene to collect desire points. After letting those young men and women rest for a week, their desires should be rising again, and he could harvest them. Really? Xiao Yu took the call, that's too bad. We learned a lot of difficult moves in the group today, and we were planning to perform them for you. Damn, Zhang Yan decisively said, wait for me. Woof woof. The next morning, Zhang Yan walked out of the apartment rented for Peng Wenjun with a blank expression. Why, am I back again? He had some fried dough sticks with soy milk outside. Soy milk in Sioux City can be sweet or salty, and Zhang Yan prefers it salty, with some pickled vegetables and dried shrimp mixed in. It's delicious. Before he finished eating, he received a call. An unknown number. He thought for a moment and decided to answer. Zhang Yan, I'm Cheng Qing, Mr. Zhao Shangyun's bodyguard. The person on the other end introduced himself right away. I'd like to arrange a meeting to resolve the matter between you and Mr. Zhao according to the rules of martial artists. Martial artist? Am I a martial artist? Zhang Yan was a bit curious because this didn't seem like something a bodyguard would do. How do we resolve it? He asked while eating. I'll set the location, you set the time. We'll each invite a notary, and resolve the issue through a duel. Cheng Qing assumed Zhang Yan understood him. If I win, you'll leave Sioux City forever and never come back. A duel? And we need a notary? But are you sure you want to duel? Zhang Yan felt like laughing and said, there's no time like the present. Let's do it today. Cheng Qing was momentarily stunned. Today? That's too rushed. It's too hurried. There's no time to invite a notary. He shook his head. Zhang Yan chuckled. No worries. If you lose and don't keep your word, I'll personally take care of you. With words like that, could Cheng Qing refuse? After all, it was he who proposed the duel. Plus, he was really angry. Zhang Yan was just too arrogant. Alright, then it's today. I'll send you a location. It's a wasteland, so no one will disturb us. Cheng Qing said. What time? Let's say 3 in the afternoon. Zhang Yan replied. Okay, see you then. Zhang Yan put away his phone, and just a minute later, he indeed received a text message with an address. After finishing breakfast, Zhang Yan headed straight to that address. Although the duel was scheduled for the afternoon, he certainly wanted to scout the area in advance. What if Cheng Qing has set up many gunmen for him? Although guns are banned in the country and it's extremely difficult to obtain one, it's better to be cautious. He quickly arrived at the designated location, an unfinished residential complex where many buildings had already been topped off, but the exterior walls were bare and hideously ugly. If a few snipers were prepared here, it would definitely be very concealed. Zhang Yan first took a look around. No one. Then, he chose the tallest building, went to the rooftop, and observed from a high vantage point. As long as someone came over, he would naturally notice immediately. But by noon, no one had appeared. So, did Cheng Qing really want to compete with him fairly? Then you saved your life, Zhang Yan murmured. When it was past 2 o'clock, he saw a bicycle slowly approaching. A bicycle? Zhang Yan was somewhat shocked. Cheng Qing actually rode a bicycle here, and it was a shared bike? The person rode the bike into the complex, parked it, and then took out his phone to dial a number. A few seconds later, Zhang Yan's phone rang. I'm Cheng Qing, I've arrived. It was indeed Cheng Qing. Zhang Yan smiled and said, I'll be there soon. After hanging up, he went downstairs. He climbed over the wall, reached the entrance, and walked back in. There was no trap set up. If Cheng Qing had discovered him earlier, wouldn't that be embarrassing? Seeing Zhang Yan walk in from the entrance, Cheng Qing immediately approached him but seemed to think of something and quickly lowered his head. Zhang, he just called out loudly when Zhang Yan curiously asked, why did you ride a shared bike here? Cheng Qing instantly broke down. What's it to you if I can't afford a car? He looked flustered. Zhang Yan was taken aback, not expecting such an answer. He chuckled, is Zhao Xianyun really that stingy? Zhao Xianyun saved my life. To repay him, I agreed to be his bodyguard for 10 years, so I naturally won't take his money. Otherwise, it wouldn't be repayment, but employment. Cheng Qing looked quite noble, but still kept his head down. Zhang Yan was shocked. So you're so poor that you can't even afford an electric bike and can only ride a shared bike? Impressive. If you lose, I won't make it hard for you. Just leave Sioux City, and then Mr. Zhao will be safe. I can consider it repaying his kindness and continue pursuing my martial arts path, Cheng Qing said. How juvenile, using the term martial arts path. Do people really practice martial arts now? Zhang Yan smiled. What if you lose? Impossible. Cheng Qing was full of confidence, but saying such confident words while keeping his head down looked quite strange. I've been adjusting my state these past few days and have reached the peak of my personal strength. Under Mingjin, I am invincible. Mingjin? Zhang Yan muttered in his heart and continued. But what if? There is no what if. Cheng Qing said decisively. Zhang Yan laughed. Since I must lose, why should I even fight you? Am I stupid? Cheng Qing wanted to raise his head but lifted it halfway before letting it drop again. Then if you win, I will be your bodyguard for 10 years. Are you addicted to being a bodyguard? Zhang Yan was speechless and curiously asked, is your cervical spine not good? Why do you ask that? Cheng Qing retorted, because you keep your head down. Zhang Yan was a bit frantic. This person was not only juvenile but seemed to have some issues with his brain. Cheng Qing huffed, you know hypnosis. As long as I don't make eye contact with you, I won't be hypnotized. What? I know hypnosis? How come I didn't know? Zhang Yan suddenly realized that he used the system to manipulate He Yuan and others' emotions, making them act against common sense. To the security personnel, this was just a normal confession scenario, and regretting it afterward was very common. But how did others see it? Isn't this hypnosis? So you think not looking at me is a problem? Did it make Cheng Qing feel a desire to eat shit? Forget it, that's too disgusting. Zhang Yan beckoned with his hand, then bring it on. Without a fair person, you won't cheat, right? Cheng Qing said with great suspicion. Zhang Yan laughed heartily, I'm guaranteed to win, so it can only be you who cheats. Cheng Qing seemed to have suffered a great humiliation. Cheng Qing, always keep my word. You can't slander my character. All right, come on, Zhang Yan said for the second time. Although Cheng Qing lowered his head, he didn't close his eyes. He just chose not to look at Zhang Yan's face, naturally aware of Zhang Yan's position. He let out a soft shout and dashed towards Zhang Yan in a single leap. His speed was extremely fast. Zhang Yan was slightly surprised. This Cheng Qing was somewhat similar to that guy who practiced monkey boxing, but his speed was even faster. The monkey boxing guy was at most equivalent to his state after 3 enhancements, but this Cheng Qing? Incredible! So, there was some reason behind his confidence. However, he was already at 8 enhancements now. How many times had he surpassed the 4 enhancements? Seeing Zhang Yan's lack of reaction, Cheng Qing couldn't help but snort coldly, appearing quite displeased. How dare you be so arrogant? Fine, let you suffer the consequences, ugh. He let out a muffled grunt because Zhang Yan merely reached out, and his neck was caught in Zhang Yan's large hand, as if he had offered it willingly. How could this be? Cheng Qing couldn't believe the gap in their strengths was so vast that such a result occurred. He had actually boasted in front of Zhang Yan. How embarrassing. A challenge? He actually challenged such a master? He felt utterly humiliated. Zhang Yan casually threw Cheng Qing to the ground and laughed. Willing to bet? Willing to lose? Cheng Qing gritted his teeth and could only nod. I'll be your bodyguard for 10 years. Zhang Yan waved his hand. I don't need a bodyguard, just help me with some tasks, a discount, 3 years will do. Cheng Qing was about to refute, but thinking of the strength gap between them, he had to admit he really wasn't qualified to be Zhang Yan's bodyguard. Who would protect whom? Moreover, following such a master, perhaps his strength could improve further. No problem, he agreed immediately. Should I call you Zhang Zong from now on? Call me Zhang Xiao, don't make me feel old, Zhang Yan said. Alright, Zhang Xiao. Chang Chang nodded. Zhang Yan suddenly remembered. What you mentioned earlier about Ming Jin, what's that about? Chang Chang was surprised. Zhang Xiao, you're so powerful, aren't you a Ming Jin warrior? What Ming Jin and In Jin? Zhang Yan retorted. Chang Chang then realized. Zhang Xiao even knew about In Jin. How could he not know what a Ming Jin warrior is? He was testing me. He quickly said, we martial artists are divided into 3 levels based on strength, the lowest being someone like me, and those who can go a step further are called Ming Jin warriors, whose strikes make sounds, and the number of sounds represents the level of Ming Jin. Above Ming Jin warriors are In Jin warriors. Ming Jin and In Jin warriors are also divided into 9 levels, and the strength gap between each level is enormous. Zhang Yan couldn't help but click his tongue. Are there really masters like in martial arts novels who can walk on walls? Cheng Cheng smiled bitterly. In ancient times, yes, but in modern times, it's almost impossible. Why? Zhang Yan asked. Zhang Xiao was testing me again. Cheng Cheng replied calmly, now there are skyscrapers, even In Jin warriors can only jump down from the 10th floor at most. Any higher, they would either die or be severely injured. Zhang Yan suddenly understood. Nowadays, buildings are often 30 or 40 stories high. If a 9-level In Jin master came, would they dare to show off their likeness skills? They would still end up in trouble. Aren't you a Ming Jin warrior yet? He asked again. Just one step away. Cheng Cheng said somewhat proudly yet also disappointed. In fact, I was already standing at this threshold 3 years ago, but I just couldn't get past it. Then, he looked at Zhang Yan with admiration. Young Master Zhang is truly a genius in martial arts, having already cultivated his Ming Jin before turning 30. How did you figure that out? Zhang Yan was puzzled. I'm not a martial arts genius, it's all due to the system's points. I'm not boasting, but my strength should be invincible below Ming Jin. Yet, in front of young Master Zhang, I'm no match at all. If you're not a Ming Jin expert, then who is? Cheng Cheng had a look that said he didn't need to be asked such a basic question. I guess, young Master Zhang, you're at least in the 2nd stage of Ming Jin. If you were only in the 1st stage of Ming Jin, you wouldn't have been able to subdue me so easily. Zhang Yan was speechless. Your imagination is quite strong. According to your logic, are there many people practicing martial arts now? He thought of that guy who practiced monkey boxing, probably the lowest level of martial artist, much worse than Cheng Cheng. Cheng Cheng changed to a sighing expression. There are very few people practicing martial arts now. Sigh, from a young age, one must practice hard, but how many can actually reach Ming Jin? Besides, even if you're a master of In Jin, what use is it when faced with a gun? Hearing this, Zhang Yan felt relieved. Even if a master of In Jin appeared before him, it was highly likely they wouldn't be his opponent. Zhang Yan added Cheng Cheng on WeChat. In the future, if he needed Cheng Cheng to do something, he could just send a message or a video. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Yan transferred 100,000 yuan to Cheng Cheng. If there really was something that needed Cheng Cheng's help, and this guy ended up riding a shared bike, even if he pedaled so hard the wheels smoked, how fast could he really go? After receiving Zhang Yan's transfer, Cheng Cheng couldn't help but blush. Young Master Zhang, I lost a bet to you. How can I take your money? I'm giving it to you, just take it. Zhang Yan glared at him. Thank you, young Master Zhang. Cheng Cheng didn't refuse any further. Because following Zhao Shangyun meant he had his meals and accommodation covered, so not having money wasn't a big deal. He wouldn't end up living under a bridge drinking the northwest wind. But following Zhang Yan? Young Master Zhang hadn't said he would take care of his food and drink. So, he really couldn't refuse this 100,000. Zhang Yan took a car back, while Cheng Cheng rode his shared bike, moving slowly. The two had a tacit understanding. One didn't ask about Zhao Shangyun, and the other didn't bring it up either. Cheng Cheng was following Zhao Shangyun out of gratitude, so if Zhang Yan asked about Zhao Shangyun, it would be disloyal to his current boss if he spoke out, and disloyal to his former benefactor if he didn't. So, naturally, Zhang Yan wouldn't ask. Was Zhao Shangyun's matter really that important? Whether to kill him or make him commit suicide was an easy task for Zhang Yan. Of course, the premise was that Zhang Yan had to find him. Cheng Cheng had failed, and Zhao Shangyun would definitely be extremely cautious, being careful in and out. He needed to find him and resolve this quickly. Although Zhang Yan didn't know what bad things Zhao Shangyun had done, given how reckless he could be towards Zhao Banian, How could this father figure be a good person? Dealing with such a person was definitely a service to the public. There should also be a wave of desire points to collect. On the way, he received a call from Peng Wenjun, of course inviting him to hang out. No matter how much she tempted him on the phone, Zhang Yan remained firm. He absolutely couldn't indulge like this. He needed to collect desire points. Because Zhang Yan didn't go out tonight, Peng Wenjun didn't stay at the rental house but returned to her cousin's home. After all, she still had a task to promote Zhang Yan in front of Lin Shangwan. She took the orders from her sugar daddy very seriously. After the three of them had dinner together, Ding Hongxian sat down on the sofa, turned on the TV, and left the dishwashing and trash taking out to Lin Shangwan. My brother is really lazy, Peng Wenjun said disdainfully. Lin Shangwan smiled. Ding Hongxian had been like this for a long time, and she was already used to it. Xiao Jun, are you adapting to the job? She asked. Adapting, of course adapting, Peng Wenjun said while washing the dishes. The leaders in our group are very polite to us. Lin Shangwan was somewhat incredulous. You are just interns, why would the leaders in the troupe be polite to you? The Sioux City Art Troupe was a public institution, and the leaders inside were certainly quite impressive. Why would they need to be courteous to a few interns? Peng Wenjun smiled mysteriously. Not for others, but we are different. Sister-in-law, do you know who arranged for me to intern at the art troupe? Lin Shangwan was also curious. She had asked before, but Peng Wenjun hadn't said. Who? She asked. He, this person is someone you know too, sister-in-law, Peng Wenjun said with a mysterious air. I know him too? Lin Shangwan's beautiful eyes turned. Could it be your brother? Peng Wenjun immediately showed an exaggerated look of disdain. My brother? Come on, what ability does he have besides talking big? Lin Shangwan shot her a glare. Don't say that about your brother. Peng Wenjun still wasn't convinced. Sister-in-law, did my brother put some kind of spell on you? You're so beautiful, and you've been dancing since you were little. With that figure and temperament, who wouldn't be smitten? If I were you, I definitely wouldn't choose my brother, but would marry into a wealthy family. Xiao Jun, if you keep talking about your brother like that, I'm going to get angry, Lin Shangwan said sternly. Alright, I won't talk about my brother anymore. Peng Wenjun quickly surrendered. The one who arranged for me to join the Sioux City Art Troupe is brother Zhang from next door. What? Lin Shangwan was startled, and the bowl in her hand fell into the sink. Fortunately, the sound of water splashing and the loud television outside masked her exclamation. Ding Hongxian completely didn't hear her surprise. She looked at Peng Wenjun, unable to believe it. How did you find him? No, how would he help you? Because brother Zhang is a good person. Peng Wenjun tried hard to paint a good image of Zhang Yan, but Lin Shangwan had already formed her opinion, so how could she believe it? However, Zhang Yan had no intention of pursuing this married woman in such a way. Would any normal woman cheat just because someone praised another person? Of course not. So, Zhang Yan wanted Lin Shangwan to guess the truth. Did Zhang Yan not propose any conditions? She asked. No, brother Zhang is really nice. Peng Wenjun was still praising him. Lin Shangwan vaguely guessed something but was somewhat reluctant to believe it. Peng Wenjun was still a junior in college. It shouldn't be the case. She had only been in Sioux City for a few days, and she had just returned from Sioux City a few days ago. It couldn't be that quickly with Zhang Yan. Thinking of this, her face turned slightly red. Xiao Jun, I seriously tell you, you must be careful of that Zhang Yan. He is definitely not a good person. Lin Shangwan felt it necessary to remind her sister-in-law well, lest she suffer losses. This time it was Peng Wenjun who was unhappy, saying, Sister-in-law, brother Zhang has helped me so much, and now the leaders of the art troupe are very polite to me because of him. Isn't it unfair to say that about him? Lin Shangwan was anxious. Why didn't she believe it? For her sister-in-law's sake, she gritted her teeth and said, previously, when I was in the elevator with Zhang Yan, he touched me. He's simply a rogue. Oh, so brother Zhang had already made a move on sister-in-law? Then why did he still want her to say good things? Wasn't that counterproductive? Could it be she thought of a possibility and couldn't help but blush? Peng Wenjun pretended to be greatly shocked, then anxiously said, Sister-in-law, what should I do if brother Zhang Yan, makes any improper requests of me? Naturally, you refuse, Lin Shangwan said matter-of-factly. But my internship was introduced by him. Peng Wenjun pressed down on what Lin Shangwan was about to say. Sister-in-law, this job is too important to me. I absolutely cannot give it up. What to do? Lin Shangwan was troubled. Her sister-in-law was only a junior in college, and in her eyes, she was still like a child. So, at this moment, shouldn't she, as the sister-in-law, step up to resolve it? Should she really let the young girl handle it herself? The problem was, what could she do? Have Ding Hongxian warned Zhang Yan? That was unrealistic. Ding Hongxian borrowed 3 million from Zhang Yan. treating him like an ancestor, wanting to scold Zhang Yan loudly? That could only be done by herself. Lin Shangwan gritted her teeth and said, "Don't worry, I'll handle this." How terrible of her to push her sister-in-law into the fire. Peng Wenjun's moment of conscience lasted less than a second before she thought, "It's a pity for my sister-in-law to be with my brother. Brother Zhang is not only wealthy and generous but also incredibly strong. It's a good thing for my sister-in-law to be with brother Zhang. Sister-in-law, you need to hurry. I will never forget your kindness." Lin Shangwan felt like she was being pushed into the fire. Who told her to take on this matter voluntarily? After washing the dishes, she pondered for a long time and decided to find Zhang Yan. They had to talk. How could he harm a young girl? She's only a junior in college. She took the trash bag to the living room, changed her shoes, and said to Ding Hongxian, "Honey, I'm going to take out the trash." Ding Hongxian didn't even turn his head, laughing heartily at the skit on the television. Lin Shangwan went out, first throwing away the trash, then taking the elevator up, but instead of returning home, she hesitated and walked to Zhang Yan's door. She thought about backing out several times, but remembering Peng Wenjun's pleading expression, she forced herself to muster the courage. She knocked on the door. She knocked lightly, afraid her family would hear. She was definitely overthinking, due to the door's soundproofing. Even a loud knock would be hard to hear inside, and Ding Hongxian was still watching TV, the volume so high that even if the door was wide open, he wouldn't hear it or care. After waiting a few seconds with no one answering, Lin Shangwan's courage began to fade quickly. Just as she was about to turn back, the door suddenly opened. She was startled and instinctively took a step back, but then she remembered she was there to speak for Peng Wenjun, so how could she flee at the last moment? "I need to talk to you," she said. Zhang Yan gestured for her to come in, making space for her. What was this woman doing, coming to his door voluntarily? He definitely wanted to take advantage of it. At worst, he could just bark a bit. He turned around and closed the door. The loud bang startled Lin Shangwan, making her heart nearly leap out of her chest. She quickly got to the point, saying, "First, thank you for helping my sister-in-law find an internship." Oh, so that was why she came. Zhang Yan smiled but didn't respond. He wanted to see what she would say next. "Do you have any thoughts about her?" Lin Shangwan continued to ask. Zhang Yan nodded without hesitation. "Of course. You." Seeing Zhang Yan so direct and shameless, Lin Shangwan was so angry she couldn't speak, and after a long pause, she said, "How can you do this? She's still a student. How can you set your sights on her? Maybe her experience is even richer than yours." Zhang Yan had no doubt. Although Lin Shangwan was the type of woman who was subtly charming, it was clear that Ding Hongxian hadn't tapped into her hidden desires. She was conservative in thought and action, while Peng Wenjun had dared to flirt with him the first time they met. The two were simply not on the same level. However, while he thought this, he certainly wouldn't say it out loud but instead sneered. "Do you know how much I spent to get Peng Wenjun into the art troupe? Actually, it was for 4 people. But he only mentioned Peng Wenjun now to increase the pressure on Lin Shangwan. Lin Shangwan couldn't help but ask, "How much?" 5 million. Zhang Yan casually threw out a number, knowing Lin Shangwan wouldn't be able to verify it. What, 5 million? Lin Shangwan was taken aback. That was too exaggerated. She was already considered part of the high-income group, but her monthly income was only 15,000, and that was before tax. How many years would it take her to save 5 million? Asking her husband for that amount? Not to mention whether Ding Hongxian would be willing. Even if he was, he couldn't come up with it. In fact, no matter how much money you give him, he would definitely invest it all in a scam. Zhang Yan laughed and said, "I've spent so much money, even if I throw it into the water, it should make some noise. I can't let it go to waste. So, either Peng Wenjun sleeps with me and becomes my lover, or you return the 5 million to me." Lin Shangwan frowned. She had specifically come to find Zhang Yan, naturally to prevent her sister-in-law from being harmed by him, but at the same time, she wanted to protect Peng Wenjun's internship. After all, this job was too important for Peng Wenjun. Working in the art troupe meant a bright future, and a high social status, which could lead to connections with influential families, allowing her to marry into a good family. Otherwise, she could have persuaded Peng Wenjun to give up the internship earlier, right? "Is there a third option?" she asked. Zhang Yan stared at her and chuckled. "Yes, of course, that is, you take her place." "No way." Lin Shangwan rejected it without a second thought, very firmly, even turning to leave. Zhang Yan said, "Oh, is this how you act as a sister-in-law, watching your sister-in-law jump into the fire? Or are you selfishly not thinking about Peng Wenjun's future?" "Am I selfish? Clearly, you are lecherous." Lin Shangwan cursed in her heart, but the foot she had just lifted fell back down. "I can't possibly sleep with you, change your request. As long as I can do it, I will try to satisfy you." In fact, when she came to find Zhang Yan alone, she had already made some mental preparations. Of course, sleeping with him was absolutely out of the question. Zhang Yan saw her determination and persistence, so he decided to ease up a bit, not wanting to scare her away. Alright, then I'll change my request. Will you be a troublemaker? What kind of request is that? Lin Shangwan was confused. He was just being lewd. How did he switch channels so suddenly? But would she refuse? I was very mischievous as a child. My parents always said I was a troublemaker, Lin Shangwan said somewhat proudly. If you act as a troublemaker, I won't go looking for Penguin Jun. Zhang Yan laughed. Lin Shangwan found it hard to believe that such a big problem could be solved so easily. She was afraid Zhang Yan would go back on his word, so she quickly said, alright, it's a deal. No one is allowed to go back on their word. Half an hour later, Lin Shangwan stumbled out the door. Her face was frighteningly red and filled with shock. The troublemaker Zhang Yan mentioned was completely different from her understanding of being mischievous. But what shocked her even more was the time. Some people took half an hour, while others, 2 minutes. She couldn't help but think of her husband and felt a wave of resentment. If it were Zhang Yan, no. She scolded herself inwardly for having such thoughts. You have a husband, and you love him so much. How could you have thoughts of cheating? Even a mental affair is wrong. She silently warned herself, but thinking of what Zhang Yan had said made her frown again. She opened her front door and saw Ding Hongxian finally turn to look at her, asking, why did you take so long? In fact, Ding Hongxian didn't know the exact time, just that it felt like a long time. Lin Shangwan panicked. She hadn't expected Zhang Yan to be so troublesome, as she had only wanted to negotiate with him at first. But she quickly calmed down and casually said, on the way back, a few aunties stopped me and insisted on chatting. People of that age are so gossipy, Ding Hongxian commented, and then he didn't continue the topic, instead getting up to take a shower. Lin Shangwan breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, Peng Wenjun quietly ran over, looking sneaky, and asked, sister-in-law, how was it? She was actually being nosy. Ding Hongxian didn't know, but she was very clear that her sister-in-law had been out for a full 40 minutes, and subtracting the time spent throwing out the trash, she had spent at least half an hour with Zhang Yan. Something must have happened, but if they really did that, half an hour wouldn't be enough. Peng Wenjun was particularly curious. Lin Shangwan smiled at her. Don't worry, sister-in-law will definitely help you solve the problem. As she spoke, she felt quite annoyed inside, because it was only after the end that Zhang Yan told her that this time, Peng Wenjun could only stay with the art troupe for another week. In the future, every time she caused trouble, she could stay for another week. Of course, if Lin Shangwan was willing to pay a little more, she could stay for 2 or even 3 weeks, depending on whether she was willing to make that sacrifice. She was certainly unwilling, but Zhang Yan retorted, causing trouble once is worth 1.5 million? Are you a fairy? The words were hurtful, but they left her speechless. Indeed, 1.5 million could support a young and beautiful girl for several years. Was her little mischief really worth that much? She had no choice but to leave, because if she didn't, she might not be able to walk out of Zhang Yan's door tonight. The way that man looked at her was filled with aggression. He could very well force her to stay. But these things she couldn't tell Peng Wenjun. First, it was too shameful to speak of, and second, she didn't want to put pressure on Peng Wenjun. She comforted Peng Wenjun for a few moments, and after her husband finished washing up, she went to take a shower. The hot water cascaded over her beautiful body, and she couldn't help but think of Zhang Yan. No. Lin Shangwan had to adjust the hot water to lukewarm, even cool, to extinguish the flames within her. She was so young, yet always unsatisfied. Over time, wouldn't there be no fire left inside her? It had been building up, but today it was released by the troublemaker. Back in the bedroom, she saw her husband already asleep, snoring. She lay down fully clothed but tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Every time she closed her eyes, it was Zhang Yan's exaggerated insomnia. In fact, Zhang Yan was not satisfied either. It was just mischief. What satisfaction could there be? Not only was he unsatisfied, but his anger was also stirred up, and he almost wanted to go to Shimon and the others to start a group, but he managed to suppress it with strong willpower. He could go to the nightclubs to collect desire points. There were plenty of opportunities for pleasure, but what if he didn't have enough strength and got killed? The hidden power behind the Golden Eagle pawnshop was one thing, and now Zhang Yan knew there were also open and hidden martial artists. Such people wouldn't be afraid to confront him directly. But what if there was a sneak attack or assassination? He was still somewhat in danger. Only by having the strength to push through the world could he truly rest easy. It was simple, just go to crowded places. Before 3 in the morning, he visited 9 nightclubs in total, absorbing a large number of desire points. The businesses of the nightclubs he visited that night were greatly affected because after he absorbed their desires, the men and women seeking pleasure became like enlightened monks, all going home to sleep. Zhang Yan returned home satisfied and went to sleep. He had received over 9,000 desire points, bringing his total to 97,000, almost breaking the 100,000 mark. Unfortunately, the next enhancement required over 250,000 desire points, so he had saved just over a third. Keep it up! He slept until after 10, and calculating the time, he realized he had barely slept for 7 hours. From now on, he might as well sleep until 11, so he could get up for lunch. Zhang Yan slowly got dressed, washed up, and then went out, ready to have lunch. Coincidentally, as he stepped out, the door next door opened, revealing Lin Xiangwan's charming and graceful figure. She was startled, and when she met Zhang Yan's gaze, her pretty face instantly flushed red, and she quickly slipped back into her room, clicking the door shut. Zhang Yan couldn't help but shake his head. He wasn't a tiger. Was it necessary to be that scared? He didn't know that Lin Xiangwan had insomnia last night, not falling asleep until after 6 in the morning, followed by a series of spring dreams, and she had just gotten up. And the male lead in her spring dreams? It was none other than Zhang Yan. After waking up, she was, of course, extremely embarrassed. How could she dream of Zhang Yan? No matter how unfulfilled her desires were, it should have been with her husband, right? Could it be she was a bad woman? Now, seeing the male lead, she felt utterly ashamed and hurried back home. Zhang Yan shrugged and left. Although Lin Xiangwan was a delicious feast, he could never hang himself on a single tree. He was such a loving person. How could he let other women down? After having a brunch, Zhang Yan pondered what to do today. Right, that group of scammers, it was time to reel them in. So many desires to exploit. Zhang Yan took out his phone and called Guo Guangji. Upon learning that Zhang Yan was considering investing, Guo Guangji first claimed to be a bit busy, but because he felt a connection with Zhang Yan, he was willing to spare some time to meet. Quite the actor. Half an hour later, they met again at Starbucks. Such a wealthy boss, yet every meeting was at Starbucks? Honestly, anyone with a bit of sense would find it unreliable. But most people who would fall for it wouldn't think that much. Either they were intimidated by the scammers right away, or they were blinded by profit, unwilling to think further. Mr. Shang, how much do you plan to invest? Guo Guangji asked. 20 million, Zhang Yan casually said a number, since he wasn't really investing. Guo Guangji was startled at first, then his face lit up with ecstasy. Wow, he could take 5% of that, which was 1 million. Damn, after this deal, he would return home in glory and marry the village chief's daughter. She was stunning but had always looked down on him. He would use money to force her into bed. Actually, our funding gap is already quite small. 20 million is a bit much. However, since I clicked with Mr. Shang, how about this? I'll withdraw a portion of my own investment and allocate that amount to you, Guo Guangji said, looking very generous. This was called scamming your money and still making you feel grateful. Zhang Yan smiled lightly, then thank you. Is Mr. Zhang planning to transfer the money now? Guo Guangji asked casually, but inside he was extremely anxious. Wow, 20 million, 20 million. Zhang Yan replied, I have 2 financial products maturing tomorrow. The earliest I can transfer the money is tomorrow night. No problem, take your time, Guo Guangji hurriedly said. After that, he became absent-minded, as the number 20 million kept spinning in his head. Zhang Yan was too lazy to continue the pretense and ended the meeting. Guo Guangji left directly. Zhang Yan didn't follow, but someone did. Who? Shang Chang. Having taken on this subordinate, he naturally had to make use of him. Although Zhang Yan completely looked down on Cheng Qing's skills, compared to ordinary people, he was like a god. Using him for tailing was truly a waste of talent. How could Guo Guangji discover him? Over an hour later, Zhang Yan finally received a message from Cheng Qing. Young Master Zhang, I found this person's whereabouts. There are a total of 7 people, and I've sent you the locations. This guy is quite alert. He specifically circled around in a crowded mall. Too bad he ran into me. Zhang Yan smiled faintly. He should say, fortunately, he had the foresight to transfer 100,000 yesterday, otherwise, he would have been chasing someone on a shared bike, inhaling car exhaust. He made a call, Captain Gu, I've discovered a scam gang. Then, he took a car to the address Cheng Qing provided. In an urban village. The terrain and people here were complex, so if discovered, it was the easiest place to escape. Try another community with only 1 or 2 exits, and you could easily get trapped inside. Zhang Yan arrived at the urban village and searched for the address. It was a bit hard to find, because it wasn't like the neighborhood where you could easily find which building, which unit, or what number. Here you had to rely on the doorplate number, and sometimes the arrangement of the doorplate numbers was irregular. At least Zhang Yan took 5 minutes to find the place. Along the way, many girls in revealing clothes, young wives, and even some middle-aged women were waving at him, calling out, come on, Zhang Yan was a bit shocked. There were even those around 40 or 50? They must be quite bold. Of course, he ignored them. Gui Guangji and the others had rented an entire set of rooms, with a locked iron gate, and inside should be a small courtyard, followed by a 2-story building. Bang, 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 he knocked on the door. Cheng Cheng had been watching, confirming that no one had left, and after Zhang Yan arrived, he sent a message to him, letting him know he could leave. After a while, someone finally walked to the door but didn't open it. Instead, they quietly asked, "Who?" "Community delivering warmth," Zhang Yan replied with a smile. Ha! The person was stunned. It had been almost 2 months since the new year, and what the hell was delivering warmth? His first reaction was that it was bad. Their group had been discovered. Damn! He cursed under his breath and quickly whistled. Brothers, retreat. However, bang, he felt a tremendous force hit him, and then everything went black, and he knew nothing. Zhang Yan retracted his foot and casually glanced at the iron door he had kicked off, under which lay a person, but sadly, this person had fainted without even showing their face. Strength like a brick, the ancients truly did not deceive me. Zhang Yan smiled. At this moment, the residential building was in chaos. Those scammers, hearing the whistle, thought a large number of security personnel had arrived and didn't dare to use the front door, preparing to escape through the back. Well, why the rush? He laughed. The 6 scammers were scrambling to open the back door, eager to be the first to escape, but upon hearing Zhang Yan's voice, Wu Guangji turned to look and then started cursing. Damn, there's only one person, and he's not a security guard. What? The remaining 5 stopped their escape, looking over. Indeed, only Zhang Yan stood alone in the courtyard. Suddenly, they felt emboldened. Truly, the heart of a thief is timid. The wind and the crane's cry had scared them off. Were they really going to run away, and still have the face to see people later? You dare to deceive me. Gui Guangji was both angry and annoyed, no longer pretending to be a bumbling fool. Since Zhang Yan had come over, it meant he had seen through his identity. Was there still hope to swindle 20 million? Of course not. It was over. He wouldn't be able to marry the village chief's beautiful and proud daughter. Anger surged in him, and he rushed over to hit Zhang Yan. Bang! Zhang Yan kicked out, and Gui Guangji flew back at an even faster speed. If Zhang Yan hadn't wanted to avoid killing, his insides would have surely been a mess. The remaining 5, seeing this, were emboldened by their malice, grabbing chairs and other makeshift weapons, charging at Zhang Yan. But in the face of absolute strength, what could that do? In less than a minute, they all fell to the ground. Zhang Yan took a chair, sat down, and waited. Outside, many people were watching the commotion, but no one dared to come in. Who would dare provoke Zhang Yan, the fierce god? Too scary. After about 10 minutes, a team of security personnel finally rushed into the courtyard under Gu Yuqing's lead. Seeing the security personnel appear, Wei Guangji and the others showed expressions of despair. This was it. They were completely finished. Zhang Yan smiled. At that moment, he received a large number of desire points. Everyone was taken to the criminal police team. Zhang Yan briefly explained the situation. Gu Yuqing didn't even need to doubt. She immediately confirmed that Gui Guangji's group was definitely a gang of scammers. Upon learning that at least one person had already given them over 6 million, Gu Yuqing realized the severity of the problem. This was serious. They quickly intensified the interrogation, and Gui Guangji and the others had little resistance to pressure, soon confessing everything. The amount involved in the case reached 60 million. They had clear divisions of labor. Some were specifically responsible for finding targets. Once a target was selected, Wu Guangji would play the role of the boss and create a chance encounter with the target, then appropriately showcase his financial power. After getting to know the target, he would intentionally and unintentionally reveal information about major investment projects, and when the target inquired, he would deliberately keep them guessing, playing hard to get, before finally reluctantly divulging the details. Then, he would get the target to invest a small amount of money, allowing them to taste the sweetness of profit, and take the opportunity to brainwash them. At this point, the target would be practically unable to escape, actively seeking to gather money, borrow funds, and send it over. The trick was simple. It exploited the target's greed. As long as you feel greedy, you're not far from being deceived. Gu Yuqing had her subordinates contact the investors who had been scammed. Of course, she had to inform these victims, but informing them was one thing, recovering the money was another. According to feedback from the bank, once the victims' money was transferred to the scammers' bank accounts, it was immediately dispersed into dozens of accounts, and within less than half an hour, it was completely withdrawn offline. The key was that the withdrawal locations were not domestic but in old Myanmar. This left Gu Yuqing and her team helpless. Could they go abroad to catch the criminals? How could that be possible? They had no law enforcement authority. The crucial point was that Gui Guangji and his group were just small players. The real mastermind of the scam was not in the country but in old Myanmar. Therefore, even if they caught Gui Guangji and the others, it wouldn't stop the scams. They could just send another wave of people over. This made the criminal police team extremely angry. They clearly knew where the big boss was but felt utterly helpless. It was frustrating. Zhang Yan thought it would take a few more years for their country's strength to rise a level, and then a single word could make old Myanmar obediently hand over the scam leader. Not obedient? Drones, missiles, and military advisors would sprout in the jungle. But for now, their country was still being severely suppressed by old Mei, and things would only get tougher. Yet, when their nation faced difficulties and oppression, it would only unleash boundless courage and incredible resilience. Just like the saying, after breaking through the chip blockade, the light boat has passed through 10,000 mountains. Zhang Yan said nothing. First, as someone who had spent 31 years in a harsh prison, he naturally wouldn't be close to the security personnel. Second, saying such things now would only get him criticized. After cooperating with the investigation and completing his statement, Gu Yuqing personally escorted him out of the criminal police team. In the future, if you encounter such things, don't act recklessly alone. Wait for us to come. She said seriously, I know your skills are not weak, but what if they have guns? Ordinary people couldn't get guns, but those who specialized in doing bad things were different. Zhang Yan thought that even if someone really pointed a gun at him now, he was confident he could dodge it, even catch the bullet with his bare hands. However, he smiled and said, You care about me so much? Gu Yuqing rolled her eyes at him. Stop being cheeky, just remember what I said. Instead of saying it verbally, why not kiss me? Zhang Yan mumbled. What did you say? Nothing, it's almost 6 o'clock. I need to go have dinner. Do you want to join? No time. You brought me so many scammers, I have to work overtime until at least 10 tonight. Zhang Yan shrugged. Of course, he couldn't wait here. There were so many girls, he was too busy to handle them all. Then let's make plans for next time. After saying that, he ran off. Gu Yuqing clenched her fist in frustration. This guy had previously said he wanted to pursue her, but what happened? He had no patience at all. Just thinking about how Zhang Yan had brought her so many criminals made her admire him. His skills in catching bad guys were even higher than hers. At that moment, she had the idea of pulling Zhang Yan into the team. So what if he didn't graduate from a police academy? He could start as an informant or undercover agent, as long as he achieved some merits. With her as a reference and guarantee, getting a formal position would be no problem. But that guy not only had no interest in being a security officer but even seemed somewhat resistant. How strange. Zhang Yan did not return home. Nighttime was a good time to indulge in desires. He came back around 3 in the morning and slept until 11, just in time for lunch. After washing up, he had just opened the door when he saw the elevator arrive. The door opened, and 2 security guards stepped out. They glanced at him, noticed he had come from 1801, and then averted their gaze, walking to Ding Hongshuan's door to ring the bell. Something happened? It could also be related to the fraud case. Ding Hongxian had invested over 6 million, definitely a major victim, perhaps the most unfortunate one. After eating downstairs, Zhang Yan did not go out but returned home. He had expected a fierce argument next door, but strangely, there was not a sound, which surprised him. Then he realized that Lin Xiangwan was not a full-time housewife but had a job, and today was not the weekend, so she was naturally still at work. He would have to wait until she got off to know the news, and then there would inevitably be a fierce argument with Ding Hongxian. Would Ding Hongxian hide it? It was possible. Just as Zhang Yan opened the door, he saw the door next door open as well, and Ding Hongxian walked out. Goodness! Just a few days ago, he was full of vigor, looking pleased with himself, but now? His hair was a mess, probably ruffled, and who knows how much had fallen out. His face was pale, his eyes were bloodshot, filled with veins. This was the result of realizing he had been scammed out of over 6 million, right? Mr. Zhen, Ding Hongxian called out, but his voice startled even himself. It was incredibly hoarse. Zhang Yan pretended to be surprised. Old Ding, what happened to you? Nothing, I didn't sleep well last night. Ding Hongxian walked over and said, Do you have any money left? Lend me 4 million, no, 5 million. Borrow money again? Zhang Yan looked at him in astonishment. This time he was genuinely surprised. I've found another way to make money, but I've already invested all my funds. If you lend me a bit, I'll pay you interest, Ding Hongxian said eagerly. Zhang Yan instantly understood. This guy realized he had been fooled, and naturally, he was worried about the mortgage situation, so he thought of borrowing more money from Zhang Yan to invest in the stock market or other quick money opportunities to fill the hole in a short time. It was completely a gambler's mentality. He was desperate. At this point, lending him any amount would be useless. It was a bottomless pit that would only leave him completely broke. Zhang Yan pretended to ponder, and after a few seconds said, I don't have liquid funds right now, but I can think of a way to help you get a loan from the bank. Okay, thank you so much. Don't worry, I won't forget you once I make money, Ding Hongxian said earnestly. Zhang Yan naturally scoffed. If it weren't for my interest in your wife, I wouldn't waste time with a gambling addict like you. Zhang Yan certainly wouldn't stay home wasting time. He went out again to collect his desires. In the evening, after dinner, he returned home and then went next door. Hearing a knock, Lin Shangwan opened the door and was startled to see Zhang Yan. This guy wouldn't be coming over to do something inappropriate, would he? Although she was somewhat dissatisfied with her husband in their intimate life, that absolutely wouldn't lead her to stray. The education she had received for so long made it impossible for her to take that step. What are you doing here? She asked quietly, looking extremely nervous. Zhang Yan smiled. Instead of worrying about what I might do, you should be more concerned about your husband's investment. What do you mean? Lin Shangwan quickly pressed for an answer, but Zhang Yan fell silent. At that moment, Ding Hongxian also heard the commotion and came out. Seeing his wife blocking the door and not letting Zhang Yan in, he became furious and shouted, "What are you doing? Hurry up and invite Mr. Zhang in." Zhang Yan laughed heartily. "It's nothing, sister-in-law is just playing tricks with me." Lin Shangwan nearly fainted. You actually said that in front of her husband?" However, Ding Hongxian did not catch on. He was just slightly taken aback. His wife was virtuous and gentle. How could she possibly be mischievous? It must be that his wife disliked Zhang Yan and was blocking the door to keep him out. So Zhang Yan was deliberately speaking in reverse. He hurried over, took Zhang Yan's hand, and led him to the living room to sit down. He was still hoping to borrow another 5 million from Zhang Yan to turn things around, so of course, he had to treat Zhang Yan like a revered ancestor. "Why aren't you going to make tea yet?" he said to Lin Shangwan, looking rather displeased. Lin Shangwan frowned. It seemed her husband had invited Zhang Yan over, but why? Remembering what Zhang Yan had said earlier, she couldn't help but feel a tightness in her chest. Could something have happened? She stood still and asked, "Zhang Yan, did my husband ask you to come for something?" Zhang Yan pretended to be surprised. "Did he not tell you he wants to borrow another 5 million from me?" "What, another 5 million? Lin Shangwan was taken aback and quickly looked at Ding Hongxian. "Husband, is it really okay to borrow so much money?" Ding Hongxian hadn't had time to stop Zhang Yan, but the words were already out. Could he blame Zhang Yan now? Not wanting to borrow money anymore? He stammered, "Isn't the stock market doing well right now? I want to invest a bit more in the stock market to earn some extra." Lin Shangwan was skeptical. Ding Hongxian had always firmly believed in that investment project in Africa, claiming it could yield 10 times or even more returns, completely dismissing the current bull market. So, borrowing another 5 million to invest in the stock market? She instinctively felt suspicious. Zhang Yan pondered, "The last time I lent you 3 million, it was because you still had this house. Even if the investment failed, you could still pay back the money. However, if you borrow another 5 million from me, I have to think about it. Even if you sell the house, you might not be able to pay it back." "How could that be? My house is worth at least 10 million. Didn't you just buy the one next door?" "You should know that very well," Ding Hongxian quickly replied. Zhang Yan shook his head. "If you mortgage the house and can't pay back the money, the bank will auction it off. Foreclosed houses basically can't be sold at market price. Foreclosed houses can encounter all sorts of troubles, so unless it's significantly below market price, who would buy it? It would be better to buy a second-hand house directly. So, if this house could only be auctioned for 8 million, how much would be left after paying off the mortgage?" Ding Hongxian became anxious. He was still counting on borrowing 5 million to turn things around, but if Zhang Yan didn't lend it, he would have to bear 6 million in debt. Not only would his dreams of wealth be shattered, but he would also have to move out of this big house. How could he hold his head high in front of classmates, colleagues, and friends after that? Brother Zhang, you have to believe me, I will definitely get rich. Besides, didn't I invest over 6 million in the African project? At worst, I can get the money back, and I can definitely pay you back." He was lying through his teeth, so anxious that he even called him brother. Zhang Yan smiled and said, "If you want to borrow money again, that's not impossible, but I also need something as collateral." "Sure, Brother Zhang, take whatever you want," Ding Hongxian said. What else in the house was worth 5 million? Not to mention 5 million, there were hardly any items worth even tens of thousands. Zhang Yan laughed heartily. "Since you say so, I won't be polite." Saying this, he directly pulled Lin Shangwan into his arms. The room fell into silence immediately. Of course, this silence only lasted for 3 seconds before Lin Shangwan let out a sharp scream and hurriedly tried to push Zhang Yan away. Ding Hongxian became anxious, but he didn't take action. Instead, he awkwardly said, "Brother Zhang, please don't joke around." Seeing that her husband, who usually got jealous easily, only said this one line and didn't come over to fight, Lin Shangwan felt both shocked and disappointed. She even forgot to struggle. just staring blankly at Ding Hongxian. Zhang Yan, however, took the initiative to let go of his hand and said, "I never force others. Since you are unwilling, then forget it." After saying this, he stood up and left. "Wait!" Ding Hongxian hurriedly called out, disregarding his wife's disappointed and even desperate gaze. "Brother Zhang, change your terms, everything can be negotiated." He really couldn't explain to his wife that the over 6 million he had invested was all gone. If he couldn't borrow another 5 million from Zhang Yan to turn things around, they wouldn't be able to keep their house. Right now, he was in a complete gambler's mindset, only thinking about how to get 5 million from Zhang Yan to make a comeback. As for his wife, get the money first, then slowly explain and coax her later. Lin Shangwan, on the other hand, was in a daze. Earlier, when Ding Hongxian promised to let her dance, she had already been disappointed once, but this time, it was not just disappointment but despair. One could say it was hopelessness. "Aren't you jealous? Don't you even forbid me from talking to male colleagues? Is this what you call loving me too much, not wanting me to have any contact with other men? Now, someone is saying they want to sleep with me, and you have no anger at all, but instead are begging the other party to change their request?" Lin Shangwan felt her mind go blank, her whole being like a puppet. Zhang Yan smiled faintly. "I only have this one request." Ding Hongxian didn't speak but grabbed his hair with both hands, looking pained. His possessiveness was so strong that he would get jealous even if his wife spoke to another man. How could he tolerate her sleeping with Zhang Yan? But he owed over 6 million. A single penny could defeat a hero, let alone 6 million. And Ding Hongxian was just a jealous husband, not a hero. "Heh, I never make things difficult for others. I'm leaving." Zhang Yan stood up again. "No, no." Ding Hongxian quickly blocked his way. Lin Shangwan finally came to her senses, looking at her husband's pleading eyes, and in anger, she slapped him. Slap. It was crisp and loud. Ding Hongxian was stunned by the slap. Since marrying Lin Shangwan, she had always played the role of a dutiful wife, obediently following his words. When he asked her not to attend school gatherings, she would obediently come home early, just to take care of his feelings. But now, Lin Shangwan actually slapped him. "You actually hit me?" In that moment, Ding Hongxian was truly furious, almost unable to hold back from hitting her back. But he restrained himself. After all, his demands on Lin Shangwan were indeed excessive. Using Zhang Yan as collateral, could it really be as simple as just sitting in Zhang Yan's house? Didn't he just see Zhang Yan already pulling her close? Obviously, if his wife went to the neighbor's house, it would be strange if she wasn't taken advantage of. Why was he so jealous? Part of the reason was that his wife was too beautiful and charming, afraid she would seduce another man and put a green hat on him. Now he was actually going to push his wife into someone else's arms? Am I out of my mind? But thinking of the 6 million debt, his anger immediately vanished. No, he didn't want to become a pauper, looked down upon by others. "Wife, listen to me." He grabbed Lin Shangwan's hand. "Brother Zhang is just worried about the money he lent out. How could he really have any bad intentions towards you? Besides, as long as a woman doesn't agree, how could a man succeed? Unless he uses violence. But wouldn't that be coercion? Brother Zhang is a big man. Would he be that kind of person?" Listening to her husband's pale and powerless explanation, Lin Shangwan felt a chill in her heart. "Ding Hongxian, is this what you call human words?" She gritted her teeth tightly, even making a cracking sound. Ding Hongxian was quite unconvinced. Am I wrong? Because he was afraid of his wife cheating on him, he had studied many related cases and concluded, as long as a woman doesn't actively cooperate, unless a man uses violence, otherwise, he shouldn't expect to succeed. The wealthier and more powerful a person is, the more they fear losing their freedom, so they certainly wouldn't take risks for a woman. Lin Shangwan seemed very dangerous, but as long as her beliefs were firm, there would definitely be no loss. At worst, it would just be some hugs and physical contact. To recover the 6 million he had been cheated out of, he could still accept that. Seeing Ding Hongxian still justifying himself, Lin Shangwan was utterly disappointed. Interfered with by her husband in her normal life, she could hardly socialize. At school, she was a weirdo, rushing in and out, not participating in any activities. All of this was because she loved Ding Hongxian, and he loved her too. Now, the belief that supported her was slowly crumbling. Why was this happening? She looked at Zhang Yan. The root of it all was this guy. It was him. He was the one who caused their family to become like this. Seeing Lin Shangwan's anger towards him rising sharply, Zhang Yan shrugged his shoulders. "You can't blame me for this. Old Ding wanted to get rich and got cheated out of over 6 million. Oh, did I let that slip?" "What?" Lin Shangwan exploded, suddenly turning to look at Ding Hongxian. Ding Hongxian didn't have time to think about why Zhang Yan knew he had been cheated. He hurried to comfort Lin Shangwan. "Wife, the con artist has been caught, and the police are trying to get the money back." "Ding Hongxian!" Lin Shangwan screamed, How many times have I advised you not to invest money, not to invest money? Even if you do invest, at most it should be 100,000 or 200,000, within what our family can bear, but you wouldn't listen and insisted on borrowing money to invest. Over 6 million. Even if we don't eat or drink, how many years will it take to earn that money back? Ding Hongxian was unconvinced. I just had a bit of bad luck. Besides, I want to make money. Isn't it to give you a better life? For me? Lin Xiangwan's delicate body trembled slightly. So in the end, is it still my fault? You were cheated out of over 6 million, and you still don't reflect on it, and you want to push the responsibility onto others? Are you a giant baby? She looked at Ding Hongxian in disappointment, feeling utterly exhausted, with no desire to speak. Zhang Ge, can you transfer the money to me now? Ding Hongxian turned to Zhang Yan, his eyes filled with madness. Since his wife already knew he had been cheated, he had to fight back fiercely and recover everything he had lost. The stock market was so hot right now, it should allow him to turn things around. Zhang Yan smiled brightly. As long as your wife agrees to be my woman, I'll lend you the money until you pay me back. If the woman doesn't agree, the man can't succeed? Then I'll make you agree first. This time, Ding Hongxian couldn't agree. He absolutely couldn't wear a green hat. He secretly blamed Lin Xiangwan for being foolish. If she had cooperated well with him before, borrowing 5 million first, then telling Zhang Yan that she was just using him as collateral and would never sleep with him, wouldn't that have worked? Now, she had to put it on the table as a condition. Although Zhang Yan wasn't a mind reader, he could clearly grasp Ding Hongxuan's thoughts by observing his emotional changes. So, he decided to stir the pot a bit. Zhang Yan timely heightened Ding Hongxuan's desire for money. Ding Hongxian was about to refuse, but the words got swallowed back. No, if he refused Zhang Yan's offer, who else could he borrow money from? The house had already been mortgaged, he had no channels left for borrowing. So, unless Zhang Yan lent him money, he could only accept the fact of losing 6 million. That was a debt of 6 million. I want money. I want to get rich. I want to turn things around. Ding Hongxian changed his mind and said to Lin Xiangwan, wife, for me, and for yourself, please agree. This became the final stab at Lin Xiangwan. Lin Xiangwan's lips turned pale, and her whole body felt extremely weak. No, you should be angry. Zhang Yan appropriately raised Lin Xiangwan's anger level. Lin Xiangwan's heart was originally like dead ashes, but suddenly it was filled with anger towards Ding Hongxian, which made her impulsive. Fine. You really want to force your own wife to be a prostitute, don't you? Alright, I'll go be a prostitute. Then she looked at Zhang Yan. To your house. Zhang Yan shrugged. This is what you asked for. I'm a woman saying this. What are you afraid of? Lin Xiangwan stormed out, slamming the door behind her. Zhang Yan followed, opened his own front door, and Lin Xiangwan walked straight in, heading for the bedroom. The layout was the same, and she didn't need Zhang Yan to point it out. She naturally knew where the bedroom was. Meanwhile, in 1802, Ding Hongxian sat down on the floor. After a moment of daze, he suddenly remembered something and hurried to the door of 1801, knocking on it. Zhang Ge, you haven't lent me the 5 million yet. Although there were 2 doors in between, Zhang Yan's hearing was excellent, and he heard the knocking clearly. But would he respond? The deliciousness was right in front of him. It would be foolish to pay attention to Ding Hongxian. 2 hours later, Zhang Yan went to the balcony. Although it was already night, the air conditioning was on in the room, and it was not cold at all. He sat in a lounge chair, enjoying the beautiful view of Jinjihu in front of him. Why was Linglong Bay so expensive? The First Line Lake view was certainly one of the reasons. He took a can of beer, popped the tab, and took a refreshing sip. It felt so good. Then he began to reminisce. It was truly delightful. He was right, Lin Xiangwan had an alluring charm, and in the midst of her half-hearted resistance and flirtation, was when her allure was at its peak. A gem. Indeed a gem. Although her looks didn't reach the level of a gem, that innate seductive charm was enough to score points, barely touching the threshold of being a gem. She was definitely a gift from heaven to men. Was Zhang Yan satisfied? Not at all. He came out to drink a can of beer and enjoy the night view, not to rest, but to give Lin Xiangwan a breather. After all, how could one person satisfy him? After finishing the beer, Zhang Yan felt that Lin Xiangwan should have rested enough, so he went back into the bedroom. The next day, Zhang Yan, savoring the moment, had no intention of going out. Aside from ordering takeout, he spent almost all his time on Lin Xiangwan. By the way, he did lend the 5 million to Ding Hongxian. A promise is a promise. The main reason was that he didn't want Ding Hongxian to call the police and ruin his mood. Sure enough, after receiving the transfer notification of 5 million, although there was still anger in Ding Hongxuan's eyes, there was even more desire for money. Anyway, what was meant to happen had already happened. So, money was the most practical thing. Of course, he wrote an IOU for Zhang Yan. In a flash, 2 days passed. Zhang Yan finally ended the absurdity. It wasn't that he realized he shouldn't be obsessed with beauty, but he received a call from Gu Yusin, saying there was something very important that required him to hurry to the criminal police team. What was it? Zhang Yan didn't want to care. He hadn't enjoyed Lin Shangwan's charm enough yet, but looking at the desire points that had hardly moved in 2 days, he started to sound the alarm in his heart. Beauty truly was a double-edged sword. Although it couldn't harm his physique, he clearly should have been able to enhance it, but now he wasn't. This increase and decrease was equivalent to a regression, right? First go to the criminal police team, then take a stroll outside to collect some desire points. Strengthening couldn't stop. He got dressed and went out. On the bed, Lin Shangwan quietly opened her eyes, her expression complex. There was no turning back. She really couldn't go back. At first, she was indeed furious with Ding Hongxian, which was why she took the initiative to invite him. But she quickly regretted it, yet she couldn't stop. She was a woman of innate charm. Placed in ancient times, she would be a disaster for the king. It was just that Ding Hongxian was too weak to bring out this side of her. But Zhang Yan managed to do it. In the past 2 days, she truly enjoyed the pleasures of intimacy and finally understood what happiness was. Hearing the sound of Zhang Yan closing the door after leaving, she climbed out of bed and looked in the mirror. My goodness, is that really me? Radiant. The kind of charm and laziness that emanated from her very bones left her a bit dazed. I actually have such allure? She caressed her cheeks, completely unable to believe that the stunning woman in the mirror, with every inch of her skin exuding captivating charm, was herself. Just a slight smile, and which man wouldn't go crazy? No wonder that guy hadn't stepped out for 2 days. Thinking of Zhang Yan's almost superhuman physique, she couldn't help but mutter to herself, what a beast. Zhang Yan arrived at the criminal police team and soon met Gu Yusin. However, Gu Yusin's expression was very serious. What happened? Zhang Yan asked. Gu Yusin sighed before saying, didn't you catch a group of scammers? Yeah, Zhang Yan nodded. What could possibly go wrong? Gu Yusin shook her head. These scammers are just small fry. There are bigger players above them, the real masters, the big bosses. These people come from old Myanmar. Although Zhang Yan had known this for a while, he still feigned surprise. Strictly speaking, they are all lackeys of the Bai family, Gu Yusin continued. You took down the Bai family's people, which made the power holders of the Bai family very angry, and they put out a bounty on your head. Zhang Yan was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. Who gave them the guts to put a bounty on us? Gu Yusin shot him a glare. Don't take this lightly. Of course, old Myanmar's power can't compare to ours, and their hands can't reach us, but the Bai family has offered a reward of 5 million for your head. And there will definitely be international assassins taking this job. You are in the light, and the assassins are in the dark, and people can't always be on high alert. Just a moment of carelessness could lead to disaster. Zhang Yan actually didn't care too much. Gu Yusin's concern about the assassins succeeding stemmed from her lack of understanding of Zhang Yan's strength. After the last enhancement, Zhang Yan was confident that even bullets he fired could be dodged. With such power, what was there to fear from open or hidden attacks? But of course, he wouldn't show his strength to Gu Yusin. Instead, he smiled and said, you called me over, not just to tell me this, right? Gu Yusin shook her head. I have a proposal. You should temporarily stay at the criminal police team until the crisis is resolved. From her perspective, this was the safest solution. First of all, the gun control in the country is very strict. If he were to come back through normal channels, he definitely wouldn't be able to get a gun in a short time, unless he smuggled it in. But smuggling has a risk of failure. Moreover, the country is so vast. As a smuggler, how could he use normal transportation to reach Sioux City? If Zhang Yan were at home, the assassin could easily use various means to create an accident. The simplest way would be to run him over with a car and then stage it as an accident. Killing doesn't necessarily require a gun or a knife. There are many methods, but as long as he stayed at the criminal police team, all accidents could be avoided. Would an assassin dare to create an accident at the criminal police team? That would be seeking death. However, Zhang Yan refused. I'm not used to living outside. How about you move to my house and protect me closely? Gu Yusin shot him a glare. Zhang Yan had anticipated that she wouldn't agree. Otherwise, if she really moved into his house, what would happen when she saw Lin Shangwan? Zhang Yan couldn't give up Gu Yusin for Lin Shangwan, nor could he give up an entire forest for Gu Yusin. Assassins? Bring it on, he welcomed it. Zhang Yan decided to first satisfy his desire for assassins. Then, after completing another enhancement, he would take a trip to old Myanmar and deal with the Bai family. A bounty on me? How could I let you get away with it? Besides, how much have the 4 major families in northern Myanmar exploited the people and how many lives have they destroyed? Then why not take down all 4 families while he's at it? Zhang Yan thought for a moment, and in fact, eliminating the 4 major families wouldn't eradicate online fraud. because even the four major families are merely acting on behalf of others. The root of online fraud lies in the chaotic social issues of old Myanmar. Local warlords establish their own kingdoms, and the authorities can't reach them at all. And what gives these local powers the ability to resist the authorities? The military. But maintaining an army is a huge expense. Where does the money come from? Fraud. Therefore, the source of online fraud is the fragmentation of old Myanmar itself. Unless the root cause is addressed, online fraud cannot disappear. To fundamentally resolve this, it would require our mother to take action, directly intimidating anyone who dares to touch online fraud, or they would only face annihilation. No matter how strong Zhang Yan's personal combat power is, he cannot achieve this unless he becomes a human nuclear weapon. But for now, even if he strengthens himself a few more times, he is still far from the power of a human nuclear weapon. Never mind that for now. Since the Bai family has put a bounty on me, if I don't wipe out this family, won't everyone dare to put a bounty on me in the future? A cold glint flashed in Zhang Yan's eyes. In prison, if others target you and you don't retaliate, then you are just a soft target, inviting more bullying. If you are the boss, it will also cause your subordinates to abandon you. Therefore, he must retaliate tooth for tooth, eye for eye. Alright, the plan is set, ready for implementation. Zhang Yan didn't want to take the normal route to old Myanmar. He would have to find the Bai family himself. However, what if he could connect with those in the Bai family who are involved in online fraud? The Bai family not only scams money online but also lures people to northern Myanmar. 1. To strengthen their online fraud team or to supplement their manpower. 2. They can also harvest organs. Thus, a living person can yield great value. Zhang Yan planned to have Lu Zhenghao search online first, not only to find those scammers who specifically lure people to old Myanmar to get rich but also to ensure they are from the Bai family, so he wouldn't have to make an extra trip. After all, the main target is the Bai family. After he flattens the Bai family, he can conveniently deal with the other three major families. It doesn't matter if he can't find them, but the Bai family must not be let go. So he had to keep an eye on the Bai family from the start. On the way back, he assigned a task to Lu Zhenghao and transferred him 100,000 as activity funds. Lu Zhenghao was naturally thrilled, expressing his willingness to go through fire and water for his boss. Zhang Yan just listened. When he returned home, he found that Lin Xiangwan was not there, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, has this woman not seen through Ding Hongxian yet and run back?" Then he wouldn't need to feel sorry for her. After all, Zhang Yan had spent 8 million. Although Ding Hongxian could sell the house to cover part of it, it would definitely incur losses. If he could acquire a near-perfect beauty because of this, Zhang Yan felt the money was well spent. But being in Chao's camp while thinking of Han? Why should he cherish it? However, when he entered the living room, he saw a piece of white paper on the table with a line written on it. "I've taken a few days off, I'm back to work." Oh, so she went to school. Right, she was taking classes at a dance school. There must be many beautiful girls there, right? People who study dance usually have better figures and temperament than ordinary women. Zhang Yan felt a bit restless. Wait, enhanced strength. Since no one was home, he was too lazy to stay alone, so he went out again to harvest a wave of desire points. By the afternoon, Zhang Yan received a message from Cheng Cheng. "Boss, you've been posted on the assassin's website. Heh, worth 5 million. Zhang Yan was speechless. How come even you know about this? Heh, I'm a martial artist. Sometimes I also take on jobs online, just not killing. Cheng Cheng looked quite emotional. "Boss, I need to make some money." This guy is a bit stubborn. He said he would work as a bodyguard for Zhao Shangyun for 10 years to repay a debt, yet he doesn't take a salary. So, whenever he has any personal needs, he can only take on some jobs to earn extra money. Is 5 million a lot or a little? Zhang Yan asked with a smile. Cheng Cheng diverted the topic, saying, "Actually, the assassin website has not only murder tasks but also jobs like kidnapping and threats, with prices starting from tens of thousands." Zhang Yan sighed. "Then how much for murder, at the lowest?" Cheng Cheng smiled awkwardly. 1 million. "That's not too bad. And the highest?" Zhang Yan asked again. "There's no upper limit. Someone once offered a bounty of $1 billion for the heads of a few top tycoons from the old mold, but the various consortiums ended up canceling their bounties." Cheng Cheng explained. "What about the majority?" Zhang Yan pressed on. Cheng Cheng had to elaborate. The registered assassins on the assassin website are divided into 5 levels: King Assassin, Diamond Assassin, Gold Medal Assassin, Silver Medal Assassin, and Bronze Medal Assassin. Jobs under 10 million are taken by Bronze Assassins. Higher level assassins can take them, but they usually care about their status and look down on such tasks. Now Zhang Yan had a clear understanding. So, after all this time, I'm just at the lowest level? The Bai family looks down on me this much? Zhang Yan felt a bit disappointed. The lower the assassin's rank, the fewer people they must have killed, and naturally, the fewer desire points they could provide. But after all, they are still assassins. Surely they can offer at least 10,000, right? He was still about 120,000 desire points away from his next enhancement, which normally would take 10 days to accumulate. If an assassin could provide even just 10,000 extra desire points, each kill would allow him to enhance a day earlier. Even the smallest ant leg is still meat. Besides, this isn't even an ant leg, it could be called a big chicken leg. Zhang Yan opened his stock trading app to check his current profits. These past few days, he had been buying shares of Storm Technology, but there were just too many buyers, and he hadn't managed to get much, probably worth around 200 million, of which over 100 million was his principal, with the rest being the gains from these days. The other stocks he held had also risen significantly, but none compared to the wild fluctuations of Storm Technology. Currently, the total market value of all his stocks was around 1.7 billion. However, 100 million was his principal, and 1.2 billion was leveraged, so he was actually only up about 400 million. Just, when did I become so financially extravagant that I don't even care about 400 million? In his plans, he could indeed earn hundreds of billions, but that would only happen years later when Bitcoin surged. I'm really getting carried away, Zhang Yan chuckled, but as his strength grew, his desire for money continued to diminish. Enough is enough, but how much is enough? At least 1,000 billion, right? Zhang Yan scratched his head. Well, he still needed to make money. After spending 31 years in prison in his past life, Zhang Yan had missed out on too much. He certainly had to make up for it. It was all about enjoying material wealth, power, and women. As for power, as long as his strength reached its peak, he would naturally possess supreme power. Even if he didn't want it, he would still be placed in the corresponding position. Because if you don't take the seat, who would dare to occupy the remaining positions? Material enjoyment was straightforward, just buy it. That left only women. Zhang Yan initially thought having 3 wives, for concubines, and 72 beauties was a bit exaggerated, but then he thought about how some executives directly support an entire dance troupe, and he felt his desires were not excessive at all. The key is, does that executive have a body as ironclad as his? If you want a dozen or 20 top-notch beauties, then wanting 1 or 200 shouldn't be too much, right? After making profits from the stock and real estate markets, Zhang Yan planned to use enough money to buy Bitcoin, holding it and waiting for appreciation, while the remaining money would be for enjoyment. He intended to establish an entertainment company, owning his own dance troupe. Additionally, there would be a modeling group, an art troupe, and a traditional opera troupe. With only one principle, only sign beautiful women, and they must score at least 80 points. After letting his thoughts wander for a while, Zhang Yan returned home. Oh, the lights were on at home. Someone was there. Lin Shangwan. She was busy in the kitchen, the sound of cooking filling the air. Zhang Yan originally planned to take a break for a couple of days, but seeing Lin Shangwan standing there, he couldn't help but feel intrigued. In the end, they still ordered takeout for dinner. There was no other choice. Lin Shangwan had been cooking well, but she was so distracted by Zhang Yan that the food ended up burnt. How could they eat? You're toxic, Lin Shangwan suddenly said. Even though we're quite familiar now, if you keep slandering me like this, I might just hit you, Zhang Yan replied with a smile. Lin Shangwan sighed, if you weren't toxic, how could I have become so infatuated that I would abandon my own home? Previously, she had acted out of anger, which led to her relationship with Zhang Yan, but now, she was equally enjoying the taste of it, and there was no turning back. But how had she changed so much in just 3 days? Zhang Yan smiled slightly. Other women might not change so quickly, but who could blame Lin Shangwan for being a naturally charming woman? She was like the ancient seductress, a source of trouble. Therefore, once her desires were ignited, it was impossible to contain them. I can only say, you finally opened your eyes, Zhang Yan said with a laugh. You can clearly see what kind of person your husband is through all this. As for why you've fallen for me so quickly, it's naturally because I'm handsome and have good character. Lin Shangwan rolled her eyes at him, but it was a charming gesture, full of alluring charm. That's the beauty of being a young married woman. When you make a slightly risque joke, she might blush, but more often than not, she flirts back. Unlike a young girl, who would probably cover her face and run away, an older woman, she would push you down. In this regard, Zhang Yan thought young married women were the best, understanding and perceptive. They know exactly what to do with just a glance. However, when she thought of Ding Hongxian, she sighed again. A night of marriage brings 100 days of affection. Moreover, she had truly loved him. Now that she saw through Ding Hongxuan's true nature, she couldn't help but feel regret for the youth she had wasted. I'm going to divorce him tomorrow, Lin Shangwan said. She couldn't accept living with the identity of a married woman while being entangled with Zhang Yan. In terms of ideology, she still leaned towards traditional and conservative views. Zhang Yan didn't care, whether Lin Shangwan divorced or not made no difference to him. He casually said, "It's better to divorce, then you'll have peace." Although Lin Shangwan had made up her mind, she still felt a deep sense of melancholy and emotion. She had been married to Ding Hongxian for over 3 years. Aside from his excessive possessiveness, he didn't really have any flaws, but in just a few days, he had revealed an ugly side that left her utterly disappointed and filled with deep resentment. Then, she suddenly thought of Pang Wenjun. She still cared a lot about this sister-in-law because, in her eyes, she was just a college student. As long as she hadn't entered society, she was still a child to her. She couldn't just ignore her. "You said before that as long as you could keep Peng Wenjun in the art troupe, right?" she asked. Zhang Yan suppressed a smile and said, "I did say that." "Then you can't harass Xiao Jun anymore. If there's anything, come at me." This was what he had said himself. Zhang Yan nodded. "I promise I won't harass her, however, if she comes to me, that's a different story." Lin Shangwan was full of confidence. Peng Wenjun had specifically asked her not to let Zhang Yan bother her, so how could she possibly seek him out? "All right, it's a deal," she agreed. "Have you finished eating? Then let's exercise a bit to help with digestion," Zhang Yan said with a smile. Lin Shangwan was becoming increasingly radiant, every inch of her skin exuding an enticing charm. That lazy, alluring quality of a young married woman was absolutely deadly, but Zhang Yan also looked vibrant. His physical condition was excellent. He accompanied Lin Shangwan to the next room. After just 3 days apart, Ding Hongxian seemed like a different person. He was unkempt, with a scruffy beard, looking like he had aged a decade, making Zhang Yan almost not recognize him. When he saw Lin Shangwan, his first words were, "Wife, the stocks I bought have gone up." "They've gone up. Guess how much I've made? 200,000. In just 2 days, I've made 200,000. If this had been 3 days ago, Lin Shangwan would have shared in his joy, but now she had completely lost hope in Ding Hongxian. It didn't matter if he made 200,000 or even 2 billion. She had never been a woman driven by material desires. "Ding Hongxian, let's get a divorce," she said calmly. Ding Hongxian was taken aback for a moment, then hurriedly replied, "What are you talking about? I have money now. I can keep our house." "I no longer love you." Lin Shangwan remained composed. She had thought it would be hard to say this, but once she did, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. "No, how can you not love me? How can you want a divorce?" Ding Hongxian said fiercely, his possessiveness overwhelming, and Zhang Yan had only managed to suppress his desire for money. So now, Lin Shangwan wanted to leave him? How could he agree to that? "You shameless woman, you've only been with someone else for 2 days and you forget our years of marriage?" Ding Hongxian was furious, reaching to grab Lin Shangwan by the neck. "You fickle woman, I'll kill you." But just as his hand reached out, bang, he was sent flying, crashing into the wall behind him. Zhang Yan retracted his foot and even patted his shoe as if dusting it off. Looking at her disheveled husband, Lin Shangwan felt not a shred of sympathy. Not loving him was simply not loving him, as if they were strangers. Then, she looked at the imposing Zhang Yan, her eyes betraying admiration and adoration. "Maybe I'm really not a good woman. Just a few days ago, I hated him so much, and now I can't help but want to be with him every day." Lin Shangwan's eyes were watery, exuding charm from her very core. Although Ding Hongxian was on the verge of retching from the kick, he still caught a glimpse of his wife's transformation, feeling both astonished and jealous. He had never seen Lin Shangwan so enchanting. My God, can a woman be this alluring? With a woman like this, he should be thinking about nothing but enjoying life in bed. Unfortunately, this side of his wife had been developed by another man. He was consumed by jealousy. But the next moment, he crawled over, trying to grab Lin Shangwan's leg. "Wife, I was wrong. Forgive me just this once. Please don't divorce me. I can't live without you." But, as he reached out, he found himself hugging something hard. His wife's legs were slender, but they were definitely not this thin. He looked and realized he was actually hugging a chair leg. Lin Shangwan looked down at Ding Hongxian and said calmly, "You're right, I am a fickle woman. Even though we aren't divorced yet, I've already fallen for another man, so the fault is mine. I'll leave with nothing." "No, wife, don't say that. It's all my fault. My fault. Don't leave me. I won't divorce. I would rather die than divorce." As Ding Hongxian spoke, his expression turned fierce. "Wanting to leave me and fly off with Zhang Yan and still be next door? Dream on." Lin Shangwan was taken aback. She hadn't expected that even after admitting to her infidelity, her husband, who was usually extremely jealous, would still refuse to agree to a divorce, leaving her momentarily unsure of what to do. Zhang Yan knew it was time for him to step in. It was simple, he just needed to raise Ding Hongxian's fear level, with Lin Shangwan as the target. Soon, Ding Hongxian began to tremble, suddenly bursting into tears. "Wife, I was wrong. I shouldn't have ignored your words. If you want a divorce, I'll go with you to the Civil Affairs Bureau right now." Lin Shangwan frowned, She couldn't understand why Ding Hongxian suddenly went from insisting to giving up. She thought he was playing hard to get, but her determination to divorce was unwavering. There was no turning back. Ding Hongxian went to get their IDs, marriage certificate, and household registration book, and then they took a taxi to the Civil Affairs Bureau. There were 3 of them, including Zhang Yan. If he didn't go, Ding Hongxuan's fear level would quickly return to normal, and would he still agree to the divorce? Upon arriving at the Civil Affairs Bureau, since Lin Xiangwan was leaving with nothing and both parties clearly expressed their desire to divorce, and there was no cooling-off period for their 15-year marriage, it took only a few minutes for their marriage certificate to be transformed into a divorce certificate. The house, car, and savings all belonged to Ding Hongxian. Of course, he would also bear the debts, but overall, he was still coming out ahead. Lin Xiangwan didn't mind. She just looked at the divorce certificate, feeling a sense of calm rise within her. There were no dramatic ups and downs, no sadness, not even a strong feeling, just a wave of relief. Perhaps she had long been unable to bear Ding Hongxuan's possessiveness, but she had gotten used to it and had never shown it until now. Finally liberated, the strongest feeling was simply relief. Outside the Civil Affairs Bureau, a restored Ding Hongxian was dumbfounded, watching his charming ex-wife twist her way into a taxi, accompanied by Zhang Yan. He couldn't help but feel a surge of sadness and sat down on the ground, crying out loud. Why did he agree to the divorce? Why was he suddenly afraid of Lin Xiangwan, impulsively agreeing? No, he lived next door to them. He absolutely wouldn't let this couple live happily ever after. But he clearly forgot one thing. In the car, Lin Xiangwan suddenly showed a worried expression. Zhang Yan noticed and laughed. Are you worried that your ex-husband lives next door and might use some tricks? Lin Xiangwan nodded. Ding Hongxian is very petty, and he clearly regrets it, so he definitely won't be at ease. You really know people well. Zhang Yan showed a hint of disdain. To him, Ding Hongxian, who had high aspirations but low abilities and only dreamed of getting rich, was nothing. He said, "You forgot, I'm still his creditor." Lin Xiangwan was taken aback and couldn't help but hiss, "You're really quite sinister." Zhang Yan deliberately glared at her. Is there such a thing as a treacherous lover? Lin Xiangwan suddenly relaxed and laughed. Will we, as this treacherous couple, meet a bad end? With me around, even the heavens can't take you, Zhang Yan said confidently. Although he wouldn't marry Lin Xiangwan, nor would he hang himself on this tree, he would certainly take good care of the woman he had gone to such lengths to get. How could he let her come to harm? Listening to Zhang Yan's domineering words, Lin Xiangwan's flirtatious eyes narrowed into a slit, exuding a charming aura from her very bones. She was truly a seductress. The driver was so stunned that he couldn't help but stare at them through the rearview mirror. Wow, what a big scoop! Seeing this, Zhang Yan laughed heartily while wrapping his arm around Lin Xiangwan's fragrant shoulder. Master, if you encounter such a gem, would you consider stealing her away? Looking at Lin Xiangwan's blushing face, the alluring aura emanating from her was even more overwhelming, causing the driver to swallow hard. Of course, this woman was already beautiful enough, but that seductive charm was simply irresistible. She was definitely the kind of enchantress or disaster described in old sayings. Lin Xiangwan still didn't have thick enough skin and couldn't help but bury herself in Zhang Yan's embrace, too shy to look up again. Zhang Yan thought for a moment and dismissed the idea of forcing Ding Hongxian to sell the house for 8 million. He could indeed pressure Ding Hongxian to repay the debt, but others could just become deadbeats. Raising Ding Hongxuan's fear level could make him agree to sell the house, but the buying and selling process took a long time. He couldn't maintain Ding Hongxuan's fear level indefinitely. First, it consumed too many desire points, and second, it just wasn't realistic. Did he have to sleep next to Ding Hongxian at night? However, didn't Ding Hongxian use the house as collateral for a loan? As far as Zhang Yan knows, such loans are generally used for business purposes. Ding Hongxuan's use of it for investment, especially after being scammed, clearly falls outside the allowed scope. So, what Zhang Yan needed to do was quite simple. Have the bank investigate. Once they find out, they will naturally terminate the contract and recover the loan. Can't pay it back? Then auction off the collateral. Well, it will be done in 2 steps. The first step is for Zhang Yan to get back the 5 million he lent out, making it impossible for Ding Hongxian to repay the bank loan. The second step is to have Lu Zhenghao investigate the evidence of Ding Hongxuan's illegal mortgage and report it to the bank's regulatory department, prompting the bank to initiate the loan recovery process. Zhang Yan picked up his phone and sent a message to Ding Hongxian. Ding! Ding Hongxian received a message, but he was still thinking about what vicious means to use against that pair of scoundrels and didn't check it. After a while, he wiped his tears. At the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, there were men and women getting divorced, and many were crying uncontrollably, yet no one was paying attention to him. Ding Hongxian took out his phone and looked, only to feel both anger and shock. It was a debt collection message. Who sent it? Zhang Yan. Damn, he wants his money back. He quickly called, Zhang Yan, Why are you asking for the money back now? Huh, not even calling him Brother Zhang anymore? Zhang Yan replied calmly, I did promise to lend you the money, but I never specified when I would collect it, did I? Besides, I need the money now to buy a house for my ex-wife. You bastard. Ding Hongxian was so angry he wanted to jump but he couldn't do anything. I won't pay you back. Absolutely not. He stood up. Do you think you can scare me into paying you back? I won't. You scoundrels, I will drag this out with you to the end. With that thought, he immediately took a taxi back. However, as soon as he stepped out of the elevator, he saw Zhang Yan walking towards him, saying, liquidate the stocks and give me my money back. You wish? My fear level just skyrocketed. Yes. Ding Hongxuan's resistance crumbled instantly, and he obediently complied. He liquidated his stocks, and time slowly passed until it was 3 in the afternoon. The market closed. Even if Ding Hongxian regretted it and wanted to invest the money back into the stock market, it was too late. Before the next market opening, Zhang Yan would similarly control Ding Hongxian, making him obediently repay the money. Next, it would depend on Lu Zhenghao's performance. Zhang Yan believed that finding some evidence should be a small matter for Lu Zhenghao. Sure enough, Lu Zhenghao quickly sent a message to Zhang Yan. It's done. Zhang Yan smiled. In just a few days, Ding Hongxian would have to move out next door. What's even better? Zhang Yan would buy that apartment. Lin Shangwan would, of course, move back in. Whenever Zhang Yan wanted, he could call her over or go next door. Very convenient. Should I buy the whole building and arrange for everyone to live together? What a good idea. Of course, Zhang Yan still preferred to buy a manor. That would be more convenient and visually pleasing. A whole building seems a bit strange. Let's think about it later. Back at his own home, Zhang Yan looked at the delicious and alluring Lin Shangwan and couldn't help but chuckle. Zhang Yan was in a tender moment when a phone call interrupted him. Hello, he said irritably. Young Master Zhang, you seem to be in a bad mood, Chengqing said, puzzled. Hee, my anger is at least 20 centimeters long. Spit it out, he said impatiently. Chengqing seemed to realize he had ruined something good for Zhang Yan and quickly said, Young Master Zhang, your bounty has increased. It's now 10 million. Is this a good thing? A bounty of 10 million can only attract bronze-level assassins, while 10 million reaches the standard for silver-level assassins, as bronze-level assassins are not qualified to take on tasks over 10 million. Zhang Yan was somewhat surprised. He hadn't done anything, so why did the Lao Mianbai family suddenly raise the bounty? Chengqing continued, however, Young Master Zhang, your situation is a bit special. It's not that the original bounty issuer raised the reward, but rather another bounty issuer has also offered a reward of 5 million, both wanting you dead. The website merged the two bounties, bringing the total reward to 10 million. This will definitely attract silver-level assassins, while bronze-level assassins can still take the job. Since there are two tasks of 5 million each, it actually does not exceed the capability of bronze-level assassins, and by completing one task, they can fulfill 2 missions and receive 2 rewards. Just how appealing is that? If originally 50 assassins would come, now there would be at least 100, and there might even be silver-level assassins among them. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Yan couldn't help but ponder. Who is the other bounty issuer? This assassin network belongs to the dark web, so it could either be a thug like Chengqing or a wealthy and powerful backer. Ordinary people are completely unaware of this website's existence. Zhang Yan reviewed his existing enemies and quickly locked onto a target. Zhao Shangyun. It's highly likely to be him. After all, sending his top general Chengqing to deal with him, only for Chengqing to fail and become his subordinate, how could Zhao Shangyun not be anxious? Old man, I haven't come to find you, yet you are making trouble again. But the problem remains the same. He doesn't know where Zhao Shangyun is. The man has assets worth billions. It's not just a matter of having 3 hideouts for a cunning rabbit, he could have 10 or 100. Even if Zhang Yan knew all the properties he purchased and searched for them one by one, he might not be able to find him. First, the man could be living in different places, and second, some properties might not even be under Zhao Shangyun's name. How could he find him? Zhang Yan's strength is already very formidable, but he lacks his own power, and this is where the shortcoming appears. If the Black Tiger Gang and the Flying Fish Society were under his control, then sending all his subordinates out, Zhang Yan wouldn't believe he couldn't find Zhao Shangyun, unless he has left Sioux City. Oh, there is indeed such a possibility. For a wealthy person like him, going abroad to avoid trouble is not surprising. He could easily wait until the assassins complete their tasks before returning. This complicates things. Zhang Yan thought of Zhao Tsongnan. Is that guy still in the hospital? He had Lu Zhenghao hack into the hospital system to check. After a while, Lu Zhenghao found out. He was discharged several days ago. Zhang Yan thought for a moment. What was the exact date? March 27th. Isn't that the day Chengqing challenged me? So, after Chengqing lost, he bid farewell to his original boss, and at that time, Zhao Shangyun must have sensed something was wrong and immediately took his son out of the hospital. Check again if he has any exit records. Okay. After more than 10 minutes, Lu Zhenghao sent another message. Boss, the person you wanted to check has gone to Thailand. He really went abroad. Zhang Yan nodded. The hospital conditions in Thailand are among the best in Asia, and Thailand is definitely a paradise for the wealthy, where they can do as they please. Is he going to Thailand to subdue a gang or something, and then have them look for the Zhao father and son? Absolutely. However, still following the original plan, he would first eliminate the assassins, at least to strengthen himself once more, and then he would go to old Myanmar, wipe out the Ming family, and then settle the score with Zhao Shangyun in Thailand. No one can owe him a debt and not repay it. Today is Friday, and the stock market will be closed for the next 2 days. This means Ding Hongxuan's money won't arrive until Monday, and Zhang Yan will naturally keep a close eye on Ding Hongxian, not allowing him to continue putting money into the stock market or repaying bank loans. It's not that there isn't a way to solve it, but it's troublesome. So, Zhang Yan had Cheng Qing keep an eye on Ding Hongxian, without needing to do anything. If Ding Hongxian runs away, they must track his whereabouts. Zhang Yan wants Ding Hongxian to return the money before the stock market opens next week. Then, he won't have to worry about this matter anymore. Although there was a natural beauty living in his home, Zhang Yan still gritted his teeth and spent the next 2 days mostly outside, collecting desire points, returning only at dawn. Of course, after waking up in the morning, he had to spar with Lin Shangwan. There was still time for that. It was quite enjoyable. Unfortunately, no assassins had come yet. The weekend passed quickly, and Zhang Yan only received the usual 24,000 or so desire points, bringing his total desire points to just under 150,000, still over 100,000 short of the 256,000 required for enhancement. But it was getting close. In about 8 to 9 days, it would be done. Zhang Yan felt a bit anxious because revenge couldn't wait overnight. The Bai family had already issued a bounty for several days, and he still hadn't resolved the issue, which tarnished his reputation as a former prison overlord. Fortunately, no one knew about it in this life. I, Zhang Yan, an honest and decent man, at most just a little lecherous, but who could blame me for being handsome and attracting girls? These days, he had been captivated by Lin Shangwan, which caused other girls to voice their opinions. Not only did Peng Wenjun and her 3 friends call to ask when he would come to play, but even Feng Qian and Tan Cheng were inquiring. Feng Qian's question was quite normal. She belonged to the type with a big chest and little brain, now relying entirely on Zhang Yan. Of course, she was afraid he would be dissatisfied and dump her. But what about Tan Cheng? This woman was a lawyer, and quite ambitious, with a great desire for money, and deep down, she harbored a grudge against Zhang Yan. If Zhang Yan didn't seek her out, she should be eager for his attention. How could she turn around and ask him to play? She would never be willing to be a plaything. Zhang Yan called Tan Cheng, and upon asking, the answer became clear. The law firm had subtly signaled that Tan Cheng should leave on her own. Why did the firm initially make Tan Cheng a partner? Wasn't it because of her father's status in the Sioux City legal community? But now, with her father in trouble, Tan Cheng was just an ordinary newcomer, still wanting to enjoy the benefits of being a partner? Impossible. Tan Cheng pleaded on the phone, "You promised me you would help me keep my job, good brother. I'm begging you, help me." Zhang Yan could help or not help. After all, he had already had his fun with her. Although she was a beauty scoring over 80, at the school flower level, in terms of looks, Lin Shangwan was above her, and in terms of charm, she was several streets ahead. Zhang Yan truly wasn't interested. However, Tan Cheng had another identity. She was Yu Xianghui's fiancée. As long as Zhang Yan's hatred for Yu Xianghui hadn't dissipated, he was still quite interested in Tan Cheng. "Alright, I'll help you think of a way, but have you thought about how to repay me?" he said with a smile. Tan Cheng was nearly grinding her teeth in frustration. If it weren't for Zhang Yan, would she have fallen into such a predicament? But having reached this point, she, being clever, knew she could only please Zhang Yan now, so she obediently said, "I'll go prepare some stockings." "No, this time let's play something different. You be the white-bone spirit, and I'll be Sun Wukong." Zhang Yan laughed. What a strange kink. What could Tan Cheng do? She could only agree. Zhang Yan then called Qi Laming, asking him to contact the Heiming law firm to serve as legal advisors for certain business matters in Sioux City, but specified that only Tan Cheng could take the role. Would Heiming law firm still kick Tan Cheng out? Impossible. First, Qi Laming was the richest man in Jiangnan. Would they dare offend him? Designating Tan Cheng was a show of attitude from the rich Qi. Second, this was a big deal. Even if they were only representing Qi Laming's business in Sioux City, the profits wouldn't be small, and they could also establish a connection with the rich Qi. Would they push away such a good opportunity? Not to mention, even if Tan Cheng went out on her own, as long as she secured this agency deal, it would be enough to make her one of the top lawyers in Sioux City. Shi Liming agreed with a smile and jokingly asked if this Tan Qing was his mistress. Zhang Yan also laughed and said it was just for fun, which made Shi Liming laugh even louder, as if it had suddenly brought the two closer together. Zhang Yan couldn't help but think, if Xu Wei really followed him, would she, the wealthy tycoon, still be laughing so happily? Helping his daughter's boyfriend's lover. After ending the call with Shi Liming, less than half an hour later, Tan Qing called again. You're amazing, even have connections with Qi, the tycoon, Tan Qing said with admiration. Amidst her hatred, her awe was rising. Not only could Zhang Yan send Bai Hoan and Tan Xinghai to prison, but he could also have Jiangnan's richest man do things for him. She was truly scared. From now on, it would be better to obediently be Zhang Yan's plaything. At least she could keep this decent, well-paying job. But would Zhang Yan allow her to get married? Would she really have to live like this for the rest of her life? She was unwilling, feeling both emotional and troubled, caught in a deep conflict. Zhang Yan wouldn't care about her thoughts. She was just a plaything. After all, why would he care about her feelings? He went to Peng Wenjun's side to set up a group, and after finishing, he went to find Tan Qing to play a scene of Sun Wukong battling the White Bone Demon. Since he was already out, he decided to visit Fengqian as well, to ensure everyone got their share. After some leisure time, Zhang Yan decided it was time to arrange something for Jiao Lily. He had Lu Jianghao find someone's address, and then he leisurely made his way over. The person he was looking for was Xia Qinshan. Naturally, this person was also a former cellmate of Zhang Yan, but he was not a murderer or robber. Rather, he was a pretty boy who specialized in conning money and love. He ended up in prison because he got involved with an accountant, deceiving her thoroughly and even embezzling money from the company's account. When the truth came out, the accountant went in, and Xia Qinshan naturally followed suit. The pretty boy was quite popular in prison, and since Xia Qinshan specialized in deceiving women, his business was even better. He found Zhang Yan and wanted to be taken in as a little brother, but Zhang Yan did not agree. The first reason was that Zhang Yan had no good feelings for such a person, and the second was that Xia Qinshan was simply too popular. If Zhang Yan took him in, he would almost certainly offend all the inmates in the prison. In his past life, Zhang Yan didn't have a system to strengthen his body. He was just better at fighting than the average person and more ruthless, but he couldn't possibly go against everyone in the prison. Other bosses felt the same. No one dared to take Xia Qinshan as a little brother. Who could blame them for Xia Qinshan being too hot? Zhang Yan found Xia Qinshan in an internet cafe. This person was about the same age as Zhang Yan and very good-looking. But unlike Zhang Yan, who exuded a masculine charm from within, this person had a delicate beauty. If he dressed as a woman, he could definitely captivate many men. Thus, he became a flower in prison, and it was no exaggeration to say that he could incite a fight among 90% of the inmates for him. Zhang Yan sat down next to him. Xia Qinshan was chatting but not very actively. Clearly, he had received a message but took about 10 minutes to reply, spending the waiting time playing games. However, the other party replied instantly, clearly in a weaker position in their relationship. This guy was indeed impressive. Zhang Yan then said, "Do you want to make a lot of money?" Xia Qinshan was taken aback, and after a moment, pointed to his own nose and said, "Are you talking to me?" Zhang Yan chuckled, "There's no one else next to me. If I'm not talking to you, who else would I be talking to?" Xia Qinshan looked at him suspiciously. "Dude, we don't know each other, right?" "No." "Then it's strange for you to suddenly say something like this to me." Xia Qinshan replied irritably, "I'm telling you, buddy, don't mess with me, okay?" "Mess with you?" Zhang Yan immediately showed a look of disgust. Even in his past life, after sitting in prison for 31 years, he had never thought of going down that path. Some principles cannot be broken, no matter when. I really want to punch this pretty boy away. However, thinking about needing this pretty boy to seduce Jiao Lily, he suppressed such an impulse and said, "Your name is Xia Qinshan, unemployed, living off pretending to be a rich man and deceiving women out of their money." Upon hearing this, Xia Qinshan jumped up in fright. "Why, you're a security officer?" Zhang Yan chuckled. "Do I look like one?" Xia Qinshan calmed down a bit and shook his head. Not at all. Indeed, he didn't. Although Zhang Yan exuded a masculine aura, it was completely different from the righteous demeanor of a security officer. It leaned more towards a ruthless heroism. "How do you know me?" he countered. Zhang Yan pressed his hand. "You don't need to worry about that. I have a job for you, very simple, just what you're doing now. I can give you 500,000 right now. Tidy yourself up, and after the job is done, I'll give you at least another 500,000. How much exactly depends on your results." Xia Qinshan couldn't help but feel tempted, but he was also filled with vigilance. After all, the pressure Zhang Yan put on him was too great. Zhang Yan took out his phone and operated it for a moment, then said, "I've already transferred 500,000 to you." Ding! Xia Qinshan also received a text message on his phone. He picked it up to look. It was a notification from the bank, confirming the arrival of 500,000. Shocked, Xie Qinshan's heart raced, filled with the surprise of receiving 500,000, but also overwhelmed with fear, because Zhang Yan not only knew his name and identity, but even his bank account number. What kind of terrifying power did Zhang Yan possess? Don't worry, as long as you do your job well, nothing will happen to you, Zhang Yan smiled. But what if he didn't do his job well? That would be a big problem. Xie Qinshan was already trembling in fear, stammering, "Bro, what do you want me to do?" Zhang Yan pulled up a photo of Gel Lily and showed it to Xie Qinshan. "I want you to seduce this woman as a wealthy man, then get her to invest in the stock market, enticing her greed, and make her borrow company money to speculate." Hiss, misappropriating company funds, once exposed, would definitely land him in jail. Although Xie Qinshan didn't understand the law, he could guess a little. "Bro, do you hate this woman that much? But killing someone is just a matter of a point. Why go through all this trouble? With your terrifying power, can't you just take revenge directly?" Zhang Yan looked at him. "Is there a problem?" And no. Xie Qinshan quickly shook his head, as if he dared to say there was. Zhang Yan continued, "Remember, you're just fanning the flames, don't get yourself involved, and definitely don't touch that money, understand?" "Got it, I understand." Xie Qinshan nodded repeatedly. It seemed Zhang Yan wanted to get this woman locked up, so if he couldn't control himself and touch that money, he would naturally end up inside too. But now the stock market was booming. Even someone like him, who knew nothing, knew that putting money into the stock market was a sure win. Even if he misappropriated company funds, as long as he made up for it in time, wouldn't that be fine? Even if something happened, as long as he didn't lose a single cent, he wouldn't serve many years in prison, right? Forget it, that was something Zhang Yan should consider. He just needed to focus on seducing women. Zhang Yan patted Xie Qinshan on the shoulder and then left. Once he was completely out of sight, Xie Qinshan let out a long sigh of relief. The pressure from Zhang Yan was too strong, but thinking about the 500,000 in his bank account, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Would he dare to take the money and run? Of course not. Zhang Yan could find him here, and he could certainly find him elsewhere, unless he went abroad. But speaking of going abroad, what good would 500,000 do? Moreover, he was greedy. Zhang Yan said that as long as he got the job done, he could at least get another 500,000. Let's do it. Zhang Yan's request was very simple. Seduce this woman and draw out her greed. What did it have to do with me if you used company money for stocks? What benefit do I get? No. So, the money was neither embezzled by me nor directed by me, and I certainly did not benefit from it. So what does it have to do with me? A business that guarantees profit without loss. Ding! The phone emitted a text message sound again. Xie Qinshan picked it up and looked. It was from an unknown number, detailing the situation of his target. It was too detailed. Xie Qinshan could guarantee that within 3 days, he could make this woman fall head over heels. In a blink, it was Monday. Zhang Yan immediately went to find Ding Hongxian, to prevent him from throwing money into the stock market again. He guessed correctly. After losing the fear of restraint, Ding Hongxian really ran out and checked into a small hotel. However, Cheng Cheng had been following him, so he naturally couldn't escape her grasp. Zhang Yan went over. Knock, knock, knock. He knocked on the door. "Who is it?" Ding Hongxian asked from inside. "Room service," Zhang Yan said, pinching his throat. Ding Hongxian, suspecting nothing, opened the door, and when he saw Zhang Yan, he was startled and instinctively wanted to close the door. But how could that succeed? "You specifically hid here to try to default on your debt?" Zhang Yan laughed. Ding Hongxian had nothing to say. He indeed wanted to wait until the stock market opened to invest the money again, but unexpectedly, before 9:30, Zhang Yan had already found him. After a while, Ding Hongxuan's phone received a message. The money had arrived. "Transfer it over," Zhang Yan smiled. Ding Hongxian was truly unwilling. In just a few days, he had already made over 200,000. What about a month, 2 months, or even half a year later? A multi-millionaire. But Zhang Yan gave him no chance, grabbing him and spinning him around a few times, causing Ding Hongxian to nearly vomit bile. "I'll transfer. I'll transfer." He couldn't take it anymore, shouting repeatedly. Alas, it was indeed the debtor who was the master. Those who didn't know would think Ding Hongxian was the victim. Zhang Yan couldn't help but feel emotional. Ding Hongxian transferred 5 million to Zhang Yan, who then returned the IOU to him. One account was settled, but there was still a second account. "Just wait to sell your house." Zhang Yan couldn't be bothered to waste words with him and left directly. Ding Hongxian was naturally devastated. Although he had made over 200,000 in just a few days with the 5 million, he had 6 million in external debts. How was he supposed to pay that back? His wife was gone. The house was gone. The savings were gone. All because of Zhang Yan. Hatred flickered in Ding Hongxuan's eyes. At that moment, he wished he could tear Zhang Yan to pieces. Yet he did not reflect at all. If it weren't for his greed, How could he have been deceived? Even without Zhang Yan's involvement, he would have mortgaged the house and been swindled out of a large sum of money. It just wouldn't have been as severe a loss as it was now. As for his wife being gone, after being deceived, would he have a drastic change in temperament and have a huge fight with Lin Shangwan? That was uncertain. Lin Shangwan might still divorce him. After all, his possessiveness was so strong that one day it would provoke Lin Shangwan's backlash. It just needed a trigger. People like him like to attribute their misfortunes to others, both hateful and pitiable. Zhang Yan was very satisfied. Everything was proceeding according to plan. Making money, taking revenge, all in an orderly manner. He spent the day outside, collecting points of desire, and when he returned home at night, he saw Lin Shangwan mopping the floor. Why was she mopping the floor on her knees with a cloth instead of using a mop? Why was she raising her butt so high while doing it? Ugh, unbearable. Lin Shangwan, however, giggled. She had naturally heard the sound of the door opening and knew it could only be Zhang Yan sneaking up on her, showing no signs of panic or tension. Was that intentional? Zhang Yan grinned. Why did it seem like he had been tricked? Yes. Lin Shangwan turned to look at him, her pretty face filled with alluring charm. Although she had only been with Zhang Yan for a few days, her repressed true self had already been completely released. Now, even if nothing had happened, even if Ding Hongshan had changed his possessive ways, even if he loved her to the core, she would not return to Ding Hongshuan's side, because she now knew what she truly needed. And Ding Hongshan could not provide that. Stinky man, taking advantage and still acting innocent, she said with charm, her eyes glistening with tears. Goodness, who could resist this? This woman was truly a disaster. Fortunately, her looks hadn't yet reached the perfect score of 90, otherwise, Zhang Yan really felt he would be lost in her tenderness. I know you won't marry me, and I don't have such extravagant expectations. Lin Shangwan bit her red lip, her eyes seductive, driving one mad. I want you to promise me that no matter what, you can't abandon me. Is there a more heart-stirring request than this? Zhang Yan laughed heartily. I spent so much effort to win you over, how could I let you go? Stinky man, everything is indeed your fault. Lin Shangwan pouted, but it seemed more like she was being playful, her watery eyes making one feel intoxicated. I really don't know if I owe you from my past life. How did you manage to succeed? Zhang Yan gave her a playful slap on her perky bottom, feigning displeasure. You've gotten bold, daring to scold me? Lin Shangwan giggled, still with those seductive eyes. All right, I was wrong. How do you want to punish me? Look at you, it seems you can't wait for me to punish you. Zhang Yan smiled. Are you going to listen to me from now on? MHM. Lin Shangwan purred like a little cat, her soft voice scratching at Zhang Yan's heart. It's deadly. Zhang Yan's heart fluttered. Take me to your school tomorrow. Lin Shangwan was taken aback. What do you want to go to my school for? Hiss. She immediately understood. Are you already eyeing something else while still enjoying what's in front of you? Zhang Yan laughed heartily. You know how capable I am. Helping you find a few more sisters is also to help you share the pressure. To put such lewdness in such a grand way, you really are shameless. If it were Lin Shangwan from a few days ago, she would have stormed off in anger, but now her charm had been completely developed by Zhang Yan. Just imagining that scene made her heart flutter, her eyes even more watery. Stinky man, she whispered, almost like an aphrodisiac. The next day, Zhang Yan drove a sports car to take Lin Shangwan to work. He wouldn't interfere with a woman's personal life. If you want to work, then go to work. If you don't want to work, then I'll support you. They set off at 8:30 and arrived at school just before 9. When Zhang Yan stopped the car, he couldn't help but be stunned. This is your school? It was a shopping mall. Which school would be built here? Lin Shangwan exclaimed, laughing. Did I not tell you? Our school is a training institution. Oh my. Zhang Yan felt disappointed. If it was just a training institution, then he wouldn't see groups of beautiful girls. Seeing Zhang Yan's sulky expression, Lin Shangwan couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle, swaying like a flower, utterly enchanting. Teacher Lin? A woman approached, looking at Lin Shangwan in disbelief. Lin Shangwan turned to look, smiling and nodding. Hello, Teacher Yi. This woman was Yi Meilin, her colleague. Zhang Yan also looked over. Yi Meilin was around 30 years old, quite good-looking, about 70 points, very tall, at least 170 centimeters. Although it was only early April, she couldn't wait to wear thin spring clothes, showcasing her beautiful figure. She was a ripe young woman. Zhang Yan felt a slight stir of desire within him. Why just a slight stir? Because Yi Meilin's looks were only 70 points. Although she was already a campus beauty, his appetite had been spoiled, and he needed at least 80 points to feel tempted. Teacher Lin, it really is you. I almost didn't recognize you. Yi Meilin exclaimed, looking shocked. Your complexion is so good. Oh my gosh, what kind of black technology did you use? How is your skin so smooth and so fair? Tell me. Lin Shangwan gracefully linked her arm with Zhang Yan's. Because I have his nourishment. Tisk, TSK. Zhang Yan was stunned. He couldn't believe Lin Xiangwan could make such a move and say such a thing. Yet, at certain special moments, she still appeared incredibly shy, half-heartedly resisting while also inviting him in. Yi Meilin stared blankly at Zhang Yan, as if she were in a daze. After several seconds, she stammered, Lin teacher, you're not married anymore, are you? Just because I'm married doesn't mean I can't have a lover, Lin Xiangwan retorted before smiling. I've already divorced. This is my new boyfriend. Ah, you divorced? Yi Meilin was once again shocked beyond belief. The school's flower had divorced. This news quickly spread. The school where Lin Xiangwan worked was called Vibrant Dance Society, enrolling students of all ages, from elementary school children to working adults, teaching various dance styles including street dance, classical dance, ballet, and more. With so many dance styles, there were naturally many teachers. Among all the female teachers, Lin Xiangwan was the most beautiful and captivating one. Unfortunately, her husband was too strict, and Lin Xiangwan never participated in any school activities, not even speaking a word to the male teachers. This left many male teachers, male students, and male parents feeling quite regretful. If only they could have something happen with such a gentle and charming woman, wouldn't that be heavenly? But now, Lin Xiangwan actually said she was divorced. Hiss, wasn't this an opportunity? After hearing the news, all the men rubbed their hands in anticipation. Even the men from nearby training institutions were stirred. However, Yi Meilin also mentioned that Lin Xiangwan had come in a car driven by a man, and it was a sports car. This scared off some of them, but still, many men were undeterred. What if Lin Xiangwan's divorce meant what? This woman must be a flirtatious person, so if they just tried to flirt, wouldn't there be hope? Lin Xiangwan took Zhang Yan on a tour. Zhang Yan was quite disappointed. There were too few beauties. Seeing this, Lin Xiangwan couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. You're still disappointed? Come on, my bad man, you're not an emperor choosing a concubine. Zhang Yan laughed heartily. Indeed, the women here weren't his. Whether they were pretty or not, why should he be disappointed? Forget it, I'll go develop at Peng Wanjuan's art academy instead. Zhang Yan watched Lin Xiangwan teach. She taught ancient dance. When she changed into traditional attire and danced with flowing sleeves, Zhang Yan finally began to understand the feelings of historical tyrants. Damn, who wouldn't be infatuated? With such a seductress, who would have time to deal with state affairs? They would definitely leave it to their favored ministers and indulge every day. Zhang Yan secretly thought it was fortunate Lin Xiangwan wasn't born in ancient times. Otherwise, she might end up in history books alongside beauties like Bo Si and Chen Yuan. He was fine, but looking at the other men, each one seemed ready to gouge out their eyes just to stick them on Lin Xiangwan. No wonder Ding Hongxian was always worried about his delicate wife, forbidding her from speaking to any male teachers. Zhang Yan just smiled. Despite Lin Xiangwan's enchanting charm and natural allure, she inherently possessed the traditional conservativeness and virtue of an Eastern woman, making it impossible for her to engage in any scandalous behavior. The fact that Lin Xiangwan had gotten close to him before was due to various factors, a special case. So, Zhang Yan felt very reassured. Ding Hongxian only knew jealousy but didn't understand that sometimes trusting someone would make them more devoted. Lin Xiangwan only had half a day of classes in the morning, so after finishing her lessons, she went to change her clothes and then left the school with Zhang Yan. In the car, Lin Xiangwan deliberately said, "Did you notice that those men are all looking at me?" Zhang Yan nodded. "You just have to say one word, and I can skip work and obediently stay at home as your canary." Lin Xiangwan looked at Zhang Yan with charming eyes. Zhang Yan laughed heartily. "I'm not the jealous type. Whether you want to go to work or not completely depends on whether you want to go. Besides, I absolutely trust you. You can still socialize normally even when you're at work." Lin Xiangwan stared blankly at Zhang Yan and suddenly burst into tears. "Why are you crying all of a sudden?" Zhang Yan asked. "I didn't hit you." Then he fell silent because Lin Xiangwan suddenly threw herself into his arms. Damn! Zhang Yan quickly slammed on the brakes. He didn't want to become the second Zhao Banian. Woo woo! Lin Xiangwan cried uncontrollably, unable to stop. Even when she had a falling out with Ding Hongxian, she hadn't cried this hard. Zhang Yan gently stroked her hair. "What's wrong?" Lin Xiangwan cried for a long time before her voice finally quieted down, but she was still sobbing. After a while, she lifted her head. "Thank you for trusting me so much." Just because of this? Zhang Yan found it hard to believe, but thinking back, Lin Xiangwan had been tightly controlled by Ding Hongxian since their marriage, bound in the name of love, layer upon layer, making it hard for her to breathe. So, for Zhang Yan to understand and trust her was the best sweet talk for her. Bang bang bang! But someone was ruining the mood. Someone was banging on the car window, cursing loudly, but the soundproofing of the sports car was good, so it barely came through. Zhang Yan rolled down the window. Do you even know how to drive? Slamming the brakes suddenly, do you want to die? It was a man in his 30s, roaring at Zhang Yan, you slam the brakes and then just stop in the middle of the road? Is this road your family's? Zhang Yan shot him a cold glare, fierce and intimidating. He had been a prison bully for 31 years in his past life, so his gaze was naturally fierce, and in this life, with his powerful strength, his eyes were even more frightening. The man involuntarily took a few steps back, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Zhang Yan ignored him. After all, he had indeed slammed the brakes and had blocked the road for quite a while, so after scaring the man off, he couldn't be bothered to do anything else. He started the engine and pulled the sports car to the side. He opened his arms to Lin Shangwan. Come on, keep crying. Lin Shangwan couldn't help but chuckle. The interruption from the man had naturally ruined the atmosphere. She gave Zhang Yan a flirtatious glance. Tonight, you can do whatever you want. Zhang Yan couldn't help but feel a thrill, including saying lines. Lin Shangwan shot him an annoyed glare. A bad man was still a bad man, always wanting to play silly games, like how he always wanted her to say, "Where's my husband?" She really didn't understand what the point of that was. This was something that happened in 2017, so of course, she wouldn't know the joke. Alright, including saying lines. She agreed. It was just a bit strange and a bit embarrassing, but compared to Zhang Yan's trust in her, it was nothing at all. Zhang Yan was incredibly excited and started laughing mischievously. Men, sigh, men. Lin Shangwan was speechless. What was there to be excited about? She couldn't understand. However, bang bang bang, the car window was being pounded again. Zhang Yan turned to look, and it was the same man from before. He felt a surge of annoyance and directly opened the car door. The man was still cursing, but when his gaze landed on Lin Shangwan in the passenger seat, he was momentarily stunned. Damn, this woman is too beautiful. Xu Hao considered himself someone who had seen many beautiful women, but he still couldn't help but be amazed. Oh my, this woman is not only stunningly beautiful, but she also exudes a charm that seems to come from her very bones. If only I could hold her. He couldn't help but swallow. Zhang Yan frowned. Are you looking for death? He had been too lazy to deal with such scum earlier, and after scaring the person off, he parked the car by the roadside. But you still want to come over? Looking for death. Xu Hao finally came to his senses and immediately put on a rogue expression. You suddenly slammed the brakes, almost causing me to rear-end you, and you've been parked in the middle of the road for so long, wasting my time. Are you planning not to compensate me? Zhang Yan looked at him with a half-smile. What kind of compensation do you want? Just give me this exquisite beauty, Xu Hao thought to himself. Of course, he couldn't say it out loud. He coughed lightly, his greedy gaze sliding over Lin Shangwan's white, slender neck, and then said, compensate me 3,000 yuan, just as a gesture. Goodness, he wants 3,000? Zhang Yan laughed. What if I don't compensate? Xu Hao sneered. The director of the South City Public Security Bureau is my brother-in-law. Are you sure you want me to call him over? He wasn't lying. He really did have a brother-in-law who was a director. Zhang Yan responded with an "Oh." No wonder he was so arrogant. Turns out he had someone backing him. He certainly wasn't afraid. Crossing his arms, alright, go ahead and call him over. At this moment, many people gathered around to watch the excitement, pointing and whispering. With more people around, Zhang Yan's desire points increased, and he was more than happy to waste time here. He would definitely go back to play cards with Lin Shangwan, who had time to go out and collect desire points. So, it was now or never. Xu Hao thought he could scare Zhang Yan, but he didn't expect Zhang Yan to be so tough. His brother-in-law wasn't his subordinate, available at his beck and call. On the contrary, he was the one who needed to cling to his brother-in-law's leg, so he shouldn't be too flattering. But now that he was in too deep, could he really back out? Fine, you want to make things difficult for yourself, he said fiercely, then took out his phone to make a call. Zhang Yan leaned back in the car, quite relaxed. Ha! A killing intent. He suddenly froze but discreetly searched for the source. In prison, even a bully like him wasn't completely safe. There were plenty of people wanting to take him down. After 31 years, Zhang Yan had become extremely sensitive to killing intent, and now with the system, becoming the master of desire, that killing intent was even less likely to escape his perception. What gives rise to killing intent? The desire to kill. Zhang Yan saw a plain-looking man of medium build, wearing a hat that obscured the upper part of his face, and a mask that covered the lower half. It wasn't yet the time for masks. People in the country hadn't formed the habit of wearing them, so this person's appearance was very suspicious. The key was that this person's killing intent was directed at him. Zhang Yan immediately realized. A killer after the 10 million bounty. Just a few days, and a killer was already after him? However, this was a sudden event. No one knew he would suddenly pull over, so did this killer just happen to stumble upon him? No, It was also possible that this killer had been watching him and had just gotten out nearby. It didn't matter. Once he caught the person, the truth would come out in the interrogation. Zhang Yan wasn't in a hurry to act. He waited for the killer to expose himself. Now that he was so close to his target, the man would definitely make a move. To give the other party a chance, Zhang Yan casually left the car door half open and started talking to Lin Xiangwan. Sure enough, the killer saw this and quietly moved closer. A cold gleam flashed. The man made his move. Trying to get a gun in the country, or smuggling one in, was incredibly difficult, and killing didn't necessarily require a gun. It made too much noise and was not conducive to escaping afterward. Zhang Yan smiled slightly and reached out to slap. Smack! With that slap, the dagger in the killer's hand immediately turned, completely out of control. Put! The dagger was extremely sharp, easily piercing through clothing and stabbing into flesh. Chu Hao half opened his mouth, looking incredulous. Did I just get stabbed? Ah, he finally screamed in horror. Damn! The assassin cursed, quickly pulling the knife out, which brought forth a spray of fresh blood, causing Chu Hao to scream again as he fell to the ground, for the knife had struck his right leg. But it was too dangerous here. Chu Hao didn't care about shouting for someone to pay for his medical expenses. He hurriedly crawled away on the ground. The assassin didn't even glance at Chu Hao, gripping the dagger with both hands and lunging at Zhang Yan again. Zhang Yan simply kicked. The assassin was immediately disoriented, stumbling and confused, not knowing who he had collided with, and naturally, the dagger stabbed forward again. Ah! Chu Hao screamed once more, feeling a sharp pain in his backside. He turned his head to see the assassin gripping the knife with both hands, stabbing it into his rear. Chu Hao cried, "Brother, I have no grievances with you, why are you stabbing me? And you stabbed me twice." In fact, from the moment the assassin launched the attack to the knife stabbing into Chu Hao's backside, the entire process took no more than 3 seconds, and only then did the onlookers react, gasping in shock. A knife was drawn, and blood was drawn. Call 110. Some people, afraid of trouble, quickly stepped back, while others, filled with enthusiasm, rushed forward to subdue the assassin, preventing him from hurting anyone else. But with that push, the dagger, which had only gone in 2/3 of the way, was suddenly driven all the way in. Oh! Chu Hao's face turned pale, his neck shot up a foot high, letting out a howl of agony. It hurt so much. Zhang Yan couldn't help but smile. He was, of course, doing it on purpose, otherwise, how could it be so coincidental that he stabbed Chu Hao twice? But the knife was wielded by the assassin. What did it have to do with him? The assassin wanted to run, but the power of the people was not something he could resist. He was pinned down tightly. These enthusiastic bystanders were thrilled to have personally apprehended a criminal. It was an honor. A few minutes later, the security personnel arrived. A knife had been used, and someone was injured. This was certainly no small matter. They quickly handcuffed the assassin and sent Chu Hao to the hospital, initially thinking the assassin had a personal vendetta against Chu Hao, which led to the public attack. However, upon questioning, their expressions turned strange. It turned out the assailant's target was not Chu Hao, but Zhang Yan. But why did he accidentally hit Chu Hao twice? How could someone be so unlucky? Thus, the security personnel requested Zhang Yan to accompany them for further investigation. Zhang Yan pointed to his phone. Team leader Gu from the criminal police team, she wants you to answer the call. The responding team leader took the phone, spoke a few words, and immediately said, yes, we guarantee to complete the task. They all stayed in place waiting, and after a while, they saw Gu Yusen arrive with a team of criminal police. In that moment, the assassin couldn't help but release a strong sense of despair. Great, a big breath of fresh air. Assassin? Gu Yusen asked Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan nodded. Take him back for a thorough interrogation, he should confess. Gu Yusen waved her hand, and the assassin was naturally taken into custody by the criminal police team. She had originally planned to return to the criminal police team to interrogate the assassin, but her gaze swept over and stopped, gesturing towards the passenger seat of the sports car. Girlfriend? But before Zhang Yan could answer, Lin Xiangwan had already gotten out of the car, smiling at Gu Yusen. Hello, I'm Lin Xiangwan, Zhang Yan's neighbor. My car broke down today, so I asked Zhang Yan for a ride. Women are indeed born actresses. They tell lies so naturally without even a hint of blushing. Gu Yusen was naturally skeptical. If your car broke down, couldn't you take a bus or a taxi? Just a neighbor, why should he give you a ride? The key was, just look at how beautiful you are, exuding an alluring charm that even made her heart flutter a bit. But she couldn't understand one thing. If Zhang Yan really had something going on with that woman, why did Lin Xiangwan not assert her claim but instead clarify things for Zhang Yan? She pondered this and nodded at Lin Xiangwan, City Criminal Police Team, Gu Yusen. The two women exchanged a smile, looking perfectly normal, but who knows what goes on in a woman's heart. Keep your phone on, contact me anytime, Gu Yusin said to Zhang Yan as she turned. This guy was a regular at the criminal police team, an old acquaintance, and this killer was likely after the bounty, so it didn't make much sense for Zhang Yan to return to the police team to cooperate with the investigation, but there were still things that needed to be said. Okay, Zhang Yan agreed. Thus, Gu Yusin took the killer back to the criminal police team, while Zhang Yan returned to his sports car and drove Lin Shangwan to the mall. They were going to have lunch and buy some lingerie and stockings, of course for Lin Shangwan to wear. In a fit of anger, she had left home with nothing, not even packing her clothes, and she didn't want to go back to that house to see Ding Hongxian, so she had to buy everything new. Before long, she was carrying a huge pile of bags. She turned to Zhang Yan, annoyed. Aren't you going to help me carry some? Zhang Yan just smiled. I'm only responsible for spending money on you. You jerk. Lin Shangwan was speechless. This man was truly unyielding, even reaching the level of a steel straight man. Zhang Yan leaned closer and said, but if you have any sisters, cousins, or anything, introduce them to me, and I'll help you. I'll carry one item for each introduction. Lin Shangwan gasped. You really dare to say that? Zhang Yan shrugged. What's there to be afraid of? Sorry, I'm an only child, and I don't have any cousins, but I do have some sisters-in-law. Do you want them? Lin Shangwan looked at Zhang Yan with a half-smile. Unless they're as pretty as you, Zhang Yan haggled. Lin Shangwan bared her teeth. If her hands weren't full of bags, she would have twisted Zhang Yan's ear. So lewd, so greedy. Zhang Yan laughed heartily. Just kidding, do you really need to be this jealous? Is this jealousy? Lin Shangwan's heart stirred. That female security officer was really beautiful. Are you interested in her? Not only was she beautiful, but her chest was also astonishingly large. Lin Shangwan considered herself well endowed, but compared to her, well, she was far behind. Zhang Yan didn't deny it. After all, Lin Shangwan knew him well. With such a gem, do you think I would miss out? I knew you were greedy. Lin Shangwan rolled her eyes at him. However, she didn't have any hopes of becoming a couple with Zhang Yan. Although she felt a bit jealous, it wasn't something she cared too much about. Finally, they arrived at the parking spot, and Lin Shangwan placed all her bags in the car, finally letting out a sigh of relief. So tired. It wasn't heavy, just particularly bulky. Zhang Yan checked the time and said, it's already this late. Let's find a place to have dinner and then head back. Isn't it good to eat here? Lin Shangwan didn't want to run around anymore. I want to eat at a street stall. Lin Shangwan had nothing to say to that. Half an hour later, the two were seated at a large food stall. Unlike last time with Gu Yusin, who was stunningly beautiful and had an impressive figure, wearing a police uniform, who would dare to approach her? Lin Shangwan's looks were slightly inferior, but only slightly. She was still a great beauty. The key was her alluring charm, which drew people to her for conversation from time to time. Lin Shangwan was speechless and complained to Zhang Yan, do I look like the kind of woman who would cheat? Why are so many people coming over to talk to me? Zhang Yan laughed, of course not, but these people are just taking a chance. What if they succeed? After all, there's no loss if they fail. Well then, you men are all the same, with your minds full of lewd thoughts. Lin Shangwan knocked down all men with one blow. Zhang Yan shrugged, don't slander me. I only get shy around beautiful women, and they have to be stunning. Lin Shangwan was left speechless. You really are honest. At that moment, another man approached to flirt. Zhang Yan finally took action, lifting the man with one hand and smiling as he asked, what do you want to say to my girlfriend? Nothing, I was just passing by, the man stammered, quickly denying it. Others nearby fell silent, hastily lowering their heads to eat, sitting up straight like modest gentlemen. This man was terrifying. He could lift someone with just one hand. They certainly didn't want to test that. Zhang Yan chuckled and set the man down, giving his shoulder a pat. The man nearly wet himself. He had a deep understanding of the strength behind that hand. He scrambled back to his seat but barely took a few bites before settling the bill and fleeing. Scared. After that, Zhang Yan and Lin Shangwan were very quiet. No one disturbed them, and even the voices around them became much softer. Lin Shangwan teased him, indeed, it takes a villain to deal with a villain. Zhang Yan, however, wore a suggestive smile. Then you must be the biggest villain in the world, because even I, a 7-foot-tall man, am being ground down to a needle by you. Lin Shangwan's face instantly turned crimson. Although her seductive nature had been revealed, she was essentially still conservative and traditional, unable to casually make risque jokes like Pang Wenjun could. Her bashful expression was truly alluring. Zhang Yan's fingers twitched. Let's go home. Haha, time to grind the needle. Lin Shangwan was so embarrassed she couldn't lift her head. This guy was so shameless, treating such matters as a joke. Zhang Yan scooped Lin Shangwan up and, under the envious yet fearful gazes of the crowd, walked to the street and got into the car. The sports car roared loudly and quickly disappeared from sight. However, the men were still thinking about Lin Shangwan's captivating charm, feeling that the food in their mouths had completely lost its flavor. After dealing with the villain, or rather, after being dealt with by the villain, Zhang Yan embraced the fragrant, soft beauty and fell into a deep sleep. Indeed, there was no time to indulge in desires anymore. When he woke up in the morning, Zhang Yan couldn't help but reflect. But as he looked at Lin Shangwan's delicate foot peeking out from the blanket, it seemed to sense the chill in the air and immediately withdrew. He couldn't help but drool. I guarantee this is the last time I'll be impulsive. After the impulse, Zhang Yan opened his computer and began to pay attention to stocks. Although he didn't know the trends of most stocks, one thing was clear: he had to buy some shares of Storm Technology every day. However, this stock was hard to come by now. It had risen too sharply, and every day there were a bunch of people scrambling for it. Zhang Yan initially thought he could make tens of billions from this stock, but at this point, making 1 billion would be good enough. No worries, it's a bull market now. Basically, anything bought is profitable. He even leveraged 10 times. With a 10% increase, he could recoup his principal. That would be 100 million. He had a dedicated manager at the brokerage firm, so he asked the manager to help him buy shares of Storm Technology, ready to snatch them up as soon as anyone sold. How could he possibly watch the market all day? Compared to that little money, of course, the desire points were more enticing. Lin Shangwan also got up, and after they had breakfast, she took a taxi to work while Zhang Yan decided to go out to collect desire points. Another important reason was to give the assassins a chance to strike. If you don't expose yourselves, how can I send you to jail and make a big profit? I'm counting on you big players to provide the desire points. He went out, naturally squeezing into crowded places. As for whether the crowd would affect the assassins' actions, Zhang Yan didn't care. You all figure it out yourselves. Moreover, so many people were gathered to watch the excitement before, yet the assassin still made a move, right? Clearly, the number of people present is not a deciding factor for whether the assassin will act or not. While wandering around the mall, Zhang Yan soon sensed a killing intent. The target was himself. Here it comes, here it comes. He couldn't help but feel a surge of energy, but instead of following the killing intent, he pretended not to notice and continued with his business. He arrived at a counter selling luxury handbags and saw a beautiful salesgirl, so he stopped to tease her. He was handsome and dressed in designer clothes, and the salesgirl didn't mind his teasing at all. Although she appeared shy, it was clear she was just pretending. After chatting for over 10 minutes, Zhang Yan bought a handbag worth 130,000 yuan, almost earning a kiss from the salesgirl. Zhang Yan thought that if he were to give this bag to the salesgirl right away, he could probably take her to a hotel. However, although this salesgirl was pretty, she was only about a 70 out of 100. He was just appreciating her beauty and had no impulse to roll in the sheets with her. After all, time was limited, and good steel should be used on the blade. Tan Chang and Feng Qian were both above 80, and Lin Shangwan's overall score was even top-notch. Oh, the killing intent was approaching. Zhang Yan had been talking to the salesgirl for so long to give the assassin a chance, and the assassin did not disappoint him, finally coming over. I didn't notice. Hurry up and make your move. Zhang Yan leaned on the counter, watching the salesgirl wrap up the bag, her back to the assassin, as if she hadn't noticed anything unusual. Sir, you dropped your phone, a voice came from behind Zhang Yan, with a very strange pronunciation. Zhang Yan turned around, and with a flash, a cold glint appeared, aimed directly at his neck. Another knife? Zhang Yan saw clearly that it was indeed a small knife, but definitely sharp. If an ordinary person got their throat cut, their trachea would be severed, and they wouldn't even have time to call for an ambulance. Don't be fooled by the assassin's boldness in public. It seemed dangerous for him too. Quite the opposite. If someone were really killed, the scene would definitely be in chaos, and the assassin could easily blend into the crowd and escape. Moreover, when an ordinary person hears someone behind them say they dropped their phone, they would instinctively turn around, completely unguarded. Who in the country would worry about being assassinated? Slap! Zhang Yan made his move, grabbing the assassin's wrist, smiling as he said, I dropped my phone, not a knife. The assassin was dressed in a hooded jacket, with the hood already up and wearing a huge pair of sunglasses that almost completely covered his face, and his body was disproportionately bulky, likely stuffed with something to deliberately make himself look bigger. This way, the police wouldn't be able to track him down by his physique. Quite experienced. But you're overthinking it. Since you've made a move against me, do you still need to think about escaping? The assassin was shocked and quickly tried to pull his hand free, but Zhang Yan's grip was like a vice, making it impossible for him to move even a bit. Driven by desperation, he kicked towards Zhang Yan's groin. Damn, how vicious. Zhang Yan sighed, I don't have kids yet. Do you want me to be unable to have descendants? He raised his knee and slammed it into the assassin's. Bang! Zhang Yan was faster, his knee colliding with the assassin's knee, and he heard the sound of bones breaking, followed by the assassin's earth-shattering scream. His knee was shattered, and he couldn't stand on one leg, leaning towards the ground, but with one hand still held by Zhang Yan, he couldn't fall completely, just hanging there. Zhang Yan smiled at the already trembling salesgirl at the counter, then took out his phone and said with a grin, "Look at you, talking nonsense. My phone is just fine here. How could it have dropped?" Could the assassin still respond to him in pain? Zhang Yan was just teasing. He dialed a number. "Captain Gu, I've caught another assassin." "Okay, I'll wait for you." He put away his phone, feeling the killer's murderous intent and anger intensifying, but also a hint of despair. Of course, it was just a hint, after all. The security personnel hadn't arrived yet, and he still wanted to resist. Zhang Yan removed the killer's hat and glasses, revealing a face that was clearly Asian but obviously not from his country. "Which country are you from?" he asked with a smile. "Thailand? Myanmar? Malaysia?" The killer didn't answer, only glared at him fiercely. "Oh, still so fierce now?" Zhang Yan didn't exploit his fear. Instead, he gripped the killer's arm, twisting it in opposite directions. Crack, 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 the sound of bones breaking filled the air. Ah, ah, ah. The killer's forehead was covered in beads of cold sweat the size of soybeans, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted from the pain. Zhang Yan said softly, "As a killer, how can you not endure this little pain?" He looked up at the counter girl, who was pale with fear, having retreated to the back of the counter. Even without a system, Zhang Yan could sense her deep fear of him. "Oh," scared the girl. Arriving before Gu Yusin was the mall's security. But when the 4 security guards saw the killer's arm twisted like a pretzel, they were too scared to step forward. "This level of danger doesn't match the 3,000 yuan salary I get every month." There were also a lot of onlookers, many of whom took out their phones to film Zhang Yan and the killer. This would definitely be posted on social media. Zhang Yan even cooperatively struck some cool poses. He couldn't silence the crowd, so he might as well be a bit more high profile. A few minutes later, the crowd parted, and Gu Yusin was the first to step out. The security personnel had finally arrived. "So brutal?" Gu Yusin glanced at the killer, even she bared her teeth a bit. Zhang Yan nodded. "He wanted to make me childless and leave you without descendants. I had to teach him a lesson." Gu Yusin was taken aback. "What does your childlessness have to do with me not having descendants?" Then she understood. She rolled her eyes at Zhang Yan. This guy was getting bolder, even daring to tease her. But if he wasn't afraid of a killer, teasing her seemed trivial. "Take him away," she instructed her subordinates. At this, the killer finally showed a strong sense of despair. "It's over. Come with me." Gu Yusin called Zhang Yan aside, then said seriously, "What you're doing is no different from dancing on the edge of a knife. You should know, there are 1,000 days of being a thief but not 1,000 days of guarding against thieves. Even if you have just one oversight, it could cost you your life. A killer can fail time and again because there are too many of them. But what about Zhang Yan's life? He only has one. And," Gu Yusin continued, "these two are using cold weapons, but what if someone uses a gun?" Zhang Yan just laughed and nudged her with his elbow. "Are you concerned about me?" Gu Yusin maintained a serious expression. "I am a security officer. Protecting the people is my duty. Hee, one day I'll make you, this cold and proud beauty, bloom with intoxicating spring colors in front of me." Zhang Yan smiled, not explaining. Others might not be able to guard against thieves for 1,000 days, but he was different. These killers were like ants compared to humans. No matter how careless humans are, can ants really cause harm? Of course, if guns were involved, he would still need to be a bit cautious. However, he was confident he could dodge bullets. Initially, he worried about how to explain his miraculous abilities, but after Cheng Qing mentioned the concepts of overt and covert strength, Zhang Yan found his reason. "No more pretending. Time to reveal, I am an impressive master of covert strength. Other covert strength practitioners can't dodge bullets? Hey, that's none of my business." Seeing Zhang Yan's unyielding demeanor, Gu Yusin abandoned the idea of persuading him to move to the criminal police team. No point in trying to convince him. "Alright, you can bear the consequences yourself." She waved her hand. Zhang Yan chuckled and walked back to the counter, picking up the bag he had just bought. At that moment, although the look in the counter girl's eyes still held fear, it was mixed with a sense of admiration. This was the admiration for a strong person. She had originally feared that Zhang Yan was a murderer or a violent man, but when the security personnel arrived, they only took away the assassin, leaving Zhang Yan unharmed. What did that mean? Zhang Yan was a good person. Perhaps he was even an undercover cop. Women naturally have a tendency to admire the strong, and with Zhang Yan being handsome and wealthy, it was no wonder her heart fluttered. "Sir, can we add each other on WeChat?" she boldly asked. Gu Yusin glanced at her and then looked at Zhang Yan with a half-smile. Zhang Yan, of course, was not afraid of Gu Yusin. Come on, if he were to take Gu Yusin in, he would definitely have her alongside other girls. How could she be an exception? The key was that the counter girl's looks no longer satisfied his increasingly picky standards. "If fate allows, we will meet again," Zhang Yan said with a pretentious air, pulling Gu Yusin's hand and walking away. Although Gu Yusin struggled a bit, it wasn't very intense. Wasn't this a half push, half accept? Of course, it was limited to holding hands. If Zhang Yan were greedy and tried to wrap his arms around her waist, this T-Rex would probably explode. Zhang Yan wasn't afraid of her exploding, but a good woman needs to be savored slowly. Forcing it would be meaningless. They weren't enemies after all. Behind them, the counter girl watched, her face showing both envy and disappointment. This female security officer was too beautiful, most stars couldn't compare to her, and more importantly, that chest. Huff, she couldn't compete at all. She immediately extinguished that restless heart. After leaving the mall, Gu Yusin forcefully pulled her hand back. She deliberately said, "Why don't you add other girls on WeChat? Look at her, you could invite her to a hotel tonight." No need for tonight. I could have her skip work and go to a hotel with me right now, Zhang Yan thought to himself, but he said, wouldn't that mean I missed an opportunity? How about I go back now? Gu Yusin said proudly, crossing her arms and speaking lightly, "Go ahead." Zhang Yan laughed heartily, "Just kidding." Gu Yusin thought for a moment and then said, "I can't force you to do anything. But for 10 million, there will be many people wanting to kill you, so you mustn't be careless." She knew Zhang Yan was skilled, but she was in the light while the enemy was in the dark. One slip could lead to disaster. Zhang Yan nodded. She was concerned. But in the following days, Gu Yusin began to doubt her life, because Zhang Yan would send her an assassin almost every half day. 3 days, 5 assassins. This was too exaggerated. Moreover, these people were indeed assassins, each carrying at least 5 murder cases, not limited to domestic crimes but mostly committed abroad. However, for Gu Yusin and the criminal police team, it was a solid achievement, a significant achievement. The key was that Zhang Yan had survived so many assassination attempts unscathed. That was a bit frightening. Was there really no carelessness or mistakes on his part? Another new day. As soon as he got up, Zhang Yan took a stroll outside, collecting the last needed 2,000 desire points. He had reached 256,000. Time to go home. Zhang Yan stayed at home alone and then accessed the system. He clicked the button. Strengthen. Boom, a terrifying energy surged within him, washing over every muscle and sinew, crackling as his body sounded like popping beans, making astonishing noises. No, popping beans weren't this loud. It was like setting off firecrackers. His heart raced, and his blood boiled. Zhang Yan's face turned bright red, feeling the flow of blood speed up to an exaggerated level. If his blood pressure were measured at that moment, it would probably exceed 400. Thump, thump, thump. His heart beat like a high-speed piledriver. If it were anyone else, their blood vessels and heart would definitely burst. But Zhang Yan was different. After 8 rounds of enhancement, his physical condition was beyond that of ordinary people by an unknown number of times. Even though his heart was racing and his blood pressure soared to several hundred, he only felt extremely uncomfortable, but it was far from the point of bursting. He noticed something black seeping out of his skin, emitting a foul odor. This is marrow washing? Thump, thump, thump. His heart pounded like a drum. Zhang Yan was astonished to find that his skin was covered in blood. He quickly took off his clothes and saw that he had become a blood-soaked person. However, he felt no discomfort at all. On the contrary, he felt better than ever. What was going on? Upon closer inspection, he discovered that only the capillaries in his skin had burst, and there was no serious harm. No wonder. Marrow washing, even the blood needs to be replaced? Zhang Yan was unaware that waves of energy surged within him, capable of collapsing mountains and calming seas. Eventually, he calmed down. Comfortable, unprecedentedly comfortable. And there was a sense of power. He felt that even if a mountain stood in front of him, he could crush it with a single punch. It must be an illusion brought on by the explosive increase in strength. Zhang Yan did not believe that this enhancement would yield such an astonishing improvement. With no time to think further, he hurried to the bathroom to take a shower. Not only was he emitting a foul odor, but he was also covered in blood. Stepping outside would likely scare someone to death. After a refreshing shower, he discarded his clothes without a second thought and tossed them away. When Zhang Yan looked in the mirror, he exclaimed, "Hey, what a handsome guy." Zhang Yan was already quite handsome, but now he looked even better. His appearance hadn't changed much. What had changed was his spirit and vitality. Just like Lin Xiangwan, her looks hadn't changed either, but after being nourished by Zhang Yan, she had clearly become radiant and sparkling. No, more like glistening. Right. Zhang Yan took a fruit knife and made a deep cut on his arm. He wanted to see if his blood had changed. However, he was immediately dumbfounded because the knife did not break through his skin. Instead, the blade became dull. His skin had already been very tough, so he had exerted a lot of force right from the start, but he never expected such a result. The knife went down, the skin remained intact, but the blade dulled. How tough was his skin? Now, even if I don't dodge, can a bullet break through my defenses? Zhang Yan pondered. Moreover, that last cut was made without him actively defending, if he tensed his muscles, his defense would naturally rise another level. Tensed muscles and relaxed muscles have completely different levels of defense. The enhancement this time has brought about an enormous increase. My vital points should only be my eyes, ear holes, and lower body now. Hee hee. It's a bit like the weak points of those characters in martial arts films. Once I strengthen all these weak points, I'll truly be formidable. However, he now found it impossible to draw blood, so how could he check for changes in his blood? Do I need a knife made of special steel? If only I were a woman, I could check once a month. Zhang Yan decided not to rush, he would find an opportunity to do so later. Suddenly, he heard loud knocking from next door. He put on his clothes and opened the door to check. 3 men stood at the door of the neighboring apartment, but their attire did not reveal their identities. However, Ding Hongxian did not open the door. These 3 had been knocking for a full 5 minutes, and one of them walked towards Zhang Yan, saying, "Comrade, do you know if the people next door are home? Who are you?" Zhang Yan deliberately showed a wary expression. The man smiled and said, "Don't worry, we're not bad people, we're all bank employees." "Oh, they came to collect a loan from Ding Hongxian." Zhang Yan thought to himself, maintaining a calm demeanor, and simply shook his head. "I just got home and am not sure." "Oh, thank you." The man then walked back and continued knocking on the door. Zhang Yan smiled faintly. Regardless of whether Ding Hongxian was pretending or not, the bank wouldn't just give up because they couldn't find anyone. In this regard, the bank was the boss. Ignoring them, they could directly auction off your property. Zhang Yan closed the door and went out to collect some desire points. It would be best if he could pick up a few more assassins. As Zhang Yan walked out of the community, he was about to hail a car. Driving himself was certainly convenient, but he hated parking. Once he withdrew his funds from the stock market, he would definitely buy a business car and hire a driver. He called for a car on his phone, and while waiting, a sudden wave of palpitations surged through him. Something was about to happen. Danger! Following this instinct, he suddenly took a step forward. Ding! A crisp sound rang out, and he saw a hole appear on the trash can right where he had just been standing. It was small, only the size of a thumb. This was a bullet hole. Zhang Yan's heart sank, and he immediately turned to look. At least 400 meters away on the rooftop of a tall building, a man frowned behind a scope. He had clearly locked onto his target just moments ago, but the instant he pulled the trigger, the man had suddenly stepped forward, causing him to miss. Fortunately, the bullet hadn't gone into the trash can, and the sound should be minimal. He still had a chance. He quickly searched for the target's trace again and found it, but it was a relief that he hadn't found it. When the target reappeared in the scope, his hair stood on end, because the target was also looking at him. The scope seemed to erase the distance between them, making Zhang Yan feel as if he were face to face with an old friend. No, this must be a coincidence. It was 400 meters away. Who had such good eyesight to see someone so far away? He couldn't help but close his eyes for a moment to calm his emotions. Even if you could see me, I would still shoot you down. At a distance of 400 meters, the bullet only needed a fraction of a second to reach. Don't mention human reaction time. Even if it were as fast as lightning, what about the body's movement? In less than a second, could you deviate even by a foot? Ha! He was about to relock onto Zhang Yan when he suddenly realized the target had vanished. He hurriedly moved the scope, searching everywhere for Zhang Yan. Nowhere, nowhere, nowhere. How could this be? He had just blinked, and how could the person disappear? Could it be that in such a short time, the other party had already gotten into a car and left? Damn it, he had been lying in wait here all night. Then he could only wait for the other party to return. Are you looking for me? However, a voice suddenly sounded behind him, causing him to instantly go on high alert. Someone had actually appeared behind him. How could this be? His reaction was quick. He suddenly drew the dagger from his waist and lunged without looking back. With a swing, he stabbed into emptiness. At this moment, he turned around to see a very handsome man standing behind him. His target. Impossible. His heart nearly exploded with fear because from the moment he noticed Zhang Yan had disappeared until now, had only half a minute passed? Even if it were 30 seconds, Zhang Yan would have had to run to the building nearly 400 meters away and then take the elevator to the 19th floor. Taking the stairs would only be slower. Could all of this be done in 30 seconds? You must be flying. Zhang Yan looked at the assassin calmly. A single punch to kill? No. If he killed him with one punch, once the police found out he was an assassin, they would naturally connect it to him unless he destroyed the body. That would be very troublesome. The main point was that killing him directly wouldn't absorb the desire points generated from despair, unless he used torture. Still, back to that point, too troublesome. Forget it, he would just find Gu Yusin. Zhang Yan called Gu Yusin and then waited. The assassin, however, was unwilling to be captured. He was here to make money, not to hand over his head. I am leaving now, don't stop me, or I'll fight you," he said in English. "Can't you speak Chinese?" Zhang Yan asked. The assassin chattered a few more sentences. Zhang Yan was annoyed and kicked out. "If you can't speak Chinese, what the hell are you doing in Huaxia?" Bang! The assassin flew out, crashing into the wall of the elevator shaft before bouncing back, blood spraying from his body as he lay motionless on the ground. He wasn't dead, but he would be a cripple even if he survived. Zhang Yan smiled faintly. As long as the person wasn't dead and could still provide points of desire, that was enough. After waiting for more than 20 minutes, Gu Yusen finally arrived with her people, fashionably late. Upon seeing Zhang Yan, Gu Yusen said helplessly, "I feel like I've become your personal bodyguard, dealing with your issues every day." Zhang Yan chuckled, "Well, you're going to have a headache with this one." Gu Yusen was taken aback for a moment, then her expression changed to one of shock. "A gun?" Zhang Yan nodded. "A sniper rifle." "Goodness!" Gu Yusen gasped and quickly pushed past Zhang Yan to run ahead. Sure enough, at the edge of the building, she saw a sniper rifle still set up with a shell casing that had just popped out beside it. Clearly, the gun had been fired. "Are you okay?" She looked at Zhang Yan in disbelief. Using a sniper rifle meant that this assassin was definitely a skilled marksman, and a sniper rifle was specifically designed for long-range kills. Under such circumstances, how could this assassin have missed? Zhang Yan patted his body. "You wish I was hurt?" Gu Yusen was speechless, and the other security personnel were equally moved. To be targeted by a sniper rifle and not only survive but also subdue the sniper, who could believe that? How did Zhang Yan do it? "Let's go to the criminal police team," Gu Yusen said. Since it involved a gun, Zhang Yan, as the person involved, had to be present. Zhang Yan shrugged, not opposing it. There was no point in opposing. So everyone went to the criminal police team, and on the way down, Zhang Yan also absorbed the intense despair of that assassin. A staggering 58,000. Hiss, how many people had this guy killed? Could he be a silver medal assassin? Zhang Yan guessed randomly as he bent down to get into the car. Arriving at the criminal police team, Zhang Yan was already familiar with the place, nodding and greeting each security personnel as if he were one of them, leaving Gu Yusen speechless. Zhang Yan spoke frankly. He explained that after being targeted, he immediately searched for the sniper and then took him down. This sounded incredibly easy, but Gu Yusen and the others found it hard to accept. Not to mention the distance between Zhang Yan and the sniper. Even if one was upstairs and the other downstairs, wouldn't the sniper have run away with the gun as soon as he lost sight of the target? Why would he wait for Zhang Yan to come up? But since Zhang Yan was the victim and also the one who captured the assassin, could they really interrogate him? After assisting with the investigation, Zhang Yan left the criminal police team. He knew that his abilities would definitely be discovered. But it didn't matter. In this world, there were martial artists, and those skilled in dark energy should be able to do what Zhang Yan had done before. So, it was time to come clean. No more pretending. He was indeed a master of dark energy. Back home, he found Lin Xiangwan already busy in the kitchen. People who studied dance exuded beauty in every move, even when they stood on tiptoe to grab something, their waist and arms stretched gracefully, radiating an indescribable allure. Upon hearing the sound of the door closing, Lin Xiangwan immediately warned, "I'm cooking, don't come in and disturb me." Could I really behave? Before long, the sound of cooking became chaotic, and different noises echoed throughout the room. Early in the morning, Zhang Yan was practicing with Lin Xiangwan when a phone call interrupted them. He glanced at it. It was Cheng Cheng again. Zhang Yan almost couldn't help but want to beat Cheng Cheng through the phone waves, grumpily saying, "What do you want?" Zheng Xiao, my master just called me and asked about our encounter," Cheng Cheng said, sounding a bit weak, as if he felt guilty. "Ha, you have a master?" Zhang Yan was somewhat surprised. "Of course, otherwise, how do you think I trained this skill?" Cheng Cheng retorted. "With your skills, can't you just think about it a bit?" "Alright, just kidding." Zhang Yan was somewhat surprised. "Did you tell your master that you would work for me for 3 years? Cheng Cheng shook his head, but realizing Zhang Yan couldn't see, he quickly added, "No, my master refused to talk to me after he found out I was going to be Mr. Zhao's bodyguard for 10 years. If it were me, I wouldn't talk to you either." Damn, this disciple is too foolish. Not only is he selling himself for 10 years, but it's also for free. It's embarrassing to even say it. Zhang Yan found it a bit strange and said, "So, your master has no idea that you're with me now, yet he suddenly calls you to ask about our sparring?" Sparring, in reality, was just Cheng Cheng being crushed unilaterally. Cheng Cheng nodded again. "Yeah, so I find it quite strange why my master would know about you and ask about our sparring. Did you tell him everything? Isn't it okay to say?" Zhang Yan smiled and hung up the phone. Since he had already said it, what else was there to keep secret? From Cheng Cheng's perspective, his master, who hadn't been in contact for years, suddenly called him, he certainly wouldn't hide anything, and besides, it wasn't something that needed to be kept confidential. Yet, this situation felt odd. Just then, the phone rang again. All right. He picked up the phone and saw that the caller ID was Big Police Flower. Hello? He answered. Zhang Yan, come to the criminal investigation team. There are some matters that require your cooperation in the investigation, Gu Yusin said. Be more specific, Zhang Yan replied. Gu Yusin hesitated for a moment, as if she was weighing something, but still said, someone from the capital has come and specifically wants to see you. They want to talk to you. This was a bit against the rules. She actually shouldn't have said that. Zhang Yan suddenly realized, why would Cheng Qing's master inquire about their sparring situation? It must be someone else's request, otherwise, he would have thought his disciple was working as a free bodyguard under Zhao Shangyun and wouldn't have called this foolish disciple at all. So, is it someone from the capital or a certain force wanting to understand him? By having Gu Yusin call him to the criminal investigation team for contact, it indicated that the other party should be official personnel. Zhang Yan nodded. The authorities wouldn't allow a martial artist with both bright and dark strength to appear uncontrollably in the land of Shenzhou, so when Zhang Yan displayed his powerful abilities, the authorities naturally showed up. Alright, then let's meet. Zhang Yan arrived at the criminal investigation team. Gu Yusin personally came to the door to bring him in, hesitating for a moment before finally saying, if there are questions you don't want to answer, just remain silent. Hey, is she afraid I'll be at a disadvantage? Zhang Yan laughed. Don't worry, I haven't done anything illegal. Gu Yusin nodded. The two entered the building and went to an office on the third floor. Gu Yusin knocked on the door first before pushing it open. At that moment, a man was standing with his back to them, looking down at the square of the criminal investigation team. Upon hearing the door open, he turned around with a smile. Comrade Zhang Yan, hello, my name is Yen Zaiheng, and I am from the relevant department. This man was about 40 years old, with a very neat buzz cut, standing around 175 centimeters tall, not too tall, but not short either, with an average appearance that wouldn't attract a second glance in a crowd. However, his eyes were particularly bright and full of spirit. Which relevant department are you from? Just say it. Zhang Yan felt speechless. You start with that, and without showing any credentials, if you weren't standing in the criminal investigation team talking to me, I would have suspected you were a scammer. Come, please sit. Yen Zaiheng warmly invited him in but said to Gu Yusin, Team Gu, could you step outside for a moment? Taking the lead. Gu Yusin seemed a bit reluctant but nodded, yes, Chief. Chief? Zhang Yan looked at Yen Zaiheng, astonished. Yen Zaiheng smiled and said, I'm actually not any kind of leader, just someone who came from the capital, so they call me leader if we're talking about rank. I'm just a regular department head, about the same as their bureau chief. What kind of leader is that? Zhang Yan also smiled. If you only deal with martial artists, then you might have the imperial sword that allows for decisive action. Who would dare to underestimate you? Is there something you need from me? He asked. Yen Zaiheng nodded. It's like this, through big data screening, we found that you are quite different from ordinary people, so we specifically looked into you. What level is your Mingjin? The leap in the last question was quite large. Is this how you usually talk to people? Zhang Yan thought for a moment. I'm not sure, I just practiced on my own, and it was only after meeting Cheng Qing that I realized there were actually martial artists in the world. At that time, I didn't really believe it. It's not like we're filming a martial arts movie, with all this talk of Mingjin and Anjin. Yen Zaiheng laughed heartily. Actually, Mingjin is about external skills, training the muscles and skin, which is why when you strike, it makes a huge noise, a punch sounds out, a kick creates wind, and the stronger the force, the more continuous the sound. As for Anjin, it focuses on internal skills, the so-called internal cultivation of breath. Zhang Yan was a bit surprised and asked, like the true chi and internal power in martial arts films? Yen Zaiheng chuckled. If you want to understand it that way, that's fine. This breath is the source of power for us Anjin martial artists. In fact, Mingjin and Anjin are two different cultivation methods, not a progressive relationship. If you reach Mingjin level 9, the next step doesn't mean you'll enter Anjin level 1. In fact, if you don't practice internal skills, then Mingjin level 9 is the limit. On the contrary, you can choose not to practice external skills at all and start learning internal skills from scratch. If we had to compare the two, generally speaking, Mingjin level 9 is equivalent to Anjin level 2 in combat power. Of course, there are exceptionally strong Mingjin level 9s that can rival Anjin level 3, but they are definitely rare. It's just that internal power is very difficult to cultivate. First, you have to sense the chi. Without developing a sense of chi, no matter how much time you spend, you won't be able to generate it. Just this step blocks out 99% of people in the world. He rambled on, seeming like a chatterbox, unable to hold back. Zhang Yan understood that Mingjin martial artists were like brute force practitioners, while Anjin martial artists were like the enlightened masters such as Zhang Sanfeng, looking refined, but with a flick of their sleeves, their internal power could shatter the bones of a Mingjin level 9 brute. According to Yen Zaihong, the ceiling for external practitioners, or Mingjin martial artists, was level 9. Once you reached that height, there was no further improvement possible. Some exceptional individuals might indeed be very strong, pushing the ceiling up a little, but they could only rival Anjin level 3. So the best choice is to start practicing Qi from the beginning. As long as you can get started, your starting point is almost the end point for practicing external skills. However, external skills can be practiced by anyone. As long as you invest enough time, you will definitely see results. Internal skills are different. You need to have a sense of Qi. Those without a sense of Qi will find that no amount of time spent will be useful. Zhang Yan was different. His strength was given by the system, neither external nor internal skills. Calling it demonic power would be more accurate. He curiously asked, "Can you cultivate both internal and external skills?" Of course, Yen Zaihong smiled. In fact, to become, you must cultivate both internal and external skills to the extreme to take that step. Become what? Zhang Yan was curious but did not press further, because this chatterbox actually swallowed his words, clearly indicating that it was a significant matter or involved secrets, which is why he forced himself to retract what was about to be said. What is the Qi of Anjin like? Zhang Yan shifted his curiosity. Is it like in martial arts films, where plucking leaves and flying flowers can injure someone? Yen Zaihong laughed heartily. That would require at least a 5th level of internal strength, right? As for me, I can only do this. Saying this, he picked up a piece of paper from the table and casually tossed it into the air. Then, he took a deep breath and blew out forcefully. With a whoosh, Zhang Yan clearly saw that the paper seemed to be sliced by a sharp blade, actually cut in half. Wow, that's impressive. With such a breath, wouldn't the skin be cut open? You don't even need a knife to kill someone, just a breath would suffice. In this case, even the most experienced old detective wouldn't be able to determine what the murder weapon was. If the weapon can't be found, how can a chain of evidence be formed to pin down the murderer? What about me? Can I do it? Zhang Yan was incredibly curious and laughed. Let me try. Yen Zaihong didn't say anything, just reached out his hand toward the paper on the table, looking as if to say, "Go ahead." Zhang Yan picked up a piece of paper and tossed it into the air. He took a deep breath and then blew. Suddenly, it felt like a level 10 hurricane had swept through the room. Not only the paper floating in the air but even the paper on the table was lifted, and the cabinet was forced open by the strong wind, causing the documents inside to dance wildly. Yen Zaihong's hair was fluttering, and his skin felt like it was being tested in a wind tunnel, rippling with waves. Invisibly, the solid wood table beside him was actually moving. My goodness! Zhang Yan looked at the paper flying everywhere and couldn't help but sigh. I can't do it. But Yen Zaihong was stunned, his eyes wide. Wait, was there an airplane engine starting up just now? Otherwise, how could such a situation occur? Damn, even the table was blown. He could use Qi to cut the paper, condensing the Qi as if it were a high-pressure water gun, even capable of cutting metal. Of course, Yen Zaihong wasn't that powerful, he could only cut paper. Zhang Yan indeed couldn't cut the paper, seemingly inferior to him, but the question was, could he blow hard enough to move the table? No way. At most, he could leave a shallow scratch on the table leg. You actually blew a solid wood table? Are you even human? Incredible strength. For Zhang Yan, what internal skill did he need to practice? He could simply exert great strength to achieve miracles. The problem was, the 9th level of external strength should be the pinnacle of external skills, unable to break the ceiling, yet here was this freak, Zhang Yan. Yen Zaihong thought that at least a 5th level of internal strength was needed, no, perhaps 7th, 8th, or even 9th level, to use true Qi to move such a heavy table. Hiss, this guy is actually comparable to a supermaster at the 9th level of internal strength? The key is, this guy doesn't even know it, looking quite dejected. Yen Zaihong forced a smile, pretending to be calm. It's normal not to be able to do it. You haven't practiced internal skills. Your Qi is strong, but it's scattered and not concentrated. If you practiced internal skills, you could condense the loose Qi into a ball, and the force when it is shot out would be comparable to that of a bullet. This was a forced attempt to save face. Zhang Yan nodded, suddenly thinking, if he practiced internal skills, how strong could he become? No, I'm getting it all wrong. I can become strong by adding points. Why waste time practicing internal skills? With that time, wouldn't it be better to collect desire points? After all, the ultimate goal of the system is to make him a desire demon. Could a demon be less than a 9th level of internal strength? That's ridiculous. You all practice external and internal skills, but what about me? The methods of gods and demons. From this perspective, Yen Zaihong and the others are merely martial artists, while he is equivalent to cultivating immortality. He has immortal techniques, Why should he practice mundane skills? Isn't that just foolish? Yan Zihong, however, felt a strong sense of cherishing talent and earnestly said, Comrade Zhang Yan, my master is a master at the 9th level of internal strength, one of the top experts in our bureau. Would you be interested in becoming my junior apprentice? He didn't dare to say he wanted to be Zhang Yan's master. Although Zhang Yan hadn't cultivated dark energy, the fact that he could blow a solid wood table with a single breath showed how terrifying his strength was. If the two were to fight, Yan Zihong felt he would be crushed by Zhang Yan's power, with no chance of winning at all. How could he still be a master? His own master was at the 9th level of dark energy, so he naturally had the qualifications to be Zhang Yan's master. Zhang Yan had definitely reached the peak of bright energy, perhaps even surpassed it. If he were to cultivate dark energy as well, wow, that would make him a grandmaster. If their sect could produce a grandmaster, TSK, then he would naturally benefit from it. Who would dare to look down on him for being talkative in the future? He was lost in pleasant thoughts, but Zhang Yan shrugged and said, not interested. Ha! Yan Zihong was taken aback, not expecting that after demonstrating the might of dark energy, Zhang Yan would have no interest in learning. He was a bit frantic. Why? He asked. Zhang Yan just smiled, I could actually add a bit, but I don't want to waste this time. Forget it, saying it would just be discouraging. Moreover, the system and reincarnation are both my biggest secrets, something I could never tell anyone. Lazy, he replied with a single word. Yan Zihong didn't believe it. How could you be lazy and still cultivate external skills to such a level? But no matter how eloquently he spoke, Zhang Yan remained unmoved. In the end, Zhang Yan concluded his persuasion with a single sentence. You didn't call me over just to have me become your disciple, did you? Only then did Yan Zihong remember the main issue and quickly said, of course not, if you were just practicing martial arts casually, that would be fine, the country wouldn't interfere. However, once you reach the level of bright energy, you must be under the country's supervision. To be precise, it's under the supervision of our department. Zhang Yan was not surprised by this. Indeed, even someone like Cheng Qing, who was still a step away from bright energy, could easily kill an ordinary person, right? Even if they were exposed after a murder, they could easily hide in the deep mountains and survive, waiting for another opportunity to kill and set fires. Therefore, powerful martial artists are like sharp blades, they must be controlled, or they could randomly injure or even kill people. Zhang Yan nodded. How exactly will you supervise? Yan Zihong smiled. It's nothing much, just register, make a record, and then wear this. He took out a watch and placed it on the table. This is both a communicator, so you can be contacted even if you're abroad, and also a positioning device. We need to know your location at all times. In case a major incident occurs, we can immediately rule you out as a suspect. Zhang Yan thought for a moment. No need to top up the phone bill? Yan Zihong's mouth twitched. What the hell? Top up the phone bill? If this thing could be shut down for lack of payment, could it still serve as a monitoring device? No need, he gritted his teeth and said. Zhang Yan asked again, if I take it off, won't you not know where I am? Yan Zihong patiently explained, first, we need to collect your blood to complete the binding with this watch. Second, if you take the watch off or let someone else wear it, the watch will alarm due to the information mismatch. Zhang Yan couldn't help but laugh and extended his hand. Alright, you can draw my blood and help me put it on. This guy was surprisingly easy to talk to. Yan Zihong let out a sigh of relief. Most martial artists are unruly, and trying to put a shackle on them? Difficult. That's why he, at the second level of dark energy, had to personally step in, because from the intelligence reports, Zhang Yan was very likely at the 8th or even 9th level of bright energy, at least requiring a second-level dark energy expert to keep him in check. But after seeing Zhang Yan make a move, he realized he was wrong, and the Bureau's judgment was also wrong. Zhang Yan was a freak. His strength far exceeded the limits of bright energy. He couldn't suppress him at all. So, if Zhang Yan really ignored him, he would have no way out and could only go back to bring someone else. How embarrassing. But Zhang Yan was so cooperative, which naturally surprised him and brought him secret joy. He saved face. No, it should be said that he gained tremendous face. A person who could likely rival the 8th or 9th level of hidden strength actually cooperated with him so well. TSK. It would certainly be impressive to mention it. He picked up the watch and pressed a button, and to his surprise, a thin needle emerged from the bottom of the watch. Don't worry, I'm just going to take a sample of your blood, Yan Zihong said. Zhang Yan was completely calm, spreading his hand on the table, but inside he was laughing. Ha! When Yan Zihong put the watch on Zhang Yan's wrist and tried to pierce the skin with the needle, he encountered a problem. It wouldn't go in. Yan Zihong pressed down hard, and a faint cracking sound was heard. The needle broke. How could this be? Yan Zihong couldn't believe it at all. This needle was specially made. Since practitioners of bright strength all cultivate external skills, their muscles and skin are incredibly tough, so ordinary needles cannot pierce their skin, a harder metal is required. The needle used in this watch was made of aerospace alloy, ranking among the top 5 toughest materials known on Earth. Yan Zihong had seen too many martial artists known for their hard training, some of whom couldn't be harmed even by sharp swords, but this needle still broke through their defenses, because it was sharp. The pressure was too great. For the first time, this needle not only failed to pierce Zhang Yan's skin but was even broken. What the hell? Your skin is scarier than a bulletproof vest, right? Yan Zihong doubted that even a bullet hitting Zhang Yan would necessarily break through his defenses. Are you even human? But thinking about how Zhang Yan could even blow the table away, possessing such terrifying strength, how high must his external skill be? Comparable to the 8th or 9th level of hidden strength. What was strange about Zhang Yan's body being like a wall of copper and iron? What now? Zhang Yan asked with a smile. In fact, he had long anticipated this outcome, otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed. To have every move of his monitored by others? Actually, if I had absolute power, what would it matter if you knew where I was and what I did? Zhang Yan couldn't help but ponder. He was going to old Myanmar and then to Thailand, naturally stirring up a storm of killings. Initially, he wanted to keep it under wraps, but now he suddenly didn't want to do that anymore. He wanted you to know. Am I a killing machine? Of course not. Look, I've handed over so many killers to the police, but am I made of clay? Don't I have a temper? Others hide abroad, spending money to buy my life. I can't just sit here in passive defense every day, can I? Get it straight, I am the victim. But you can't go abroad to catch people, so I should handle it myself, right? And you still want to blame me? Then don't blame me for being extreme. Yan Zihong was scratching his head. What to do now? The blood sampling needle actually broke. Let's call it a day for now, he said. The watch is broken. I need to find someone to fix it. All right. Zhang Yan stood up and turned to leave. Rather than waste time here, he might as well go collect some desire points. After Zhang Yan left, Yan Zihong quickly made a phone call. Master, I have a huge discovery. He spoke for 3 minutes before hearing the other side say, I'll come over immediately. Zhang Yan walked out, and Gu Yusin had been waiting for him, immediately coming over. He didn't make things difficult for you, did he? So concerned about me? Zhang Yan smiled. Gu Yusin just huffed. You are mine. If others want to touch you, they must first get my consent. She sounded quite domineering, but since the other party came with orders from above, could she really say no? Quite tsundere. Zhang Yan nodded. We just chatted casually. He will probably look for me again in a few days. Gu Yusin frowned, dissatisfied. Isn't this endless? In her heart, Zhang Yan was a hero fighting crime. Look, how many people have gone in this month because of Zhang Yan? What rain-soaked night butcher, what corrupt officials, what gang leaders, and even a whole bunch of assassins. If they make things difficult for such a crime nemesis, she will definitely fight back with reason. Zhang Yan glanced at the time. Shall we have lunch together? Gu Yusin thought for a moment. Sure. The two walked out of the building, but before they could get to the car, a person came running over excitedly. Where are you going? To eat? Let's go together. It's on me. It's Louis again. This person has a thick skin, relentlessly pursuing Gu Yusin, believing that a strong woman fears nothing, and as long as he can persist enough, he can melt the iceberg. Truly, he can't be chased away. So, the three of them went to lunch together. After eating, Zhang Yan started to wander outside, naturally to collect some desire points. Of course, if he saw a stunning beauty, he would definitely try to flirt. Too bad there were none. There were beauties scoring even above 80. But finding a true gem was just too difficult. In Zhang Yan's eyes, even among female celebrities, there were hardly any who scored above 90. At most 2 or 3, those universally recognized as breathtaking beauties. So, it was quite normal for him not to encounter a stunning beauty. After all, such beautiful girls might have long been hidden away by someone. After collecting a large number of desire points, he received a message from Lu Zhanghao. He found a scam organization from the old Myanmar white families, luring people to old Myanmar with high salaries. In fact, who would believe that going to old Myanmar could lead to wealth? That broken place, warlords fighting for power, and they can't even guarantee basic electricity, with power outages every few days. It would be better to believe that public intellectuals go to Europe and America to wash dishes. Yet, there are still a steady stream of people running over. Zhang Yan really couldn't understand. Why would anyone fall for such a scam? Lu Zhanghao had already talked with this gang of scammers quite a bit, of course using all of Zhang Yan's information. Now their departure date has been set for the day after tomorrow, first gathering in Yunnan, then crossing the border. Of course, the scammers wouldn't say they were smuggling. They didn't mention it at all. Zhang Yan received all the chat records from Lu Zhanghao, read through them twice and memorized them. Sigh, these scammers are really stingy. They even want him to go to Yunnan first and then contact them, they would send a special car to pick him up. They even want to save on plane tickets. Zhang Yan chuckled and booked a flight to Yunnan online. Departing the day after tomorrow, he needed to get to Yunnan tomorrow, which was quite rushed. After booking the ticket, Zhang Yan first went to Pingwenjun to gather a group, then went to the law firm to find Tan Chang. He quite enjoyed messing around with this woman in the office. After that, he went to find Feng Qian, and finally, he returned home. It was still the most comfortable to sleep with the enchanting Lin Shangwan. After going to old Myanmar, he would continue to Thailand. It was impossible to resolve everything in just a day or two, so he would indulge each woman once. The next morning, Zhang Yan set off. As everyone knows, Sioux City has the Mayu International Airport, so he could only go to Haidu or Xiqing to catch a flight. In terms of the number of flights, Haidu definitely far surpassed Xiqing, so he naturally booked a ticket departing from Haidu. Arriving at the airport, since he bought a first-class ticket, he entered the exclusive waiting lounge for first-class passengers, enjoying the privilege of priority boarding. The flight attendants in first class were also prettier than those in economy class, but only around 70 points. Zhang Yan found them unappealing and, having had a wild time yesterday, had no interest in a whirlwind romance. About 4 hours later, the plane landed. Zhang Yan only brought a backpack and didn't need to check in any luggage, so he quickly came out, arrived at the parking lot, and called the scammer. "Hello, brother, hey? This is Zhang Yan. Yes, I've landed. Okay, I'll wait here." After hanging up, Zhang Yan felt a bit excited. It was his first time going undercover. Was there anything he needed to pay attention to? After about 10 minutes, a van drove over and stopped not far from Zhang Yan. Then, the door opened, and a face wearing sunglasses leaned out, asking Zhang Yan? Yes, that's me. Are you He Gu? Zhang Yan replied. Get in, the man in sunglasses said, pulling his head back inside. Zhang Yan got into the van. Besides the driver, there were 3 other people in the vehicle, sitting on either side of He Gu. Passport, He Gu extended his hand. We need to handle the entry procedures together since we're going to old Myanmar tomorrow. Zhang Yan smiled and took out his passport, handing it over. Of course, it was a fake passport, made for 300 yuan, looking just like a real one. He Gu took the passport and examined it carefully before putting it away. The van drove for a long time, eventually entering a village and stopping in front of a house. Zhang Yan pretended to be confused. He Gu, why aren't we staying in a hotel? It's more convenient to exit from here, He Gu casually replied, and we're only staying one night. Why be so particular? You're going to old Myanmar to make a fortune. When you come back, you can stay in 5-star or 7-star hotels as you like. Yes, Zhang Yan readily agreed. He entered the house and was assigned a room, but it wasn't a single room. He was sharing it with 3 other people. When they saw Zhang Yan come in, the 3 of them enthusiastically introduced themselves. They all came from different places, but their goal was the same, to get rich. Zhang Yan had no interest in remembering their names, as they were just fleeting passers-by in his life. He even noticed that they all knew what they were going to old Myanmar for. To commit fraud. That stuff makes money fast. I heard you can get a 5% cut for each successful deal, and there are specific scripts to teach you over there, with a very high success rate. It's said that making over 100 million in a year isn't hard, and that 5% cut is 5 million. Once I get rich, I'll stay in a club every day. The 3 of them openly expressed their dreams of wealth. Zhang Yan just nodded. Indeed, not many people believed they could get rich by working in old Myanmar. They clearly knew they were going there to commit fraud. Damn it! Although Zhang Yan had been in prison for 31 years, he had never forgotten that he was Chinese. Most criminals actually don't forget their roots or betray their country. In prison, those who commit fraud, especially against their own countrymen abroad, are the least liked, often getting beaten up every few days, and their treatment could be compared to that of violent offenders. So is there any need to save such people? Oh right, I never intended to save anyone. From day to night, people were occasionally brought in by the van. Although most were men, there were also women, but few were good-looking, with only one barely scoring above 60. After all, if someone was beautiful, why would they go to old Myanmar? Wouldn't it be better to find a wealthy man domestically? For fraud gangs, it doesn't matter much if a woman isn't pretty. With some makeup and filters, it would be fine, right? Besides, as long as they cast a wide net, there are bound to be beautiful girls without brains who might fall for it. That night, they had a group meal, with a total of 23 people gathered, all filled with a desire and longing for wealth, each dreaming of returning home in glory in 3 to 5 years, living the life of the rich. Zhang Yan secretly shook his head. If everything progressed according to history, at least 90% of these people would die in old Myanmar. If you can't produce results, you'll either be harvested for organs or become blood slaves, and once you lose all value, they'll just dig a hole and bury you. In old Myanmar, can you be treated as human? Wrong, even dogs are better than you. Zhang Yan didn't speak up to remind them. These people basically knew what they were going to do in old Myanmar, yet they still bravely stepped onto this path. So what was there to sympathize with? Moreover, Zhang Yan had long since lost any sympathy in prison. He watched with a detached attitude, observing the scene. Once you cross the border and reach whatever garden, will you still be able to laugh so happily? One night, no words. The next day, they split into several vans and set off towards the border. Of course, they weren't taking the normal route, they were smuggling. At this point, Brother He and his group stopped pretending and pulled out daggers and axes, coldly watching everyone, while the leader even had an old-fashioned gun in his hand. A gun is still a gun, who wouldn't be afraid? Everyone trembled, not daring to ask another question, heads down in silence. When the vehicle reached a dead end, Brother He's group ordered everyone to get out. From then on, they would have to walk on two legs. After trudging through mountains and rivers for a good 4 hours, they finally crossed the border into old Myanmar, and after another hour of walking, a road appeared ahead, with a bus parked there. Beneath the bus stood a group of soldiers armed with submachine guns. Everyone get on the bus, Brother He urged. By now, everyone was like fish on a chopping board, with no room for resistance, and they had no choice but to obediently board the bus. On the bus, 2 soldiers with submachine guns stood at the back, and 2 at the front, the dark muzzles sweeping over everyone. 5 women had already started crying, and the men were trembling, some so scared they even wet themselves. At that moment, they realized things were not as simple as they had thought. But now, to say they regretted it or wanted to go home, would anyone let them off? It's easy to get on a pirate ship, but hard to get off. The bus bumped along the uneven road, making many people carsick, retching continuously. After more than an hour, they finally drove into a town, and after another 10 minutes, they entered an industrial park guarded by armed soldiers at the entrance. Seeing those soldiers with live ammunition, everyone felt a surge of intense fear and despair. It was over. How could this be? They knew they were here to commit fraud, but before this, they thought they would be like white-collar workers sitting in an office, leisurely sipping coffee, making calls, easily tricking victims into handing over their money. But if the atmosphere here was so harmonious, why were armed soldiers stationed? Clearly, it was to prevent people from escaping. Yet many of them had come voluntarily. Why would they run? Thinking this, fear gripped their hearts, and their hands began to sweat. Zhang Yan absorbed a large amount of desire points generated by fear, and his spirit lifted. Yes, yes. The bus screeched to a stop, and a soldier waved his gun. Everyone get off. No one dared to disobey, and they all got off, forming 2 lines in the open square of the park under the direction of several soldiers. At that moment, a man walked out from a building, followed by several burly men wielding electric batons. The man was about 30, not tall, wearing a tank top, with a thick gold chain around his neck, and his body covered in various tattoos. His gaze swept over everyone, and upon seeing the only woman who scored above 60, he smiled and pointed, "Take her to my room." Yes. Immediately, one of the men with an electric baton stepped forward and said to the woman, "Come with me." No, no. The woman shook her head desperately. Even a fool knew what would happen after being taken away. Damn it. The man jabbed the electric baton into the woman's body and turned on the power. The woman let out a scream and immediately fell to the ground, her limbs convulsing. Everyone watched in cold sweat. She was still a beauty. Treated like this, what about them? They trembled even more. After being shocked twice, the woman became obedient, shivering as she followed the man away. As she walked, she cast pleading looks at everyone, silently begging someone to step forward and save her from this hell. Unfortunately, everyone is afraid of death, and no one dares to step forward. How many of those who can come here are good people who would be willing to help? The man in the vest seemed quite pleased with the crowd's fear and laughed. "My name is Chen Zhanla, but you can call me Brother Lu. I'm the person in charge here. As long as you behave and listen, not only will you be safe, but you can also go back with a lot of cash." However, the crowd continued to tremble. They were merely greedy, eager to get rich, but not foolish. Wanting to live and leave this place? Difficult. Zhang Yan had a faint smile on his lips. Did they think they could enter the old Myanmar scam zone and still expect to leave alive? You should know that a living person here is worth 450,000. Therefore, unless their families are willing to pay a ransom, and it far exceeds 450,000, the scam zone would not release them. Of course, just as they release someone, there's no guarantee that another group won't capture them again, continuing to demand ransom or worse. In short, those who smuggled into old Myanmar and managed to leave unscathed are few and far between. Chinjala scanned the crowd, revealing a hint of mockery. In his eyes, these people were merely pigs, and among their own, they were indeed referred to as piglets. To ensure you don't make mistakes in the future, I've decided to give you a little lesson. If you ever think of disobeying, just remember this moment. With that, he waved his hand, and the 2 burly men with electric batons walked toward the crowd. "No, please, no, I'll behave." The crowd cried out, terrified to the point of losing control, but with the dark muzzles of guns pointed at them, they didn't dare to run. This made Chen Zhanla and his group laugh uncontrollably. For them, every time new people entered the zone, they enjoyed such a show. Once these newcomers were tortured enough, they would become numb, and it wouldn't be fun anymore. They eagerly anticipated whether this time a tough one would appear, someone daring enough to challenge them. ZZZ, ZZZ, ZZZ. The electric baton sparked, and those being shocked screamed and collapsed to the ground, convulsing, yet no one fled or dared to resist. Sigh, this batch of newcomers doesn't even have a single person with guts? Of course, those who stood up against them would only fare worse. If you don't kill one to warn 100, how can you make the others obey? A burly man extended his electric baton as usual. Crack! But this time, something changed. A large hand grasped his wrist. Ha! The burly man was momentarily stunned, then revealed a sinister smile. Oh, finally someone dares to resist. Good, let's see how I'll kill you. He suddenly exerted force, trying to break free and jabbed the electric baton into the opponent, turning it on to make them scream in agony. However, the electric baton didn't budge. What? How is this person so strong? Zhang Yan smiled slightly. I don't like it when others poke me with sticks. It was always him doing the poking, and only beautiful women had the right to do so. At this moment, Chen Zhanla and the others also witnessed this scene. Instead of being furious, they were delighted. A tough one has appeared. Good, good, let's see how long this person can hold out. You mother! The burly man immediately swung his other hand, turning it into a fist aimed at Zhang Yan. Bang! Then he flew out, like a cannonball, crashing into the wall, sliding down with limbs sprawled, blood covering his face, motionless, leaving everyone unsure if he was dead or unconscious. Damn! This time, Chen Zhanla and the others were furious. It was one thing to have someone resist, they could only become objects of amusement and serve as a warning to others, but to be so strong as to kick one of their men away was a slap in their faces. Absolutely not allowed. Take him down, send him over for organ harvesting, Chen Zhanla said coldly. A living person entered the park, even if he didn't engage in electric fraud, just by harvesting the organs from his body, he could sell them for hundreds of thousands. Therefore, he didn't let the soldiers shoot. If the company suffered losses, he, as the person in charge, would also be held accountable, even having his organs harvested to compensate for the loss. To put it simply, he was just a dog for the company. Suddenly, several heavily tattooed men emerged, some wielding electric batons, others holding steel pipes, all of them coldly surrounding Zhang Yan. In the next moment, they swung their weapons at Zhang Yan. Bang! 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 Shadows flew like celestial maidens scattering flowers. Zhang Yan appeared to strike and kick casually, but with each blow, one person was sent flying, tracing graceful arcs in the air. In less than 10 seconds, no one was left standing around Zhang Yan. If he didn't need to absorb desire points, none of these people would have survived. Even so, they all lay on the ground, groaning, exuding strong fear, providing Zhang Yan with plenty of desire points. Indeed, Zhang Yan absorbed them, revealing a satisfied expression. Chen Zhanla was dumbfounded. Nearly 10 strong men, all armed with clubs, were actually defeated by one person barehanded? No, not defeated, but sent flying. What kind of monster is this? Kill him! Shoot him! After a moment of shock, he shouted. How could they hope to capture such a monster alive? Impossible! Kill him! Shoot him quickly! The soldiers around hurriedly raised their guns and fired. Rat-a-tat-tat! As soon as the trigger was pulled, bullets continuously shot out of the gun barrels, spewing flames, but Zhang Yan was standing among the crowd, and these soldiers couldn't possibly aim accurately, they just fired into the area. This caused over 20 newly arrived piglets to suffer, getting hit and falling to the ground. Some died on the spot, while others were seriously injured, but even those who died instantly expressed strong regret before their last breath. Why did I come here? It's not like no one said that old Myanmar is chaotic, and lives are worthless, yet I foolishly believed those people, thinking I could easily make a fortune here. If I had another chance. Zhang Yan moved like lightning, dodging bullets while absorbing the despair and regret of those around him, transforming it into his desire points. He never considered himself a hero who needed to save others. He might have some sympathy for beautiful women, but only if they were willing to sleep with him. You all came here voluntarily and knew what you were getting into, so if you die, it's your own fault. However, I'm a good person. I'll avenge you. Zhang Yan suddenly charged back, moving freely amidst the hail of bullets. Bang! With one punch, a soldier was sent flying, but before he hit the ground, he was torn apart. Such terrifying power. Zhang Yan didn't hold back anymore. He had previously held back to collect desire points, and now he didn't hold back for the same reason. With one punch, the soldiers were stunned, their faces changing dramatically, letting out strange cries, speaking in a dialect. They were old Myanmar people. This was normal, How could the Bai family allow their own people to have guns? The military, of course, had to be in their own hands. A punch that turned a person into mush. Damn, this was 100 times more terrifying than a dump truck. Bang! Zhang Yan moved like lightning again, exploding another soldier. To instill enough fear in these people, he even stopped moving. Rat-a-tat-tat, bullets poured in. Zhang Yan merely blocked his face, letting the bullets hit him. He deliberately took a shot while moving to test it, and as he expected, the bullets could no longer penetrate his defenses. They only caused a stinging sensation. But there was one condition: he had to tense his muscles. If he didn't tense his muscles to enhance his defense, the bullets would still cause slight damage. His clothes were riddled with holes, but not a drop of blood flowed from his body. All the soldiers simultaneously lowered their guns, revealing an expression of immense fear. This is not human. Absolutely not. A monster. Zhang Yan immediately absorbed a large amount of desire points transformed from fear, and couldn't help but smile. I didn't take all those shots for nothing. Good. Your value is gone. Time to send you on your way. Bang bang bang, bang 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 bang. A few seconds later, all the soldiers fell. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Chen Zhanle sat down on the ground, pushing himself back with his hands, leaving a trail of wetness. They were so scared they wet themselves. So pathetic. Zhang Yan didn't want to dirty his hands, so he kicked a stone with his foot and then shot it again. Bang! The stone flew even faster than a bullet, crashing into Chen Zhanle's chest. Zhang Yan absorbed a wave of desire points generated from despair, a staggering total. The number of desire points can indicate the extent of a person's wrongdoing. This Chen Zhanle was definitely beyond redemption, providing 87,000 desire points all by himself. Zhang Yan glanced at his total. It had already reached 210,000. Unfortunately, the next enhancement required 512,000 desire points. That's still more than half short. But it didn't matter. Just from that brief moment, he had received over 150,000 desire points, and this was merely from a scam park. How many desire points could he gain by taking down the Bai family? He could at least enhance himself once here. Hey, can you hear me? A voice unexpectedly came from Chen Zhanle. This wasn't a haunting, he had a walkie-talkie. Zhang Yan picked it up and pressed the talk button. Who is this? I am Bai Shueming, the captain of the 24th Battalion. This park is under my protection, the voice on the other end said. Who are you, and why are you causing trouble on our Bai family's territory? Bai Shueming? So, who is this old man Bai to him? A son? A grandson? Zhang Yan wasn't surprised that Bai Shueming found out about the incident so quickly, as the park was so large, and there were other people in the buildings. Many must have seen it and naturally called to inform Bai Shueming. I do as I please, Zhang Yan laughed, his laughter wild and unrestrained. In his past life, while in prison, he was one of the bullies, of course, wild and arrogant. How else could he recruit underlings? If you didn't recruit underlings, how could you stand against the other bosses and their followers? In his past life, Zhang Yan had never been defeated. After his rebirth, he was naturally innocent and lighthearted, but he still had been somewhat cautious, tempering his personality until now. Did he need to hide anymore? This is the real me, unrestrained, doing as I wish. Bai Shueming was taken aback, not expecting such a response, and he grew angry, coldly saying, well, since you dare to come, be prepared not to go back. Ha! Zhang Yan merely smiled and tossed the walkie-talkie aside. Come on, desire points. He entered the building, went to the rooftop, and observed from above. There were actually many people still in the building, but Zhang Yan couldn't be bothered. The small fry weren't worth his effort. They were just looking for trouble and provided little desire points. And as for the pigs, you willingly came over, or came to deceive your own people. I must be out of my mind to save you. After about 20 minutes, Zhang Yan suddenly heard a loud noise. He looked down at the building. Wow, a tank was driving down the road outside the park. Can I fight a tank? Probably not with shells, but tanks are too heavy. It's impossible for them to aim at him or catch up. Of course, Bai Shueming didn't just send one tank. There were also a large number of soldiers, most of them armed with submachine guns. Bang! The tank charged ahead, crashing through the park's gate and driving straight in, while a large number of soldiers spread out like a tide. But they quickly saw the bodies sprawled across the square, and those with weaker stomachs began to vomit. They had seen dead people before, but never like this. It was truly their first time seeing such a brutal scene. Were they really killed by someone? Are you sure it's not an ancient giant beast running over? Zhang Yan could see clearly that a man, around 30 years old, got out of a bulletproof car, and surprisingly, a beautiful woman held an umbrella for him to shield him from the scorching sun. The man waved his hand, and a large number of soldiers dispersed throughout the area, some setting up defenses around, while others entered the building. This was to seal off the area to prevent Zhang Yan from escaping and to search for someone. How could they let someone who dared to cause trouble on the Bai family's territory go unpunished? They needed to hang him up for a month to restore the public's fear of the Bai family. Zhang Yan smiled and leaped down from the high building. Bang! He landed on the ground, as if a massive object had crashed down, producing a tremendous sound, shaking the ground, and kicking up a cloud of dust, creating a large pit. Oh, that was quite a commotion. Even Bai Xueming heard the noise and looked over. He didn't wait for the dust to settle but directly ordered, "Open fire." Instantly, machine guns began to rattle. Even the tank adjusted its cannon but did not fire. It was unclear whether it was reloading or thought it unnecessary to use a cannon against a mosquito. Whoosh! A figure shot out from the dust, charging towards Bai Xueming. What? Everyone was in disbelief. How did he survive being sprayed by machine guns? Bai Xueming's face changed dramatically. Shoot him. Quickly! The opponent was coming straight for him. Bang! A deafening sound erupted as the tank finally fired. The entire vehicle shook, launching a shell. However, Zhang Yan merely sidestepped, skillfully dodging the shell. But this also successfully enraged him. He slightly adjusted his direction and charged towards the tank. Bang! He collided with the tank, and under the terrifying impact, the tank flipped over as if it were a toy, rolling over and over. Holy crap! Everyone was dumbfounded. Although it was a light tank, it weighed around 25 tons, not to mention a person, even an elephant couldn't push it. But now, it rolled right over. Not just once, but kept rolling. Damn! Everyone felt a chill creeping from their hearts, instantly spreading throughout their bodies. Zhang Yan looked at Bai Xueming. He was clearly handsome and tall, but to everyone, he looked like a demon crawling out of hell, exuding a murderous aura. There was absolutely no way he could be human. How could a person flip a tank like that? Bai Xueming trembled, feeling bile rise in his throat, terrified beyond words. Shoot! You idiots! Why are you just standing there? Shoot! He roared. Under the pressure, the soldiers instinctively obeyed and opened fire. Zhang Yan smiled, exerted force under his feet, and bang! He erupted with terrifying speed again. Then, the familiar scene of flowers scattering appeared. A few minutes later, Zhang Yan came to a stop. Wherever his gaze fell, there was not a single person standing. Most were dead. Those who weren't were likely hanging by a thread. After all, Zhang Yan wouldn't waste time finishing them off. One punch would do. If they survived, it was their luck. Anyway, he just needed to harvest enough desire points. Slap! Bai Xueming sat down on the ground, drenched in sweat. The beautiful woman who had held the umbrella for him hesitated for half a second before decisively walking over to Zhang Yan and placing the umbrella over his head. Zhang Yan glanced at her approvingly. She had good instincts. The woman trembled, although she was lucky not to have been killed by Zhang Yan's punch. This was no different from betraying the Bai family. When the Bai family began to settle scores, her fate would be incredibly tragic. Zhang Yan looked at Bai Xueming and said, "What is your relationship with old Bai?" "As son, second son," Bai Xueming stammered. Usually, he looked down on everyone like a god. The beautiful female pigs in the park would be offered to him, and after he had his fun, those he was satisfied with would be kept, while those he was not would be tossed to his subordinates. Once his subordinates grew tired of them, they would be sent to the gambling area to be used as chickens, and when they were completely worn out, their organs would be harvested to extract the last bit of value. Additionally, Bai Xueming enjoyed treating men as prey, making them flee through the jungle while he hunted them down with a shotgun. Thus, in Bai Xueming's eyes, those who came from the mainland were merely pets and playthings, hardly considered human. Over time, he naturally felt like a god. But now, trembling before Zhang Yan, he feared for his life. He was no longer a god, but rather like an ant. At that moment, he finally understood the feelings of those piglets who knelt before him, crying and begging for their lives. It was exactly the same. However, he still had something to rely on. "How much do you want? Just name it, and my family will give it to you," he said. "And female celebrities, the female celebrities from your country. Today is my father's 60th birthday, and many stars from your country are attending. Which female celebrity do you want to sleep with? I can arrange it for you right away." "Oh, today is old Bai's 60th birthday? Well, how about turning a birthday into a death day? TSK. Zhang Yan smiled and said, "Old Bai's birthday, huh? I need to prepare a gift for him." He looked at Bai Xueming with a piercing gaze. The next moment, with a snap, Bai Xueming's head was twisted off. The gift was ready. Old Bai's name was Bai Sholi. He had previously been with the daring King Ping family but later turned against them, driving the Pang family into the deep mountains while he divided their territory with 3 other major families and declared himself king. Although he was called Sholi, he was a man of many evils, yet he insisted on presenting himself with a positive image. Truly a case of being both a ruler and a figurehead. Today was his 60th birthday, and as a prominent figure in northern Myanmar, this birthday banquet was naturally a grand affair, not only inviting local wealthy gentry but also bringing in some celebrities from the mainland to join the celebration. He had 2 sons and 2 daughters, which could be arranged into 2 good characters. Aside from the eldest son, who was rather useless and only knew how to indulge in pleasures, the second son and 2 daughters were all outstanding. He intended for his second son to take over, having made him a battalion commander to build his prestige. The banquet was held at his home. Though called a home, it was actually a vast estate capable of accommodating thousands for a meal. Zhang Yan arrived at the Bai family estate with the beautiful woman holding an umbrella. He didn't know the way, but the woman did, so Zhang Yan drove while she directed him, and soon they arrived outside the Bai family estate. Zhang Yan got out of the car holding a burlap sack, and before closing the car door, he smiled at the woman in the passenger seat, saying, "Just sit tight in the car, at least there's air conditioning here. It's so hot outside, isn't it?" The woman nodded vigorously, her eyes filled with fear as she looked at the burlap sack in Zhang Yan's hand, feeling her stomach churn, nearly unable to hold back her urge to vomit. She had seen Zhang Yan put something inside it. Zhang Yan closed the car door. He actually didn't care what the woman did. Once one's strength reached a certain level, one gained the confidence to disregard everything. He approached the entrance of the estate but was stopped by the guards. "Who are you? Are you on the guest list?" A team of soldiers stood at the entrance, all armed, and a man who seemed to be the captain approached Zhang Yan to inquire. Since they had invited too many guests today, he didn't dare to be negligent. What if this was a distinguished guest? Zhang Yan smiled, directly raising the fear level of these people to the max. Were there still people blocking his way? He simply carried the burlap sack and walked in openly. The garden was set up with awnings, tables filled with food and drinks, while servants were continuously serving dishes. Once he entered the main gate, no one paid attention to Zhang Yan anymore, and he swaggered into the main house. It was as large as a conference hall, with at least 100 tables set up, and at the main table at the northernmost end sat only 5 people, with the one in the main seat naturally being the protagonist of the day. An elderly man who looked quite ordinary, with a beaming smile, but when he retracted that smile, one could see the sinister glint in his eyes, definitely not a kind-hearted person. At that moment, a group of boys, no older than 10, approached to pay their respects to Bai Sholi, though Zhang Yan couldn't understand what they were saying since they were locals speaking Burmese. Bai Sholi, however, seemed very pleased and spoke a few words in Burmese, seemingly encouraging the boys, after which many people applauded. A warlord, a demon who has killed countless people, yet he could celebrate his 60th birthday with such grandeur, with guests from all sides coming to congratulate him. How ironic. After the boys left, many others came forward to present gifts. Emeralds, jewels, watches, all high-end items, and some even gifted luxury cars, with keys wrapped in gift boxes worth at least several million. Then, Zhang Yan spotted a few familiar faces. There were indeed celebrities here to lend their support. The most recognizable was the actor Zhang Yizhi, whose movies Zhang Yan had watched many times, though he had never liked the man. "Oh, that girl is so beautiful." Zhang Yan's eyes lit up, after Zhang Yizhi, who was there to congratulate, was none other than the rising star from the country, Ming Feishu. Yes, that was her. Zhang Yan knew she wasn't just a fantasy for prisoners during his previous life. He had recently watched a drama she starred in, where she played the third female lead, but her stunning looks had made her an instant sensation. He never expected to see her here. Wait, one must know that a beauty of this caliber would undoubtedly be an object of fantasy for prisoners, and they would have managed to get photos, staring at them every night during release time, yet Zhang Yan had no impression of her at all. Could it be? Zhang Yan nodded, estimating that she had been targeted by someone when she attended this birthday banquet and had been unable to return. What happened in the end? No one knew. Zhang Yan could imagine it must have been very tragic, very tragic. He admired Ming Feishu. She had Western blood, with distinctly bluish eyes, standing over 170 centimeters tall, very slender, but not exaggerated like foreigners. Instead, she possessed the delicate charm of an Eastern woman. Zhang Yan deliberately moved a bit closer. Now, he could clearly sense Ming Feishu's emotions, fear, tension, and regret. Zhang Yan nodded, estimating that she had been deceived into coming here. After all, she was just over 20, still at the age of attending university, likely tricked by her agent, or perhaps the agent had been deceived too, which led her to take this job and come here. Didn't Zhang Yizhi, the lecher, also show up? Abroad, Zhang Yizhi was absolutely unrestrained. Perhaps Ming Feishu had realized this herself, or she had already been informed of some business involving companionship, making her unwilling yet unable to refuse, which was why she appeared so tense, fearful, and regretful, filled with a sense of helplessness. Zhang Yan nodded. In his previous life, Ming Feishu had suddenly vanished, likely due to Zhang Yi's contribution. This man had a criminal record. Perhaps Ming Feishu had fought back desperately and was killed here? Only the ghosts would know. The girls from ethnic minorities were indeed talented in singing and dancing. Ming Feishu's dance was very graceful, earning rounds of applause, but this did not make her happy. She merely forced a smile. Zhang Yan could sense very clearly that many people had strong carnal desires towards her. It was no different from a sheep entering a tiger's den. Zhang Yan smiled. It was time for him to present his gift. He walked forward with a burlap sack. What the hell? Seeing Zhang Yan actually approaching with a burlap sack, and even noticing that the sack was dripping blood, everyone bared their teeth. You wouldn't be bringing a freshly killed chicken to congratulate him, would you? The Bai family was heavily guarded, with soldiers stationed outside, so no one thought Zhang Yan was there to cause trouble. However, in such a situation, if you were to present old Bai with a chicken, what difference would it make from causing a disturbance? It was clear that Bai Sholi was taken aback. He never expected someone would dare to show him blood at his 60th birthday banquet. He was obviously displeased but forced himself to hold back, not wanting to ruin the atmosphere of the party. Silently, he issued an order to have the person locked up and beaten to death. He had already sentenced this person to death. Zhang Yan smiled and said, "Old Bai, I traveled a long way to bring you a big gift. I wonder how you plan to thank me." With that, he dropped the burlap sack onto the ground and gave it a gentle kick. Instantly, a severed head rolled out. Gasps filled the room. This person must be tired of living to dare present a head at Bai Sholi's birthday banquet. Hiss, how did this person get in? Just then, a large group of soldiers rushed in, looking around, and quickly zeroed in on Zhang Yan. They were the soldiers responsible for guarding the entrance, and after Zhang Yan left, their fear gradually returned to normal, making them realize something was amiss, prompting them to rush in to find someone. If this scoundrel had merely been stealing chickens, it would have been fine, but what if he disturbed old Bai? They would all be dead. But upon entering and seeing the scene, they were dumbfounded. My god, this guy actually ran up to old Bai and threw something out? A head! They were nearly scared to death. It was over, they were doomed. Shui Ming, Bai Sholi exclaimed in shock. He recognized the head and nearly fainted. No, the second son was a proper battalion commander. How could he be easily killed? It must be a model. Yes, a model. But feeling uneasy, Bai Sholi quickly waved for his subordinate to hand him a phone. He didn't even bother to deal with Zhang Yan first but called Bai Shueming to confirm his safety. However, the phone rang, but no one picked up. Bai Sholi's heart sank, and his face turned ashen. Who are you, and why do you want to kill my son? He asked Zhang Yan in a deep voice. Although he couldn't be called a tyrant, he was still a significant figure and forced himself to suppress the urge to kill Zhang Yan immediately and instead began to inquire. Could it be the Pang family had come back? Zhang Yan laughed heartily. Old Bai, you put a bounty of 5 million on my head, yet you don't even know who I am? Ha! Bai Sholi was utterly confused. What 5 million? What bounty? He truly wasn't pretending to be ignorant. It was impossible for a minor issue involving his subordinate to reach his ears. The order to put a bounty on Zhang Yan's life could only have come from his son. Seeing the genuine confusion on his face, Zhang Yan understood. It turned out he had hurt the Bai family too lightly. He didn't even qualify for old Bai to know him. Damn! Zhang Yan felt a mix of anger and humiliation. He had traveled so far, and yet you don't even know who I am? This was a slap in the face. He was furious, and the consequences would naturally be severe. At that moment, Bai Sholi seemed to have realized something. At least he could be sure that Zhang Yan was not sent by the Pang family, and his face was filled with a chilling murderous intent. Take him down. Don't kill him. Whoever kills him, I'll make them wish they were dead. He shouted. Zhang Yan had to be captured alive, so this enemy who killed his son could suffer torment before dying. Instantly, chaos erupted. Guests scrambled backward while soldiers pushed forward, and more soldiers were rushing in from all directions. The 24th Battalion had deployed tanks but failed to capture the man, and instead, their entire force was wiped out. Although it was unclear what exactly had happened, reliable information indicated that the assailant was in Bai Sholi's estate. The Bai family had 2 battalions of troops, namely the 24th and 25th, and now the soldiers from both battalions were rushing over quickly. Panic ensued. Zhang Yan absorbed various emotions and couldn't help but smile. It felt great, so great. In just a short while, he had received 30,000 points of desire. And he hadn't even made a move yet. Whoosh! Someone swung a stick from behind and struck at Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan suddenly turned around and reached out. With a snap, he caught the other end of the stick. What the hell? The soldier who attempted the sneak attack was stunned. I swung with such ferocity, and you actually caught it with your hand? He doubted he was dreaming, but looking at the split in his palm from the recoil, he immediately realized this was not a dream, but a reality. What kind of monster are you? he felt a surge of intense fear. Good, a large amount of desire points in hand. Zhang Yan kicked out, sending the soldier flying. Before he even hit the ground, there was a loud bang as he exploded apart. It was a gruesome dismemberment. Blood sprayed everywhere, turning those nearby into blood-soaked figures. This scene directly terrified the soldiers who were charging forward. They couldn't stop trembling. One kick could blow a person apart, and they actually wanted to capture such a monster alive? Are they kidding? This scene left the soldiers dumbfounded, and Bai Sholi naturally witnessed it all. He couldn't help but show a look of shock and intense fear. When the four great families betrayed the Peng family, they certainly aimed to wipe them out completely, but the Peng family had an incredibly powerful bodyguard who fought through a hail of bullets to protect the Peng family members, even killing a large number of soldiers and nearly turning the tables on the four families. Zhang Yan's current performance reminded him of that bodyguard. Use guns, try not to hit vital spots. He changed his mind. He still wanted to capture Zhang Yan alive, even if he was severely injured and dying. He would use that to dangle Zhang Yan's life, making this enemy who killed his son live as long as possible. He absolutely could not calm his hatred for the loss of his son without torturing you to death. At this point, the soldiers finally breathed a sigh of relief. Facing such a demon with cold weapons? That was definitely risking their lives. Unless Zhang Yan exhausted his strength, otherwise, the more they came, the more would die. Instantly, the soldiers raised their guns. Although Bai Sholi said to try not to hit vital spots, they certainly wouldn't listen on that point. This person was too terrifying. How could they not aim for vital spots? For their own lives, they had to shoot him dead on the spot. Bang bang bang, they opened fire. With so many people present, although some started to retreat upon seeing heads roll, how far could they retreat in such a short time? Moreover, many others had yet to realize the danger and were basically still in place. In other words, Zhang Yan was actually among the crowd. Therefore, even though these soldiers had aimed and fired, quite a few stray bullets shot into the crowd, some ricocheting off pillars. Ah, save me! It hurts so much. Cries of agony rang out, and many had already fallen into pools of blood, having been accidentally shot. But once the shooting started, the crowd finally went into complete chaos, everyone scrambling to escape without a care. Thus, a stampede was inevitably triggered. The first unfortunate ones were those who were accidentally hit, with no way to dodge or evade, immediately trampled to the point of spitting blood, and soon they couldn't even scream, being trampled to death. Before dying, they naturally released an overwhelming sense of despair. Nutrients. While dodging bullets, Zhang Yan absorbed these feelings of despair, and his desire points began to soar again. Completing another enhancement here was definitely not a problem. In fact, it might even be twice. He grinned and ran towards the crowd. Did they think running fast would keep them safe? Zhang Yan directly intercepted the guests at the front, of course attracting the pouring bullets, and with a series of gunfire, screams erupted as a large group of people fell down. Bullets have no eyes, who cares how high your status once was? Some of these people died instantly, while others were gravely injured and on the brink of death. Regardless, they all harbored intense hatred for Zhang Yan, along with a fear of death, filled with indescribable despair. How refreshing. Zhang Yan felt no sympathy. Being a guest of old Bai, these people deserved to die. He didn't even need to lift a finger to reap a bounty of desire points. These big soldiers were truly good people. Oh, look, a certain star with a short stature could run surprisingly fast. Zhang Yan flashed and was already by his side. Don't come any closer. The star, Zhang Mingxing, screamed in fright. I beg you. How could Zhang Yan possibly listen? He laughed. Don't worry, I'm right in front of you. Rat-a-tat-tat, bullets flew in. Zhang Yan leaped away, and instantly, Zhang Mingxing was shot to pieces. Watching his expression of despair, Zhang Yan shrugged. Sorry, instinct kicked in and I ran. I'll be more careful next time. Next time? Could there even be a next time for such a thing? Zhang Mingxing couldn't retort or curse. He had been hit by over 10 bullets, and his life force was rapidly fading. But he was filled with hatred. If it weren't for Zhang Yan suddenly running over, he might have escaped. Zhang Yan absorbed a wave of desire points. Wow, 77,000. Zhang Yan was shocked. The butcher from the rainy night had only contributed over 30,000 desire points, if he remembered correctly, but definitely not more than 50,000. Yet this seemingly glamorous person, active on stage, had contributed over 70,000 desire points. Hiss, how many sins have you committed? Hee hee, if you aren't dead yet, I definitely give you a kick to ensure you die without a complete corpse. Zhang Yan moved again, redirecting the hail of bullets towards other guests. Rat-a-tat-tat. The crowd fell like grass being cut, but the soldiers showed no intention of stopping, terrified by Zhang Yan's skills. If they stopped, what would happen if this guy jumped into their midst and started killing? Better you die than us, right? Zhang Yan was thrilled. There were at least 2,000 people here, most of whom were under Bai's command, and they usually didn't do bad things. So the resentment and despair that erupted at their deaths provided a bountiful amount of desire points. For him, this was a feast. His desire points had already surpassed 400,000, and the next enhancement only required 512,000. You should know, before coming to Old Myan, his desire points were nearly spent. In just 2 days, or rather, in the last hour, he had earned almost 400,000 desire points. How delightful! And this was just from the Bai family. What if he wiped out the other 3 major families? Oh, that was a bit too optimistic, as today was Old Bai's birthday, which gathered so many people. Otherwise, how many desire points could just the few members of the Bai family provide? Finding such a good opportunity again next time would be difficult. Should he have Lu Zhenghao check it out and then make a schedule, using big data to calculate and maximize his gains? He'd think about it later. Oh, Zhang Yan suddenly moved, appearing in front of Ming Feishu, reaching out to grab. Buzz, a bullet trembled between his fingers, unable to advance an inch. Ming Feishu thought she was doomed, just screamed, but then unexpectedly saw this scene. She looked at Zhang Yan as if he were a deity. If he weren't a god, how could he catch a bullet with his hand? Save me, she pleaded, fear of death restoring her rationality. No matter how much you want, I can give it to you. Although she was a rising star, her momentum was strong. She had already taken several endorsements and could still come up with tens of millions. Zhang Yan wrapped his arm around her slim waist, swooshing through the crowd to dodge the incoming bullets, laughing, I'm not interested in money. The sound of gunfire was incessant, and Ming Feishu could even feel the bullets whizzing past her ears and hair. She was so scared that her heart felt like it was about to burst out of her chest. Clinging tightly to Zhang Yan, terrified that he might let go, she screamed, no matter what you want, I'll give it to you. Zhang Yan grinned wickedly, I want you. I'll give you. I'll give you. Ming Feishu was filled with a fear of death. As long as you save me, I'll be your woman. Zhang Yan laughed heartily. Look, this was Ming Feishu actively begging him. Since she was pleading so earnestly, it wouldn't be right for a big man like him to refuse, right? Ah, my charm is just too great. Zhang Yan held Ming Feishu and jumped through the crowd. His speed was astonishing, and his strength and endurance were incredible. Not a single person in the entire manor managed to escape. Whenever someone tried to run to the door, Zhang Yan would suddenly appear there, drawing a wave of gunfire that scared them back. Then he would go to the back to draw another wave of fire. Just as people were about to escape through the door again, he would reappear at the entrance. After a few rounds, the few remaining survivors learned their lesson. They no longer clustered together to run or thought about escaping, but instead sought cover to hide. Zhang Yan could clearly feel that the points of desire he was absorbing began to plummet. Before, it was tens of thousands every minute, but now, just a few thousand. And that number was still dropping. Alas, this feast was coming to an end. Oh, and there were still a few big fish from the Ming family. If Sang Mingxing could provide 77,000, then what about Old Bai? What about his 3 children? Together they should be worth at least 200,000, right? If it didn't exceed 200,000, Zhang Yan felt there must be something wrong with the system. How many people had this family killed? Zhang Yan returned to the main hall and saw that Bai Sholi and his family were no longer in their original position. This was normal, only a fool would continue sitting there. He scanned the area and quickly spotted Bai Sholi's family. They had hidden among the soldiers. Now, the 24th and 25th battalions had almost all arrived, totaling around 800 people, protecting the Bai family so tightly that not even a drop of water could leak through. But these soldiers were also in despair. The target speed was too fast. They couldn't aim at all. Even random shooting was useless. They still couldn't hit him. So, they no longer sought to hit Zhang Yan but instead aimed to protect the Bai family. As long as they could drive Zhang Yan back, that would be a great achievement. Over 1,000 people, all pointing their guns at Zhang Yan, each with a serious expression, some even trembling. In contrast, the man being aimed at not only looked calm but was even holding a beautiful woman in his arms. The disparity was too great. Bai Sholi felt a chill run down his back. That bodyguard from the Pang family was definitely not this formidable. It was terrifying. After all, he was a politician, and what are politicians best at? Compromise. He forcibly suppressed the pain of losing his son and said, Sir, there may be some misunderstanding between us. I really don't understand what you mean by 5 million, but don't worry, I will definitely get to the bottom of this. Additionally, I'm willing to compensate you with 100 million, hoping you can calm down. Compared to avenging his son, he cared more about his own life. As long as their family was still alive, he could maintain the Bai family's position, and although his eldest son was a wastrel, there was no problem with continuing the family line. At worst, he could have his son act as a stud. Having 20 or 30 sons, surely a few of them would be successful. Zhang Yan smiled broadly, your money, might as well be buried with you. With foresight for the next few years, Could he not become one of the world's top billionaires? To put it simply, once he possessed power beyond the mundane, if he started a company, even if the products were worthless, everyone would rush to buy them, and no matter what, his company would not go bankrupt but instead make a huge profit. So, why would I want your filthy money? Baisholi was naturally furious. He had already set aside the pain of losing his son, yet you still wouldn't relent? You were merely under a bounty. And what about me? But it's a son that's been lost. Since that's the case, there's nothing more to discuss. Kill him! Kill him! He shouted harshly. The adjutant then issued an order, and immediately, a rumbling sound came from outside as a tank forcefully pushed down the outer wall and drove toward the main hall. The Bai family controlled the only 2 tanks, and now the remaining one was coming over. Zhang Yan couldn't help but laugh. Didn't you know how the first tank was lost? Oh, the time was too short. You only knew that Bai Shuiming's men were all wiped out. But you didn't know the specifics of how it happened. Fine, I'll put on a show again. He remained calm, but Ming Fei was so scared that her face turned pale. Not only did she tightly hug Zhang Yan with both hands, but her legs also wrapped around him like a koala. Oh, nice. Zhang Yan grinned. This girl really had some strength. Squeezing him felt great. Boom! He burst forth with astonishing speed, instantly charging into the crowd where Baisholi was. Rage level, maxed out. In an instant, all the soldiers within a 20-meter radius turned red with fury. Enemies, everywhere were enemies. Kill, kill, kill. They disregarded everything and just opened fire at anyone. It was difficult for Zhang Yan to set precise targets for hatred one by one, but mindlessly maxing out the rage level was quite simple. Bang, 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 the gunfire rang out, and chaos ensued. Zhang Yan was still moving. Wherever he went, it was as if he was spreading a plague of anger, instantly infecting others. And then the soldiers began to kill each other. In less than 10 minutes, thousands of soldiers had barely a few still standing. Where were the Bai family? Baisholi, his wife, his eldest son, and his 2 daughters all lay in pools of blood. A family should be together. Zhang Yan was very satisfied. He was really too kind. Fearing that Bai Shuiming would be too lonely, he specially sent his father down to accompany him, and since the father was gone, shouldn't the 3 children go down together to fulfill their filial duty? An endless stream of desire points. 10. Sure enough, the system did not disappoint Zhang Yan. The 5 members of the Bai family provided him with over 200,000 desire points. The total value of desire points instantly broke through 600,000. It was time to strengthen. Of course, Zhang Yan wouldn't allocate points here. From the 8th time onward, the strengthening would make a lot of noise, and he might experience a brief loss of mobility. Normally, that wouldn't matter, but now there was a tank, and some soldiers were still alive. Even though they were so scared they had lost control, it was hard for them to have any fighting power left. But is it wrong to be a little cautious? The key was that with his current strength, he could sweep through everything, so why take even the slightest risk to strengthen? He sidestepped, and with a clang, a spark flew up from the stone road ahead. With his eyesight, he could see a bullet hit the stone and then ricochet out. A sniper! Zhang Yan looked into the distance, his figure suddenly moving, and in a flash, he had killed his way to the sniper's front, kicking out. Bang! Both the man and the gun were shattered. He had been moving at high speed the whole time, and the sniper couldn't find an opportunity to shoot. Finally, when he stopped, the result was, as soon as he fired a shot, Zhang Yan discovered, located, and killed him. Zhang Yan was checking the vast estate, delivering finishing blows to any fish that slipped through the net. Many severely injured people reached out helplessly toward him, begging for his help. Some were even domestic celebrities, high and mighty in front of others, but now they were utterly humble. Zhang Yan turned a blind eye. It's not like I invited you here, nor did I injure you, so why are you looking for me? Do you think I'm some kind-hearted person? That's funny. Zhang Yan carefully checked around. Alright, done and dusted. He initially wanted to take care of the other 3 major families as well, but first, he didn't know where they were, and second, the commotion here at the Bai family was so great that the other 3 families had probably received the news and were definitely hiding now. Time to retreat. Zhang Yan looked at Ming Feishu in his arms, revealing a wicked smile. No, he needed to find a place to strengthen himself. Zhang Yan embraced Ming Feishu and, with a whoosh, leaped up, jumping from the rooftops of one building to another, quickly disappearing into the jungle. Meanwhile, in a distant building, pairs of binoculars were focused on everything happening, and high-powered lenses captured it all. Even in the far reaches of space, satellites were aimed in that direction. In the country, a certain relevant department for giants were holding an emergency meeting. You've all seen the latest report. Let's hear your thoughts, said the director, a man who looked to be around 40, with a long scar at the corner of his eye. After a moment of silence, an elderly man around 60 spoke up. Director, is the information from above accurate? The director nodded. Number 7 just happened to be in old Myanmar, invited to the Bai family's birthday banquet. All this information was captured by him. Hiss! Everyone gasped. It's not surprising to dodge bullets. Anyone above the 5th level of Mingjin can do that, one person said. However, this guy faced a hail of gunfire and came out unscathed. His speed is just too astonishing. Moreover, in the end, those soldiers were even killing each other. I suspect this person has an exceptionally strong hypnotic ability. This earned unanimous agreement from the others. Let's first assess his strength. The director pressed his hand down. The remaining 3 looked at each other. Dark Jin, 9th level. I agree as well. Unfortunately, the earlier scene of Zhang Yan overturning a tank was not captured. Otherwise, these 3 would not have thought Zhang Yan's strength was only at the 9th level of Dark Jin. However, his hypnotic ability is so remarkable. I estimate that most at the 9th level of Dark Jin would suffer against him. Someone voiced a different opinion. I believe he has likely touched the threshold of a master, at least the first person below a master. Such a high evaluation? If it were someone else, the crowd might scoff. But the speaker was also a master at the 9th level of Dark Jin. Old Lu, there are only 4 masters in the country. He is already close to being comparable to those 4? Some still found it hard to accept. The man referred to as Old Lu merely smiled faintly and did not respond. The director pressed his hand down, signaling everyone to quiet down. Alright, let's tentatively set his strength at the 9th level of Dark Jin, close to a master. Now, how should we evaluate his actions? Old Lu immediately said, first, it was the Bai family who put a bounty on Zhang Yan, which drove him to old Myanmar in anger. Secondly, everyone here should be quite clear about what the Bai family is up to, right? To be honest, if it weren't for the prohibition against interfering in foreign affairs, with my temper, I would have long gone to old Myanmar to wipe out the so-called 4 great families. The other 2 chuckled in agreement. Old Lu indeed had such strength, but no matter how strong a martial artist is, they are still flesh and blood. Opposing a structured army alone can easily lead to exhaustion and ultimately death. The country established their bureau mainly to manage martial artists. Fighting was not their area of expertise. Old Myanmar is one thing, they don't have advanced weapons. You dare to cause trouble here? Various high-tech weapons will teach you a lesson in no time. Martial artists are utterly vulnerable before modern equipment. The Bai family is engaged in fraud. Who knows how many people they have scammed in our country, ruining countless families. Zhang Yan's actions are not only innocent but commendable. I agree, when he returns to the country, he should be rewarded. Seconded. Me too. Seeing the tone set, the director nodded, then it's settled. When Zhang Yan returns, we will first absorb him into our bureau and then give him the corresponding reward. We must not let him feel disheartened and stand against the country. Alright, meeting adjourned. In a corner of the world, a man sat in the shadows, holding a tablet, watching a video. If Zhang Yan were here, he would immediately recognize this as the scene at the Bai family. However, the person filming was clearly far away, and the figures in the video were quite blurry, yet it was still possible to see what was happening. After watching the video, the man reviewed it again, then set down the tablet and picked up his phone to make a call. Shut down the Golden Eagle pawnshop, and don't bother Zhang Yan anymore. After saying this, he hung up the phone. There's no need to offend a master at the 9th level of dark energy for 10 million. He murmured, Old Mian, Dying, Yu. Zhang Yan's information had appeared in the intelligence departments of various countries. A person so powerful was enough to draw their attention. Because someone like him, if he infiltrated their country for assassination or something, could definitely cause massive destruction. Therefore, they would establish a file on Zhang Yan, and as soon as he appeared within their borders, they would either deport him directly or dispatch heavy troops to monitor him. Zhang Yan, however, was unaware that his actions at the Bai family had already stirred quite a ripple worldwide. It wouldn't matter if he knew. Why did he not hide at all and came to the Bai family in his true form? He just wanted to show off his muscles. When one's strength reaches a certain level, one must show it off, making others dare not provoke you, while also gaining the corresponding status. Otherwise, if one is clearly powerful but insists on hiding, is that just to show off and slap faces? Isn't that exhausting? After running for a while, Zhang Yan stopped and found a small hotel. No passport? No problem, as long as the money is right. This is Old Mian, not the domestic scene. Once in the room, Zhang Yan went straight to the bathroom. After adding points, in case the previous situation occurred again, he could clean up immediately. 10th enhancement. Add points. Boom, violent energy surged out of Zhang Yan's body. Every cell seemed to cheer, greedily absorbing the energy, then rapidly undergoing transformation. In the Zhang Yan let out a painful groan. Once the cells grew to a certain extent, they began to split, doubling in number and greatly increasing in density. This meant that, with everything else remaining unchanged, Zhang Yan's strength, defense, and other indices would at least double. However, his physique did not change, which meant all the cells had to squeeze together, making it temporarily difficult for him to adapt, resulting in intense pain. It hurt so much. Even though Zhang Yan was quite resilient, having fought so many times in his previous life and spent over a month in the infirmary several times, he had never cried out in pain. But this time, he truly couldn't hold back. As a final act of stubbornness, he could only suppress his screams into faint moans. Outside the door, Ming Feishu couldn't help but have a strange expression. You can't be serious." Although she had left the Bai family, Ming Feishu was still very anxious. He was still in Old Mian. No matter how many bad things the Bai family had done, on the surface, he was an official of Old Mian. Now that all the Bai family members were dead, would it provoke the Old Mian authorities to send troops for suppression? Perhaps Zhang Yan could protect himself, but what about her? In her extreme fear, she now had only one thought: to please Zhang Yan, to do whatever it took to please him. Only by making Zhang Yan discover her goodness and recognize her value would he protect her back to the country. And after returning to the country, would she dare to turn her back on him? Of course not, because she had witnessed Zhang Yan's power with her own eyes. She had promised to be his woman. If she dared to go back on her word, Ming Feishu didn't dare to gamble. Such a ruthless person, could she toy with him? That would be seeking death. It's okay, Ming Feishu, maybe this is a good thing. She sought reasons for herself, getting close to such a man, who would dare to exploit me in the circle in the future. But why, even though they had entered the hotel, was Zhang Yan not sleeping with her, but instead went into the bathroom alone? Even if he needed to wash, shouldn't they do it together? This woman, has already awakened to the realization and is ready to go all out to please you, yet you, a man, surprisingly have no such lustful intentions? How strange. But after a while, she actually heard a faint moan. Hiss. She couldn't help but show a look of shock. You are actually in there, my God. Outside there is a stunning beauty, and she is already your dish, yet you still want more? Unfathomable. Truly unfathomable. 5 minutes later, Zhang Yan finally calmed down. Comfortable. This really is a case of extreme fortune following extreme misfortune. System upgrading. Suddenly, the long-lost voice of the system echoed in Zhang Yan's mind. You must know, the system only made a sound when it was bound, and then it seemed to disappear. If it weren't for the fact that he could still use the system's abilities, he would have doubted he had a fake system. He had gotten used to the system's half-baked tone, but unexpectedly, it made a sound again. However, the system can upgrade? This is my 10th enhancement, so after 10 enhancements, the system will upgrade? In just a few seconds, the system's voice rang out again. Upgrade complete. Please check the new features yourself. And then, it was gone, as if it had died again. I knew the system was half-baked, Zhang Yan complained, while pulling up the upgrade instructions. Fortunately, there was still this thing. In fact, the content of this upgrade was pitifully sparse. It could basically be said that it only added one feature. That is, the permanence of desire. Previously, after Zhang Yan adjusted someone's desire, if he didn't continuously invest desire points, that desire would gradually return to normal levels, but now it's different. This value can be fixed. Of course, it requires 10 times the individual desire points. Previously, if it took 1,000 desire points to completely shatter a person's fear, now it would take 10,000 points, but the effect is that this person will be afraid of a certain individual, or everyone, for their entire life. From this perspective, paying an extra 9 times the desire points is trivial. For example, for Yu Shanghui, Zhang Yan can now make the other party live in fear until they die of old age. Zhang Yan nodded. This change in function seemed minor, but it was actually very useful, even impressive. How strong is my power now? Previously, he could flip a tank over, and not just flip it once, but spin it like a toy car multiple times. What about after another enhancement? Oh, a mosquito. Mosquitoes are already out in April? Oh, this is old Myanmar, belonging to the tropical region, where there is only hot, hotter, and scorching hot, so it's not normal to have mosquitoes in April? Understood. Zhang Yan focused his attention, and the world's movement suddenly slowed down. The mosquito flapping its wings appeared in slow motion to him, while the buzzing sounded like thunder. He couldn't help but think of the Zen master Bodhidharma in martial arts novels, meditating against a wall for 9 years, achieving great mastery, while Bodhidharma watched ants fighting at his feet, the sound like thunder. Now, although what Zhang Yan heard was not an ant fight but a mosquito flapping its wings, how far was this mosquito from him? At least 3 meters, and separated by a window. Yes, the mosquito was not in the bathroom but outside. With a layer of glass in between, he could still hear it so clearly. What does that say about Zhang Yan's hearing? He had surpassed Bodhidharma. Now there are both bright and dark energy martial artists. Perhaps Bodhidharma really did exist, Zhang Yan murmured, but I should be stronger than Bodhidharma now, right? Bodhidharma meditated against a wall for 9 years to achieve his results. He had only been reborn for 33 days. Zhang Yan smiled broadly, truly happy. He took a shower. This time it wasn't as exaggerated as the 9th enhancement, where he expelled a large amount of dirt from his body and became a bloody mess, but he still sweated a lot, feeling sticky and uncomfortable. After washing up, he opened the door and stepped out. Huh, why is Ming Feishu looking at him with such a strange expression? Zhang Yan waved his hand. Go wash up. He was in high spirits now. Ming Feishu's expression was strange. You've already finished, why do I still have to wash up? What a peculiar person. She hurriedly washed up, and when she tied her bathrobe and stepped out, she was suddenly scooped up by Zhang Yan, letting out a startled cry. Over the next 3 hours, she finally realized how wrong she was. Ridiculously wrong. This man was quite normal. No, it should be said he was extremely abnormal, because how could a normal man toy with her for so long? She soared to the clouds time and again, each time feeling as if she saw her late great-grandmother, who seemed to smile kindly at her. When Zhang Yan got out of bed, it was already close to 10 at night. This female star was quite demanding. Of course, only an iron rod could be ground into a needle. He was at least a superalloy now. He hadn't intended to get up, but first, he was hungry, and second, Ming Feishu was already so tired she had fallen asleep and couldn't be woken. Fine, let her rest a bit. Time to eat. Zhang Yan pushed the door open, and when he arrived in the hall, a man of medium build smiled and approached him. Mr. Zhang, hello, my name is Peng Zuda. My father is from the Pang family army, and I specifically came to invite you as a guest. The Pang family? Zhang Yan couldn't help but smile. The Pang family army was once known for its decisiveness but ended up betrayed by its subordinates, namely, by Sholi and others having to flee into the mountains, relying on guerrilla tactics to maintain some presence. Now, Peng Zuda had found his location right away and was waiting in the hall, which expressed both respect for him and demonstrated their strong intelligence capabilities in the area. Quite interesting. All right, he nodded. The Peng family's vehicle was parked outside. Zhang Yan didn't get in right away. Instead, he called for Ming Feishu. After she got dressed, they both went downstairs and got into the car. Peng Zuda hadn't driven a luxury car but a military jeep. This vehicle was durable and suitable for rough terrain, but its interior was far from luxurious. Ming Feishu showed a look of disdain before even sitting down, as she usually traveled in high-end business vehicles. Slap! Zhang Yan gave her a light smack on the backside, and she immediately sat down. Peng Zuda observed this and silently revised his opinion of Zhang Yan. This man was lecherous, but he definitely wouldn't be swayed by women. I'm sorry, our Peng family is going through tough times and really can't provide a nice car, he said to Ming Feishu, full of apologies. Having been disciplined by Zhang Yan, she no longer dared to complain and quickly replied, It's fine. It's fine. Zhang Yan said nothing, merely gazing out at the scenery. It seemed like he was admiring it, but in reality, he was filled with vigilance. If someone attacked him with a rocket launcher, he could jump out of the car to escape. Ming Feishu? If he could save her, he would. After all, they had only been together once, but if he couldn't, he wouldn't care. After all, their relationship was merely a transaction. He would help her leave the Bai family safely, and in return, she would share his bed. The transaction had already been completed. Although Zhang Yan was lecherous, he would never risk his life for a woman. He wasn't a simping fool from his past life. Fortunately, although the jeep bounced along the way, they didn't encounter any attacks and drove deep into the mountains. Once inside, the roads became even more rugged, causing Ming Feishu to vomit continuously. Zhang Yan's body was so strong, let alone such mountain roads, even if he were sitting on a hypersonic missile, the terrifying acceleration wouldn't make him feel uncomfortable. If one observed him closely, they would notice that although the car was jolting, his body remained incredibly steady, seemingly unaffected. This level of control was simply terrifying. However, Peng Zuda felt a bit dizzy and didn't notice this scene. When Ming Feishu had nothing left to vomit, the vehicle finally entered a camp. Mr. Zhang, finally meeting you. A man around 60 years old came out to greet him, a cigar clenched between his teeth, and warmly extended his hands towards Zhang Yan. Peng Jiajun? Zhang Yan merely glanced at him, but his gaze fell on a middle-aged man who followed closely behind. This man gave him a slight sense of danger. If one had to quantify it, the threat an ordinary person posed to him was like that of an ant. Even with a gun, it would at most rise to the level of a mantis. But this man? He could be considered a rat. Although one could easily crush it underfoot, what if you were asleep? A rat could still bite your throat and eat your eyes. So, there was indeed a bit of a threat. Zhang Yan withdrew his gaze and said lightly, Let's get down to business. This place in old Myanmar was no different from a barren land. Once he finished his business, he naturally planned to leave. Unless the Peng family could offer him sufficiently enticing benefits. Money and power couldn't sway him. Mr. Zhang is indeed straightforward, please. Peng Jiajun laughed heartily and invited Zhang Yan and his companion into a tent. With Peng Zuda and the middle-aged man following closely behind him, one on each side. Once the host and guests were seated, a soldier immediately brought fragrant tea. Zhang Yan did not drink. In an unfamiliar place, how could he easily trust others? His physical condition was indeed good, but what if he couldn't defend against a potent poison? Was it wrong to be cautious? He curiously asked, "How did you know about me?" Pang Jejun laughed heartily. "Mr. Zhang, please don't misunderstand. With such a big incident happening with the Bai family, I would definitely receive news, and there are always a few survivors. Combining their words, along with some friends I have in your country, I naturally could learn about Mr. Zhang's identity. Even a deposed former king of the Guo family knew his identity. What about the high-ranking officials in the country? The major powers? They should all know by now. Indeed, not many would dare to provoke him after this. The purpose of this demonstration had been achieved." Zhang Yan nodded. "So, what do you want from me? Since Mr. Zhang is so direct, I won't beat around the bush." Pang Jejun's expression turned serious. "I want to ask Mr. Zhang to take action and eliminate the remaining 3 major families." As he spoke, his face could not hide his anger. He had once been the king of this place but was betrayed by Bai Sholi and the other 3, driven from his throne and forced to hide in the deep mountains. One must understand that old Myanmar is a tropical region, filled with poisonous creatures in the forests. Even with precautions, it was often hard to avoid getting bitten. While not fatal, it was certainly painful. All of this was thanks to the 4 major families. He naturally hated them to the bone. However, the 4 major families had already gained official recognition from old Myanmar, not only maintaining private armies but also having access to the national regular army. His own forces numbered only around 5,000, which was simply insufficient to confront them. Unless he eliminated the 4 major families, he would have no chance to break out and regain official recognition from old Myanmar. In old Myanmar, various forces were divided. As long as you controlled a region, you could basically gain official recognition because the authorities simply couldn't spare the resources to clean up. Old Peng had thought he would never see the hope of a counterattack in his lifetime, but Zhang Yan's appearance stirred something in his heart, making him realize this was a golden opportunity. To show his sincerity, he even sent his son to take the risk of picking up Zhang Yan. Before Zhang Yan could respond, he hurriedly added, "Once I regain power, I promise to eradicate all telecom fraud groups under my rule, and I will never let the Huaxia people lose a single cent again." Zhang Yan smiled. Comrade Old Peng has a high level of awareness. Pang Jejun was the king of Gui, and even though he still had a large army under his command, frequently raiding the 4 major families and causing them significant trouble, who would dare to call him Old Pang? But when Zhang Yan called him that, Pang Jejun was not angry. On the contrary, he smiled broadly. "Of course, Huaxia is not only our neighboring country but historically our suzerain state. Now it is in the process of rejuvenation. As long as one is not a fool, they should know not to provoke a dragon that is about to soar. Actually, my ancestral home is in your country's Sichuan region, so I am also a descendant of Yan and Huang." This was a bit of a stretch. However, whether it was the Bai family or the Pang family, everyone spoke Mandarin, and they spoke it quite well. Zhang Yan nodded. "Your awareness is quite high, but what benefits can I gain?" As a Huaxia person, Zhang Yan did not mind contributing a little to his country, but he couldn't do it for free. After hearing this, Pang Jejun was not surprised but rather pleased, because if Zhang Yan really didn't mention any demands, such a person would be too noble and selfless, making him feel out of place, even worrying that the other party might turn against him. "I am good, you are evil, we are irreconcilable." But Zhang Yan was not that kind of person. No profit, no early rise. Now that was a normal person. Pang Jejun laughed. "I can promise you, first, from now on, Mr. Zhang will be on equal footing with me on this land. Second, Mr. Zhang can take half of the net profits generated here every year." Before he could finish, Zhang Yan shook his head. "I am not interested in power and money, mainly because this place was too remote, and the infrastructure was a complete mess. He had no interest in coming here. And when it came to money, after going around the stock market, real estate, and virtual currencies, did he still need to worry about not having enough? Besides, he only needed money to make it easier to chase girls. Otherwise, with his increasingly powerful abilities, would he still worry about not living a good life?" Pang Jejun understood immediately. If he was not interested in power and money, then he must be interested in women. Understood. Pang Jejun couldn't help but glance at Ming Feishu, who was sitting next to Zhang Yan. No wonder Zhang Yan brought a beautiful woman here. It seemed that this need was quite significant. It was said that martial artists were full of vigor and had good kidneys, so their demands were indeed much stronger. For example, his bodyguard Atai, who relied on the Great Wall, was always surrounded by women. "I plan to build a manor for Mr. Zhang and arrange for 12 top beauties to live there, ready to serve Mr. Zhang at any time. He smiled. If Mr. Zhang is not satisfied with any of them, I will immediately replace them until you are satisfied. Moreover, if Mr. Zhang thinks that is not enough, the number can certainly be increased. After he became the king of Guogan again, gathering some beauties was not difficult at all. A smile finally appeared on Zhang Yan's face, but he immediately added, I don't like to force them, so they must be willing. Of course. Pang Jejun readily agreed. I will offer high salaries to hire them, ensuring everyone is satisfied. For him, offering such conditions to get Zhang Yan to help eliminate his enemies was a huge advantage, and for Zhang Yan, he originally planned to wipe out the remaining 3 major families. The difficulty was not knowing where they were hiding. Now with the local Snake Pang family helping to find them, he only needed to take action and conveniently earn a lot of desire points. Wasn't that a big profit? As for the beauties, he had to set some conditions, otherwise, they would be anxious about asking him for help. How could he meet such a good person? Having reached their level, could they still believe there are good people in the world? Everything is about interests. Mr. Zhang, I will go find the people from the 3 major families first. Once I find them, I will ask you to take action. Peng Jejun said. Zhang Yan nodded and turned to let old Peng take him back. There were bugs everywhere here, and there wasn't even a toilet. He could only find a bush to relieve himself, but if he wasn't careful, he could end up covered in bites or even bitten by a venomous snake. The conditions were exceptionally poor. The Pang family army certainly dared not refuse, and to express his sincerity, he had his son send Zhang Yan and the others back. Mr. Zhang, please. Pang Zuda was very polite. His father was old and had lived in the jungle for too long, his body riddled with ailments. Even if he regained the throne of the king of Kokong, he could only sit on it for a few years before passing it on to him, so he was naturally very concerned about eliminating the 4 major families. This was a struggle for himself. Therefore, he treated Zhang Yan with the utmost reverence, as if he were an ancestor. He had seen with his own eyes in the video how Zhang Yan had taken the head of a general amidst a hail of bullets. Who could withstand such a terrifying presence if he wanted to kill someone? His father's bodyguard, Atai, was already very strong, but back then, he could only ensure the Peng family army's escape. To have him assassinate the leaders of the 4 major families? At most, he could kill one, but he would certainly pay the price. The gap was too vast. Peng Zuda respectfully escorted Zhang Yan back to the hotel, lowering his posture significantly, chatting and laughing all the way, and by the time they arrived at the hotel, he was already calling Zhang Yan uncle. His father and Zhang Yan were of the same generation, so wasn't it reasonable for him to call Zhang Yan uncle? With Zhang Yan as uncle, Ming Feishu naturally upgraded to aunt. This made Ming Feishu feel deeply moved. The northern region of Myanmar was a hell that countless people feared to mention, but for her, it would soon become a paradise. Who would dare to have designs on her? Even if she lost a hairpin, the entire northern Myanmar region would go mad searching for it. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. Men like power, but don't women also enjoy the feeling of being on high? Why do they want to be stars? Besides making a lot of money, being adored like a queen by many is also a big reason. However, the shelf life of a star, especially a female star, is too short. Usually, they fade away in 2 or 3 years. But can any star, no matter how popular, compare to the king of a place? Pang Zuda was the crown prince here, the future new king, yet he called himself aunt. How could that not make her vanity explode? She couldn't help but look at Zhang Yan, her eyes glistening. Forget it, she just wanted to possess this man. Zhang Yan saw this and couldn't help but smile, directly sending Peng Zuda away, back to where he came from, and then he scooped up Ming Feishu and strode toward the room. After this enhancement, I feel so strong. Zhang Yan glanced at the already limp Ming Feishu. If he wanted more, this woman would really be going to meet her great-grandmother. Sigh. The manner that old Peng promised needed to be prepared quickly so that the beauty could move in, and he could visit often. But Zhang Yan felt it was a bit much. It probably wouldn't satisfy his growing appetite. Sigh. A new class conflict had emerged. Oh, a video call window suddenly popped up. Zhang Yan looked and saw it was from Lin Shangwan. He smiled and answered, "What's up, missing me? Where are you?" Whoa. Lin Shangwan was about to ask where he was when she saw Zhang Yan shirtless, and beside him, she could vaguely see a long-haired figure. Although she had been mentally prepared, seeing this scene suddenly still made her heart ache. It was human nature. Zhang Yan did not comfort her. This was a fact that his woman had to learn to accept. And besides having to share this imperfect situation, his woman could have everything. Zhang Yan could guarantee that. Lin Shangwan only felt a bit bitter. A divorced woman, did she still expect Zhang Yan to be faithful to her? She had long realized this, but it was just a bit hard to adapt at first. Where have you been? Why haven't you come back for 2 days? Lin Xiangwan asked. Also, the court has already put Ding Hongshuan's house up for auction online. So fast? Zhang Yan smiled. I'm in old Myanmar, where's the auction? Old Myanmar? How did you end up there? Lin Xiangwan was first shocked, then replied, on Ali's auction site. Got it. Zhang Yan nodded and then said, men handle serious business, women should mind their own. Wait until I sort things out here, then I'll bring you over to have some fun though. You need to bring a lot of insect repellent. There are just too many mosquitoes here. Even he couldn't help but complain. After hanging up the phone, he set out to buy Ding Hongshuan's apartment. Even if it wasn't for Lin Xiangwan to have a place to stay, buying a house now was still a guaranteed profit. In the next 3 days, Zhang Yan made 3 consecutive moves. The Peng family had endured for many years and had never given up on counterattacking, so they naturally had a large number of informants deployed in the northern region of Myanmar. However, due to a lack of strength, these informants could only monitor the situation and couldn't play a real role. But now, with Zhang Yan's appearance, these informants finally became useful. In 3 days, 3 families that once dominated the northern Myanmar region were completely obliterated. Not a single one was left. The Peng family army seized the opportunity to strike, with over 5,000 troops charging out of the jungle, quickly establishing control over the area. Without the 4 major families to command, the local forces were nothing but a scattered mess, easily taken over by the Peng family. Unsurprisingly, the old Myanmar officials quickly confirmed the identity of the Peng family army. He was once again in power. In return, the Gu family army immediately gifted a manor to Zhang Yan, personally led by Pang Zuda to receive it. Zhang Yan gladly went. Ming Feishu had already returned to the country under the Peng family's arrangements, just yesterday. She still had a film contract and couldn't stay outside for too long. Zhang Yan was willing to let her go because he knew who Ming Feishu's boss was. Zhou, who was both the owner of an artist agency and a big star. She debuted as a child star and later gained fame for her role in a hit drama, gradually stepping into the ranks of top female stars. What people talked about the most was a movie she starred in, where she showcased a perfect figure, especially her broad chest, which had made countless people drool. For Zhang Yan, Ming Feishu was a newcomer in the film industry he only learned about in this life, but Zhou was a star he was familiar with from his previous life. In prison, Zhou, Cheng Bingbing, and Liang Xue were known as the 3 goddesses, the most fantasized objects of the inmates at least 90% of the time. To be honest, Zhang Yan had also fantasized about Zhou Ying's photos. The 3 major stars, besides being beautiful and sexy, had another characteristic: they were well endowed. All of them, and they might even reach. He planned to have Ming Feishu act as an informant, intending to create a chance encounter with Zhou Ying to fulfill a dream from his past life. With a smile, Zhang Yan entered the manor. It was large. That was his first impression, though it was slightly old. Zhang Yan didn't mind this much because what mattered was not the exterior but the interior. Under Pang Zuda's guidance, they entered the manor's interior. At that moment, a row of maids immediately knelt down. However, these were clearly not the beauties promised by the Pang family, as they didn't look great, and there were even a few aunties over 40. One could tell from their attire, wearing identical white-maid uniforms. The sound of high heels echoed, and Zhang Yan turned to look, only to see a lady descending the spiral staircase in a long red dress, revealing half of her creamy shoulder. Slim waist, ample chest, curvy hips. TSK, just my type. Zhang Yan admired the face of the lady in the red dress. She was very beautiful, comparable to Ming Feishu, but still didn't reach the 90-point mark for perfection, at most 88 points. His standards for perfection were quite strict. Currently, only 2 people met the criteria: Gu Yusin and Zhu Wei. No one else. Even Lin Xiangwan, with her natural charm, could only be considered a near-perfect beauty due to her slightly lower looks. The lady in the red dress gave Zhang Yan the impression of a slightly weaker Lin Xiangwan, equally radiant, exuding captivating charm from her very essence. She swayed her ample hips, walking gracefully to Zhang Yan, naturally linking her arm with his, leaning against him like a little bird. Pang Zuda timely said, "Uncle, because time is too tight and your standards are high, for now, we have only found Miss Yuan who meets your requirements. But please rest assured, within a month at most, we will ensure that every room here is occupied." "Uncle, you're busy. I'll take my leave now." He was quite perceptive and immediately left without looking back. As soon as he left, the woman in the red dress fell directly into Zhang Yan's arms and awkwardly said in Chinese, "Master, do you want to have me now, or should I first take you around the house to get familiar?" "Let's take a look around first," Zhang Yan replied. He was no longer in the state he was in when he first got out of prison, or he would want to pounce on beautiful women. The more beautiful the woman, the more he wanted to savor her slowly. The woman in the red dress led Zhang Yan around the estate, introducing the surroundings while answering his questions. Naturally, Zhang Yan's questions were about her personal life. She said her name was Yuan Miaoqing, but that was a Chinese name she had chosen for herself. She was a genuine old Burmese, but had loved Huaxia culture since childhood and had even taught herself Chinese. Her biggest hobby was reading online novels from the country, of course, those aimed at women, especially the bossy CEO and fantasy genres. This very traditional Chinese name was inspired by the fantasy genre. No wonder she called Zhang Yan master right away. She was deeply influenced by online literature. She came from a well-off family and married an officer at 19. But unfortunately, this officer was killed a few days ago while suppressing the remnants of the 4 major families. Thus, she became a widow. Unfortunate to be killed by the remnants? That was a tale for the gullible. Zhang Yan naturally knew it was the Peng family that had taken action to eliminate her husband, a one-time solution to avoid jealousy and any trouble. However, Yuan Miaoqing was smiling and cheerful, completely unlike someone who had just lost a husband. He couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you sad that your husband just died?" Yuan Miaoqing shook her head. "I didn't like my husband. If my family hadn't forced me to marry him for the bride price, I wouldn't have accepted his proposal. So, after your husband died, you feel happy instead of sad?" "Master, don't worry, I've only had one man, and my husband hardly touched me," Yuan Miaoqing said. "I hated him and often kicked him out of bed." Zhang Yan couldn't help but laugh, but then asked, "So you like me?" "Of course, you're so handsome and so strong." Yuan Miaoqing seemed to glow with excitement. "The most important thing is, you are Huaxia. Oh my god. Do you know how much I love Huaxia things? Culture, architecture, food, I love them all, so much." She looked at Zhang Yan with fiery eyes, vibrant and alluring. Regardless of whether this expression was genuine, Zhang Yan felt quite pleased. As mentioned before, this woman was very much like Lin Xiangwan, naturally charming, though slightly inferior in various aspects, but only slightly. Zhang Yan laughed heartily. "You love Huaxia things so much? Here, let me give you a chance to savor it." Zhang Yan experienced a taste of exotic charm. Not bad, quite good. He was very satisfied with this gift prepared by the Peng family. He decided to keep going. Zhang Yan sat on the balcony. Although mosquitoes kept flying over, he struck like lightning, killing one mosquito after another, creating a brief vacuum zone free of mosquitoes. He sipped on ice-cold cola, enjoying the tropical scenery of the estate, with cut fruits beside him. "Master, why did you get up so early?" Yuan Miaoqing, draped in a nightgown, walked up behind Zhang Yan, placing her jade hand on him, giving him a massage. Zhang Yan leaned his head back, resting on a soft surface. As they continued, the roles switched, and Zhang Yan began to massage her. Though his technique was quite unprofessional, if he did this in a massage parlor, the female customers would definitely call the police, but perhaps they would be overjoyed instead. After spending 2 days indulging at the manor, the Peng family sent over another beauty. She scored about 85 points in looks, with an astonishing figure and a pair of long legs that were quite tempting. The key was that she was still a virgin, but on the downside, her chest was a bit small, and she couldn't speak Chinese, which left Zhang Yan somewhat disappointed. "No worries, isn't size something that can be worked on?" The language barrier was easily solved. He could just have Yuan Miaoqing teach her. Zhang Yan didn't get lost in the realm of tenderness. He went to meet Peng Jejun. The last time was in the jungle, but this time it was in the official residence. Just a few days had passed, yet it felt like a world apart. "Mr. Zhang, you have arrived." Peng Jejun personally came out to greet him, filled with trepidation. He truly held Zhang Yan in awe. Didn't he know how the heads of the other 3 major families had met their demise? If he offended such a ruthless person, not even a powerful bodyguard could protect him. He could reclaim his position as king, all thanks to Zhang Yan, and as an old warlord, he certainly understood the stakes. He had to please Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan, uninterested in small talk, directly asked, "Do you know anyone in Thailand?" Peng Jejun knew that this person could not be just anyone, but someone influential. He quickly replied, "I know a general." There were plenty of generals in Thailand, so it wasn't a big deal. Zhang Yan said, "I want to go to Thailand, help me contact this general to find someone for me." "No problem," Peng Jejun assured, patting his chest. Zhang Yan returned and spent another 2 days at the manor. During this time, the Peng family sent over another beauty, also around 85 points, a recently divorced woman, but she was always crying and gloomy. Zhang Yan couldn't be bothered to look at her face and sent her away. As for what would happen to her after she left, he didn't care. "We aren't related. Do I have an obligation to protect you? If you don't want to follow me, fine, I won't force you, but I won't meddle either." Zhang Yan simply didn't like to use force, it was too boring. Only against enemies did he enjoy the thrill of a forced situation. Peng Jejun was very efficient and had already made contact with Thailand, even providing Zhang Yan with a new identity, Zhang Yunlong, a Burmese. This was definitely not a fake document. It was officially issued. Even if it was fake, it would become real. Zhang Yan was tricked by a smuggler into coming to Old Burma, and he had no exit records, so he needed a new identity to go to Thailand, and even to return to Huaxia as Zhang Yunlong. Of course, once in Huaxia, Zhang Yunlong could disappear, replaced by Zhang Yan's true self. This way, Zhang Yan would have never left the country on paper, completing the loop. The general named Sutsai was quite powerful. He found the whereabouts of Zhao Shangyun and his son in just 3 days. Of course, this was closely related to Peng Jejun regaining power in northern Myanmar. Otherwise, as a mere bandit, why would I need to pay attention to you? Now it was different. Peng Jejun's face had to be saved. Mr. Zhang, everything is arranged. You can fly to Thailand at any time, Peng Jejun said with a smile, looking nothing like a ruthless warlord. Zhang Yan nodded. Then let's go tomorrow. He had stayed in Old Burma for 6 days, quite a long time. Although Yuan Miaoqing was very charming, Zhang Yan preferred women like Lin Xiangwan, who exuded allure from every pore, and there was also a big police flower. Additionally, Zhou was on his list. He had to meet her no matter what. Busy. I am really too busy. Therefore, Zhang Yan didn't want to waste time on revenge. This was also why he wanted to show off his muscles. This way, at least those powerful forces would think twice before trying to trouble him. But there would always be those who didn't know his strength, right? Certainly. But this indicated that these forces were not significant and could be easily dealt with, at least not like Zhao Shangyun, who had to make a special trip to Thailand. Zhang Yan set out alone, planning to take care of some business and return, likely within a day or two. Hunting for pleasure? Forget it. He was afraid of catching something bigger than himself. Early the next morning, Zhang Yan boarded a flight to Thailand. After landing, he immediately followed the address provided by General Su Chai. Zhang Yan believed that with Zhao Shangyun's wealth, he would certainly not skimp on himself even in Thailand, living a luxurious life. So, a foreigner who spends generously, how hard could such a target be to find? More than half an hour later, Zhang Yan arrived in front of a large villa. This was where Zhao Shangyun and his son lived. Zhang Yan looked from a high point and saw several bodyguards patrolling the courtyard inside the villa, and it was clear that there were more bodyguards inside. Old Zhao, are you that afraid of dying? Obviously, Zhao Shangyun had noticed that his requests posted on the dark web had repeatedly failed, and he would naturally worry about Zhang Yan's revenge. Even though he knew Zhang Yan was unaware of his current address, he couldn't help but feel anxious, making his security measures extremely tight. Unfortunately, you've met me. Zhang Yan moved, quick as lightning. Zhao Shangyun was very annoyed. He was a prominent figure in Sioux City, and his every word and action could determine whether many people could eat. Even the big leaders of Sioux City had to give him some face. Since his rise to wealth, he had been smooth sailing, accustomed to being high and mighty. But now, he was actually forced to hide in a small country in Southeast Asia, enduring the sweltering heat. Of course, it wasn't hot with the air conditioning, but staying in an air-conditioned room for too long could be very uncomfortable. He was getting older and couldn't stand the air conditioning. Within half a day, his bones would ache. And going outside? The heat was unbearable. Who the hell would like to live in such a hellhole? He began to miss his home country, with its distinct seasons and abundant resources. His ancestors had chosen well. Suddenly, he heard a woman scream from a few rooms away, which startled him. He called a bodyguard and asked, "What's going on?" The bodyguard hesitated before saying, "The young master encountered a beautiful woman when he went out just now and liked her very much, so he brought her back." What the hell? Brought her back? Zhao Shangyun snorted. It was clearly a forced situation, and now it was even more forceful. How could he not control that thing even after coming abroad? Zhao Shangyun became even more annoyed, but he didn't notice that the woman's screams next door had disappeared at some point. Inside the room, Zhang Yan smiled brightly at Zhao Xongnan, who was trembling and panicking beyond description. This was Thailand. How could you possibly find me? He was so scared he was dumbfounded. Previously, in his own home, he had been frightened by Zhang Yan once, but it was nothing compared to now. His father had hired a hitman on the dark web, but the hired killers had failed one after another. Now, the bounty on Zhang Yan had been raised to 50 million, still in dollars. So, his father had to either keep investing money or cancel the bounty. However, according to the rules of the hitman site, if the client withdraws the order, the invested money is non-refundable. Therefore, regardless of whether the Zhao family cancelled the bounty, 5 million was gone. For the Zhao family, 5 million was certainly a small matter. They could buy a decent car for more than that. The problem was Zhang Yan's strength. The jump from 5 million renminbi to $50 million indicated just how terrifying Zhang Yan's power was. Zhao Tsongnan had not had a clear concept before, but now he did. Outside were all Zhao family's bodyguards, and there were also guns, because this was not the domestic scene but the chaotic Southeast Asia where foreign tycoons like them were obvious targets, with many wanting to kidnap them for ransom. Zhao Shangyun had spent a fortune, yet Zhang Yan still appeared before him, unbeknownst to the gods or ghosts. Zhang Yan looked at the woman in the room. Although her hair was disheveled, it was still evident that she was very beautiful, and her clothes were torn in several places, yet it was clear they were designer brands, indicating she definitely did not come from a poor background. What Zhang Yan found slightly admirable was the stubbornness and anger in her eyes. Amid her emotions, although there was an element of fear, there was even more anger. Therefore, this woman should not have been someone Zhao Tsongnan had seduced, but rather someone he had abducted. Damn, such audacity? Indeed. Despite the impressive promotion of Old Tai as a world-renowned tourist city, in reality, it is the largest country for human trafficking and the biggest organ trafficking center in the world. This was an assessment report from Daing, not something fabricated domestically. Even foreigners say so, which shows how terrifying Old Tai really is. Unlike Old Myanmar, where the scams are perpetrated by locals targeting their own people, Old Tai is fairer in a sense. They don't discriminate based on nationality or gender. Given this, Zhao Tsongnan's audacity becomes understandable, as many people mysteriously disappear every year. What's so strange about one more person going missing? Just spend some money to grease the local officials, and it's all sorted out. Zhang Yan suddenly became interested, picked up a fruit knife from the table, and handed it to the woman while gesturing to Zhao Tsongnan. Want to take revenge? Here's your chance. The woman clearly didn't understand Mandarin, but she understood Zhang Yan's actions. She decisively took the fruit knife and walked towards Zhao Tsongnan. Zhao Tsongnan had already been kicked by Zhang Yan so hard that several bones were broken, and due to the fear instilled by Zhang Yan, he couldn't even cry out in pain. Seeing the woman approach with the fruit knife, he could only futilely try to push himself away with both hands, wanting to distance himself from her. But he was already against the wall. Where else could he retreat? The woman stopped in front of Zhao Tsongnan and stabbed down with the knife. Damn! Zhang Yan couldn't help but bare his teeth, as the woman stabbed right between Zhao Tsongnan's legs. Not only that, but she twisted the knife as well. What might have only been a superficial wound was now definitely going to be a severed piece. Hey, true physical castration. Zhang Yan couldn't help but click his tongue. He had sensed the woman's fierceness from her earlier gaze, but he hadn't expected her to be this fierce. Thinking about it, without his intervention, Zhao Tsongnan might not have fared any better, as this woman might have pretended to comply and then suddenly delivered a knee strike to incapacitate him. The woman was fierce, delivering several more blows to Zhao Tsongnan's groin before finally tossing the knife aside. She rummaged around the room and quickly found a phone, immediately dialing a number. Once the call connected, she began chattering away, while the person on the other end just listened, and then she hung up. Zhang Yan did not stop any of this. Judging by the woman's attire, she should have come from a wealthy family, and from her actions, it was clear she was ruthless, definitely not the daughter of an ordinary family. Her demeanor while on the phone was filled with an air of superiority. Could it be that Zhao Tsongnan had coincidentally abducted a daughter of the underworld? That would be quite interesting. Zhang Yan had initially planned to take Zhao Tsongnan out to settle accounts with old Zhao, but now he suddenly changed his mind. Wait, perhaps there would be a good show to watch. After all, his goal was to resolve the Zhao family issue and collect some desire points along the way. But if he could achieve both goals while also enjoying a show, why not? The woman then looked at Zhang Yan, nodded, and said in English, "Thank you for saving me. My people are coming soon. You don't have to do anything. Just wait." Zhang Yan, having attended university, understood most of what she said and smiled, nodding in response. Sure enough, there was a good show to watch, so he patiently waited a few more minutes. It should only take a few minutes, right? Indeed, in less than 10 minutes, there was a commotion outside, along with sounds of fighting and even gunfire. But the gunfire only rang out a few times before fading away. Zhang Yan stood by the window watching as a large group rushed into the villa, each armed with a gun, while the bodyguards of the Zhao family hung their heads in despair, raising their hands one by one. It wasn't that their combat power was weak, but rather that they were too few in number. A few guns against over 100, even if they could take down a few, they would still be unable to escape death. Was it worth risking their lives just to make a living? Not at all, not at all. The woman also saw this, nodded at Zhang Yan, and walked to the door, pushing it open. Zhang Yan crossed his arms and followed her outside. The living room of the villa was open to the ceiling. Although they were on the 3rd floor, they could look down and see a sea of heads in the living room. The woman spoke a few rapid sentences in Thai, and all those people looked up, their faces filled with anger, as they began to beat Zhao Shangyun and the others mercilessly. Then, 2 strong men came forward and dragged the barely conscious Zhao Tsongnan away. Following that, there was another round of brutal beating. Zhang Yan. Zhao Shangyun looked at Zhang Yan, who had come down with the woman, with an incredulous expression, but before he could say more, he was pressed down and beaten again. Zhang Yan smiled faintly. Old Zhao, you had the guts to put a bounty on me, but why didn't you have the guts to stay in the country and play with me properly? Zhao Xianyun fell silent. How could he have imagined that Zhang Yan was so ruthless, causing many assassins to meet their end, and that the assassin network had directly raised his bounty by dozens of times? It wasn't that he couldn't come up with $50 million, but he was afraid of Zhang Yan's strength. If a bounty of $50 million was needed, just how terrifying was Zhang Yan? In fact, he had always been cautious, putting a bounty of $5 million on Zhang Yan and then fleeing the country, fearing retaliation. He never expected Zhang Yan's strength to far exceed his imagination. He could only say, "Spare my son and me, and I am willing to give you all the assets of the Zhao family." I can't accept that, Zhang Yan coldly refused. First, he truly looked down on it. He had money and impressive strength. Did he need to plunder? Second, there was a relevant department in the country. If he dared to accept those assets, he would definitely be held accountable later. Oh, just because you are a martial artist, you can take by force? What do we need laws for then? What is the greatest pride of the children of Huaxia? Integrity. Back then, when we aided Korea against the U.S., how much worse were our supplies compared to the old U.S.-led coalition, yet we still resolutely went? The people of Huaxia never fear power. The same applies to individuals. If Zhang Yan wanted to rely on his strength to dominate others, it would only invite fierce resistance. In this life, he had everything he wanted. How could he go against the country, even inciting chaos? Wasn't that pure madness? The woman listened from the side and suddenly pointed at a subordinate. That person walked over, and after a few rapid exchanges, the man spoke, and the woman listened, occasionally responding with an "oh." Was she listening to a translation? Zhang Yan glanced over, not caring, and patted Zhao Shangyun's head. "Actually, I don't know these people at all. I originally planned to come and take your lives, but I happened to run into your son trying to be tough with that woman, so I lent a hand. I didn't expect this girl to have quite the background. I have to say, your son is really fierce. He dares to go after any woman." Sure enough, the man began translating again. After the woman finished listening, she spoke a few more words to the man, who then said to Zhang Yan, "Our young lady's name is Dewika Hon, not just that woman." Zhang Yan merely glanced at the woman. He wasn't afraid of tanks, so how could he fear a young lady from the underworld? He smiled and said, "Since you have subordinates who can understand Chinese, how do you plan to deal with them?" The subordinate who spoke Chinese immediately translated. After hearing this, Dewika had her subordinate translate. Of course, they harvested the organs to sell, and the rest was fed to the dogs. Since this was translated into Chinese, Zhang Yan heard and understood it, and Zhao Shangyun and his son, along with a group of bodyguards, naturally heard it too. They all became agitated, wanting to rise up in resistance, but were immediately beaten severely, with several bodyguards having their limbs brutally broken. Harvesting organs to sell is not the same as breaking limbs, so does it really matter? Thailand is indeed a dangerous place. Even a woman can casually talk about harvesting kidneys. However, Zhang Yan had no intention of stopping it, because Zhao Shangyun and the others released a strong sense of fear and despair. A large number of desire points. Unfortunately, it was only over 50,000. When he had taken down the three major families before, he had harvested over 600,000 desire points, an average of 200,000 per family. But Zhao Shangyun and these people only provided over 50,000. Sigh. In fact, over 50,000 is already quite a lot. Even the Rainy Night Butcher, a murderer, only provided less than 50,000. Of course, the Rainy Night Butcher was just one person, while Zhao Shangyun and his son, along with these bodyguards, totaled about 10. The total number of desire points reached as high as 770,000. Just over 200,000 more to the next enhancement. Even if he lay flat and didn't seek out these ruthless criminals, it would only take 20 days. Dewika asked again, "You won't have any objections to my arrangement, will you?" "None, please go ahead," Zhang Yan replied with a smile. Dewika waved her hand, dragging Zhao Shangyun and his group out like dead dogs, stuffing them into a van, which quickly drove away. Sigh, old Zhao, you might just be seen again in someone else's body in the future. Ah, hell of a joke. Zhang Yan planned to leave when Dewika approached him, accompanied by a translator. "You saved me, and I want to repay you. Actually, just a reward would suffice." Zhang Yan thought to himself, calculating the time. His flight was scheduled for tomorrow morning. This meant he could enjoy a whole night. Sure. 2 hours later, Zhang Yan appeared in a high-end restaurant in the city, where a beautiful and elegant woman was sitting in front of him. Of course, it was Dewika. She had not only changed her clothes but had even done her hair. She still had a translator, but this time it was not a man, but a relatively pretty woman, a Chinese international student she had temporarily hired. The two chatted through a third party. Dawika was the daughter of a gang leader, an illegitimate child, but the legitimate son was too useless, only knowing how to indulge in women, so he had long been abandoned. Dawika had shown the qualities of a leader from a young age. When she was in elementary school, an older classmate blocked her, wanting to borrow some money, and she ended up blinding one of his eyes on the spot. Her father originally didn't care about this illegitimate daughter, a product of a momentary impulse, but unexpectedly, this illegitimate child perfectly inherited his ruthlessness. When her mother sought help from her father, he naturally took notice, not only resolving the matter but also taking her in to personally train her. This was something her mother had not anticipated. They hadn't spoken in years. As for today, she happened to be out for a stroll when she encountered Zhao Tsongnan, this audacious fellow, and several bodyguards forcibly controlled and stuffed her into a car. Speaking of which, Dawika extended an olive branch to Zhang Yan. Zhang, work with me, and I will definitely make you rich. Look, what stage is old Tai still stuck in? Just thinking about getting rich. Am I the kind of person filled with lowly interests? Zhang Yan smiled and said, I don't mind forming a close friendship with you, working with you is fine, but following you to work is out of the question. The translator was taken aback by this statement, taking a while to react, her face turning completely red. How to translate this? Zhang Yan just smiled, translate it as it is. Dawika was urging again, and the translator had no choice but to add embellishments before translating. But Thai language is not as exquisite, concise, and double meaning as Chinese. Once translated, it lost its charm and became very straightforward. Dawika, however, was not angry but admired Zhang Yan. You are very handsome and meet my aesthetic requirements, but if you want to marry me, you need to show more strength. Zhang Yan was speechless. I just want to sleep with you. How did you interpret that as marriage? He looked at the translator, who sat upright, looking as if she had done nothing wrong. Forget it, with the language barrier, it's too exhausting to flirt. Zhang Yan smiled and said, when you learn Chinese, I'll consider taking you in. Damn it, you're making it hard for me again. The translator felt as if she had lost her parents, because although she was still unclear about Dawika's identity, the fact that she could book this high-end restaurant exclusively was not something a wealthy person would do. It indicated power. She didn't want to be thrown out with Zhang Yan. There was no choice but to embellish the translation again. Dawika's eyes lit up. Are you willing to learn Thai for me? The translator replied, Mr. Zhang, Dawika says she is willing to learn Chinese. No, there shouldn't be a problem. She secretly broke out in a cold sweat. Although under Dawika's enthusiastic invitation, Zhang Yan stayed overnight at her house, they ultimately did not end up in bed. Just because Dawika was involved with the gang doesn't mean she was a loose woman, after all. She was the future gang leader and had to maintain her dignity. However, to repay Zhang Yan for saving her life, she waved her hand and summoned a bunch of handsome men into Zhang Yan's room. She clearly had some feelings for Zhang Yan. Why did she choose to repay him in this way? Hey, she certainly had her own considerations. The next day, watching one handsome man after another awkwardly walk out of the room, she couldn't help but show a surprised expression. Wow, so strong. She began to look forward to it. Her man had to be very strong, able to meet her needs. That was her standard for choosing a partner, but she couldn't test it herself. So, these handsome men were her testing tools. Finally, Zhang Yan pushed the door open, looking radiant and not at all weak from being drained. Dawika was naturally very satisfied. She personally sent Zhang Yan to the airport. Zhang, you must practice Thai well. I want you to say I love you in Thai. She looked at Zhang Yan expectantly. With just a brief encounter, she certainly couldn't fall in love with Zhang Yan, but it was undeniable that he had left a deep impression on her heart. As the heir to the gang, she didn't need a husband with power. He just had to be good-looking, strong, and exceptional in bed. She didn't want to be unsatisfied and end up seeking other men to fulfill her desires. Coincidentally, Zhang Yan met all her criteria. So, he became Dawika's reserve. The translator sighed inwardly and quickly said, Mr. Zhang, Dawika says she will work hard to learn Chinese and hopes to say I love you in Chinese one day. Zhang Yan couldn't help but smile and nodded at Dawika. Although it was a pity that this girl didn't end up in bed with him, her sincerity was commendable. She had prepared 17 handsome men for him yesterday, finally satisfying him once. Such a lover, not bad. Seeing Zhang Yan smile and nod at her, Dawika thought he was making a promise to her and smiled back. The two bid farewell at the boarding gate. The translator finally let out a long sigh of relief. She wouldn't stay any longer and hurried back to her country. Yes, Thailand is quite chaotic. People go missing for no reason from time to time, so it's better to return home for safety. 3 hours later, Zhang Yan appeared in Yunnan, entering the country as Zhang Yunlong from Myanmar. Then, he met Yuan Miaoqing at the airport. He had arranged for Yuan Miaoqing to come to the country yesterday through the Pang family, and they were to meet at the airport. Yuan Miaoqing had been waiting for him for over 2 hours. When she saw Zhang Yan coming, she immediately flew into his arms like a swallow returning to its nest. Wow! This scene made many waiting men gnash their teeth in jealousy. Yuan Miaoqing was so beautiful, exuding a charming aura that was simply irresistible. Many of them had tried to strike up a conversation, only to be scared off by the tattooed men around her. They thought she must be the mistress of some big shot, but never expected the man who won her over to be so young. And he was handsome too. It was infuriating. In fact, if Yuan Miaoqing had been with a middle-aged man with a big belly, they might have accepted it. Look, it's not that I lack charm, but this kind of woman is just a gold digger, someone who is wooed with money. But Zhang Yan was handsome, young, and had a figure that made them envious, naturally making them feel sour. Zhang Yan waved to the Pang family who had escorted Yuan Miaoqing, signaling them to leave. The few men respectfully bowed to Zhang Yan before departing the airport they had driven in. I'll take you to Sioux City, my home, Zhang Yan said, cradling Yuan Miaoqing's face and kissing her red lips passionately. After experiencing a foreign woman, he found that aside from their bodies, they really lacked any highlights. But Eastern women were different. Their innate charm was a lasting fragrance. Yuan Miaoqing's pretty face flushed, and she obediently nodded. Zhang Yan bought tickets to Haidu with his ID, while Yuan Miaoqing could only use her passport, which was a bit troublesome. 2 hours later, they boarded the plane to Haidu. Naturally, it was first class. Yuan Miaoqing was surprised. Sir, didn't you say Sioux City is one of the top 10 cities in Huaxia? Why aren't we flying directly to Sioux City? Zhang Yan's face darkened a bit. As a Sioux City native, Sioux City Mayu International Airport had always been a sore spot. Why bring that up? He thought, I'll teach you a lesson in the bathroom later. Because sitting next to Zhang Yan was a super beauty, and the first-class flight attendants felt embarrassed, not daring to approach them, instead politely asking what they would like to drink or eat. After the plane reached cruising altitude, Zhang Yan took Yuan Miaoqing into the bathroom to give her a proper lesson. Time flew by. When the plane landed, they only emerged from the bathroom to find several flight attendants blushing, their eyes glistening. Unbelievable, they were too capable. They also wanted to experience the feeling of losing their voices. When the plane landed, Zhang Yan and Yuan Miaoqing had no luggage, so they quickly arrived at the parking lot. Zhang Yan ordered a business car online. Soon, the car he ordered arrived. Zhang Yan looked at the two people getting out of the driver's seat, slightly surprised. When did it require two people to run a ride-hailing service? Hello, Comrade Zhang Yan, we are from the relevant department. A man around 40 years old smiled as he extended his hand to Zhang Yan. I'm Li Jian, and this is my colleague Zhou Xing. Zhang Yan thought, is this the guy managing the martial arts department? He wasn't surprised they found him, and they were so precise. With the national machinery at their disposal, how could they not know when Zhang Yan's flight arrived? Moreover, what he did in old Myanmar should have already reached these people back home. This was Zhang Yan's intention all along. Zhang Yan shook his hand, but the young man in his 20s, Zhou Xing, didn't extend his hand, instead looking arrogant, as if he wanted to turn his nose up at the sky. Zhang Yan naturally ignored such a person. You guys are quite powerful. I just ordered a car, and you intercepted me, he said to Li Jian. Li Jian smiled. You made quite a stir in old Myanmar. We couldn't afford to ignore it. Zhou Xing suddenly interjected, accusing Zhang Yan, do you know what kind of trouble you've caused? Our country has been under constant attack from Western media, nitpicking at every detail, and you went to old Myanmar to stir up trouble, handing them the evidence on a silver platter. You know how passive you've made the country and how much loss you've caused? Are you playing good cop and bad cop? Zhang Yan still ignored him and said to Li Jian, since you're the driver I called, take me back to Sioux. Li Jian smiled, get in the car, we can talk while we drive. They were about to get in the car, but Zhou Xing started acting up again, pointing at Yuan Miaoqing and saying, the content we discuss next involves secrets, she can only sit in the back car. Slap. The next moment, he was sent flying by Zhang Yan. Where did this idiot come from? I can't even be bothered to deal with you, and you still want to act all high and mighty? In the end, it was still Li Jian driving, with Zhang Yan and Yuan Miaoqing as passengers, while Zhou Xing, he ended up in the back car. Both cars belonged to the relevant department. The business car slowly drove out of the airport, and Zhang Yan casually asked, doesn't your relevant department have a name? Li Jian glanced at Zhang Yan through the rearview mirror and smiled. We belong to the 19th Bureau under the National Special Management Department, specifically responsible for managing martial artists both domestically and internationally. Thankfully, it wasn't a name like Hidden Dragon or Dragon Slayer. What's the background of that idiot in the back? Zhang Yan asked. At first, he thought the other party was playing the bad cop, but then he realized that wasn't right. This guy was just a complete fool, not like someone playing the bad cop. Moreover, the look in his eyes was filled with jealousy and resentment. Li Jian explained, Zhou Xing's father is an elder in our bureau. No wonder. Zhang Yan leisurely said, "You're so eager to find me without even waiting for me to get home, what's the important matter?" Li Jian smiled, "Actually, it's not a big deal, we just hope you can join our bureau." Previously, Yan Heng had also invited him, but mainly to have him wear that tracking watch and keep him under surveillance. Now, they didn't even wait for him to return to Su before coming to invite him, and they said it wasn't important. If it's not important, why the rush? Zhang Yan didn't expose it. If I join, what will I need to do, and what benefits will I get? In this life, he needed a stable environment to chase girls and enjoy life. He wouldn't need the 19th Bureau to ask him. He would definitely take action to stabilize the country and wouldn't allow foreign forces to have the possibility of subverting it. However, when it came to discussing benefits, he wouldn't be soft-hearted either. Li Jian pondered for a moment, glanced at Yuan Miaoqing through the rearview mirror, hesitated slightly, and then said, "After joining the 19th Bureau, of course, you'll need to contribute to maintaining domestic stability. The specific work assigned to us is managing martial artists in various regions. Some martial artists, relying on their strength beyond ordinary people, engage in criminal activities that regular law enforcement can't handle, so we need to step in. Of course, as a member of the 19th Bureau, we also need to strictly adhere to all regulations and cannot bully ordinary people just because of our martial arts. Your strength is very impressive. If you join, we plan to make you the head of the 9th section, at the deputy department level. Of course, our bureau keeps this confidential from the public. You cannot use this identity for personal gain unless there's a mission. Then we can have local law enforcement or even the military cooperate. Otherwise, we're just ordinary people. So, this deputy position is just a title with no real power." Zhang Yan spread his hands. "You want me to travel all over the place for a mere deputy position? That's too stingy." Li Jian felt a bit awkward and quickly said, "Although the deputy position can't be used externally most of the time, the corresponding salary and benefits are indeed at the deputy level." Zhang Yan chuckled. "You must have investigated me, right? Do you think I'm short on money?" This guy really isn't short on money. However, although the second sum of money was clearly extorted from the Zhao family and violated the regulations of the 19th Bureau, first, this was something Zhang Yan had done before, and second, the first sum of 99 million he obtained was compliant and had rolled into several hundred million in profits in the stock market. Was that not enough for him to live lavishly? Did he really need to care about some deputy director's treatment? Li Jian couldn't help but fall silent. Zhang Yan, however, paid no mind and instead made a request. "She's a local from Myanmar. Get her a permanent visa so she doesn't have to keep going to the embassy after a while." "No problem," Li Jian readily agreed. To keep the martial artists from causing trouble, it was necessary to moderately satisfy their requests. Was Zhang Yan's request excessive? He was merely asking for his woman to be spared some hassle. As long as it didn't violate principles, Li Jian could make the call. "So, do you agree to join us?" Li Jian asked cautiously. Zhang Yan scoffed, "When you kick that idiot Zhou Xing out, I'll consider it." Li Jian could only smile wryly. Zhou Xing's father, Zhou Yun, was a senior backbone of the 19th Bureau, a formidable master at the 7th level of dark strength, and Zhou Xing was a rising star, having already reached the 8th level of bright strength in his 20s. One must not underestimate him. To become a master, one must cultivate both internal and external skills, and Zhou Xing was steadily progressing according to Zhou Yun's strict plan. His external skill was at the 8th level of bright strength, and he was also making headway in internal skills, nearing the peak of the 1st level of dark strength. It should be noted that having a sense of chi is the most challenging, and the cultivation of internal skills is a gradual process, with a level increase taking 5 to 6 years being quite normal. Therefore, Zhou Xing's future was bound to be incredibly bright. Even if he didn't become a master, he would be the best beneath one. Which leader in the 19th Bureau would be willing to kick such a gem out? Even if the leaders were willing, would Zhou Yun agree? Alas, why did Zhou Xing have to offend Zhang Yan right from the start? It could have been a good discussion, yet it turned into this. However, Li Jian could somewhat understand Zhou Xing's feelings. Before this, Zhou Xing was the brightest star in the bureau, young and excelling in both internal and external skills, making impressive progress. But suddenly, a Zhang Yan appeared, around the same age, yet his internal evaluation surpassed Zhou Xing's directly. How could Zhou Xing not be jealous? Here was someone from a prestigious background, overshadowed by a nobody. Naturally, he couldn't tolerate it. Little did they expect, Zhang Yan's strength was far beyond their imagination. With one kick, he sent Zhou Xing flying. The main issue was that these small characters weren't qualified to know what Zhang Yan was specifically doing in Myanmar. They only knew he had caused a ruckus, and it was quite a stir, but the specifics were unclear. Otherwise, even if Zhou Xing was jealous, he should have known that someone who could navigate through a hail of bullets was not someone he could provoke. Li Jian was troubled for a long time and decided not to worry anymore. Let the leaders in the bureau figure it out. After all, he had come to pick someone up and had made an offer, explaining the treatment, but Zhang Yan didn't agree. Could he really put a knife to Zhang Yan's neck? He still wanted to live a few more years. Next, he focused on driving. More than 2 hours later, the business vehicle entered Linglong Bay. Zhang Yan and Yuan Miaoqing got out, ignoring Li Jin entirely, and went straight upstairs. Li Jin touched his nose, thinking this guy was really rude, leaving without even a greeting. But with a ding, he received a message from the back end, indicating he had completed an order, with an expected income of 200 yuan, and then another order was dispatched for him to pick someone up at the train station. Oh, Zhang Yan had paid. No wonder he didn't even say thank you. Li Jian pinched his nose. Picking someone up again? Did he really think he was a taxi driver?